My name is Yang Jian. By the time you read this sentence, I will have already departed from this world at a bizarre parchment, and I peering into the abyss. This is the tale of a survivor's ordeal. Chapter 1. Stories from the Forum. The old man calculated with his fingers, and you at this very moment are likely reclining in bed, engrossed in a novel, perhaps with your phone charging beside you. Yang Jian, a high school senior, was lying under the covers, aimlessly scrolling through his phone when he stumbled upon a forum post filled with numerous comments from netizens. Wow, the original poster is truly remarkable. They've predicted this. Huh, would I tell you that I'm currently squatting in the restroom? No need to ask, my legs have gone numb. Tattooing the name of a certain someone. Henceforth, I shall no longer be a wage slave. Society, indeed, finding the comments tedious, Yang Jian opted to view only the original post. Instantly, the thread was cleansed of distractions, leaving only the post by the user known as Lightning Law King. The narrative continued. Last week, during my night shift as a doctor at the 3rd hospital of a certain province, an elderly man was brought in by ambulance around midnight. The paramedics informed me that he had fallen from the 5th floor. Since my colleague was unexpectedly unavailable, I was the sole doctor responsible for the diagnosis. I could unequivocally ascertain that the old man exhibited no vital signs. He had undoubtedly passed away. Moreover, based on the characteristics of the corpse and the temperature of his chest, it was evident that this elderly gentleman could not have died that very evening. Those with a modicum of medical knowledge understand that within 10 hours of death, a body in a typical environment loses approximately 1 degree every hour after 24 hours. The body temperature aligns closely with that of the surroundings. However, the temperature of this old man seemed to be at least 10 degrees below normal, if not more, while the ambient temperature that night was 22 degrees. I concluded that this man had been deceased for well over a day. Instantly, comments poured in. The original poster's modicum of knowledge is truly terrifying. I bow to your expertise. Quick, check if the old man's shoes are missing. If they're not, there's still a chance to save him. Deeply unsettling, please update us. Original poster. I am now under the covers. Yang Jian continued scrolling. Lightning Law King persisted. Drawing from my experience of watching over 300 episodes of detective anime in middle school, I could immediately deduce that this elderly man did not die from an accidental fall. He was likely a victim of foul play. The body must have been stored in a cold chamber. I chose to report this to the authorities. However, what I wish to discuss is not that incident, but rather what transpired thereafter. The post paused, updated 2 hours later. Apologies, someone knocked at my door inquiring about the matter. They weren't investigators or journalists, but they did possess identification. Regardless, I digress. This was likely the following morning that I had not yet gone to work, but I heard from a colleague that the corpse of the elderly man, which had been brought in the previous night, mysteriously vanished from a morgue. The police were conducting a thorough investigation, suspecting that the perpetrator had stolen the body. The commotion was significant, and all hospital surveillance footage was reviewed, yet the missing body was never found, nor was the culprit. Tonight, I am again on duty. However, the events of the day left me somewhat unsettled that a patient claimed to have seen the elderly man's corpse, but it wasn't carried away. Rather, it walked out on its own. The patient accurately pointed out the route the old man had taken, which indeed appeared to lead from a morgue. Upon hearing this, I felt a shiver of fear, but fortunately, I am an atheist and do not entirely believe the patient's words. Later, I heard from the head nurse that Dr. Fong from neurology intended to increase the patient's medication dosage, which eased my mind a little. Indeed, it was fortunate that I did not believe the patient's account. But what I wish to convey is an incident that occurred during my shift that evening that IT was around 2 in the morning, and I was in the emergency room playing a game, which you cannot possibly imagine how captivating it is if you were a brother. Come challenge me. Wow, original poster, you are truly something else. Where's the sincerity between people? You've caught me off guard with this twist. Society, indeed, I guess the beginning, but not the end. By the way, 3rd floor, what happened to your promise about eating excrement? A flurry of comments filled the forum, creating a lively atmosphere. Yang Jian lay in bed, bemused, wondering if advertising had reached such an audacious level. Yet as he scrolled further, things took a turn. Lightning Law King continued. I apologize. I am not here to advertise. Rather, something utterly inexplicable occurred that night. You would never believe it. At precisely 2:15 a.m., while I was engrossed in my game in the emergency room, I suddenly felt a chilling sensation, identical to that of the morgue. Goosebumps erupted all over my body, And then, you will not believe what happened. The elderly man, whose body had gone missing from the morgue, appeared outside the emergency room. He was not dead, he was walking, albeit slowly, towards the exit of the hospital. My God, this is impossible. I had witnessed that man's death. He had been deceased for more than a day. How could he possibly be alive again? A prank? A resurrection? A medical miracle? In that fleeting moment, my mind raced with possibilities, but perhaps due to my familiarity with corpses, I did not feel overwhelming fear. The pressing task was to grab my phone and capture a photograph to share with my friends. Below, the photo awaited evidence that was undeniably authentic, not photoshopped. Yang Jian scrolled further, and a clear image materialized before him. The photo was remarkably sharp through the glass window of the emergency room. An elderly man was seen walking by. Dressed in a long black robe, the man exuded an air of antiquity. His emaciated frame and brownish skin were marked by numerous spots. From the angle of the shot, one could discern his eye, a hollow, lifeless gaze devoid of any spark, imbued with a chilling stillness. There was no blood or horror in the image, yet the aura emanating from this old man sent shivers down one's spine, evoking an immediate sense of dread. Moreover, recalling that the doctor, Lightning Law King, had explicitly stated that this man was once a cold corpse intensified the fear. The more one gazed at the photograph, the more disturbing it became. It resembled not merely a dead man, but something far more sinister. A specter. I'm terrified. This photo is hauntingly eerie. The more I look, the more I fear. Where did you find this picture? Original poster. Why does the old man's hand have so many spots? I suffer from trypophobia. Those are cadaveric spots, indicating that this old man is indeed a corpse. Begone, demons. I, Lin Zhengying, am here. A netizen posted a picture of Taoist priest. You claim to be Lin Zhengying, while I possess a lowly voice. Despite the varied commentary from online users, the individual known as Thunderclap Warlock persisted in their postings. The images are authentic, captured by my own hand. Subsequently, the elderly man departed from the hospital, and his current whereabouts remain unknown. However, to those residing in my city, exercise caution. Though I am an atheist, certain phenomena compel belief. One moment, there appears to be someone at the door again. It is likely the authorities seeking a statement. I shall return momentarily to elaborate on subsequent events. Scarcely a minute elapsed before Thunderclap Warlock resumed transmitting information. Curse it, curse it. It is the very same elderly man who absconded from the hospital. The entity stands at my threshold, knocking. I observed him clearly through the peephole. What am I to do? I fear I have provoked something best left undisturbed. Is the original poster deriving amusement from the charade? Good heavens, is this genuine? Surely, it cannot be so macabre. Alert the authorities immediately. Contact the emergency services. Cease your pretense, poster. It is undoubtedly fabricated. If it proves otherwise, I shall consume excrement and double the amount. You are the same feculent individual who has yet to fulfill your previous vow. Subsequently, Thunderclap Warlock posted once more. I have reported the incident, but what recourse do I have now? The entity persists in its knocking, seemingly intent on remaining. Alas, the illumination in my living room has suddenly extinguished. I am now paralyzed with fear, unable to venture into the living room that I have secured the door and activated every available light. Yet the elderly man continues to knock. At this juncture, the postings from the user Thunderclap Warlock became increasingly urgent, with intervals of less than 30 seconds between each message and marked by typographical errors. It is evident that the posting physician is now experiencing profound terror and trepidation. A chill ran down Yang Jian's spine. Even knowing the narrative was likely fictitious, the thought of the elderly man from the photograph knocking at one's door was unsettling. A deceased elderly man revived and appearing at one's doorstep is a terrifying prospect for anyone. Yet the thread persisted. No, this is dire. I detect footsteps emanating from my living room. Heavens, I'm the sole occupant of this residence. I now suspect the elderly man who was knocking at the door earlier has gained entry. He has undoubtedly entered the living room. How has this transpired? I did not hear the door being opened. How did he gain access? The footsteps have ceased outside my door. The entity is knocking once more. I sense impending doom. I am now recording the sounds as evidence and providing my telephone number. Should my telephone be unreachable, It signifies that I have met with misfortune. I implore a kind soul to report the incident. 138. Thump, 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 thump. An audio file is appended, upon opening which reveals muffled, oppressive knocking sounds. Each impact resonates, as if against one's very heart, rendering one nearly breathless. The thread then abruptly concluded. Upon reaching the end, Yang Jian discovered only the final line. The elderly man has entered that my name is Yang Jian. By the time you read this sentence, I am already dead. A peculiar parchment, an eye peering into the abyss. This is the tale of a survivor. Chapter 1. Stories from the Forum. The old man calculated with a gesture you're currently reclining in bed, engrossed in a novel, perhaps even charging your phone. Yang Jian, a high school senior, lay in his cocoon of blankets, idly scrolling through his phone. He casually clicked on a thread filled with numerous replies from netizens. Wow, the original poster is truly remarkable. They predicted this. Huh, should I tell you I'm currently in the restroom? No need to ask, my legs are gone numb. Tattoos should be of someone like Zhou. Henceforth I shall cease being a wage slave. Such is society. Yang Jian closed the thread and opened another one with a high click-through rate, which began with, I am a consulting physician at the 3rd hospital of a certain province, and I must share something terrifying that recently transpired in my hospital. I am so frightened that I am currently on leave at home. Stop right there. I neither buy shoes nor add WeChat. The original poster must have been confronted by a medical dispute. If not, I shall commit an act of desperation. Quick, look. The 3rd floor is at it again, scamming for food and drink. Finding the replies somewhat tedious, Yang Jian opted to view only the original post. Instantly, the thread became uncluttered, leaving only the post from the self-proclaimed physician, whose online alias was Thunder King. Continuing to read, the event unfolded as follows. Last week, I was on night duty when around midnight, an ambulance delivered an elderly man. The paramedics stated he had fallen from the 5th floor. My colleague had an urgent matter to attend to, leaving me solely responsible for the diagnosis. I could assert with absolute certainty that the elderly man exhibited no signs of life. He was already deceased. Moreover, based on the characteristics of the corpse and the temperature of his chest, it was evident that this elderly gentleman could not have died that very night. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge understands that a body, after death, will cool at a rate of approximately 1 degree per hour in a normal environment, reaching equilibrium with the ambient temperature after 24 hours. However, the body temperature of this elderly man was, in my estimation, at least 10 degrees below normal, if not more, while the nighttime temperature was 22 degrees. At that moment, I concluded that this man had been dead for over a day. Immediately, a netizen commented, the original poster's modicum of knowledge is truly terrifying. I bow before such expertise. Quickly check if the deceased's shoes are missing. If not, there's still a chance for revival. Deeply unsettling original poster. Please continue. I've already nestled into my blankets. Yang Jian continued scrolling. Thunder King posted again. Based on my experience from watching over 300 episodes of detective anime in middle school, I could immediately deduce that this elderly man did not perish from an accidental fall. He was likely a victim of foul play. The body must have been stored in a cold storage facility. I chose to report this to the authorities. However, what I wish to discuss is not that incident, but rather what transpired afterward. The post abruptly paused, with an update 2 hours later. Apologies, someone knocked on my door inquiring about the situation. However, they were neither investigators nor journalists, though they possessed credentials. Never mind that. The time was likely the following morning. I hadn't yet reported to work, but I heard from colleagues that the body of the elderly man, which had been brought in the previous night, mysteriously vanished from a morgue. The police were conducting a thorough investigation, suspecting the perpetrator had stolen it. The commotion was quite significant. They reviewed all hospital surveillance footage. Yet ultimately, the body remained unfound, as did the culprit. Tonight, I would be on duty again. However, the events of the day had left me somewhat unsettled that a patient claimed to have seen the elderly man's body, but he asserted it had not been carried out but had walked out on its own. The patient accurately indicated the route taken, which indeed led from the direction of the morgue. Upon hearing this, I felt a twinge of fear, yet I reassured myself, as an atheist, not entirely believing the patient's words. Later, I heard from the head nurse that Dr. Fong from the neurology department intended to increase the patient's medication dosage, which eased my mind slightly. Indeed, my skepticism about the patient's account was justified. However, what I wish to convey is an incident that occurred while I was on duty that night. It was around 2 in the morning when I was in the emergency room playing a game, the thrill of which is beyond your imagination. Only true friends would dare to challenge me. Wow. Original poster, you truly are something else. Wasn't it supposed to be about sincerity between people? You caught me off guard with that turn of events. Such a society, I guess the beginning, but not the ending. By the way, third floor, where's that promised act of desperation? A flurry of netizens replied, filling the forum with lively banter. Yang Jian lay in his bed, bemused. Had advertising truly escalated to such heights? Yet, as he scrolled further, he found something amiss. Thunder King continued posting, "My sincerest apologies, am not advertising. Something truly inexplicable occurred that night, an event so bizarre you likely could never fathom." At precisely 2:15, while I was engrossed in my game in the emergency room, I suddenly felt a chill reminiscent of the morgue's atmosphere. Goosebumps erupted across my skin. And then, you won't believe what happened. The elderly man, previously declared missing from the morgue, appeared outside the emergency room at an unknown time. He was not dead, but was moving slowly, step by step, towards the exit of the hospital. This is impossible. I had witnessed that man's death with my own eyes. He had been lifeless for more than a day. How could he be alive again? A prank? A zombie? A medical miracle? In that fleeting moment, my mind raced with possibilities. Yet perhaps due to my frequent encounters with corpses, I was not overwhelmingly terrified. My immediate instinct was to grab my phone and capture a photograph, intending to share it on social media. Below the photo, evidence of truth, it was certainly not photoshopped. Yang Jian scrolled further, and a photo appeared before him. The image was not blurry, on the contrary. It was strikingly clear. Through the glass window of the emergency room, an elderly man was seen walking by. Dressed in a black, retro-style long coat, the man was emaciated, with brown skin marked by numerous spots. From the angle of the shot, one could discern his eye a hollow, lifeless gaze, devoid of any spark, exuding an eerie stillness. The photograph contained no blood or horror, yet the essence conveyed by the elderly man sent shivers down one's spine, raising the hairs on the back of the neck. Moreover, recalling that the individual known as Thunder King explicitly stated that this man had once been a cold corpse, evoked a wave of fear. The more one scrutinized the photograph, the more unsettling it became. It felt as though one were gazing at a corpse, or perhaps a specter. I'm terrified. This photo is haunting. The more I look, the more I fear. Where did the original poster find this image? Why are there so many spots on that old man's hands? I suffer from trypophobia. Those are cadaveric spots, indicating this man was indeed a corpse. Begone, fiends. I, Lin Zhengying, am present that a netizen shared an image of a Taoist priest. Ha! You claim to be Lin Zhengying, yet I am the one with a lowly voice. Despite the varied commentary from netizens, the user Thunderbolt Mage persisted in posting. The images are authentic, captured by my own hand. Subsequently, the elderly man departed from the hospital, and his whereabouts remain unknown. However, to those residing in the same city as I, exercise caution. Though I am an atheist, certain phenomena compel belief. Hold on, it seems someone is at the door again, likely here to take my statement. I shall return shortly to elaborate on subsequent events. Barely a minute elapsed before Thunderbolt Mage resumed posting. Damn it, it's that elderly man who absconded from the hospital. That entity is standing at my doorstep, knocking. I witnessed it clearly through the peephole. What am I to do now? I fear I have provoked something best left undisturbed. Opie, are you deriving amusement from this jest? Good heavens, is this genuine? Surely it cannot be so eerie. Report to the authorities immediately. Dial the emergency number. Opie, cease your pretense. It is undoubtedly fabricated. If it is not, I shall consume excrement and double the amount. You again, purveyor of excrement. You have yet to fulfill your previous debt. Subsequently, Thunderbolt Mage posted once more. I have reported it to the authorities, but what am I to do now? The entity persists in knocking, seemingly with no intention of leaving. Alas, just now the lights in my living room extinguished abruptly. I am now too terrified to venture into the living room. I have secured the door, activated every available light. Yet the elderly man continues to knock. At this juncture, the postings from Thunderbolt Mage became increasingly frantic, with intervals of less than 30 seconds between each message and numerous typographical Errors that it is evident that the posting physician is now gripped by terror and panic. Yang Jian, too, felt a chill run down his spine. Though he recognized the story as potentially fictitious, the image of the elderly man knocking at the door evoked a sense of dread. An elderly man, deceased yet animated, appearing at one's doorstep to knock such an occurrence would instill fear in anyone. However, the thread continued unabated. No, this is not good. I hear footsteps emanating from my living room. Heavens, I'm the sole occupant of this residence. I now suspect that the elderly man who was previously knocking at the door has entered. He must have entered the living room. What is transpiring? I did not hear him open the door. How did he gain entry? The footsteps have ceased just outside my door. The entity is knocking once more. I sense impending doom. I am now recording the audio as evidence and providing my telephone number. Should my telephone be unreachable, it is certain that something has befallen me. I implore a kind soul to report it to the authorities. 138. Thump, 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 thump. Below was an audio file. Upon opening it, a muffled, oppressive knocking sound emanated. Each strike resounded as if upon one's very heart, rendering one nearly breathless. The thread abruptly ceased at this point. Yang Jian scrolled to the bottom, where he discovered only the final line. The elderly man has entered. Chapter 2. An impromptu lecture at 8 in the evening. The school was abuzz with the sounds of evening self-study. Due to having stayed up late reading a story on the forum the previous night, Yang Jian found himself yawning throughout the day, lacking vitality. Each time he felt the urge to doze off in class, the image of an elderly man as photographed inexplicably surfaced in his mind, and he felt the haunting gaze of those hollow, lifeless eyes watching him from somewhere. A shiver coursed through him, and he regained his composure. Sleep eluded him. That photograph was indeed eerie. "Hey, can I have a word?" Yang Jian said, motioning to a nearby student. A tall, slender boy leaned in closer. It was Zhang Wei, his deskmate. Yang Jian was puzzled. "What do you mean, have a word? Don't play coy. I've seen you yawning all day. You definitely indulged in some questionable activities last night," Zhang Wei whispered conspiratorially, patting him on the shoulder. "Have you come across any good resources recently? Share the wealth. Let a brother enjoy too." "Enjoy? You've got it wrong. I just read a ghost story on my phone and ended up sleeping late," Yang Jian replied. "A ghost story? Speaking of which, do you know about the paranormal incident that occurred in a local community recently?" Another classmate chimed in. "What paranormal incident?" Yang Jian inquired. Intrigued. "I haven't heard anything about it." "I know about it too," Zhang Wei interjected. "Apparently, a few people in a certain apartment complex committed suicide by hanging themselves overnight. Their bodies were left dangling from the security bars, resembling dried meat. It's terrifying. I even have a photo from that place, though I can't vouch for its authenticity." He pulled out his phone, scrolling through his album until he found the image. The photo, taken in the evening and shrouded in poor lighting, was somewhat blurry but still discernible. Several human-shaped silhouettes hung from the security bars of the balconies, lined up closely together. The faces of the corpses were horrifying, particularly their wide-open eyes, filled with terror, suggesting they had endured something unimaginable before their demise. From a distance, the bodies indeed resembled dried meat, yet what was peculiar was that the heads were inside the security bars while the bodies hung below, through gaps too narrow for an adult to pass. Moreover, the heads were tilted back at an unnatural angle, creating an unsettling impression. The longer one gazed at the image, the more anxiety and fear it instilled, reminiscent of the photograph of the old man on Yang Jian and Appo's phone, both capable of stirring profound emotions. "Where did you get this photo?" "I didn't find anything like it," another classmate remarked. Zhang Wei beamed with pride. "It was taken by a friend of mine who happened to pass by. The area is now cordoned off, so you can't take pictures there anymore. If you want it, just call me Daddy and I'll send it to you. And stop calling me impotent. I've recently adopted an English name. That makes me feel better. I also have an English name, Washishabi. Remember to call me that loudly when you see me on the road," Yang Jian replied. "Since we're all in the same 9-year compulsory education system, why are you all so exceptional?" Yang Jian pondered aloud. "We all attended tutoring classes." "You would understand," Zhang Wei said, brimming with self-satisfaction. "Speaking of paranormal incidents, I've heard numerous discussions online lately, some so frightening that I dare not look. Do you believe these things are real? Could there truly be places haunted by spirits?" A female classmate named Miao Xiaoshan asked. Yang Jian responded, "Most stories online are fabricated. Unless witnessed firsthand, I do not believe in ghosts. However, It is prudent to be cautious. If you encounter such phenomena, it is best to keep your distance. True enough. Miao Xiaoshan nodded in agreement. Silence, please. At that moment, Teacher Wang strode into the classroom with authority. The school has issued a temporary notice. Tonight's self-study has been replaced with a safety awareness lecture. I expect no disruptions or chatter during this session. Now, let us welcome Mr. Zhou Zheng to the podium. Please give him a warm round of applause. As Yang Jian clapped, he felt perplexed. Why was there a safety lecture at such a late hour? However, when the speaker, Zhou Zheng, entered the classroom, his eyelids twitched involuntarily. Zhou Zheng donned a gray trench coat, wrapped tightly around him, and wore a mask despite the sweltering heat. He bore an unknown identification badge, but what caught attention was his frightening appearance. His face was gaunt, almost skeletal, the bone structure starkly visible, devoid of any flesh. His sunken eyes appeared excessively large, bloodshot as though he had not slept in days. Paradoxically, beneath his emaciated visage, his stomach protruded prominently, resembling a distended beer belly, which was unusual for someone so thin. The oddity of it all stirred an unsettling feeling within. At that moment, Zhou Zheng stood at the podium, exuding an aura of darkness, fatigue, and numbness. His body was rigid, and his bloodshot eyes moved slightly, resembling two dull glass beads. Wherever his gaze fell, the students felt an inexplicable dread. Yang Jian instinctively clenched his fists, his entire being tensing, unable to meet Zhou Zheng's gaze. He mused. This sensation is even more intense than when facing that photograph. Hello, everyone. I am Zhou Zheng, the supervisor of Dachang City. I am grateful to stand here alive today to deliver this lecture. He finally spoke, his voice dry, hoarse, and grating, akin to glass scraping against the floor, sending chills down the spine. Alive to give this lecture? Yang Jian's heart sank. Those words sounded oddly foreboding. Zhou Zheng then picked up a piece of chalk and turned to write a hasty yet unmistakable character on the blackboard. Ghost. Legends of ghosts and monsters have existed since ancient times, not only within our country and Appo's history, but across various cultures. My historical knowledge is limited, and I cannot elaborate on ancient events, but you likely grasp my meaning, Zhou Zheng continued, his voice still raspy. However, there are matters you must accept. In recent years, paranormal incidents have surged explosively. It is no longer just a matter of one or two occurrences, it is evolving into a global catastrophe. If this situation remains unchecked, the future may render the world devoid of hope. Everyone in the room exchanged bewildered glances. How had the safety lecture transformed into a ghost story convention? His claims of impending doom were outrageous. Even Teacher Wang appeared momentarily stunned. I cannot elaborate on this subject further, and I advise you not to inquire. What I am about to share is crucial. This safety lecture may one day save your lives, Zhou Zheng stated ominously. Turning to scrawl another phrase on the board, ghosts cannot be killed. In the near future, you may encounter situations you never wish to face, such as encountering a ghost. While this may be disheartening, remember this, ghosts cannot be killed. Thus, even in extreme fear, do not contemplate confronting them, for your lives hold little worth in their eyes. To them, ending your existence is as effortless as squashing a few ants, perhaps even simpler. With a blink or a snap of the fingers, your fate could be sealed. His bloodshot, haggard eyes fixed intently on everyone as he solemnly proclaimed this statement, before turning to inscribe a second phrase upon the blackboard. Only a ghost can confront another ghost. Zhou Zheng continued, if ghosts cannot be vanquished, it implies that the technological prowess of nations will be rendered futile, be it bombs or even nuclear weapons, all will prove ineffective. Should the scientists of the world fail to unravel the enigma of ghosts, our sole recourse remains to employ ghosts against ghosts. I understand that doubts may linger in your minds, and some may even question my sanity. However, this is inconsequential. What truly matters is that you listen to me and etch these words indelibly into your memory, for in the future, they may prove invaluable. Of course, I hope you will never need to apply them. What on earth is he talking about? I can't comprehend a word, Zhang Wei murmured beside him. Yang Jian replied, I find myself equally perplexed. Yet there is an unsettling feeling that lingers after hearing his words. Could it be that the earth has undergone a mutation, just as depicted in novels? Zhang Wei pondered aloud. That seems unlikely, Yang Jian hesitated. Although he had fantasized about the emergence of deities and the existence of superpowers, the reality of such phenomena would inevitably induce panic, as they would pose a monumental threat to ordinary individuals. At the lectern, Zhou Zheng pressed on. Given that ghosts cannot be slain and possess extraordinary abilities, we must pose a crucial question. How can an ordinary person survive if targeted by a ghost? This is the crux of the matter, and I implore you to remember it forever, ideally for a lifetime. With that, he turned again to write a third phrase: discern the patterns of ghosts. Every entity follows a discernible pattern, and ghosts are no exception. Research indicates that each type of ghost exhibits a nearly fixed modus operandi for killing, akin to a computer program. You must press the power button for the computer to function and click the mouse to open software. Overcoming fear, discerning the patterns of ghosts, and identifying their vulnerabilities is the only chance for an ordinary person to survive when targeted by a ghost. Remember, apart from this method, you possess no other means to elude death at the hands of a ghost. Do not harbor any false hopes, for the terror of such entities surpasses your imagination. He solemnly reiterated this point. Chapter 3. The elder ghosts cannot be slain. Only ghosts can contend with ghosts. The insights into the nature of ghosts were scrawled on the blackboard in 3 succinct sentences, haphazard yet legible, a testament to the force with which Zhou Zheng had inscribed them. However, the students in the evening study session exchanged bewildered glances. Was this individual truly here to teach? Could he be a madman who had wandered in from somewhere? His words seemed incomprehensible, merely an attempt to bewilder them. Some students shook their heads in disbelief, while others began to whisper and even chuckle. Clearly, most had dismissed Zhou Zheng's words as insignificant. Only Yang Jian wore a grave expression, troubled by the story and the photograph he had encountered on the forum yesterday, coupled with the peculiarity of this man and amp, Appos' discourse. Was it possible that the world was undergoing transformations unbeknownst to him? After jotting down the 3 sentences, Zhou Zheng refrained from elaborating further, instead surveying the class with his weary, bloodshot eyes. Students, he addressed them, if you have any questions or if strange occurrences arise around you, feel free to inquire. I shall provide answers. If there are no queries, then this lecture on safety concludes here. Yet, not a single student rose to ask anything. Should he inquire about the photograph of the elderly man? Yang Jian's expression shifted as he retrieved his phone, opening the forum to revisit the old man's picture. Just as he hesitated, the classroom lights suddenly dimmed, casting an eerie shadow over the room. Zhou Zheng's expression changed, becoming acutely alert. Yang Jian instinctively glanced up, and when his gaze inadvertently fell upon a figure outside the classroom window, his eyes widened in terror, his body tensing involuntarily. A wave of profound fear surged from his heart, enveloping him completely, rendering him momentarily numb. Outside, a man clad in a black robe stood rigidly, his face marred by necrotic spots, his lifeless, gray-white eyes devoid of any glimmer, staring blankly into the classroom like a frigid corpse. Surrounding the old man was an abyss of darkness, devoid of any light, as if the corridor and amp, Appos' illumination had been utterly extinguished, a thick, inky blackness encroaching upon the classroom like quicksilver. The wall nearest to the old man visibly aged, the once pristine surface of the paint rapidly deteriorating, becoming mottled with moss and peeling away, a foul stench of decay permeating the air. It was the elderly man from the forum and amp, Appos' tale. Impossible. How could he be here? Yang Jian and amp, Appos' grip on his phone tightened, his knuckles whitening as he stared at the screen, which displayed the old man and amp, Appos' photograph, an exact likeness to the figure outside, yet the latter appeared far more terrifying. Overcome with fright, Yang Jian abruptly stood, knocking his chair over in his haste. His sudden movement drew the attention of his classmates. Yang Jian, why are you standing? Sit down and do not disrupt the class, Mr. Wang chastised from the back. Yet Yang Jian seemed oblivious to the reprimand, his horrified gaze fixated on the black-robed figure outside. The old man had moved, his stiff body rotating in a mechanical manner, the gray, lifeless eyes appearing unfocused, numbly following the motion of his head. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp, echoing sound of footsteps resonated in the corridor, faintly penetrating the classroom. Was he leaving? Yang Jian broke into a cold sweat, fervently hoping the old man would turn away, not step inside. If the stories from the forum were true, the consequences of his entering would be unfathomable. Yet, contrary to his hopes, the old man did not depart. He merely took a few steps and halted before the classroom door. Yang Jian, sit down. Did you not hear what I said? You dare disrupt the safety lecture? Mr. Wang's voice grew stern. Suddenly, a female student let out a piercing scream, pointing in horror at the books on her desk. In an instant, the pages of her textbook turned a sickly yellow, then became moldy, ultimately disintegrating into a heap of foul, decaying matter. How could this happen? Sule, why is there a pile of filth on your desk? Zhang Wei exclaimed, pinching his nose. This can't be. How could a ghost domain manifest here? Yet, a nearby male classmate's face turned ashen as he abruptly stood, retreating several paces. Fang Jing, stop your nonsense. Mr. Wang snapped, his patience waning. What is wrong with all of you tonight? You are usually so disciplined. Zhou Zheng and Amp, Oppos, S eyes narrowed, his previous weariness evaporating as he transformed into a vigilant predator. His demeanor shifting to one of aggression as he fixed his gaze upon Fang Jing. However, Fang Jing exhibited an unsettling calmness. It seems you possess quite a bit of knowledge. Are you also a ghost tamer? Zhou Zheng inquired. This is my concern, not yours, Fang Jing replied, his gaze turning ferocious as he glared at Yang Jian. This is all you're doing, you wretch. I should have dealt with you sooner, otherwise. We Wooden and Amp, Oppos, TB in this predicament, and your future is far too ominous. Yang Jian regarded Fang Jing with bewilderment, unable to comprehend his words. Yet his focus remained on the black-robed elder stationed at the classroom door. The other students, hearing this exchange, were taken aback. Wow, Fang Jing, your words just about scare me to death. What do you mean by ghost tamer and future? This is all too profound for me. Can someone explain? Fang Jing appeared to grasp the gravity of the situation. Oh dear, I sense something amiss. I wonder if it's just me. Disaster. What is happening tonight? Everyone seems to have lost their minds. Am I the only one out of touch with reality, or is the world changing too swiftly? By the way, why did my book turn into a pile of filth? Amidst the bizarre occurrences, the students seemed oblivious to the encroaching danger, their curiosity overshadowing their fear. Suddenly, a heavy, resonant knock echoed, sounding as if it were striking at the very hearts of each individual, imbued with an almost sinister tone that filled the classroom. At that moment, everyone felt as though their souls were being constricted by an unseen force, suffocating them, as if submerged underwater. The knocking echoed precisely as it had in the audio file from the forum, sending a shiver down Yang Jian and Oppos' spine. Zhou Zheng and Oppos' expression grew grave as he picked up a specialized phone and urgently pressed a button. The call connected immediately. Zhou Zheng, report the situation. A woman's voice inquired from the other end. An extraordinary event has occurred here, Zhou Zheng replied promptly. Noted. Can it be handled? The ghost has formed a ghost domain, beginning to influence my surroundings. The lights outside have vanished. The extent of the ghost domain is broader than I anticipated. A ghost domain. The situation has escalated beyond your capacity to manage. Please evacuate immediately. Given your current state, employing the power of the specter again is fraught with peril. The location you occupy might soon be haunted by not one, but a pair of apparitions. I strongly advise a strategic withdrawal. Although you are approaching your utmost limit, even a sacrifice of your own life might not ensure the salvation of a single soul, the voice on the telephone urgently conveyed. Zhou Zhengdao responded. Time is of the essence. I am within a mere 5 meters of that entity, positioned just outside the classroom door. It is even plausible that it has already fixed its gaze upon me. I shall maintain communication henceforth. Should it be severed, assume that I have perished. Kindly ensure that my last will and testament is delivered to my parents. Thus concludes my directive. I must now commence my operation. Thump, thump, thump. The muffled, oppressive sound of knocking persisted from beyond, a sequence of 1 long and 2 short taps, executed with an unwavering rhythm upon the classroom door. Mr. Wang. Someone is at the door, a student, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, announced. Mr. Wang hesitated, but observing the grave demeanor of Zhou Zheng, he surmised that a dire matter was at hand. Yielding to his curiosity, he unlatched the rear classroom door and ventured forth to ascertain the knocker and Oppos' identity. Do not venture out, Zhou Zheng exclaimed with urgency. However, his warning was belated. Mr. Wang had already stepped outside, and with uncanny swiftness, he vanished without a trace. Indeed, he was gone. Beyond the classroom door lay an expanse of inky blackness, a dense darkness that seemed capable of devouring any glimmer of light. Mr. Wang and Oppos' exit was followed by utter silence, as though he had been spirited away into the void. Furthermore, with the opening of the classroom door, the encroaching darkness, akin to a thick miasma, rapidly infiltrated the room, steadily consuming the space within. Chapter 4. The knocking knock, knock, knock. The somber, peculiar rapping persisted at a fixed cadence, akin to a precisely calibrated alarm. The classroom portal was not secured. It was merely ajar, yielding easily to a modicum of force. Yet, chillingly, the cadaverous figure in the sable robe, mottled with the macabre tapestry of death, refrained from breaching the threshold, remaining rigidly stationed outside, its knuckles insistently assaulting the wood, devoid of any inclination to enter. Albeit the elder remained beyond the room, an encroaching umbrage, as dense as congealed ink, swiftly descended from the corridor. An unfathomable metamorphosis commenced within the classroom and Oppos' confines. Pristine walls succumbed to a putrescent decay, their surfaces flaking away, revealing a rugged, uneven facade, adorned with a verdant black efflorescence, exuding a frigid, musty miasma. Textbooks atop the desks underwent a swift desiccation, followed by a gruesome disintegration. Even the cement flooring succumbed to rapid erosion, exposing corroded rebar, with localized collapses marring the ground, as if the room had aged decades in mere moments, ravaged by the relentless passage of time. However, the room and Oppos' illumination waged a valiant struggle against the encroaching darkness, its pallid radiance flickering like a candle in a tempest, threatening to extinguish imminently. Fear gripped the visages of every student. Cries of alarm and pleas for succor mingled with tremulous silence. The sole bastion of composure was Zhou Zheng, stationed at the rostrum. Immobile, his gaze swept across the room, discerning every fluctuation. A specter of perilous caliber, capable of wielding a spectral domain. This is beyond my capacity, he mused. Zhou Zheng, behold! Fang Jing exclaimed, his countenance ashen, gesturing towards several classmates seated at their desks. An oversight previously, the revelation now struck with chilling clarity. Knock, knock, knock. The rapping resonated anew. One of the surviving male students convulsed abruptly, collapsing rigidly onto the floor. Li Ming, what ails you? What and Oppos' happening? Someone, please, aid us. A female student, paralyzed by terror, wept inconsolably on the floor. He was fine just moments ago. How could this be? A voice trembled, fraught with trepidation. Fang Jing and Oppos' face was grim. What are you blathering about? There and Oppos' a ghoul outside. We could perish in any manner imaginable. You will soon comprehend the dreadfulness of a specter wielding a spectral domain. The others stared at him in terror, like prey trapped in a cage, their bodies quivering with dread. Zhou Zheng, have you devised a solution yet? If not, we are all doomed, Fang Jing pressed, his own heart palpitating. For within the spectral domain, death could claim anyone, including him. Enough with the prattle. If you cannot abide, then flee on your own accord. Cease relying on me. Zhou Zheng retorted, his own anxiety palpable. He dared not act rashly. Randomly fleeing within the spectral domain only hastens death. Do you deem me ignorant? Fang Jing countered. If you possess such knowledge, then remain stationary and silent. If death claims us, it will claim all. Do not presume superiority by virtue of your knowledge. Before a specter, all are equal, Zhou Zheng snapped. Damn it, Fang Jing cursed under his breath. Yang Jian, too, felt the icy grip of fear, compelling himself to remain composed. For levity was out of place. Yet, his gaze snagged upon the blackboard, its surface peeling from the wall, causing him to falter. His eyes lingered on the trio of sentences Zhou Zheng had inscribed, particularly the final dictum, discern the specter and Oppos' modus operandi. Zhou Zheng and Oppos' reticence stemmed from his own observation of the elder beyond the portal, seeking to decipher its pattern. Only by unveiling this pattern would he dare to act. Think. What pattern does this elder possess? His mind raced, recalling the chronicle from the forum and juxtaposing it with the present circumstances. There must be a commonality, a similarity. The netizen, Thunderbolt, was at home, his portal secured. The elder stood outside, rapping, then entered, advanced to the portal, rapped anew, and entered again. Now, the specter manifested in the corridor, likewise rapping, yet refraining from entry. Why did the elder enter the netizen's abode, but not here? Same circumstances, same actions. What precipitates the divergence? Is it a matter of insufficient time? Then what facet of time is deficient? Could it be the duration of the rapping? Perhaps this is the crux. I shall gamble, Yang Jian declared, summoning his courage. Zhou Zheng, it and Oppos' the rapping. The rapping? Zhou Zheng and Oppos' gaze intensified, fixing upon the student who had spoken. Elaborate. Yang Jian suppressed his terror. Though merely conjecture, I believe this entity slays through the act of rapping. Perhaps the elder is counting, or something else, but it must relate to the rapping. If we can halt the rapping, it may prove efficacious. Slain by rapping? If such is the case, then this specter is exceedingly formidable. His potential is manifesting so rapidly. Fang Jing regarded him with ill-concealed animosity, clenching his fists. He must not leave this school alive. I shall trust you once, Zhou Zheng conceded, reclaiming his gaze, for he had no alternative. Inaction would doom them all. Zhou Zheng surged forward, a bestial fury unleashed, his ungainly physique propelled by uncommon force. Crash! With a thunderous report, the classroom portal splintered, as did the cadaverous elder in the sable robe, its flesh mottled with death, stationed outside. The elder collapsed, sprawling on the ground, yet none dared to offer aid. Its frame contorted into a grotesque posture, akin to a disjointed marionette, devoid of the suppleness and resilience of the living. Specters cannot be slain. Zhou Zheng could not forget his own dictum. Even if the elder were pulverized into dust, it would persist, reappearing in an incomprehensible manner. Only a specter could contend with a specter. Zhou Zheng gritted his teeth, bellowing, "Seize the moment. If the opportunity arises, flee. I shall detain this entity." With these words, a grotesque undulation rippled beneath his ample windbreaker, across his protuberant belly. A hand, or rather, the semblance thereof, emerged from beneath the dermal layer, a palate. Cyan appendage with sharpened talons, as if poised to rend the integument from within. Yet, the integument possessed remarkable tenacity, resisting the laceration. Alarmingly, the appendage extended to a length exceeding 2 meters. Can this truly be a human hand? Thus, the cyan appendage seized the elder upon the ground. Buzz! The fluorescent tubes flickered. Instantly, the darkness enveloping the classroom dissipated, replaced by resurgent illumination. Though the walls remained scarred and the floor threatened to buckle, the cataclysm appeared to have been averted. Efficacious, Zhou Zheng mused with a modicum of relief. However, his pupils dilated as horror seized his emaciated countenance. The fallen elder stirred. Rising slowly, its deathly orbs rotating slightly, as if fixing upon Zhou Zheng. Impossible! How can it move while under my restraint? Zhou Zheng's expression shifted dramatically as he turned around and shouted, "Quick! Let's leave while the ghost realm has yet to manifest. I will stay behind to hold this creature off. This specter is undoubtedly more than merely perilous." Cold sweat trickled down his spine. Chapter 5. Lost Zhou Zheng and Appo's roar startled everyone in the classroom, though they were momentarily paralyzed by the sudden turn of events. The instinct for survival surged within each of them. "If you want to live, follow me," Fang Jing shouted, leading the charge as he swiftly dashed towards the back door of the classroom. They were on the 5th floor, and to escape the school, they first needed to descend. Had they been on the 2nd or 1st floor, he would have jumped out the window without hesitation. However, leaping from the 5th floor would be tantamount to suicide. Fang Jing's desperate escape ignited a collective response, and the others instinctively followed him out of the classroom. Yang Jian did not hesitate either, immediately leaving the premises. He sensed that Zhou Zheng might not be able to hold off the old man for much longer. Suddenly, a loud rumble echoed as the weathered floor beneath them began to collapse under the weight of so many students, causing several classmates to plummet downwards. "Zhang Wei, Miao Xiaoshan," Yang Jian exclaimed, startled as he swiftly avoided the crumbling floor. "Damn it, I'm fine. Which beast just shoved me? I'll sue for attempted murder," Zhang Wei grumbled, rubbing his sore backside. Fortunately, he had only fallen to the classroom below, roughly 3 meters down, a height that wouldn't be fatal. However, when Zhang Wei turned to check on others who had fallen, his heart sank. A girl lay on the ground, her eyes wide open, blood gushing from her neck, making a gurgling sound as she struggled for breath. Yang Jian noticed a bloodied steel rod protruding from her neck. She was a top-performing student and quite attractive. It was shocking that such a tragedy had befallen her. Given her severe injuries, there was no chance for emergency aid, especially in the current chaos. "Get up and leave this place quickly. Don't waste time," Yang Jian shouted, prioritizing his own escape over others. "Yang Jian, even without you saying it, I intend to leave this cursed place. Damn, you better not expect any resources from me in the future," Zhang Wei retorted angrily. At that moment, a throng of students surged out of the classroom, racing down the staircase. Would they manage to escape unscathed? Anxiety gnawed at Yang Jian as the image of the old man in a black robe, covered in corpse-like stains, haunted his mind. If that old man were indeed a ghost, could Zhou Zheng handle him? He had mentioned that ghosts cannot be killed, only other ghosts can confront them. Suddenly, a chilling thought struck him. Could Zhou Zheng also be a ghost? A shiver coursed through Yang Jian, his skin prickling with dread. Had he been listening to a ghost lecture just moments ago? What was happening in this world? Meanwhile, outside the classroom, Zhou Zheng struggled to contain the old man, preventing him from unleashing his ghostly territory again. If the ghostly domain were to manifest once more, any student still trapped within would have no chance of escaping, even if they left the classroom. Yet, The terrifying presence of the old man exceeded Zhou Zheng's expectations, leaving him uncertain about how long he could hold on. As they raced down the staircase, the students resembled a stampede of frightened rabbits. 1 floor, 2 floors, 3. It felt as if the hope of escaping was within reach. But just as Fang Jing reached the landing of the staircase, a faint sizzling sound echoed, and the lights flickered out, plunging the staircase into darkness. The darkness was suffocating, rendering them unable to see their hands in front of their faces. Even the faintest glimmer of light from outside was obscured. Ah! A girl screamed in terror as the lights went out. Damn it! Has Zhou Zheng reached his limit? Could the ghostly domain have reappeared? What kind of ghost is that old man? It's truly terrifying. Fang Jing and Appo's forehead beaded with cold sweat. In the pitch blackness, he dared not linger, turning to shout. Hurry up and move. Don't stop. He had no intention of saving anyone, but he couldn't allow them to perish within the ghostly domain, for it would only grow more horrifying. Navigating through the darkness was not difficult for those familiar with the environment. Yet, as Fang Jing continued downward, he suddenly halted. Sensing something was amiss, Yang Jian, too, felt the strangeness. His body tensed as he realized the staircase seemed to extend far beyond 5 floors. And there were still more stairs ahead. Stop! Don't move! Fang Jing commanded, and instinctively, the others halted as well. In this perplexing situation, he, despite his confusion, appeared to be the group's anchor of stability. Fang Jing, what's wrong? Why aren't we moving? A girl quivered in inquiry. If you don't move, I will. I refuse to stay here and wait for death, a boy exclaimed in fear, pushing forward into the darkness. Fang Jing, don't lead us astray. This could be fatal. Someone else warned, their voice tinged with panic. How can you be so oblivious? Didn't you count how many floors we've descended from the 5th floor to here? Fang Jing scolded vehemently. In the midst of fleeing, who has the presence of mind to count? Someone retorted. Not everyone possessed the calmness to maintain their wits in such a frantic situation. Finally, Yang Jian broke the silence. Before the lights went out, we had reached the 3rd floor and were heading towards the 2nd. However, the lights extinguished just as we were about to reach the 1st floor. Since then, we must have descended at least 3 or 4 floors, meaning we're likely in the basement. But this building doesn't have a basement. Someone exclaimed, horrified. Damn it, Yang Jian. Don't say such terrifying things at a time like this. Came a voice from the darkness. So what now? Do we keep going or not? Perhaps Yang Jian miscalculated. Another suggested. As the group deliberated, a faint light flickered in the darkness. One of the girls had shakily turned on her phone's flashlight. The phone still works? The group erupted in excitement, hastily pulling out their phones to illuminate their surroundings. Soon, a dozen beams of light illuminated the area. But it was far too few compared to their number. Were the others already scattered? Strangely, the light from their phones was dimmer than usual, as if the surrounding darkness suppressed it, illuminating only a meter ahead. Beyond that lay an abyss of inky blackness, oppressive and suffocating, making it feel as though they could lose themselves at any moment. Let us keep moving forward. Fang Jing gritted his teeth, feeling out of options. This was a force beyond individual power to combat. All he could do was pray that Zhou Zheng was still alive and could hold the ghost at bay a while longer to shatter this ghostly domain. Otherwise, they would likely remain lost within it forever, unable to escape. They resumed their descent down the stairs. This time, it wasn't just Fang Jing. Many students began counting the floors. 1 floor, 2 floors, 3. With each count, their panic escalated. When they reached 5 floors, they discovered the staircase continued ahead, causing everyone to freeze in place, a chilling fear creeping over them. Horror-stricken faces emerged among them, with one girl collapsing in despair, weeping uncontrollably. We've already descended 5 floors. I counted 5 too. This is it. We can't get out of here. In that moment, despair enveloped them all. Fang Jing's countenance was exceedingly grim, and he dared not proceed further. A sense of profound reluctance welled within him. The unsettling notion that he might meet an ignominious end in this place. Yang Jian, you haven't Appo's perished, have you? He exclaimed with a sudden, vehement tone. Fang Jing, I have not offended you, have I? Refrain from cursing me to death, Yang Jian retorted, his expression hardening. Fang Jing pivoted, weaving through the throng, and seized Yang Jian and Appo's collar, his words laced with menace. Since you live, then lead the way. If it were you, you would undoubtedly escape this place alive. With your potential, there is absolutely no way you would perish in this accursed location. Yang Jian countered, you possess more knowledge than I. If you cannot find a way out, what recourse do I have? You must know something. Damn you. Are you going to speak or not? Fang Jing's face contorted with a desperate ferocity. He had reached the end of his tether and could only place his hopes on Yang Jian. If this Yang Jian were truly destined to reach the heights of his future self, he could not possibly die here. From the outset, he had been observing Yang Jian, analyzing the specter's pattern of knocking in a matter of moments, and calculating the number of stairs with precision during their escape. Undoubtedly, this was an individual with an extraordinary capacity for adaptation. The average person, upon encountering a domain of ghosts and malevolent spirits, would be paralyzed with terror, incapable of maintaining such composure. It was an innate gift. Normally, such a talent would be inconsequential, perhaps never even utilized, but in a world undergoing cataclysmic change, this talent could augment one's chances of survival. If one were to become a ghost controller, this talent would prove invaluable in dealings with the supernatural. Fang Jing. Asking me is futile. This is also my first encounter with such a situation. If I possessed a means of escape, I would not remain here. To linger in this place, even for a second, is to risk encountering that thing. Do you believe I wish to die? Yang Jian said. Fang Jing was taken aback, realizing that at this juncture, Yang Jian was still an ignorant novice. He felt a sense of self-mockery, having sought assistance from him at this moment. Had the future Yang Jian exerted too great an influence on him? Fang Jing, something terrible has happened. Look, a classmate stammered, pointing towards the restroom door. A restroom was situated between the third and second floor corridors of the teaching building. Damn it, after circling around, we're still on the second floor. This is truly the end. No, not that. Look behind the door. There seems to be a figure, the classmate said tremulously, illuminating the area with his phone's light. The crowd recoiled in terror. Behind the glass window of the restroom door, a tall, humanoid silhouette materialized in the light. Who is in there? Someone shouted, summoning their courage. They hoped that the occupant of the restroom was a classmate. Gah! A drawn-out creaking sound echoed as the door slowly opened, revealing a pallid arm extending from the darkness within, resting on the door as it swung inward. It and Appos, S not a person. It and Appos, S another ghost. Fang Jing and Appos, S pupils contracted instantaneously. But his expression soon hardened with a look of ferocity. Yang Jian, since you know nothing, then go inside. With that, he seized Yang Jian, pushing him into the restroom before he could react. Chapter 6. The hand in the toilet. The door to the restroom swung open, and a ghastly pale hand emerged from the darkness. A chill coursed through everyone present, leaving them speechless and their hearts racing in fear. At that moment, Yang Jian could hardly fathom why his classmate, Fang Jing, had suddenly gone mad, seizing him and pushing him towards the ghostly hand. Fang Jing, do you wish to see me dead? Yang Jian gritted his teeth, realizing something was amiss, and quickly grasped Fang Jing's arm. Their steps faltered, their figures momentarily stilled. You won and Appos, T escaped death. I cannot find peace in my life while you live. Did you think my earlier words were mere idle chatter? You are still too naive. Knowing I had issued a warning, you remain unguarded. But I anticipated this. After all, you are but a clueless student, unaware of the world's cruelty. Today, I shall impart a lesson. Fang Jing shouted back, someone come help. We must push him in to restrain that ghost. If it emerges, we are all doomed. To survive, one must be sacrificed. There is no other way. Utilizing the guise of righteousness proved effective. Under the threat of the malevolent spirit, survival instinct coupled with a seemingly just cause drove people to act. Instantly, 3 terrified male classmates rushed forward and seized Yang Jian. Together, the 4 of them exerted their strength, and no individual could withstand such force. In an instant, Yang Jian found himself being pushed backward, soon arriving at the restroom and Appos' entrance. The next moment, the ghastly hand that had emerged from the shadows rested upon his shoulder, its fingers tightening with a bone-chilling grip. A terrifying force began to drag Yang Jian towards the dark abyss of the restroom. Yang Jian, go in. This time, you are doomed. Learn to be wiser in your next life. Fang Jing shouted with fervor. Yang Jian, consumed by a mix of fury and despair, felt his shoulder numb as if crushed by that icy, pale hand. A profound chill enveloped him, and in that instant, he sensed his very blood freezing. You scoundrels! After all we've shared as classmates, you wish to see me perish. If I am to die, I will ensure you accompany me in this fate. With that declaration, he ceased his resistance, firmly grasping the arms of 2 classmates. The terrifying force from behind continued to pull them forward. Fang Jing, realizing the gravity of the situation, hastily retreated to avoid Yang Jian and Appos' hold. No, don't. Let go of me. Yang Jian, please. I don't want to die. Don't grab me. Take someone else. The two classmates, gripped by terror, begged for mercy, their voices trembling. Yang Jian, feeling death looming, found a strange calmness, surrounded by darkness. Stop your cries. Since you wish to see me dead, I shall ensure your demise alongside mine. Fang Jing, do not gloat. Should I become a ghost, I will not spare you. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed. The ghastly arm retreated into the shadows, and the restroom door slammed shut. Yang Jian and the two classmates vanished from sight, the door sealing off all sound. Witnessing this, Fang Jing exhaled a sigh of relief, a sinister smile creeping onto his shaken face. Yang Jian, at last, you're finished. Fang Jing, you truly have doomed Yang Jian and the others, stuttered a nearby classmate, trembling. Fang Jing's expression twisted in rage. Silence. Without my earlier intervention, that ghost would have emerged to kill us. What are you waiting for? Those three cannot hold out much longer. If the ghost slays them, it will return for us. With that, he turned without another word and began to ascend. Fang Jing, why are we going back? Continuing downward leads only to death. Who knows what else we might encounter? Returning may lead us to Zhou Zhang. If he is still alive, he might save us. Fang Jing and Appo's heart raced with dread. The more souls that perished in a ghostly domain, the more terrifying it became. Their time to escape was running out. Cold and dark, accompanied by the ominous sound of dripping water, like a faucet left running, Yang Jian and the two classmates were dragged into the pitch-black restroom. We must leave. Quickly. Duan Peng and Zheng Fei struggled against Yang Jian's grip, panic-stricken as they fumbled along the walls, desperately seeking an exit. The frigid walls, marked and pitted, exuded a foul odor of decay. Under normal circumstances, even with their eyes closed, they could have found the door to escape. Yet now, as they flailed about, all they encountered was wall after wall. The door has vanished. Where is it? It was just here a moment ago. Zheng Fei, did you find it? Duan Peng's voice quivered with despair. I can't find it either, Zheng Fei replied, his tone laced with terror. They frantically groped the walls, their hands searching every inch for the familiar restroom door. Yet, no matter how they searched, they could only find a cold, mottled wall. Perhaps the door never existed at all. As they searched in vain, Yang Jian and Appo's plight grew more dire. He could feel the icy grip still clutching his shoulder. And what began as a loss of sensation in just his shoulder had now spread to his entire arm. With time, the numbness continued to spread. If it reached his entire body, he was certain he would become a lifeless, icy corpse. Yang Jian was drenched in cold sweat, exerting every ounce of strength to escape. Yet it was futile. The place where he was held felt as if it were nailed down, unyielding. Despite every struggle, he saw no effect. Was he truly destined to die here? This singular thought consumed his mind. In the end, perhaps he resigned himself to fate. Strangely, he felt no fear, only a desire to contact his family, to leave a final message before his demise. A bitter smile crept across Yang Jian's face as he fought against the encroaching chill and numbness, pulling out his phone to call his family. However, when he turned on the device, the screen flickered, revealing the last page of the forum story he had previously read. There was an audio file on the forum. Upon noticing it, Yang Jian's mind raced back to the sound of the old man knocking at the door. Wait, if that old man used knocking to kill, perhaps this sound could also affect ghosts. Zhou Zhang had mentioned that only ghosts could combat ghosts. With that thought, a flicker of hope ignited within him. Without hesitation, with one arm still free, Yang Jian clicked on the audio file. Knock, knock, knock. The dull sound of knocking resonated through the darkness once more. To his astonishment, the icy hand gripping his shoulder recoiled as if burned, vanishing into the shadows. The cold, rigid sensation swiftly dissipated from his body. Chapter 7. The footsteps behind Yang Jian felt his body weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. He gasped for breath, only then realizing the cold sweat trickling down his face. Dropping drop by drop, moments ago he had danced perilously close to the gates of death. No, he could not linger here. He must escape this place swiftly. Having just evaded danger at the hands of a malevolent spirit, he lacked the luxury to reflect on the harrowing experience. Urgently, he grasped his phone, activated the flashlight, and rose to his feet. In the depths of this darkness lurked an unknown specter. The longer he stayed, the swifter his demise would be. He moved forward cautiously in the pitch blackness, his body trembling, whether from overwhelming tension or an inexplicable dread, he could not tell. After only a few steps, as the darkness was partially dispelled by the light, he beheld Duan Peng and Zheng Fei, their faces etched with terror, frantically pounding against a decrepit, moldy wall. Who Who is it? Zheng Fei stammered, turning around in fright. He caught sight of a dim glow. Yang Jian's expression was cold as he replied, "It's me, Yang Jian." Yang Jian? You're not dead?" Zheng Fei gasped, his shock mingling with fear. "Do you, like that mirror, wish for my demise?" Yang Jian retorted sharply. Duanpeng. His emotions frayed, dashed towards Yang Jian, his grip tightening as he shouted, "Why did you drag me in here? We have no grievances. Why do you wish to harm me?" Yang Jian responded with a punch to his face, fuming, "I have no quarrel with you either. Did you not also desire my death? You blame me for the misdeeds you committed earlier. I once stated that if death were to come, we would face it together. I now regret not dragging that mirror in alongside me. It should have felt the grip of that spirit as well." Duanpeng, struck to the ground, ignored his pain and, with a quavering voice, pleaded, I don't want to die. I just want to survive. The mirror compelled me to act this way. If I hadn't tea, that thing would emerge, and we'd all perish. Better for one to die than for everyone, right? So I should be the sacrificial lamb? How laughable. If you are so noble, why not sacrifice yourself instead of forcing others to do so? Yang Jian countered. And do you truly believe that if you sacrifice me, you will escape? Do not forget, there is still a spirit outside, and do not be naive. That mirror has always intended to kill me. It knows something, for it has been fixated on me. I shall exact my revenge on this day, if I manage to escape from here." Before he could finish, Duanpeng trembled violently, his face pallid with horror as he turned to glance behind him. In the thick darkness, nothing was visible, yet he sensed a frigid hand gripping his wrist, emanating an overwhelming power. Duanpeng found himself involuntarily dragged backward. Help me. Yang Jian, save me." Duanpeng shrieked in terror. Yang Jian's heart raced. A fleeting glance revealed the ghastly pale hand on Duanpeng's wrist. His heart leaped. Without a doubt, the spirit had returned. Almost instinctively, he reached for his phone, preparing to play the audio file that had previously frightened the spirit away. However, he hesitated momentarily. Is Duanpeng truly worth saving? He pondered. No, he is not worth it. My predicament is entirely due to the machinations of the mirror, as well as Duanpeng and Zheng Fei. Now that danger has arisen, why should I rescue them? They did not come to my aid earlier. They were only concerned with their own escape. And even if I wanted to help, how could I? This audio file can merely frighten the spirit. It cannot harm it. I am nothing but a false bravado. Do you think I do not wish to survive? Yang Jian recalled the mirror's words. He had been too naive. He had already overheard its intent to harm him in the classroom, yet he had remained unguarded. Such folly would not be repeated. Lowering his phone, Yang Jian took a step back, coldly observing Duanpeng, who was being inexorably pulled into the darkness, unresponsive to his frantic cries for help. In the end, he watched helplessly as Duanpeng vanished into the shadows, his face a mask of terror, along with that ghastly hand. As the darkness swallowed Duanpeng, even his screams faded into silence. Once again, tranquility enveloped the space, save for the faint sound of droplets echoing with clarity. Yang Jian turned away, inhaling deeply as he attempted to quell the tension in his body and conquer his inner fears. He picked up his phone, pretending as if nothing had transpired, and resumed his search for an escape. If the spirit still lingered, he could not guarantee he would not be its next target. The mirror had previously suggested using a person to temporarily divert the spirit's attention. The reason he had been thrust into this predicament was that it had sought to use his life as a distraction. With Duanpeng now in the spirit and Oppo's clutches, the next appearance of the entity would surely come after a considerable interval. If his analysis was correct, he might be safe until the next assault. He could only hope for that. With this thought, Yang Jian began to seek a way out. Yang Jian, where are you going? Take me with you, Zheng Fei implored, hurrying to catch up. Yang Jian, however, ignored him, coldly rejecting, find your own way. Do not follow me. Do you expect me to lead you out of here? Remember, it is your fault that I ended up in this cursed place. Having spoken, he quickened his pace, disappearing into the darkness. To not exact immediate revenge could be considered a measure of mercy, for after the spirit claimed Duanpeng, it would surely seek him next. Let Zheng Fei await his own demise. It would buy Yang Jian some time. Should the spirit strike again, it would likely prioritize Zheng Fei. Zheng Fei, startled, hurriedly followed, but soon found himself alone in an abyss of darkness, devoid of Yang Jian and Oppo's presence. Yang Jian, where are you? Come out. I didn't mean it before. I'm sorry. I apologize. His voice trembled as he groped through the shadows, yet grasped nothing. After wandering aimlessly, Zheng Fei soon realized he was lost. He could no longer find Yang Jian and sought to retrace his steps back to the wall, but the familiar barrier had vanished. This place no longer resembled the restroom he had known. It had transformed into an endless void of darkness. Fear began to swell within him, submerging the remnants of his courage. Then he heard it, the muffled sound of footsteps approaching from behind. Duan Pong, is that you? Zheng Fei asked, his voice quivering with caution. Before he could finish, a pale hand emerged from the shadows, grasping his neck from behind. Cold, rigid, and devoid of life. Ah! A shrill scream erupted, but Yang Jian did not hear it. He was grappling with his own dilemma. He had once again lost his way in the darkness. This was certainly not the restroom, he thought anxiously. The darkness before him seemed interminable. He had ventured far beyond the confines of a mere restroom. Checking his phone, he noted that 20 minutes had elapsed. 20 minutes without exiting the restroom, without even encountering a wall or a toilet. This was utterly illogical. The only explanation lies in the unknown territory he has ventured into. What on earth is this cursed realm? That Zhou Zheng failed to mention it during his lecture. Yang Jian felt a sense of urgency. Lacking sufficient information, he found himself unable to deduce anything, let alone discover a way to unravel this haunted domain. Drip, drip. The sound of a faucet dripping echoed in the silence. Wait a moment, that dripping sound. It had vanished for a while, and now it reemerges. Yang Jian's expression shifted, and without hesitation, he followed the direction of the sound. The presence of a dripping faucet indicated that the restroom was nearby. If he could return to that familiar lavatory, he would surely find the door and escape this accursed place. Damn it, he should have paid attention to this earlier. Now, with a sense of direction, his confidence grew, and Yang Jian quickened his pace. However, soon he heard the low battery warning from his phone, startling him. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and turned off the device. He feared the lurking spirit far more than the darkness. He needed to conserve battery for a critical moment. He proceeded cautiously through the pitch blackness, the only sound accompanying him being the incessant drip of water. Rendering the silence eerily oppressive, he could even hear his own breath distinctly. Yet, it was not long after he had extinguished the light that suddenly thud. A series of footsteps echoed behind him, heavy and unmistakable. The footsteps grew closer, advancing towards him. In an instant, Yang Jian's body stiffened, his muscles tensed, and he abruptly switched on his phone's flashlight, glancing back. The beam illuminated a meter ahead, revealing nothing but an enveloping darkness. Yet, the footsteps continued to draw nearer. It could not possibly be Zheng Fei or Duanping. Yang Jian's expression stiffened slightly. In the dark, it was impossible for a living person to follow him with such precision. If it were not Zheng Fei or Duanping, then it was highly likely to be the spirit that lingered in the restroom. Move quickly. Feeling the footsteps approaching, Yang Jian's heart raced, and he hurried his pace. Chapter 8. The bizarre tree accelerating his pace, Yang Jian pressed onward through the oppressive darkness. Thud, thud. Yet, the distinct sound of footsteps behind him persisted, maintaining a steady, relentless pursuit. No matter how swiftly Yang Jian moved, he couldn't shake off the persistent echo, and with each passing moment, the footsteps seemed to draw nearer. Initially, the sound appeared to emanate from a distance of 5 or 6 meters behind him. Subsequently, it closed to approximately 3 meters. As he ventured further, the footsteps resonated almost directly behind him, a mere meter away. Yang Jian clutched his phone tightly, determined to keep the screen illuminated. He stood ready to activate the audio file at a moment and amp, Oppo's, notice, prepared to unleash the sound of knocking as his only means of defense should the entity attack once more. His entire being tensed, poised to repel the spectral assailant. However, events unfolded in a manner contrary to Yang Jian and Oppo's expectations. The footsteps behind him remained fixed at a distance of 1 meter, neither receding nor advancing. Regardless of whether Yang Jian quickened or slowed his pace, the footsteps maintained this unnerving proximity. Could it be waiting for my phone's battery to drain? Abruptly, Yang Jian's countenance shifted as he glanced at the phone's display, now showing a mere 10% charge. A wave of unease washed over him. If this were the case, his demise at the hands of the specter was all but inevitable. Escape from this accursed place would prove impossible. The screen flashed a warning. 7, below 5. The device risked imminent shutdown. Yang Jian now regretted his earlier frivolous use of the phone, which had depleted its power. Yet, dwelling on this was futile. If he wished to avoid a grim fate, he needed to escape this haunted realm before the phone and Oppo's battery gave out. Otherwise, with a resolute bite, he broke into a run, propelled by a desperate surge of adrenaline. He sprinted towards the source of the rhythmic dripping. Thud, thud, thud. The footsteps echoed relentlessly behind him. An inescapable presence. Yang Jian could almost feel the chilling aura and the faint scent of decay emanating from the entity that shadowed his every move. The ghost remained relentlessly in pursuit. With renewed determination, he sprinted, the sound of dripping growing louder with each stride. But the phone screen flickered to life once more. Battery 5. A message appeared. To prevent automatic shutdown, please charge promptly. Damn it. Panting heavily, drenched in perspiration, Yang Jian cast another glance at the screen. His heart sinking further. Despite his exhaustion, he dared not falter. To stop meant certain death. He grit his teeth and ran with renewed determination. Suddenly, a faint glimmer of light pierced the darkness ahead. The light, a subtle crimson hue, stood out vividly against the black backdrop, like a distant ember in the night. That is, Yang Jian's eyes lit up, a surge of elation coursing through him as he glimpsed a glimmer of hope. But, at that moment, the phone vibrated. And the screen lit up again. A message appeared, initiating automatic shutdown. Despite a remaining sliver of power, the phone was forcing a shutdown. And just as the screen went dark, Yang Jian sensed a chilling presence envelop him, the footsteps closing in rapidly. The entity had bridged the gap from a meter away in an instant. It was right behind him. Though unseen in the darkness, he could feel an icy, pallid hand reaching out, brushing past his ear, aiming for his neck. No matter how he ran, he couldn't amp, oppose, shake off the grasp of this spectral hand. Am I going to die here? Yang Jian could feel the cold fingers grazing the skin of his neck. The frigid touch sent shivers down his spine, raising goosebumps across his body. The faint odor of death filled his nostrils. There was no escape. In the darkness, the crimson light seemed to intensify. Suddenly, the footsteps ceased, vanishing as quickly as they had appeared. The icy hand, which had just touched Yang Jian and Appos' neck, froze in place, failing to constrict. Stumbling forward, Yang Jian felt the entity retreat. It seemed the ghost had ceased its pursuit. What just happened? Pressing onward, Yang Jian finally collapsed, gasping for breath. His body drenched in cold sweat, his nerves frayed. Reflecting on the perilous moment, he knew his survival was not due to mere luck. The ghost had deliberately abandoned its pursuit. But why? He listened intently, but the relentless footsteps were gone. He was safe, for the moment. Never mind. If it's not chasing me, that means I'm okay for now. I need to get out of here. Panting, Yang Jian lifted his gaze to the crimson light and began to walk towards it. Soon, he arrived at the source of the glow. A light bulb? A glass bead? Yang Jian squinted, unable to discern the object in the darkness. He tentatively reached out to touch the source of the crimson light. Instantly, a jolt of intense pain shot through him, and he recoiled. This isn't a light. To his horror, he saw the glowing orb adhering to his hand, writhing uncontrollably. It bored a hole into his skin, disappearing into the back of his hand. Cold, agonizing pain engulfed his entire being. Yang Jian collapsed, writhing in agony. As if being flayed alive, his very soul crushed. Yet, amidst his torment, Yang Jian noticed a change in his surroundings. The darkness that had enveloped him began to recede rapidly. He could see clearly. Everything was visible, as if he had gained the power of night vision. The pain came on quickly and faded just as fast. After less than 3 minutes, Yang Jian felt the agony subside like a receding tide. He lay on the ground, utterly spent, gasping for breath, his muscles still twitching from the ordeal. What is going on? After a few moments, Yang Jian managed to sit up, feeling as if he had narrowly escaped death. But as he took in his surroundings, his eyes widened in horror. Before him stood a tree, a pale, bone-like tree. Hanging from its branches were tattered human skins, filthy rags, desiccated heads, and bizarre paper streamers. But what filled him with dread was the figure lying against the tree's trunk, a figure at least 4 meters tall. No, not a figure, but a shadow. A silhouette that resembled a man, seemingly formed from pure darkness. The towering shadow hung motionless, upside down, head facing the ground. Upon closer inspection, he saw a nail, as thick as an adult's arm, impaled through the shadow's chest. It was a coffin nail, the kind commonly used in burials. It had been driven into the tree for countless years, covered in rust, as if on the verge of snapping. Drip, drip. Black blood was oozing from the point where the shadow was impaled. The sound of dripping he had heard in the darkness was coming from this. But when Yang Jian saw the giant shadow and Appos' head, a chill ran down his spine. The silhouette bore no discernible features. Merely a hollow indentation where its eyes should have been. It seemed that the red light previously observed emanated from this very void. Yang Jian glanced at the back of his hand, and with a soft gulp, the split skin parted to reveal a crimson orb that rotated a few times before emerging, simultaneously conjuring a peculiar perspective within his mind. It felt as if an eye had truly sprouted upon his hand, transmitting vivid images directly to his consciousness. Strange, bizarre, or perhaps an unfathomable power. Yet, as Yang Jian gazed upon the grotesque skeletal tree, adorned with human skin, cadavers, and the enormous shadow impaled upon its trunk, an unsettling aura permeated the air. Regardless of what this tree represented, it would be prudent to depart swiftly. He sensed that the enormous shadow affixed to the tree was far more terrifying than the elderly figure he had encountered earlier. Moreover, he felt the eerie sensation that the hollow eye sockets of the cadavers hanging from the tree were secretly observing him, sending shivers down his spine. His attention returned to the crimson eye protruding from his hand, a pall of dread enveloping his heart, lingering and inescapable. However, now was not the time for such concerns. The surrounding darkness seemed to dissipate, allowing Yang Jian to perceive his environment with startling clarity. He found himself in a dim, endless expanse, devoid of all but the skeletal tree, resembling a realm beyond his comprehension. Yet, upon glancing back, he noticed a door in the direction he had arrived from. It was the door to the restroom. How had he failed to recognize its proximity until now? Chapter 9. Zhou Zheng the Spectre had seemingly vanished. Despite Yang Jian's cautious retracing of his steps, the pursuing entity was nowhere to be found. Perhaps this was a case of fortune favoring the bold. Upon opening the door and stepping through, Yang Jian was taken aback. A familiar corridor stretched before him. Glancing back, he realized it was the very classroom he had previously fled. He had somehow returned to the fifth-floor classroom and Appos' exterior. What in the world? He mused, perplexed. Was the Appos' that door connected to the lavatory? Cough, cough, a feeble, pained cough echoed. You? What are you doing emerging from the classroom? A gaunt man in a trench coat. His countenance pallid, sat propped against the corridor wall, his bloodshot eyes regarding Yang Jian with a guarded expression. Zhou Zheng? Yang Jian hesitated before responding. I'm equally bewildered. I followed the others when a ghoul seized me and dragged me into the restroom. After much difficulty, I found an exit, only to discover myself back here. Indeed, Zhou Zheng responded, his gaze shifting slightly. It is the domain of the spectre at work. It appears that entity is unwilling to release you. However, a spectral domain can only be governed by a single entity, which, in this instance, is the elderly figure in the black robe. Nevertheless, he is already departed. What you encountered must have been a spectral thrall. A spectral thrall? Yang Jian inquired, approaching him. In the spectral domain, Zhou Zheng explained, those slain by the malevolent spirit are transformed into spectral thralls. They are bound to the spectre, unconditionally obeying its commands, much like servants. Hence the designation and Appos, spectral thrall, and Appos, while not as formidable as the spectre itself, they still pose a significant threat to ordinary individuals like yourselves. Cough, cough. This spectral domain has only recently manifested, yet spectral thralls have already appeared. You are indeed fortunate to have escaped with your life. However, there is no time to dwell on this. Your presence here is opportune. He procured an object resembling a walkie-talkie from within his coat. This is a satellite positioning phone. Take it and depart immediately. Should you manage to escape this infernal place, someone will contact you afterward. Relate the situation here truthfully to your contact. Zhou Zheng and Appos' countenance was etched with pain. And what about you, sir? Yang Jian asked. My end is near, Zhou Zheng responded. I expended too much spectral energy while holding off the elder fiend. That thing is on the verge of revival. Those who can harness the power of malevolent spirits are known as spirit wielders, but the spirits gradually consume them. An existence such as mine, neither alive nor dead, is a torment in itself. Before he could finish, he emitted a piercing scream and collapsed, writhing on the ground. As he thrashed, his expansive trench coat fell open. Yang Jian recoiled in horror. Beneath the coat, a distended abdomen protruded, larger than that of a pregnant woman. The skin was translucent, revealing a fetus, no larger than a 3-year-old child, curled within. The infant and Appos' skin was a livid blue-black, its hands adorned with razor-sharp claws, its eyes as dark as ink. Devoid of pupils, it writhed and clawed within the distended flesh, as if attempting to tear its way out. What? What is that? A ghoul. A ghost fetus. That is the designation in the files. Zhou Zheng gasped through the pain. Initially, it was no larger than my thumb. Each time I employed the power of a malevolent spirit, it grew. Even without that, it would continue to grow. It has devoured everything within my abdomen. Each day, I endure the agony of it gnawing at my flesh. Every night, I am kept awake by the excruciating pain. It has consumed almost all of my body, leaving only an empty husk. An ordinary person would have perished long ago, yet I cannot die. For me, existence is a torment, and death would be a release. Take the phone and leave. He flung the phone toward Yang Jian, roaring, "If you don and amp, Oppos, leave now, the ghost fetus will emerge, and there will be 2 fiends here. Your chances of escape will diminish further." Yang Jian retrieved the phone, observing Zhou Zheng's agony, and instinctively touched the back of his hand, recalling his own past suffering. A spirit wielder? Has that become my fate as well? I apologize for failing you all. That elder was too powerful. I could not restrain the old ghoul. Your escape now rests solely on your own shoulders. Zhou Zheng offered a wry smile as Yang Jian seized the phone. Since you possess such knowledge, why did you remain in the first place? Yang Jian inquired. If you had left earlier, you could have escaped safely. There was no need to remain here and die alongside us. Because I am the supervisor of Dechang City, only those of our kind can contend with ghouls. If we succumb to fear and self-preservation, the world is lost. I undertook this task not for myself, but for the safety of this city. Zhou Zheng and Oppos' face contorted in pain. He felt himself reaching his limit. He suddenly roared, "What are you waiting for? Leave. Go." Yang Jian and Oppos' heart trembled. He dared not linger. Clutching the phone tightly, he turned and fled. And be wary of a student in your class named Fang Jing. I encountered him earlier. He is highly peculiar, abnormal. Not quite human, but I cannot be certain. It is best to keep your distance from him. I have documented everything about him. Someone will investigate him in the future. Do not believe his claims about the future. It is impossible for someone to return to the present from the future. The Institute has conducted experiments on this matter. Zhou Zheng managed to shout amidst his agony. What? Yang Jian turned back in astonishment. Ah! A scream pierced the air as Yang Jian turned. He saw Zhou Zheng's abdomen being forcibly torn open. A blue-black infant's arm emerged, followed by the infant's head, peering around with the curiosity of a newborn. However, its dark eyes betrayed an eerie, malevolent nature. Go. Yang Jian and Amp, Oppos' heart leaped. He turned and fled. Wah-ah-ah. The ghoul and Amp, Oppos' chilling shriek echoed from the corridor behind him, proclaiming its arrival and presence to the world. The ghost fetus slowly crawled out of Zhou Zheng and Amp, Oppos' body, and his distended abdomen deflated rapidly, like a punctured balloon. No blood flowed, and no organs were visible, only blackened flesh and skin. As he had predicted, the ghost fetus had devoured his internal organs long ago. Father, mother, I am sorry. Zhou Zheng and Amp, Oppos' eyes gradually lost their luster, dimming into lifelessness. His head lolled to the side, his life extinguished. But his eyes remained fixed on the ghost fetus as it crawled slowly in the direction of Yang Jian and Amp, Oppos' departure. 4th floor, 3rd floor. Excellent. I am not lost. Yang Jian descended the stairs rapidly, a surge of elation coursing through him. He realized that the darkness had vanished from the stairwell. Although dim, everything was visible, and the disorienting effect of the ghost and Amp, Oppos' labyrinth was gone. Without darkness or disorientation, if everything remained normal, it would only take a few minutes to exit the school. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, he saw Zhang Wei, Miao Xiaoshan, and several other students pacing back and forth in the corridor, their faces etched with terror. They held their phones aloft, illuminating the way as they walked from one end of the corridor to the other, only to turn and retrace their steps. They had repeated this pattern several times. They were as if entranced, forever unable to find their way out. Nay, it was not the dissolution of the spectral domain, nor the recession of the umbra, but rather an unveiling of my perception to discern it all. Yang Jian's countenance shifted subtly as his gaze fell upon the crimson eye emblazoned upon the back of his hand. Could this be the very essence of an exorcist's capabilities? And thus, this eye, too, is a specter? He recalled the words of Zhou Zheng, who spoke of the nascent demon fetus within his abdomen, initially no larger than a fingernail, yet gradually expanding to its present size. Should this parallel hold true, what metamorphosis would befall this spectral eye in time? Would it, too, burgeon into a malevolent entity, ultimately consuming him? The recollection of Zhou Zheng and Amp, Oppos' plight sent a chilling tremor down Yang Jian and Amp, Oppos' spine, his apprehension mounting as he beheld the eye upon his hand. The elation of piercing the spectral domain evaporated, replaced by a stark dread. Even if this I were to be his undoing, that was a concern for the future. The immediate imperative was to extricate himself from this place. With a resolute clench of his jaw, Yang Jian quelled his spiraling thoughts and strode purposefully toward Zhang Wei and the others. Yet, in their perception, all that surrounded them was an impenetrable darkness. The beams of their mobile phones illuminated merely a meter's radius, beyond which vision failed. Zhang Wei, we have been walking for half an hour, and still, we cannot find our way out. Could we be trapped here for eternity? Miao Xiaoshan, a classmate, voiced her anxiety. Bet Zhou Zheng claimed this to be a spectral domain. Do you know what such a thing entails? Could there truly be specters here? Could the events that transpired in the classroom have been supernatural occurrences? If there are indeed specters, is it possible that we are doomed to remain lost? Another student queried with trepidation. Zhang Wei, attempting to reassure them, declared, "Rest assured, how could we be trapped here for eternity? That is simply not possible. Trust me. We shall starve to death here in a matter of days, so there is no need to worry about eternity." Is this truly the moment for such levity? Suddenly, a rapid succession of footsteps echoed from the darkness. Who is ahead? Zhang Wei and Amp, Oppo's anxiety spiked, and the others were seized by a palpable fear, trembling in anticipation. Do not be alarmed. It is I, Yang Jian, a voice emanated from the darkness. Halt. Do not approach. You claim to be Yang Jian. Can you substantiate this? What if you are merely a specter in disguise? Zhang Wei challenged. Yang Jian retorted. Zhang Wei, must you be so verbose even at a time like this? This place is fraught with peril. I can guide you out of here. Follow me, and you shall not become lost. He had come specifically to rescue Zhang Wei and the others, for he knew that without his intervention, they were doomed to perish. Though he harbored animosity toward Fang Jing, he bore no ill will toward these individuals. Moreover, within the spectral domain, two malevolent specters had emerged, their terror likely beyond comprehension. Chapter 10. Countdown to Oblivion, everyone. Hold hands and stick together. Don and Amp. Amp, Oppos, T-Stray. I can guide you out of this academic building. Yang Jian inquired. Zhang Wei, why are your hands so clammy? Zhang Wei, with an earnest expression, responded. Sweat? How could it be sweat? You and Amp, Oppos, mistaken. Yang Jian. This is clearly urine, boy, and Amp, Oppos, urine, for warding off evil. Freshly dispensed not long ago. Still warm. Feel it properly. As he spoke, he brazenly smeared it on Yang Jian and Amp, Oppos' hand. Ugh, you and Amp, Oppos, disgusting, Yang Jian retorted. Don and Amp, Oppos, hold my hand, get away from me. Don and Amp, Oppos, be like that. I Don and Amp, Oppos, mind you. Why would you mind me? It and Amp, Oppos, just a little urine. What does it matter? You can pee it back on me later. Zhang Wei countered. Yang Jian, do you truly have a way to escape this place? Miao Xiaoshan inquired from behind. Yang Jian led them down the stairs. Showing no signs of disorientation, he stated, of course, I've grasped some understanding of the so-called ghost domain. This place is shrouded in darkness, and ordinary people easily succumb to hallucinations, perceiving things that may not be real. However, there are aspects I still can and Oppos, fathom. If everything proceeds without issue, escaping shouldn't be difficult. Halt. There's a situation ahead. Abruptly, he called out, halting immediately. At the stairwell on the first floor, he noticed several classmates lost within. Standing motionless like wooden figures, their bodies upright and rigid. They were the individuals who had previously departed with Fang Jing. However, only a fraction of them remained, not all. Is that Zhao Chong? Yang Jian and Amp, Oppos' expression shifted as his gaze settled upon a male classmate. This Zhao Chong was one of the culprits who, along with Fang Jing, Duan Peng, and Zheng Fei, had shoved them into the restroom. Fang Jing was absent, suggesting that these individuals had been abandoned by Fang Jing. Yang Jian furrowed his brow. It seems Fang Jing is resorting to his old tricks, intending to use these lies to stall the vengeful spirits. If that and Amp, Oppos, the case, it and Amp, Oppos, truly retribution. Approaching. He patted Zhao Chong, intending to inquire about the situation. With his back to Yang Jian, Zhao Chong, who stood rigidly motionless, slowly turned his head. His body remained still, but his head rotated 180 degrees in an unsettling manner, and then a pair of ashen eyes stared blankly at Yang Jian. Yang Jian, startled, recoiled several steps. Dead? He's dead? But why can he still move? Is he transforming into a vengeful spirit as well? Yang Jian grew wary, his heart seized with apprehension. The emergence of more ghosts would spell their doom. However, Zhao Chong and Amp. Appo's corpse remained stationary, devoid of any movement, and then slowly turned his head back, resuming its previous posture. Standing motionless with his back to the group. No reaction. It seems he poses no immediate threat. He observed for a moment. A sense of relief washing over him. Zhang Wei, this way. There's something blocking the path ahead. We'll detour slightly. Subsequently, he led the others around the vicinity of the corpses. Given Zhao Chong and Appo's dire predicament, Yang Jian had come to terms with his past transgressions. Debts were absolved upon death. However, Fang Jing remained the primary instigator. Hua Jie. Suddenly, a chilling shriek echoed through the stairwell, piercing through layers of darkness, disregarding the barrier of the ghost domain, and assailing everyone's ears. What was that sound? It resembles an infant's cry, yet it's not quite the same. A classmate, startled, stammered. Zhang Wei quipped. Perhaps your mother is calling you home for dinner. Your mother sounds like that. I and Appo's, wager it into Appo's, a ghost. Why ask if you already know? Is it a beauty inviting you on a date? We're in a horror movie, not attending school. He had become an irritable old man, snapping at anyone in his vicinity. Cease the idle chatter and move swiftly. It's the ghost infant. It's pursuing us, Yang Jian stated gravely. This was the ghost that had emerged from Zhou Zheng's body. Christened the ghost infant. While its level of danger remained uncertain, it was undeniably perilous. Damn it, it arrives as soon as it and Appo's, as mentioned. Even hanging requires a breath. Zhang Wei exclaimed, shuddering in fear, and hastily fled. The group accelerated their pace, guided by Yang Jian, and made their way out of the academic building as swiftly as possible. Having finally navigated the labyrinthine staircase, the remaining individuals sensed that hope was within reach. Yet, at that moment, a cyan-black infant rapidly crawled along the wall with terrifying and bizarre speed, resembling a spider. A pair of jet-black, round eyes stared at the group, devoid of any human emotion, only a strange, lifeless quality. It seemed to recognize Yang Jian ahead and, with a sudden shriek, extended its arm toward him. The slender infant arm stretched grotesquely, reaching through the darkness. Yang Jian, who was at the forefront, remained oblivious to this. Suddenly, Yang Jian felt a chilling aura rapidly approaching from behind, a sensation reminiscent of the ghost and Appo's assault in the restroom. As he was about to turn around, he experienced a sharp, stabbing pain at the back of his head, the flesh of his skull forcibly torn open, and a crimson eye rotated several times before manifesting. The pain brought him to a halt, and he nearly stumbled, supporting himself against a nearby wall. A strange cry resounded, and the infant arm that had been advancing through the darkness abruptly stopped behind him. A red eye appeared on the back of Yang Jian and Appo's head, staring intently at the infant and Appo's outstretched hand, emitting a faint red glow, seemingly preventing its attack. The ghost infant turned its head halfway, gazing strangely at Yang Jian, and the elongated arm slowly retracted. Yang Jian, why have you stopped? Someone inquired. The pain gradually subsided, and Yang Jian gasped for air. And nothing. I was just attacked by the ghost infant, but fortunately, I and Appo's am unharmed. He instinctively touched the back of his head. A shiver ran down his spine. He felt an eye. The vision from behind transmitted to his mind, and he could now perceive the situation behind him. Did this thing save me? Yang Jian recalled Zhou Zheng and Appo's words and mused. This eye is also a ghost, and it's gradually awakening under constant stimulation. Once it reaches a certain threshold, I'll be killed by this ghost, just like Zhou Zheng. Is this what an Appo's known as a ghost wielder? A human harnessing the power of a malevolent spirit, or being harnessed by a malevolent spirit? A wry smile crept across Yang Jian and Appo's lips. What was this? The price for obtaining the power of a malevolent spirit? Or a countdown to oblivion? The ghost infant and Appo's attack on Yang Jian had failed, but it didn't and Appo's seemed to give up. Instead, it rapidly crawled down the stairwell, moving with an unnatural speed that surpassed that of ordinary people. Finally, it leaped from the ground and suddenly embraced a female classmate from behind. Its slender arms wrapped around her neck, its entire body hanging onto her. The female classmate and Appo's eyes widened in terror, and she screamed frantically, desperately grabbing the arms that were strangling her neck, attempting to shake off the ghost infant. Wang Shanshan, are you all right? The surrounding classmates were terrified and hastily aimed their phones at Wang Shanshan. Under the light, an infant and Appo's head twisted grotesquely, staring at the group. Its slender arms possessed unnatural strength, tightly constricting Wang Shanshan and Apos' neck as if to sever it. Wang Shanshan was rendered speechless, her head tilted back, nearly suffocating. Her face flushed red with pain. Moreover, inexplicably, the infant and Apos' skin made contact with Wang Shanshan, and they gradually adhered to each other. Under dim illumination, a cyanotic infant was observed beside Wang Shanshan, its obsidian eyes scrutinizing the surroundings, inducing near-total psychological collapse among the observers. A collective scream erupted as terror took hold, prompting a reflexive retreat from Wang Shanshan. "Damn it," Yang Jian muttered, clenching his fists in impotent frustration. The spectral infant, unable to assail me, is now targeting others? He yearned to intervene but dared not approach. His ocular power merely pierced the tenebrosity of the spectral domain, providing only subconscious self-preservation. Devoid of any means to combat the infant. Let an Apos' depart, he thought, reflexively contemplating flight. Gurgle, gurgle. Help, save me. Wang Shanshan croaked. Her visage contorted in agony. Like a floundering fish, she extended a desperate hand toward Yang Jian, as if grasping at a final vestige of hope. Though Yang Jian did not turn, the eye on the back of his head bore witness to this spectacle. Observing the agonizing plea of his classmate Wang Shanshan, he instinctively halted his escape. This tableau eerily mirrored the moment Feng Jing thrust him into the lavatory. Wang Shanshan, still conscious, though gripped by terror, harbored an intense desire for assistance in her desperate plight. Would abandoning her now not equate to Feng Jing and Apos' actions, sacrificing a classmate to appease a malevolent spirit for self-preservation? Yang Jian pondered, torn. Wang Shanshan differs from Duan Ping and Zhang Fei, who deserve their fate for attempting to harm me to survive. Moreover, I am now, ostensibly, a spirit wielder, possessing spectral power, no longer merely mortal. Rescuing her may not necessarily result in my demise. A torrent of thoughts flooded his mind. The spectral eye on the back of his head remained fixated on Wang Shanshan, observing her agonizing face and the gradual descent of her arm. If I delay, the spectral infant will strangle Wang Shanshan to death. Damn it, Yang Jian cursed, abruptly pivoting and sprinting toward her, delivering a forceful blow to the infant's head. Should this scene be disseminated online, my violent assault on an infant would surely incite a maelstrom of criticism. The spectral infant, struck, exhibited a momentary deflation of its cranium, yet remained unscathed, its obsidian eyes fixating strangely on Yang Jian. Wahaha! With a bizarre shriek, the spectral infant, seemingly enraged, released Wang Shanshan and lunged at Yang Jian. Its face split open, its mouth agape beyond human capacity, engulfing half his arm. Icy viscous. As if drawn into a black abyss, not only could he not retract his arm, but his entire being was being drawn into that abysmal maw. Cough, cough. Wang Shanshan gasped, collapsing onto the ground, struggling for breath. Am I to be devoured? Yang Jian felt a sensation of bodily dissolution, as if his flesh were being drawn into that maw, destined for imminent consumption. However, a sharp pain emanated from his arm, as if flesh were being torn asunder or a soul shattered. The spectral infant emitted a tormented wail, regurgitating Yang Jian and Apos' arm and collapsing lifelessly onto the ground, swiftly retreating up the staircase as if fleeing. Damn it, that sensation again, Yang Jian exclaimed, bathed in cold sweat, writhing in agony. The portion of his arm consumed by the spectral infant radiated crimson light, the flesh rent asunder, revealing a profusion of scarlet eyes emerging from the wound. Previously, only a solitary eye adorned the back of his hand. After the spectral infant and Apos' assault, a second eye manifested on the back of his head. Yet now, after being bitten, 4 additional eyes had sprouted. The proliferation of crimson eyes was exponential. Perhaps it was this very proliferation that repelled the spectral infant. Yang Jian, are you all right? Are you unharmed? Wang Shanshan, narrowly escaping death, remained shaken and terrified, yet recognized that Yang Jian had saved her. Observing Yang Jian writhing on the ground in agony, she inquired anxiously, reaching out to assist him. Abruptly, Yang Jian and Apos' contortions ceased, and an arm extended in a grotesque, unnatural manner, seizing Wang Shanshan and Apos' hand. A feat impossible for a normal human. 5 eyes on the arm swiveled, focusing on her in unison. Ah! Wang Shanshan screamed, collapsing to the ground in terror. However, the 5 eyes on the arm soon closed. At that moment, Yang Jian and Apos' voice resonated. I am unharmed. Indeed, Altruism is fraught with peril. In attempting to save you, I nearly sacrificed myself. I cannot emulate Fong Jing's ruthlessness. From the moment I was thrust into the lavatory, I was already dead. Now, I merely cling to life through the power of a malevolent spirit, each minute a reprieve. Even without saving you, I would not survive long. Having endured this ordeal, he comprehended his predicament. Do not linger here, follow me. Should that entity return, we are all doomed, Yang Jian urged, suppressing his pain. Wang Shanshan, her voice trembling, replied, I am devoid of strength. I cannot move. Yang Jian observed two cyanotic handprints on the nape of Wang Shanshan and Apos' neck, left by the spectral infant, like indelible tattoos on her skin, conspicuously displayed. Moreover, the cyanotic hue was spreading, resembling a virulent contagion. He recoiled inwardly but refrained from comment, as the present was not the time for such revelations. The spectral infant had merely been temporarily repelled, and its return was not improbable. Should it attack repeatedly, Yang Jian feared he would share Zhou Zheng's fate, succumbing to the resurgence of malevolent spirits. I shall support you as we depart. Can you still walk? He assisted Wang Shanshan to her feet, noting her trembling frame, the result of overwhelming fear. Unspoken, yet evident. I can still walk, Wang Shanshan replied, her body instinctively seeking refuge against Yang Jian. Not intentional, but a primal instinct driven by fear, seeking the protection of a stronger male. At that moment, Yang Jian embodied that strength. Chapter 12. The surrounding silence. The school's athletic field lay just beyond the educational edifice. The expansive grounds, devoid of light, were shrouded in dimness. Yet they offered a respite from the oppressive atmosphere within the building. Inside, the darkness was so palpable it threatened to engulf one entirely, while here, despite the gloom, one could still discern the surrounding environment. It was only upon reaching this place that the others found their fear gradually subsiding, nearly prostrate with exhaustion. Each person sat gasping for air, struggling to rise. It wasn't an Appos, a matter of physical weakness, but rather the cumulative effect of being trapped within the educational edifice for an extended period, coupled with the sheer terror and frantic flight that had left them utterly drained. I was scared to death, a male student uttered, his voice still trembling. It was so close, practically right in front of me. That infant was perched on Wang Shanshan's shoulder, staring at me. I have no idea when it climbed up there. It must be a specter. A female student interjected, her face ashen and her mind teetering on the edge of coherence. That infant must be a specter. This place is teeming with them, everywhere. We and Appos, redoomed, utterly doomed. Hold on, Miao Shaoshan interjected suddenly. Wang Shanshan was seized by that specter, so why is Yang Jian also missing? As Yang Jian's desk mate, she had known him since middle school and had always kept a watchful eye on him. Zhang Wei cast a sweeping glance around, confirming Yang Jian's absence. He couldn't help but dab at the corner of his eye. Yang Jian died saving us. I won't forget his sacrifice. I'll be sure to honor his memory on every holiday. If his family holds a funeral, I'll donate generously to ensure he has a dignified send-off. After all, he was a respectable person in life. Turning to Miao Shaoshan, he added, Dawn and Appos, be too heartbroken, my dear. What and Appos has done cannot be undone. You all rest here for a while, and I and Appos, go back to see if Yang Jian is truly dead. If he is, we can discuss how to escape. With that, Zhang Wei steeled himself and resolved to return to investigate. Zhang Wei, Yang Jian's voice suddenly echoed from behind, after those words. I can say with certainty that our friendship is as fragile as glass. If we ever encounter danger again, I certainly want and Appos, save you. You can just fend for yourself. Turning around, they saw him supporting Wang Shanshan as they approached. Yang Jian, you and Appos, all right. That and Appos, that's wonderful, Miao Shaoshan exclaimed with evident delight. The others, seeing that both Wang Shanshan and Yang Jian were unharmed, also brightened up, considering it the only good news of the day, as so many classmates had perished since the ordeal began. Just lucky to have survived, Yang Jian replied with a nod. Zhang Wei exclaimed with fervor, Yang Jian, I knew you'd be fine. I was just speaking off the cuff. Don't take it to heart. You can't abandon me in the future. My survival depends on you. I have no interest in men, Yang Jian retorted. I only save beauties. At least a beauty might pledge herself to me, or at the very least, help me with my homework. What good is saving a man? To pick up the soap? Hearing this, Wang Shanshan's face flushed slightly, and a hint of shyness flickered in her eyes. Don't be so heartless, Zhang Wei pleaded. I've given you all my resources, holding nothing back. As comrades, We should look out for each other, especially after having endured so much together. Then, his expression changed. Wait, something in Appos, it's not right. How did you and Wang Shanshan escape in that situation? His face now etched with suspicion. He scrutinized Yang Jian with caution. Naturally, I punched that kid away and dragged Wang Shanshan out, Yang Jian explained. How else do you think I got out? Zhang Wei countered earnestly. Brother, that educational edifice is haunted. I might believe in Wu Song slaying a tiger, but you dare to strike a specter? Get out of here. Now I strongly suspect that you're not Yang Jian at all, but a specter in disguise, planning to infiltrate our ranks and kill us all. That and Appos, as how it always goes in the movies. These words, spoken with such conviction, caused the already terrified group to stare at Yang Jian with trepidation. As if he were indeed a specter. Can't you be normal for once? Yang Jian retorted. Always suspecting that this person is a specter, that person is a specter. If you actually encountered a specter, you and Appos, do you have kicked the bucket a long time ago? Would you still have the energy to stand here and talk? My phone is dead. Does anyone know what time it is? My watch seems to be broken. It and amp, Appos, as showing 4 in the morning, Miao Xiaoshan said with surprise. Looking at the cartoon watch on her wrist. My phone also says it and Appos, as 5 past 4 in the morning. I distinctly remember seeing it was only 8:30 earlier. How has so much time passed? The others also realized that the time was off. Yang Jian turned to look at the educational edifice shrouded in darkness in the distance, and said, the time doesn't and amp, Appos, matter. I and Appos am just wondering why there hasn't and Appos been any response from the outside, given the magnitude of what and Appos is happening here and how much time has passed. That and Appos, right. I reported the incident earlier. I even called my mom. It and amp, Appos, so quiet around here. At this time of night, there would normally be the sound of cars passing outside the school, but now there isn't even a single headlight to be seen. Yang Jian looked up at the sky. It was dim and without light, as if shrouded in a layer of gloom, obscuring any trace of moonlight or starlight. This defied all reason. Yang Jian, what and Appos is going on? Zhang Wei asked, sensing that something was amiss. Fear began to creep back into his heart. What else could it be? We and amp, Appos, been trapped within a spectral domain all along, Yang Jian said gravely, his face hardening. And we haven and amp, Appos, left it at any point. The spectral domain and amp, Appos, range ISN and amp, Appos, just limited to the educational edifice. It also encompasses the athletic field, and it might even extend further. The educational edifice was probably at the center of the domain before, but now we're slightly closer to the edge, or perhaps the specter is moving, and the domain's range is shifting with the old man's position. However, we haven't seen the old man anywhere, so the impact on us is minimal. But I think the spectral domain is just a special, enclosed space. Whether you and Appos, in the center or on the periphery, the degree of influence and the difficulty of escaping are the same, and the distance doesn't seem to be the key to escaping the domain. In other words, we're trapped, like birds in a cage. The cage is moving, and the birds inside can only move along with it, but we can and amp, Appos, perceive this movement. So, what do we do now? Wang Shanshan asked, her voice trembling. She clutched Yang Jian's arm tightly, leaning against him as if he were her savior. She never wanted to experience what had happened in the stairwell again. The others also looked at Yang Jian with fear and anticipation, hoping he could come up with a way to escape this accursed place. Yang Jian remained silent, touching the closed eyes on the back of his hand. Perhaps there's only one way to leave here, to continue using the power of the vengeful specter. But Zhou Zheng also said that each time the power of the vengeful specter is used, the specter within the body will revive a little, bringing one closer to death. Even more so than taking poison. No wonder Zhou Zheng said that becoming a specter wielder ISN and amp, Appos, just for the sake of others, but also for oneself. Because sometimes it's not just about saving others, but also about saving oneself from the vengeful specter, Yang Jian mused inwardly. But before that, there and Appos, as something I need to clarify and settle some personal scores. Otherwise, I won and Appos, die in peace. After making up his mind, Yang Jian said, does anyone have Fang Jing's number on their phone? Lend it to me. If I'm not mistaken, he's probably trapped here with us. Chapter 13, The Parchment Indeed. Fang Jing had not escaped. However, he was disoriented. Despite Zhou Zheng's assistance in his flight, he remained trapped. In his frantic escape from the old man, he had stumbled into a small copse. Though merely a cluster of saplings, under the cloak of darkness, these few trees seemed like an impenetrable primeval forest, imprisoning Fang Jing. leading him in circles. Damn it, why? Why is that old ghoul pursuing me? Shouldn't he be after Yang Jian? Fang Jing's face was etched with terror. Beads of cold sweat trickling down. It must be that Yang Jian is dead. He and Oppos, dead. So this old ghoul has chosen me as his target. That must be it. The future has been altered, and now I and Oppos, replaced Yang Jian as the old ghoul and Oppos, prey. But I and Oppos am not Yang Jian. How am I supposed to survive this? Regret gnawed at Fang Jing. He should have feigned camaraderie with Yang Jian, letting him lead the charge while he skulked behind. He had been too impetuous. Forgetting that at this moment, Yang Jian wasn't and Oppos, the greatest threat, the old man was. Fang Jing, listen. That footstep is coming again. A voice trembled beside him, laced with dread. How can it be so soon? One person should be able to stall a ghoul for several minutes, Fang Jing muttered, lifting his head abruptly. He surveyed the remaining few, who recoiled from him as if he were a plague, since pushing Yang Jian into the restroom. Fang Jing had left a trail of sacrifices, Zhao Chang, Wan Feng, He Qiuyan. Some, unwilling to be manipulated, had attempted to flee, only to vanish into the darkness, never to be seen again. Now, only 5 or 6 classmates remained. They didn't want to run, but they dared not. Following Fang Jing had at least kept them alive this far. Those who had left were likely dead. Fang Jing, emboldened by his limited knowledge, had become a tyrant among them, inspiring fear. Damn it, they and Oppos, all grown wise. They won and Oppos, let me use them as bait anymore. If I try to force someone to hold back, they and Oppos, probably just run. Fang Jing cursed inwardly, sensing their wariness and animosity. Move. He didn't and Oppos, press anyone to stay behind, but urged them onward, fleeing through the dimly lit woods. Just then, Fang Jing and Oppos' phone rang, displaying Zhang Wei and Oppos' number. Fang Jing hesitated, then answered. Zhang Wei and the others had been separated earlier. Perhaps they had made progress and were calling to inform him. Fang Jing, it's me, Yang Jian. Yang Jian's voice came from the other end. Fang Jing nearly leaped out of his skin, almost dropping the phone. Aren't you dead? What are you, a ghost? Thanks to you, I and Oppos, am not dead yet. Yang Jian and Oppos' voice was cold. Fang Jing and Oppos' expression shifted. He had personally pushed Yang Jian into that haunted restroom. How had he survived? No ordinary person could have. What do you want? He asked, forcing himself to remain calm. Yang Jian said, do you want to live? Do you want to escape the school? You have a way? Fang Jing asked with a hint of surprise. I've become a ghoul rider. Do you think I have a way? Yang Jian replied. Fang Jing exclaimed, great. Get me out of here. Yang Jian chuckled derisively. I didn't mean to do what I did before. I was trying to survive. We're classmates. Can't we resolve any misunderstandings? As long as you get me out of here, you can do whatever you want. I'll even let you beat me up. Fang Jing pleaded into the phone. Yang Jian retorted, spare me the nonsense. If you want me to get you out of here, you'll have to satisfy me. Otherwise, prepare to die here. What do you want? I saw Zhou earlier. He said there and Oppos has something strange about you. I want to know what it is. And someone in the classroom said you know the future. Is that true? Yang Jian inquired. Yes, it and Oppos, true. I know the future. I have information about the future. Everything that's going to happen, Fang Jing affirmed. Get me out of here, and I'll tell you everything. You've become a ghoul rider, but you won't live long. I have a way for you to survive. If you follow my method, you'll not only have the power of a ghoul, but you won't have to worry about being taken over. It's a method developed by the International Research Center, still in the confidential experimental stage, and it won't be released for 3 months. With my information, you can stay one step ahead of other ghoul riders and achieve even greater things. You're lying. Zhou Zheng said no one can come from the future. He also mentioned that the Research Institute has done experiments like this, and so-called time travelers don't exist. Yang Jian countered. Hearing the approaching footsteps behind him, Fang Jing and Oppos' heart leaped. He ran faster, panting. I Don and Oppos, have memories of the future. The future information I know comes from a parchment. The future me sent it through some method. The information is recorded on that parchment. Written by me 10 years from now. Yang Jian, save me. If I die, you one and Oppos, get any information. A parchment containing future information? Yang Jian and Oppos' expression shifted. If a person can and Oppos, return from the future, an object might be able to. This possibility exists. I want that parchment, Yang Jian stated. No, you can end amp, oppos, T have it. It's mine, Fang Jing refused adamantly. You have no choice. That thing is close behind you. You won't live long. What good is knowing the future if you're dead? Knowing too much is useless if you die, Yang Jian pressed. Fang Jing hesitated, but the situation didn't allow him much time to think. As the footsteps behind him grew closer. Fine, you can have it, Fang Jing gasped, unable to run any longer. The surroundings were dark, and his phone illuminated the area, revealing that he was still in the woods, unable to find his way out. He didn't want to die, so he had to compromise. But, Yang Jian, I can give you the parchment, but how can I trust that you have the ability to save me? Fang Jing, though afraid of death, was still cautious. Yang Jian replied, I can teach you how to get rid of the ghoul behind you, but you only have one chance. If you try to play tricks, I'll end the deal without hesitation. Okay, what do I need to do? Fang Jing asked. Go left, Yang Jian instructed. Fang Jing gritted his teeth and immediately changed direction, running to the left. Now go right, Yang Jian continued. Fang Jing complied, and a surge of joy washed over him. The footsteps behind him were fading. He was getting away from the ghoul. It's working. This Yang Jian really can save me. Hand over the parchment, Yang Jian demanded. Fang Jing and Oppos, S eyes flickered. If I give it to you now, what if you don and Oppos, T save me? Take me out of here. Once we and Oppos, re out. I'll give you the parchment immediately. So, the deal's off? Be careful then. That thing is catching up, Yang Jian said. The line went dead. Simultaneously, the sound of footsteps echoed behind Fang Jing, causing him to tremble involuntarily. He glanced around, realizing that his classmates had vanished, leaving him utterly alone. Chapter 14. The eerie parchment. Fang Jing was taken aback by Yang Jian and Amp, Oppos, S abruptness in terminating the call, leaving him no room for negotiation. His initial plan was to placate Yang Jian temporarily, only to renege on his promise after leaving the school and securing his safety, refusing to relinquish the parchment. However, Yang Jian's decisiveness threw him into a state of panic. Compounding his distress, the sound of footsteps resurfaced behind him. Yang Jian's guidance had only provided a temporary respite from the pursuing specter. What to do? What to do? He internally questioned. Without Yang Jian's assistance, I'm doomed to remain trapped here, destined to perish at the hands of the malevolent entity. I don't want to die. My future is just beginning. And with the aid of the parchment, I could ascend to the upper echelons of this world. How can I resign myself to such an end? Overwhelmed by fear, Fang Jing broke out in a cold sweat and instinctively resumed running, hoping to distance himself from the approaching footsteps. Yet, his efforts proved futile as the footsteps drew nearer. The surrounding darkness seemed to intensify, threatening to engulf him entirely. No, I can't die, he thought. Perhaps I should just give him the parchment. Yang Jian is right. If I die, all the knowledge I possess will be rendered meaningless. Besides, I and Oppos, VE already gleaned a substantial understanding of future events, diminishing the parchment and Oppos' value to me. Under the specter of death, nothing seemed too precious to relinquish. With trembling hands, Fang Jing retrieved his phone and dialed Yang Jian's number. Beep, beep. The call connected. I and Amp, Oppos, LL give you the parchment. I and Amp, Oppos, LL give it to you. Just promise to get me out of here, he exclaimed before the other party could speak. Yang Jian and Oppos' voice echoed from the other end, dropped the parchment on the ground, and I and Oppos, LL retrieve it. At that moment, Fang Jing abandoned all pretense of trickery. He unhesitatingly pulled out a stack of dark brown parchment from his pocket and tossed it onto the ground. I've done as you asked. Please, help me. Help me. I don't want to die. Yang Jian instructed. First, I'll guide you on how to evade the specter behind you. Head to the right. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Fang Jing responded frantically, following Yang Jian's directions. Further to the right, Yang Jian continued. Fang Jing complied, and the effect was immediate. The footsteps behind him gradually receded, eventually fading away completely. Overjoyed and relieved, Fang Jing realized he was temporarily safe. Foolish, Yang Jian muttered, a sardonic smile playing on his lips as he hung up the phone. He halted his advance, observing Fang Jing and Amp, Oppos' frantic and disoriented movements in the woods ahead. Finding the scene amusing, the footsteps trailing Fang Jing were not those of a specter but his own. Indeed, no malevolent entity was pursuing Fang Jing. Only Yang Jian was following him, terrified by the prospect of encountering a ghost and unable to penetrate the ghost domain. Fang Jing remained oblivious to the fact that his pursuer was, in fact, a person. So, this is the parchment containing information about the future? Yang Jian mused as he picked up the object from the ground. The dark brown leather felt soft and exuded a chilling aura, as if it had been retrieved from a freezer, hinting at an ominous and unsettling presence. As soon as he grasped it, the eye on the back of his hand involuntarily opened, emitting a faint red glow. This ISN and AMP, Oppos, T parchment, it and AMP, Oppos, S human skin, and something is amiss. Yang Jian thought with a start, the realization dawning upon him. He unfolded it and found a line of text inscribed on the skin. My name is Fong Jing. By the time you read this letter, I will be dead. Dawn and AMP. AMP, Oppos, T be alarmed. I am you from 10 years in the future, conveying information to you through some extraordinary means. Please, remember the following points. Ghosts have emerged in this world. This is no jest. By the time you receive this message, it will already be too late, leaving you at least 6 months behind other ghost controllers. Beware of your classmate, Yang Jian. In the future, he will become a formidable threat. I was killed by him, so you must eliminate him preemptively. Otherwise, you will surely meet your demise at his hands. Remember to kill Yang Jian. On June 20th of a certain year, you will encounter Zhou Zheng. This is crucial. Zhou Zheng is a ghost controller affiliated with the Asian division, codenamed Infant Ghost Zhou Zheng. However, he is merely a transient figure, so don't dwell on him too much. Be cautious of the infant ghost that may emerge from his body. That entity will grow, and within a few months, it will mature into. I advise you to stay away, or you will die. Join the headquarters as soon as possible. Remember, gold, paper, stay away, escape, ghost. As Yang Jian absorbed this information, he noticed the writing on the parchment rapidly fading and dimming. Crucial details were being erased by some unknown force, vanishing before his very eyes. The once densely packed notes were now transforming into a blank sheet of parchment. Like characters on a computer screen, the words disappeared one by one. Yang Jian had barely gleaned any useful information before the writing on the parchment, which purportedly chronicled future events, had completely vanished. What is happening? He furrowed his brow deeply, examining the parchment from all angles. Indeed, all traces of the writing had disappeared, leaving no indication that it had ever been there. Faced with this phenomenon, Yang Jian couldn't help but recall a movie he had once watched, where changes in the past led to alterations in the future. Could it be that his acquisition of the parchment from Fong Jing, which supposedly contained information about the future, had caused his future self to erase the traces? However, before Yang Jian could delve further into his thoughts, writing began to reappear on the parchment. Stroke by stroke, the words emerged before his eyes, as if an invisible hand were writing with a pen. My name is Yang Jian. By the time you read this letter, I will be dead. I am you from 10 years in the future, conveying information to you through some extraordinary means. Upon witnessing this, Yang Jian felt a chill run down his spine. He stared at the parchment in his hand, his eyes narrowing slightly. What is this thing? This was certainly not a parchment chronicling future events. He could sense the eerie and malevolent nature of the human skin. The writing that had appeared earlier was not erased by Fong Jing from the future, but was autonomously erased by the skin itself. It had changed owners and was erasing the information of the previous owner, and now it was generating Yang Jian and Oppos' information. The information on it cannot be trusted. I cannot keep this thing. Yang Jian and AMP, Oppos' eyes darted around, and he felt an unknown dread. He glanced around, contemplating discarding the human skin into the sewer, hoping to make it disappear forever. But then, a series of words appeared on the parchment. Dawn and AMP, Oppos, T throw it away. Dawn and AMP, Oppos, T throw it away. I can help you. Without me, you will die. You will die. Soon, all the writing vanished, leaving only 2 words. Keep, keep. The 2 words repeated endlessly. Crooked and irregular, varying in size, covering the entire human skin. Chapter 15. The conditions for the Elder and Oppos' appearance. Upon seeing the words emerge, he hesitated for quite some time. Ultimately, Yang Jian chose not to discard the brown human skin. The reason was simple. He did not wish to follow in Zhou Zheng's footsteps and perish due to the resurrection of a vengeful spirit. Although this parchment exuded an aura of malevolence and enigma, it represented an unknown opportunity for Yang Jian. Perhaps this parchment could indeed unveil some vital information for him, or even provide insight into the future. He sensed that retaining this parchment would likely lead to unfavorable consequences, yet he found himself devoid of choices, as dire as the situation might be. Death was preferable to the awakening of a malevolent spirit. Yang Jian's gaze flickered. If he exercised caution and heightened his vigilance, Perhaps the circumstances would not be entirely grim. Gritting his teeth, he rolled up the human skin and tucked it into his pocket. The decision to keep it had been made. At that moment, Zhang Wei and Apos' phone in his hand suddenly rang, the screen lighting up with Fong Jing and Apos' name. Yang Jian snapped back to reality, his eyes flickering at the sight of Fong Jing's name. He had almost forgotten that Fong Jing was still nearby. After a moment's contemplation, he opted to answer the call. Hello, Yang Jian, I've given you the item. You can't hang up on me now. Quickly, tell me how to leave this place. Fong Jing and Apos' voice was laced with panic, clearly frightened. He was now all alone, without a single classmate by his side. Although he had shaken off the footsteps trailing behind him, he remained in the realm of spirits, as long as he did not exit this domain. Any sense of safety was merely temporary. Yang Jian and Apos' mind raced as he considered his next move. He resolved to conduct an experiment with Fong Jing. Fong Jing, I will not actively take you out of here, but I will teach you a method, the same method that enabled me to survive. What method? Hurry and tell me. Fong Jing urged. Your phone can still connect to the internet, right? I will send you a link. You need to open a forum and locate a post by a user named Thunder King. After saying this, he forwarded the address of the ghost story forum he had previously visited. Fong Jing quickly received the information. I found the post by Thunder King. It's quite popular. I opened it and blocked the other users. I'm scrolling to the end now, he reported, as Fong Jing's fingers trembled. He tapped the screen and followed the instructions to reach the last page. Upon flipping it open, he felt a shiver run down his spine. A photograph appeared. It depicted an elderly man clad in a long robe, his body marred by decay, his face expressionless and ashen. The old man stood outside a glass window, seemingly passing by. Is that the old man who knocked outside the classroom? Save the photo. Yang Jian commanded. Okay. Fong Jing gulped, fear evident as he saved the photograph. Once he completed this task, Yang Jian immediately surveyed his surroundings, attentive to every direction. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. The old man did not appear. It seemed he had departed, though Yang Jian knew the realm of spirits still lingered. The old man had not truly left. He was simply out of sight. Given the vastness of the school, it was not surprising that the entity's presence was obscured. Yang Jian, are you there? I followed your instructions, but nothing has happened. Fong Jing and Apos' voice came through the phone. Had he miscalculated? The old man had not appeared because Fong Jing had seen his photograph outside the classroom. Yang Jian furrowed his brow, 3 hypotheses swirling in his mind. The post by Thunder King had originated from a hospital in another province, several hundred kilometers away from Dachang City. What were the odds of encountering the same spirit at both locations? Yang Jian deemed it exceedingly improbable. Unless there was only one possibility. The old man had been summoned by some force, signal, condition, or individual. His first assumption was linked to Zhou Zhang. The old man was searching for Zhou Zhang, who was a ghost master and had undoubtedly interacted with spirits. However, with Zhou Zhang's demise and Yang Jian's first encounter with the old man, this hypothesis could be dismissed. The second assumption pertained to Fong Jing. Yet, the old man had not harmed Fong Jing thus far, thus this too could be ruled out. Then came the third hypothesis, that the old man had been summoned by Yang Jian himself. If this assumption held true, then Yang Jian and Apos' only connection to the old man was having seen the forum story, gazed upon his photograph, and heard the knocking sound recorded by Thunder King. If it was the photograph, then it was the knocking sound. With this realization, Yang Jian spoke again. Fong Jing, do you see the audio file below? Click on it. This is your chance to escape. All right. Fong Jing clicked on the audio file. Knock, knock, knock. The dull, ominous sound echoed, reverberating in the dark environment. Fong Jing illuminated his surroundings with his phone and exclaimed, Yang Jian, nothing is happening. However, Yang Jian's eyes widened in horror. An old man, clad in a long robe and covered in decay, had somehow materialized on the path within the school's green area, moving stiffly and slowly towards Fong Jing. Indeed, he had appeared, and in a manner that defied logic, as if he had always been standing there. Damn it, my suspicions were correct. The old man was seeking me because I had heard the knocking sound. A chill enveloped Yang Jian. Yang Jian, hello? Are you there? Fong Jing continued to inquire, unaware of the old man and Apos' approach. Yang Jian cautiously retreated, evading the old man and Apos' line of sight, and whispered, keep listening to that audio file. Do not stop. Is this really effective? Fong Jing hesitated, repeatedly opening the audio file. Knock, knock, knock. The eerie sound continued to play from his phone. Although it appeared futile, Fang Jing noticed the absence of footsteps around him. While it seemed ineffective, it could not be entirely dismissed. Yang Jian's method might indeed work. With this thought, Fang Jing felt a slight relief. Unbeknownst to him, behind him, the elderly figure in the black robe, marked by decay, was steadily closing in. At this moment, Yang Jian fled the greenery, distancing himself from the old man and returning to the playground, several hundred meters away, where he could no longer see Fang Jing or the lush trees. Fang Jing, are you still alive? Yang Jian suddenly inquired. Of course, I'm alive, Fang Jing retorted. Yang Jian sighed. I'm sorry. I owe you an apology. I deceived you. What did you deceive me about? Fang Jing was taken aback, bewildered. The old man who knocked outside the classroom was summoned by me. That entity was searching for me, Yang Jian confessed. I had no knowledge of this before. But now I understand that the condition for summoning the old man is likely tied to that audio file, the knocking sound you just heard. What? Fang Jing and Apos, as heart raced. A look of horror crossing his face. The sound of the knocking could draw the old man over. He had just clicked so many times. A wave of terror washed over him once more, causing him to instinctively retreat a few steps. Bang! His body seemed to collide with something cold and rigid. Turning around, he beheld an elderly figure, face ashen and marred by decay, staring vacantly at Fang Jing. His body had become immobile, a frail, withered hand. Icy to the touch, slowly rose, gradually covering Fang Jing and Apos' face. The grip was immense. He felt the bones of his face being crushed. Yang Jian. On the other end of the line, Fang Jing and Apos' terrified yet resentful scream echoed. Unmoved, Yang Jian responded into the phone. You taught me that one must not be too naive. With that, he hung up the call. Chapter 16. The connected call. Yang Jian set down the phone in his hand, casting a wary glance at the verdant grove behind him. The elder truly instilled terror. Regardless of how many times he encountered him, even from a distance, an overwhelming dread coursed through him. Fang Jing must have perished, he mused. The pressing concern now was to escape the haunted domain and distance himself from the old man. Should he fall into the elder's grasp again, death would be inevitable. Whether it be Zhang Wei, Wang Shanshan, or himself, the outcome would be the same. What good is becoming a ghost master if one meets their end like Zhou Zheng, who succumbed to the resurgence of vengeful spirits due to overusing their power? The fact that Zhou Zheng perished indicates that this old ghost's malevolence surpassed that of the ghost infant. The ghost infant and Apos' inadequacy to suppress this elder naturally led to ruin. Soon, Zhang Wei spotted Yang Jian and Apos' return and heaved a slight sigh of relief. Yang Jian, where have you been? Did you find Fang Jing? The school is rife with hauntings, and you have the audacity to roam freely. While I can barely muster the courage to move an inch, I managed to reach Fang Jing on the phone, but unsurprisingly, he likely encountered a ghost. Yang Jian replied. Moreover, I saw the elder who had been knocking at the classroom door earlier. That area is now off limits. Our immediate priority is to vacate this place. If we linger, I dread to think how many more will perish here. As he spoke, a somber silence enveloped the others, fear etched upon their faces. Indeed, within just a few hours of frantic escape, only a handful remained alive. The rest had vanished without a trace. Everyone understood what disappearance in a haunted locale entailed. This was not a dream nor a film. It was a genuine haunting, one that could claim lives. Yang Jian, thank you for leading us out. Without you, we would surely have met a dire fate. Indeed, thank you. Furthermore, I apologize for what transpired earlier. When Fang Jing pushed you into the restroom, we did not intervene. Only later did we realize he was a demon, leaving Zhao Chang and Wang Gang behind. Even the female classmates were left to fend for themselves. The few classmates behind him expressed their curses towards Fang Jing, coupled with their apologies to Yang Jian. For individuals, those Yang Jian had previously rescued from the greenery had been classmates of Fang Jing. He deemed Fang Jing deserving of punishment, yet felt the others were innocent. Having encountered them, bringing them along was but a simple act of kindness. After all, they were fellow students and there was no need for such cold-heartedness. While expressions of gratitude were premature, they recognized the gravity of their situation. They were still within the confines of the school, still within the haunted domain. And whether they could survive the ordeal remained uncertain. Yang Jian shook his head. Though you are all weary, it is not time to rest. While my understanding of the haunted domain is limited, we must attempt to escape. Follow me, and let us see if we can exit the school. At that moment, he became the pillar of strength among them. Upon his words, those resting on the ground immediately rose. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now only 13 remained. Who knows how many more might perish? Had he known this would occur, he would have taken a day off. Others attend school for knowledge, while we risk our lives. Zhang Wei and Apos. Agitation was palpable. The others exchanged glances, heads bowed in silence, their spirits notably low. Should hope for survival continue to elude them? Yang Jian feared they were on the brink of mental collapse. He observed a girl's pallor as she began to mutter incoherently to herself. Let us depart. Yang Jian could no longer concern himself with the ramifications of a potential breakdown. The pressing matter was to survive and leave this place. With his guidance, they felt assured of not losing their way, and indeed, they appeared to be moving further from the haunted domain. The surrounding darkness was not oppressive. Though the light was dim, they could clearly discern the path and the buildings around them. Before long, they arrived at the school gate. The security booth stood empty. The road was eerily quiet, devoid of sound. The streetlights remained unlit, and no vehicles passed by. The atmosphere felt unsettling. Apart from their voices, there was an unsettling silence. Yang Jian scrutinized the closed door of the security booth, a look of intense vigilance in his eyes. He dared not approach any door, uncertain of what horrors might lurk within. Moreover, glancing outside at the deathly stillness, he understood that even if they exited the school, it would be futile. As long as they remained within the haunted domain, anywhere would be the same. What is happening outside? Why is there not a soul in sight? Miao Xiaoshan, infused with curiosity tinged with panic, inquired. Indeed, typically at this hour, the entrance would be bustling with parents picking up students. Zhang Wei volunteered, I'll go check. He climbed over the railing and stepped onto the road. Scanning the surroundings, he found the end of the street shrouded in an endless veil of darkness. As though it led to the depths of hell, the area they had traversed was equally engulfed in shadow. The entire locale felt as if it were severed from the world. It's useless. We cannot escape by mere walking. Don't waste your energy, Yang Jian stated. So, does this mean we are doomed to be trapped here? I dawn and amp, Apos. Do you want to die? A girl exclaimed, crumpling to the ground, tears streaming down her face. The other male classmates, though not collapsing, displayed a palpable fear of death in their eyes. Yang Jian, please think of a solution. Help us, I cannot bear to encounter another ghost, Wang Shanshan pleaded, grasping the arm of her sobbing friend, her own eyes brimming with tears. Yang Jian fell into a brief silence. Let me ponder this. He chose to sit on a nearby stone pedestal, taking a moment to rest. After all their flight, he too felt exhausted. Suddenly, he glanced at Zhang Wei's phone in his hand. Have you all tried calling for help before? I tried, and it connected, but... One classmate hesitantly replied. Jialei, but what? There was silence, nothing but silence on the other end. I couldn't end Apos. Bring myself to call again. Jialei confessed after a moment of reflection. The call connected, yet there was no sound. Yang Jian felt a chill run down his spine. This place was already haunted. Coupled with such bizarre occurrences, it was indeed unwise to continue calling for help. However, while they were still in the classroom, the phone had worked. This peculiar situation arose shortly after they exited the classroom. Suddenly, Miao Xiaoshan reminded them, earlier, Zhang Wei called for an ambulance. Yes, that's right, Zhang Wei affirmed. Not long after we left the classroom. If timing is considered, it should have been when the haunted domain re-emerged, coinciding with the moment Yang Jian reached the second-floor landing where the lights flickered off. Is that so? Let me try a different phone. Yang Jian suddenly recalled someone's number and decided to give it a try. He opened Zhang Wei and Apos' phone, accessed the forum, and then dialed a number using the satellite phone Zhou Zheng had given him. 138. This is the number left by the Thunder King on the forum. He was curious to ascertain whether the Thunder Lord had met with misfortune. If such were the case, the mobile phone might very well be in the custody of a ghost-quelling exorcist as evidence. After all, just as there were exorcists like Zhou Zheng who dealt with supernatural incidents, it was plausible that someone was in charge of this case. He decided to give it a try. The phone had not lost its signal. On the contrary, the call connected smoothly. However, the situation was more dire than anticipated. The phone rang on the other end, its sound echoing through the silent school, reaching everyone in Apos' ears. Though not loud, it was exceptionally clear and quite eerie. Yang Jian's hand froze instantly. Was the Thunderlord's phone in the school? His eyes narrowed abruptly, and he stood up quickly, looking around with a startled expression, instinctively searching for the source of the ring-on. At the same time, a cold sweat broke out on his face. The Thunderlord, that online acquaintance, was an emergency room doctor from another province. His home, hundreds of kilometers away, was where the incident occurred while he was online. If his phone and amp, Oppo's, ring was present here, it would imply that he was also here. Suddenly, the call was answered, but no sound came from the other end. At the same moment, the ringing of the phone that echoed in the school also ceased. Just then, Yang Jian noticed a faint glow of a mobile phone emanating from the third-floor window of a certain teaching building. He could vaguely make out a blurry figure standing at the window, seemingly looking in this direction. "Damn it," Yang Jian exclaimed, breaking out in a cold sweat, and hurriedly hung up the phone. Chapter 17. The terrifying phone call. All eyes were fixed on Yang Jian as he dialed the number, the eerie ring of the phone echoing through the school. Before anyone could inquire, they witnessed him hastily disconnect the call, his countenance reflecting sheer terror. Yang Jian. What? What just happened? Zhang Wei trembled, his body shaking at the sight of Yang Jian's fright. "Don't scare me like that. We are all counting on you. Your demeanor is unsettling. Please, just smile a little. Show us that reassuring grin you had during the movie, so I can feel a semblance of confidence." Yang Jian and amp, Oppo's, composure, which had previously guided them through the ghost realm, had instilled a sense of hope in everyone. Yet now, his alarming expression sent waves of panic among the group. His complexion shifted erratically, betraying a deep unease. Before he could utter a word, his satellite phone suddenly rang, the persistent beeping loud and ominous. Upon glancing at the screen, his eyes widened in horror. The caller ID displayed 138. It was the very number left by the Thunder King on the forum. He was calling back. Indeed, this was a trap, a most dreadful trap. Yang Jian gritted his teeth, unable to determine whether his feelings were of rage or fear. The phone continued to ring, yet he refrained from answering, fully aware that the caller could not possibly be a living person. Heaven knows what horrors awaited should he choose to connect. Fortunately, the phone and amp, Oppo's, settings proved effective. After a brief period of silence, the call was terminated. Suddenly, the sound of a familiar jingle filled the air. "I love you, loving you. Like a mouse loves rice." The chilling moonlight seemed to whisper his longing. However, the phones of his classmates began to ring incessantly, each one heralding the same ominous number, 138. Yang Look, Wang Shanshan, Miao Xiaoshan, and Zhao Lei brandished their phones towards him, their faces etched with fear. "Do not answer," Yang Jian warned gravely. The others nodded in understanding, grasping the strangeness of the calls, knowing they should not be answered. Zhang Wei, having lent his phone to Yang Jian, glanced at the screens of his peers and stammered, "What the hell? All from the same caller. This 138 number is formidable, dialing multiple calls at once, it and Oppo's, like a haunting. I Don and Oppo's. TC the 138 number, mine shows teacher Wang and Oppo's, number." A classmate named Qian Wanhao instinctively answered the call. "Wanhao, are you out of your mind? Have you lost your senses?" Zhao Lei nearly shouted in panic. "We said not to answer." "Calm down, it's teacher Wang's phone," Qian Wanhao replied. "Perhaps he is here to rescue us." "Hang up." Yang Jian and Oppo's eyes narrowed as he rushed forward, desperate to seize the phone and terminate the call. Teacher Wang? That was even more terrifying, after all. He was the first to vanish within the ghost realm. With everyone else dead, how could he still be alive? As expected, only a crackling static filled the line, with no words from teacher Wang. But then a sound emanated from the other end that sent chills down Yang Jian's spine. Knock, knock, knock. The unmistakable sound of knocking echoed through the receiver, identical to the noise heard outside their classroom. It was heavy and oppressive, inducing a sense of suffocation. In that moment, Qian Wanhao comprehended the gravity of the situation, his face paling as he dropped the phone in fright. The device hit the ground, shattering, yet the call remained connected. Knock. Knock, knock. The eerie knocking persisted from the earpiece. Yang Jian rushed forward, swiftly picking up Qian Wanhao's phone to disconnect the call. "Wanhao, you fool. If you wish to die, do it alone. Don't drag us down with you." Zhao Lei shouted, gripping his collar, anger barely masking his terror. Although he was uncertain of what would occur if the call connected, he was certain it would not bode well. "Damn it, I fear no godlike enemy. But I dread the incompetence of foolish allies," Zhang Wei lamented. At crucial moments, some dim-witted individuals bravely step forward, risking their lives and endangering others. "Wanhao, your greatness overwhelms me to the point of wanting to commit murder. I've endured 9 years of compulsory education and yet cannot match your brilliance. Was that old man outside the classroom your grandfather? If you care for him so much, why not plead with him to spare us? I truly didn't mean to." The name on the screen clearly showed it was a call from the teacher. Had it been someone else, I wouldn't he have answered. Qian Wanhao wailed, tears in his eyes. Should you answer a teacher's call? If the teacher told you to die, would you comply? Zhang Wei fumed, ready to strike him. Enough. Let us all calm down. This is not the time for blame. I should have warned you earlier, Yang Jian interjected. And bickering among ourselves will not aid our survival. Just look at our current predicament. The group fell silent, absorbing his words. Yang Jian, what happens now that the call was answered? Miao Xiaoshan asked anxiously. What else could happen? Soon, Qian Wanhao, your grandfather will come to have a chat with us. What? Eyes widened in terror, disbelief etched on their faces. Indeed, the old man would undoubtedly come. The knocking from the phone possessed a sinister ability to summon him. The outcome was all too apparent. Moreover, Yang Jian clutched the phone tightly, recalling the Thunder King's posts on the forum. A trap. Every narrative within that forum was a snare. The Thunder King had encountered that old man when he knocked at the door, and from what transpired in their classroom, it was evident that someone had already perished by the time the first knock was made. Furthermore, the Thunder King's home possessed two doors, the front door and the inner door. This implied that when the Thunder King was alone, he had already succumbed when the first knock resounded. Thus, he could not have authored the subsequent posts, nor could he have left behind the phone number and audio files. Such deeds could only be executed by one entity, a ghost. Yang Jian inhaled deeply, understanding the gravity of his realization. Indeed, the initial story was penned by the Thunder King while he was still alive, yet by the end, he had succumbed, and the subsequent posts were authored by a ghost. To validate this theory, he reopened the forum story and flipped to the conclusion. As anticipated, his suspicions were confirmed. The final posts were riddled with errors, starkly contrasting with the Thunder King and Amp, Apos, earlier writings, and there was a half-hour gap between the posts. This was a curse disseminated by a malevolent spirit. All who heard the knocking would be sought out by the old man. Thus, this revelation served to corroborate all that had transpired. On the internet, the sound of knocking heard on a mobile device summons the elderly figure, as if an invisible coordinate had been marked. In reality, the sound of knocking instantly induces death. Yet, why did that elderly figure not manifest when I played an audio file in the restroom earlier? Yang Jian's face glistened with beads of sweat as he pondered, striving to decipher the patterns of the elderly figure and Amp, Apos, movements and methods of murder, all in the quest for survival. Chapter 18, The Approaching Death at this moment. Yang Jian was engulfed in frantic contemplation. He was acutely aware that the earlier knocks heard through the phone would undoubtedly attract the elderly figure. The implications of the elder's appearance were all too evident. The forum, the narratives, the audio files, the knocking elder, and the dialed phone. All these elements collided chaotically in Yang Jian and Apos' mind, revealing a hint of a pattern, yet he was unable to extrapolate further information. This was his first encounter with a ghost. Having come this far was already commendable, for he was not Fang Jing, who claimed to possess foreknowledge of all that was to come. Wait, Fang Jing, the future. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited within Yang Jian, that piece of parchment. Hastily, he retrieved the stack of dark brown parchment from his pocket. Yang, look over there. Zhang Wei's voice trembled as he pointed toward the school. Yang Jian glanced up and felt an icy chill sweep through him. A thick darkness, as impenetrable as ink, was encroaching from several hundred meters away, consuming everything in its path. The ground began to decay, trees wilted and rotted, and the cement became mottled and moldy, with rust overtaking the streetlights which swayed precariously. An elderly man clad in a long black robe, his body marred by deathly spots, approached with a lifeless expression. His gaze vacant and his movements slow and deliberate. Damn it, it's really here. Yang Jian's heart raced. Yang Jian, what do we do now? Are we going to die? Zhang Wei and Amp, Apos' voice was near tears. I don't want to die. I'm still so young, and I'm still a virgin. Yang Jian, think of something. Fang Jing said you would be amazing in the future. Surely you have a way, right? We can't escape, can we? Beside him, Wang Shanshan clutched his arm, her hands pale with fear. Zhao Lei trembled in terror, retreating further, desperate to flee the school, only to discover that a similar abyss of darkness was closing in behind him. They were completely surrounded by shadows, with no avenue of escape. At this moment, Yang Jian paid no heed to them. He was drenched in sweat as he opened the parchment, attempting to unearth crucial information. The parchment displayed a line of clear, bold text. At 50 and Amp, Apos, clock on June 22nd, the ghost realm appeared before us once more. Yes, the ghost has returned. At 5:30 on June 22nd. We all perished, not a single one of us survived. I am Yang Jian. By the time you read this, I will already be dead. You wrote us dead? Nonsense. There must be a way out of here. When I was trapped in the restroom, that elder did not follow me. I want to know why. If you don't tell me now, I'll bury you somewhere, and you'll never see daylight again. Yang Jian spat through clenched teeth, his tone laced with menace. The parchment seemed to respond to his words, its writing gradually blurring until all the text vanished, only to be replaced by a new line. At 9:00 and Oppos clock on June 21st, I was captured by a ghost in the restroom. I did not die because there was an even more terrifying ghost in there. It was another ghost realm, and I witnessed some horrifying things, though I was unaware at the time. At 9:30 on June 21st, I lost my way in the restroom, but that elder came to the restroom door, knocking, searching for me. However, I did not hear him. Perhaps that is why I escaped my inevitable doom. Upon reading this, Yang Jian and Oppos' heart sank. Could it be that when he was lost in the restroom, the elder was indeed knocking at the door? Soon, more writing emerged on the parchment. After that incident, I surmised that the ghost realm was the key to survival. If I could harness the ghost realm, perhaps I would have a chance to live for now. I too am a ghost. Zhou Zheng was right. Only a ghost can confront a ghost, and only another ghost realm can lead one out of a ghost realm. At 5:01 on June 22nd, the elder appeared. I attempted to use the ghost realm, but failed. My strength was insufficient. At 5:30 on June 22nd, we all perished. Yang Jian and Oppos' eyes narrowed at this last line. While the outcome remained the same, death at 5:30, he glimpsed a flicker of hope for survival. The ghost realm. Indeed, the place where the elder appeared birthed the ghost realm, which meant he too was a ghost master now. Why could he not utilize the ghost realm? If Zhou Zheng were here, he would surely find Yang Jian's thoughts laughable. For not every ghost possessed a ghost realm. Those that did were exceedingly rare and correspondingly terrifying. It was imperative to try. There was no other option left. Yang Jian gripped the parchment tightly, urging, "Tell me how to use the ghost realm." The parchment continued to reveal more writing. Yang Jian, who are you speaking to? Look, everything around us has become abnormal. What should we do now? Zhang Wei was in tears, relying on Yang Jian for salvation, terrified of receiving dire news from him. Be quiet. I am devising a plan. Give me a moment. Yang Jian's voice was urgent as he cast a glance. The elder was now less than 100 meters away, steadily advancing. They were anxious. They were afraid. He too felt the same urgency and fear. After all, no one wished to meet their demise. The parchment continued. At 5:20 on June 20th, I reflected on my earlier failure, believing it was due to my body and Oppos' ghost not being sufficiently awakened. If I could open more eyes, perhaps it would be beneficial. The number of eyes? Yang Jian had no time to ponder further. Only 10 minutes remained until 5:30, and he was determined not to fall victim to the parchment and Oppos' predictions and truly die here. Immediately, he tore open his arm, allowing 5 blood-red eyes to burst forth, each radiating a faint crimson glow. At 5:22, I decided to increase the number of eyes. The parchment revealed its text. Method. I need a method. Yang Jian shouted at the parchment, "If I die, you will also be abandoned. You didn't want me to discard you before. If I die, do you think someone else will pick you up?" The writing on the parchment began to blur once more, and eventually, a new line emerged. At 5:24, after my attempts, I consumed one of the eyes from my arm, successfully increasing my count to 6. With these 6 eyes, I finally harnessed my own ghost realm. I am becoming more and more like a ghost. At 5:30, I did not activate the ghost realm. We all perished. Consume the eyes? Yang Jian stared at the 5 eerie, blood-red eyes on his arm, momentarily stunned. Yet upon reading the final line, at 5:30, we all perished, he realized he had no choice left. At that moment, darkness enveloped him as the surroundings rapidly dimmed. The elder was now less than 20 meters away. Creak. In the instant the darkness descended, the door to the security room slowly creaked open, a pale hand extending outward. Beyond the railing, a shadowy figure, shrouded in darkness, approached along the road. Nearby, several mobile phone lights flickered weakly through the gloom, as if the previously scattered classmates were drawing near, clutching their phones. Yang Jian, Zhang Wei, Zhao Lei, Wang Shanshan, Miao Shaoshan, Qian Wanhao. All were encircled by apparitions. Chapter 19. The departure of 8. There was no time for contemplation. Not only had Yang Jian sensed the terror encroaching from all directions, but the others had also heard the ominous creak of the security room door and the heavy footsteps approaching from behind. They were acutely aware that only a handful of them remained within the confines of the school. Thus, Zhang Wei, Zhao Lei, Wang Shanshan. And the others understood with chilling clarity that those footsteps could only belong to a ghost. The specter was advancing toward them relentlessly. At that moment, Yang Jian gritted his teeth and unhesitatingly bit down on the eye embedded in his arm. A piercing pain surged through him as flesh tore open, spreading agony throughout his body. His muscles trembled, yet he refused to succumb to the pain. With a fierce determination, he tore the red eye from his arm. Yang Jian. You. The others turned in horror at his anguished cry. They were immediately struck dumb with fear as they beheld the gruesome sight. His arm was a mangled mess, blood gushing from his mouth and his eyes, perhaps due to the overwhelming rush of blood, glowed ominously red. His skin was cracking, peeling away in places, evoking a primal fear in all who witnessed it. Was Yang Jian becoming possessed by a ghost? The red eye beneath his flesh writhed violently, leaving a trail of crimson fissures as though his body was being torn apart, blood seeping out and staining his clothing. The pain was excruciating, far surpassing the agony of having been bitten by the ghostly infant. Yet, it was not a ghost that had inflicted this wound upon him. It was he who had bitten himself. As the red eye vanished from his mouth, a larger one emerged from the now pulsating wound on his arm, filling the gap with an eerie glimmering gaze that scrutinized its surroundings. The sixth eye had appeared. The fifth was already nestled within his abdomen. With Yang Jian's agonized howls, red light emanated from the fissures in his skin, spreading across his body. The ground around him began to transform, as the red glow seeped forth like a viscous fog, starkly contrasting the surrounding darkness. At this moment, a new line of text materialized on the parchment. At 5:30, after consuming an eye, I successfully manifested the sixth eye. The eerie red light radiating from me indicates the ghost realm, my ghost realm. Yet, I sense the malevolent spirit within me continuously reviving. Perhaps soon, I shall be overtaken by it, losing my consciousness and becoming a ghost myself. As I opened my ghost realm, nearby spirits began to arrive. Someone had been slain by a ghost. Just as the parchment suggested, a pale hand emerged from the shadows, seizing the neck of a trembling classmate. The cold, rigid hand exuded a terrifying strength, dragging the student into the darkness behind. No, please, help me. The classmate screamed frantically, flailing in desperation, but it was futile. In an instant, he vanished into the abyss, his cries fading into silence like a stone sinking into water, leaving only ripples before tranquility returned. The others, witnessing this horror, turned ashen, their limbs cold with fear. They had all seen the dreadful spectacle, yet none dared to intervene. They lacked the courage. Qian Wanhao, paralyzed with terror, burst into tears, losing his grip on sanity as he instinctively turned to flee, desperate to escape this haunted place. However, he collided heavily with a lifeless body. A decrepit old man, clad in a long robe and marked with decay, stood in the shadows, his eyes devoid of any human emotion, only a chilling numbness. As Qian Wanhao attempted to run again, he found himself immobilized. The old man slowly raised his skeletal hand toward his face. A piercing scream erupted, echoing with despair. Don and Appos, come near me. Stay away. A girl, her hair disheveled, curled up in a corner, muttering incoherently, her eyes wide with terror, teetering on the brink of madness. Even if she survived, she would likely emerge as a mere shell of her former self. Zhao Lei, drained of all strength, slumped to the ground, lost in a daze, rendered senseless by fear. Miao Xiaoshan crouched, covering her ears, burying her face in her knees, weeping and trembling. Wang Shanshan clung tightly to Yang Jian's arm, nearly merging into him, oblivious to his terrifying transformation. Her true fear lay in the specters that lurked in the darkness, poised to strike at any moment. Perhaps due to the demise of several classmates, the surrounding spirits momentarily ceased their advance. Yet, the encroaching darkness enveloped them. An eerie silence settling in, devoid of even the echoes of previous cries. This unnatural stillness, however, was short-lived. Before long, the sound of footsteps resonated once more in the darkness. This time, it was not a singular footfall, but a cacophony from all directions, front, back, and sides. Pale hands emerged in succession from the shadows, resting upon Zhang Wei's shoulder, seizing a female classmate by her hair, grasping Miao Xiaoshan's ankle. In that instant, everyone was besieged by vengeful spirits. The time on the phone displayed, 5:30. It matched precisely with the parchment's assertion, at 5:30, all would perish. Get away. A guttural roar of anguish erupted, imbued with a desperate will to survive. Yang Jian rose, his skin cracked and glowing, revealing glimpses of eyes hidden within. The red light radiated from him, illuminating a 5-meter radius, dispersing the darkness around. The spectral hands recoiled swiftly. The old man, draped in a black robe and marred with decay, took a step back, his ashen eyes fixated on Yang Jian. He paused momentarily, then advanced once more into the luminous circle. Yet, the red light flickered erratically, like an unstable current, before extinguishing entirely. With it vanished Yang Jian, Wang Shanshan, Zhang Wei, Zhao Lei, and the other 7. The old man advanced, and the area lay desolate. The footsteps gradually faded into silence. The door of the security room slammed shut with a resounding crash. Darkness surged forth like a tide. On the parchment, another line of text emerged. At 5:30. All perished. Impossible. At 5:31, I survived. 8 in total, I have departed from the academy. Hee. An unsettling grin appeared briefly on the parchment before vanishing into the ether. Chapter 20. The street in the pedestrian street of Dachang City, around 5:30 in the morning. The first light of dawn began to break. At this early hour, when the bustling commercial street is usually alive with activity, it lay utterly deserted, each shop long closed. Yet not yet open for business. The streetlights still shone brightly, casting their glow upon the empty thoroughfare. However, at that moment, the rows of streetlights, previously emitting a white light, suddenly transformed into a sinister crimson hue. An eerie red glow spread across the street, and the circular lamps reflected shapes resembling red eyes, as if they were printed upon the surface. Strangely, these eyes seemed to come alive, subtly shifting as if they were observing the scene. This bizarre occurrence was as abrupt as it was fleeting. With a flicker, the lights returned to their original state, the red glow vanished, and the ominous eye patterns on the bulbs disappeared. Yet, curiously, amidst the once desolate pedestrian street, 7 figures appeared, 3 men and 4 women, all young, likely students. They exuded an unsettling aura, their pallid faces trembling, eyes wide with fear, as though they had just escaped a terrifying ordeal. Where are we? This ISNT school. Yang Jian felt the excruciating pain in his body gradually subside. He collapsed onto the ground, leaning against the glass door of a nearby shop, gasping for breath. It had been perilously close. Had they lingered any longer, they might have perished in that haunted domain. Fortunately, in the nick of time, he had unleashed his own ghostly realm. The others, still in shock, exchanged anxious glances, their eyes betraying their lingering terror. They scanned their surroundings, fearful of the darkness returning. However, upon seeing the bright streetlights and the sun slowly rising in the distance, a wave of relief washed over them, a joyous reprieve from the brink of death. This newfound joy gradually supplanted their fear, allowing them to regain their composure. All right, it seems we are in the pedestrian street, Miao Xiaoshan cautiously remarked, peering around in disbelief. This is indeed the pedestrian street. I've played here since childhood. I wouldn't mistake it. My home is nearby. Zhang Wei exclaimed. We survived. We've left that school. Look, the streetlights are on, the sun is shining, and there are cars passing by. I can even hear the honking. His excitement was palpable. Never had the mundane sights he had grown tired of appeared so wondrous. It truly is the pedestrian street. We've escaped the school. Zhao Lei stammered, his hands still trembling in disbelief. Just moments ago, they had been trapped in that dark school, and now, the sudden shift to the pedestrian street felt surreal. Yang Jian remained vigilant, scanning the area. After a thorough assessment, he confirmed they had indeed left the school, had escaped the haunted realm. The question of why they appeared here instead of outside the school was moot. Surviving was fortune enough. The group lingered on the street for 2 full hours, gradually coming to terms with their circumstances as the fear subsided. Yet, the shadows of their harrowing experience lingered on their faces, a testament to the traumatic haunting they had endured. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Wei, resting on a bench, finally spoke up. The others remained silent, unable to process the experience. No one responded to Zhang Wei, but Wang Shanshan turned to Yang Jian, her voice laced with anxiety. Yang Jian, what should we do now? At that moment, Yang Jian was their anchor, and the few who had survived looked to him for guidance. As he had led them through the ordeal, Yang Jian touched the now-healed wound on his arm, sensing something lurking beneath the skin, an outline of an eye, poised to surface at any moment. This strange sensation affirmed that everything that had transpired was no mere dream. It was starkly real. What else can we do? Since we're all alive and have left the school, with no injuries, it's only natural we return home to rest, lest our parents worry, Yang Jian stated. Are we just going to go home and sleep? Zhao Lei stood up, his voice tinged with agitation. Yang Jian cast him a sidelong glance. What else would you suggest? Feeling the weight of Yang Jian's gaze, Zhao Lei's bravado faltered, and he lowered his head, remaining silent. Yang Jian was right. This was beyond their control. Just surviving was a considerable feat, Miao Xiaoshan added. But, really, we're just going to go back and sleep? Zhang Wei appeared bewildered. After everything that happened, just going back to sleep seems a bit too nonchalant, doesn't it? Not going home. Are you planning to return to the school for early study? Yang Jian retorted. You still dare to go back? A chill ran through the group. They had resolved never to return to that school, nor even approach its vicinity. Some even contemplated transferring schools, leaving Dachang City altogether. Thoughts of college and examinations were cast aside. They would be content to live a life of mediocrity. I'm exhausted. I'm going home to sleep. If anything comes up, contact me. Yang Jian yawned, feeling utterly drained, as if he could collapse and sleep right there. Oh, and one more thing. Regarding that old man from the school, you all should refrain from going online, especially avoid that forum with ghost stories. He pulled out his phone and showed them the post. See this audio file? Remember, whatever you do, do not click on it. This audio is a knock at the door, identical to what Qian Wanhao heard on his phone. Anyone who listens will attract that old man. He flipped to another page, revealing a photo of the old man. Take it away, quickly. Zhang Wei and the others recoiled in terror at the sight of the old man's image. Yang Jian reassured them. The photo is harmless. I've tested it. The audio file is the real danger. To this day, this post hasn't been taken down. Thousands have viewed it and clicked on that audio file. If I'm not mistaken, that old man will soon traverse cities, knocking on doors one by one. In other words, the horrors we faced will repeat across the nation, but we will no longer be the protagonists. Please don't speak of such terrifying things. I'm still just a child, Zhang Wei said, his face pale with fear. Then I want to say more. Here is your phone back, Yang Jian replied. Zhang Wei quickly shook his head, retreating a few steps. I don't want the phone, just throw it away. What if that 138 number calls again? That SA brand new Fruit X, didn't you say you bought it for over 9,000? Yang Jian countered. Good brother, given the circumstances. I have no choice but to reveal my secret. I'm actually a hidden wealthy heir. Did you see that row of shop doors on the pedestrian street? They all belong to my family. Zhang Wei doesn't need the money. I'll just have my dad buy me a Nokia, or perhaps a pager for safety. That way, those calls won't come through. Zhang Wei spoke earnestly. If your family is so wealthy, why not carry a radio with you? Yang Jian teased. That's a solid idea. I'll consider it. The others, hearing Zhang Wei mention that haunting 138 number, were too frightened to keep their phones, discarding them as though they were contaminated. Don't give me your phones. That would be such a waste, Yang Jian remarked. Do you still want these phones? They've already received calls from ghosts. What if they call again? Miao Xiaoshan widened her eyes as she gazed at him. Poverty renders me fearless, and besides, can we not sell the phones instead? As she spoke, Yang Jian retrieved the discarded phones and inquired, Are you truly not interested? A chorus of voices replied in unison. No. Yang Jian remarked, You are all affluent individuals. I shall return and sell these second-hand phones. Rest assured, I will not share a single penny with you. Even for our next gathering, it will be your treat. With that, he gathered 7 or 8 phones and turned to leave. Take me with you, Wang Shanshan. Still visibly anxious, implored to accompany Yang Jian. I wish to return home to sleep. Are you planning to follow me back for the night? Yang Jian queried. Wang Shanshan replied softly, I wouldn't mind staying at your place for a few days. Everyone, including Yang Jian, stared in astonishment. It is worth noting that although Wang Shanshan may not be the belle of the class, she certainly possesses her charms, particularly due to her background in dance. Her figure is enviable, with a slender waist, long legs, and ample bosom. However, this should have little relevance to a mere commoner like Yang Jian. How could it be that after just one evening, she has suddenly become so attached to him? While the others were oblivious, Yang Jian understood all too well. Wang Shanshan was not infatuated with him. Rather, her fear stemming from the incident with the ghostly infant had rendered her reluctant to remain alone. Chapter 21. The operator. After Yang Jian departed, the remaining individuals finally came to their senses. Indeed, Yang Jian saved us, and we have yet to express our gratitude. ISN and Oppos. That rather impolite? Miao Xiaoshan remarked. Zhao Lei suggested, How about we find an opportunity in a couple of days to treat Yang Jian to a meal? Perhaps some skewers? Zhang Wei, standing nearby, chuckled. Skewers? You must be joking. I intend to invite him to a fine dining establishment. Then take him to a bar for some karaoke, and even treat him to a spa. I'll see if I can convince my father to buy a house near us to gift him. I heard he is living in a rented place under poor conditions. In any case, I'm firmly holding on to this golden opportunity. No one should compete with me for it, especially you, Miao Xiaoshan. I've heard you're his middle school classmate. He then scrutinized Miao Xiaoshan, adding, no seduction allowed. What are you talking about, Zhang Wei? Miao Xiaoshan's face flushed as she retorted. ISN and Oppos. T, that a bit exaggerated? Zhao Lei exclaimed in disbelief. Zhang Wei sneered. Exaggerated? The others instinctively took a few steps back from Zhang Wei, feeling a chill. The other girls eyed him with a mixture of suspicion and intrigue. It was well known that Zhang Wei was quite exceptional, but this was pushing it. What? Don and Amp. Amp. Oppos. T, believe it? Let me ask you. Would you prefer to encounter ghosts? Zhang Wei queried. Recalling the events of the previous night, fear washed over their faces once more. Zhao Lei hesitated and cautiously said, for some reason, faced with these two choices, I found myself instinctively choosing the former. Even the girls blushed, reminded of Yang Jian and Amp, Oppos' words after saving Wang Shanshan, suggesting a debt of gratitude. Indeed, the presence of Yang Jian instilled a profound sense of security. Zhang Wei continued earnestly that Zhou Zheng mentioned that similar supernatural occurrences will continue to unfold. It's evolving into a global catastrophe. In other words, having survived an encounter with a ghost today, what about in the future? We ordinary people cannot contend with ghosts. Only those like Zhou Zheng can. Yang Jian is likely to become one of them. We should feel fortunate to have met Yang Jian. He may be the only one capable of saving our lives in the future. At this point, he fell silent, fully aware of Yang Jian and Oppos' unique significance. The nightmare from the previous night was something he never wished to encounter again. Had he been a girl, he surely would have clung to Yang Jian, much like Wang Shanshan had done. Looking toward the bus stop, he recalled how Wang Shanshan had insisted on Yang Jian accompanying her home. Meanwhile, on the bus, Yang Jian sat wearily in his seat, gazing out at the familiar streets, the bustling crowd, and the comforting noise. Though it was noisy, it brought a sense of reassurance. At least there were no ghosts. Wang Shanshan was indeed quite attached to Yang Jian. If their relationship had developed further, she might have even considered staying at his home. Nonetheless, she still implored Yang Jian to escort her home. Yang Jian, will we encounter such situations again? Wang Shanshan clung to his arm, refusing to let go, finally mustering the courage to pose the question. I Don and Amp, Oppos, T no, but it and Amp, Oppos, likely to happen again. It depends on our fortune. If luck is on our side, we might not face it again. After all, the earth is vast, and even if supernatural events were to occur, their distribution across districts and neighborhoods would still render the probability relatively low. It's not like earthquakes or floods, which are large-scale natural disasters, Yang Jian replied, turning to glance at her. Of course, these were merely words of comfort. The future would reveal whether any incidents would arise. Suddenly, he noticed the two dark, bluish handprints resembling a baby and Oppos' on the back of Wang Shanshan and Oppos' neck, like tattoos, they had yet to fade. These were not mere bruises inflicted by the ghostly infant. They appeared as a mark. A slight shiver ran through him, uncertain whether to bring it to her attention. However, considering Wang Shanshan and Oppos' fragile state, he opted to remain silent. People often feared their own imaginations. Perhaps it was merely a scar, and nothing more would happen. Be cautious in the coming days. If you encounter any trouble, feel free to call me, Yang Jian kindly advised. Thank you. Wang Shanshan raised her head, visibly touched. Suddenly, a ringtone pierced the air. Wang Shanshan paled, instinctively letting out a scream. There's no need to worry. It's likely just a regular phone call, Yang Jian assured, rummaging through his belongings. Eventually, he retrieved a walkie-talkie-style phone, Zhou Zheng and Oppos' standard-issue satellite phone for ghost hunters. This phone could not access the internet, only make calls, and was as heavy as a brick. He wondered why he even had such a device. After a moment's thought, Yang Jian answered the call. Hello, Zhou Zheng. Reporting the situation, a female operator's voice came through. Zhou Zheng is dead. Dead? How did he die? He died during childbirth. Childbirth? The operator seemed taken aback. Yes, a cesarean section. There was an Oppos' time for surgery. The baby couldn't and Oppos' wait, so it tore its way out. I witnessed it firsthand, but the child wasn't an Oppos' very well behaved. Perhaps it was my fault for not assisting in the delivery. The moment it was born, it chased after me and bit me, almost devoured me, Yang Jian recounted. The operator, Lu Xiaoyu, was on the verge of losing her sanity. Stop spouting nonsense. Who are you? How did Zhou Zheng and Oppos' satellite phone end up with you? Do you realize you're involved in a special case? I am Zhou Zheng's dedicated operator, Lu Xiaoyu, and I have the authority to demand an accurate report on Zhou Zheng and Apos' situation. I and Apos, VE already told you, Zhou Zheng is dead. If you wish to know the truth, Shuden and Amp, Apos, you send someone to investigate? Should I announce to everyone on this bus that Zhou Zheng died due to a vengeful ghost? Do you remember reading comprehension in elementary school? Do you understand the central idea? Your comprehension skills make me doubt your qualifications as an operator. I refuse to continue this conversation. Have someone experienced take over the call. At that moment, within the Ghost Hunter headquarters, Asian Division, Lu Xiaoyu was seething with rage. Gripping a sharpened 2B pencil as she angrily scratched it across a piece of paper, fantasizing about stabbing the arrogant young man on the other end of the line. Calm down, calm down. Compared to the life and death struggles of frontline personnel, my frustration is trivial. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xiaoyu composed herself and said, Sir, please cooperate with our investigation. Ha! The other party dismissed her with a scoff. Sir, please cooperate. Ha! Lu Xiaoyu felt she was about to explode. Gritting her teeth and forcing herself to remain composed. Sir, since you find it inconvenient to speak, could you kindly provide your name? We will dispatch personnel to collect evidence later. Are you trying to investigate me? I have no qualms about telling you. My name is Zhang Wei. That and Amp, Apos, right. Zhang Wei is who I am. If you have the guts, come at me. If you don't and Apos, you and Apos, a coward. Yang Jian responded. All right, you wait right there. Lu Xiaoyu completely lost her composure, disregarding the usual protocols as she shouted back. Chapter 22. Codename Lu Xiaoyu. The moment Lu Xiaoyu lost her temper, she instantly regretted it. In the dispatch room, a middle-aged man clad in uniform and bearing a stern expression approached her, rapping his knuckles on the desk. Lu Xiaoyu, rein in your emotions. This is a critical moment. Do not let your personal feelings interfere with your work. Captain, but he clearly knows the situation yet refuses to speak, Lu Xiaoyu protested. During extraordinary events, many individuals experience psychological disturbances. You must extend understanding, tolerance, and even comfort. This is why most dispatchers are women. If you cannot handle this job, you may choose to resign, the middle-aged captain asserted, leaving no room for debate. Yes, Captain, Lu Xiaoyu replied, her head bowed. Reflect on this and ensure it does not happen again. I will handle this individual. You may observe and learn, the captain instructed. Hello, I am Zhao Zhengwo, the captain of Lu Xiaoyu. I apologize for her earlier behavior. She acted immaturely, and I have reprimanded her. However, I hope this gentleman can maintain his composure in the face of significant matters and cooperate with our investigation. If there are no objections, we may resume our earlier conversation. Zhao Jingwo spoke with a calm demeanor that inspired trust. Captain, on the bus, Yang Jian's gaze flickered as he held his phone. This must be the highest-ranking personnel I could attract for the time being. I will divulge everything regarding Zhou Zheng without omission, but in return, I wish to know certain pertinent information, Yang Jian declared. That Lu Xiaoyu is too low in rank to make decisions. That is why I hesitated to converse with him. His voice was youthful, though his methods seemed somewhat naive, yet he possessed remarkable intelligence. Zhao Zhengwo's expression shifted as he picked up a pencil and wrote down a note. Name, Zhang Wei, tentative, age, 20, estimated, character, though methods are somewhat immature. Displays of vigilance and intelligence far exceeding peers. Very well, you are aware of Zhou Zheng's situation. There are aspects I can share with you. Please summarize Zhou Zheng's condition, Zhao Zhengwo requested. I have already stated that Zhou Zheng is deceased, Yang Jian replied succinctly, without any circumlocution. Zhao Zhengwo fell silent for a moment. The Ghost Master perished due to the revival of a malevolent spirit, which undoubtedly involved the use of its power. The sole reason for invoking the strength of a malevolent spirit typically arises from an urgent special incident. Indeed, Yang Jian affirmed. Can you elaborate? Certainly, Yang Jian proceeded to recount the events of the previous day. Zhao Zhengwo gestured to the nearby Lu Xiaoyu, prepared to establish a new malevolent spirit dossier. Lu Xiaoyu swiftly took notes, opting for pen and paper instead of a computer. Ghost realm knocking sounds leading to murder, spirits in the stairs and restroom. The telephone echoing with knocking sounds as each incident was documented. Zhao Zhengwo's expression grew increasingly grave. Yang Jian remarked, that encapsulates the general sequence of events. Does this elder brother have any further inquiries? It appears this young lad is concealing something from us, lacking complete trust, which is quite reasonable. It is prudent for the youth to possess vigilance and caution. However, I still hope you will continue cooperating with our investigation, Zhao Jianguo stated. Can you tell me how you exited the ghost realm? One cannot simply walk out of there. Before I respond to your question, may I pose one of my own? Yang Jian inquired. Certainly, Zhao Jianguo considered for a moment. What precisely is the nature of ghosts? Yang Jian asked. Zhao Jianguo explained. Laboratories worldwide have conducted experiments. Some posit that ghosts are merely a form of special energy, akin to dark matter or a unique particle, an existence not yet explored by science. Because humanity fails to comprehend and analyze this phenomenon, they erroneously label it as a ghost, much like ancient people who, upon witnessing wind, rain, and thunder, would attribute it to divine beings, when in fact, it is merely a natural occurrence. I seek the truth, Yang Jian insisted. I have yet to disclose a crucial piece of information about that elderly man. I believe it is worth exchanging intelligence. Zhao Jianguo tapped the table thoughtfully before responding. As current scientific experiments are unable to elucidate the existence of ghosts, scientists speculate it may be a manifestation of energy related to the soul. Yet the prevailing viewpoint leans towards idealism. What does that imply? Yang Jian queried. Yang Jian's countenance grew notably somber. He yearned for the idea of ghosts to be merely an unknown energy transformation. Alas, it was not. There truly are ghosts. May we return to our previous discussion? Zhao Jianguo prompted. Yang Jian replied, the reason I could leave the ghost realm is quite simple. I became a ghost master. Indeed, Zhao Jianguo's gaze sharpened. He had surmised that Yang Jian's escape from the ghost realm implied his status as a ghost master. Do you have any further secrets regarding that elderly man? Zhao Jianguo inquired. Yang Jian replied, I wish to learn more about malevolent spirits. Very well, Yang Jian continued. In that case, I shall not withhold any information. That elderly man located his victims through the knocking sound he elicited, which is currently tied to a post made by a netizen. You may investigate from there, but be wary of that knocking sound. It is a curse, and anyone who hears it will inevitably be sought out by that elderly man. He then summarized the information and provided the forum's address. Understood. I have recorded this and will dispatch personnel to investigate, Zhao Jianguo assured. Please keep Zhou Zheng's phone for now. It is specially crafted to resist the corruptive forces of malevolent spirits and can maintain power for a year. Unless faced with an extraordinarily severe situation, even in the presence of other supernatural events, the phone will remain operational. Is that so? Thank you, Yang Jian replied. However, I have conveyed all I wish to share for now. I will contact you again when I can. Very well, your dedicated dispatcher will be Lu Xiaoyu. I apologize on her behalf for the previous incident, Zhao Jianguo stated. No harm done. It was my temper that flared, Yang Jian concluded before hanging up the phone. Captain, Zhou Zheng's phone should be retrieved. It likely contains vital information and should not be possessed by others, Lu Xiaoyu remarked. Zhao Jianguo rapped the table. The situation has changed. This individual has become a ghost master and deserves special consideration. I see great potential in him. Lu Xiaoyu. Your task moving forward is to closely follow him. He has only just become a ghost master. Is that feasible? Lu Xiaoyu exclaimed. He hasn't undergone training yet. I am aware. He can begin as a temporary worker. If necessary, we can train him on the job. I will report this. By the way, how is the documentation you were responsible for? Zhao Jianguo inquired. It has been completed. It can be organized for archiving. What is the codename? Lu Xiaoyu asked, gazing at the densely packed notes. Codename, Ghost Knocking, level of terror classified as A, disaster grade, Zhao Jianguo stated before adding, when the archives are reviewed. Just mention it was my suggestion. Understood, Lu Xiaoyu gasped. A disaster grade malevolent spirit. We now have another one in Asia. Chapter 23, A Life of Impossibilities. The bus arrived at the stop. Yang Jian first escorted Wang Shanshan home, due to a prior phone conversation. As they approached the entrance of an upscale community, a fashionable middle-aged woman with a frown approached them, her expression indicating displeasure. Mom, Wang Shanshan and Appo's face lit up with joy. You're back home? Where have you been all night? I couldn't reach you on the phone. Do you have any idea how worried your family was? What if something happened to you out there? I was about to report your disappearance to your father if you hadn't returned today. Wang Shanshan and Appo's mother, Wang Haiyan, scolded her. Mom, I'm sorry. Something unusual happened at school, so Wang Shanshan lowered her head. Enough. You can explain later to your father. But tell me, who is this boy? Why is he with you? Wang Haiyan questioned. He is my classmate, Yang Jian. You've seen him at school before, haven't you? Wang Shanshan replied. Classmate? With so many students in your class, how could I remember? Wang Haiyan scrutinized Yang Jian. Hello, Aunt Wang. Since everything seems fine, I'll take my leave now. I'll visit again when I have the chance, Yang Jian said, intending to leave immediately. Wait, Wang Haiyan called out to Yang Jian. You're Shanshan's classmate? Tell me, where were you two last night? Why has it taken Shanshan so long to return? Did you take her somewhere inappropriate? Aunt Wang, it's not what you think. After the evening study session, something unusual occurred at school, and everyone was required to stay. We've only just returned, and I was concerned about Shanshan's safety, so I accompanied her home, Yang Jian explained. I called Teacher Wang, and she said nothing unusual happened at school yesterday. Wang Haiyan countered. Yang Jian smiled and said, Aunt, Teacher Wang's phone was unreachable yesterday. Surely you jest. Wang Haiyan was aware that Teacher Wang's phone was indeed unreachable. She merely wished to probe the boy for any inconsistencies. She continued, I should thank you for bringing Shanshan home. However, she has a strict upbringing and has never engaged in any frivolous activities. Moreover, as she is in her crucial final year, her studies should be her priority. I hope you, as her classmate, will not distract her from her studies. Her implication was clear. She wanted Yang Jian to maintain distance from Wang Shanshan and not entertain any inappropriate thoughts about her daughter. After stating this, Wang Haiyan took out 200 yuan from her wallet and pressed it into Yang Jian's hand. It must have been quite a hassle for you to bring Shanshan home this early. This money can be considered a small treat for breakfast. Please accept it. Yang Jian paused at the sight of the 200 yuan, his smile fading. He replied calmly, Thank you, Auntie. After accepting the money, he turned to leave. Once Yang Jian departed, Wang Shanshan felt an overwhelming urge to cry. Mom, you've gone too far. Although Yang Jian doesn't excel academically, he is a good person. What does giving him money signify? Isn't that humiliating? You don't understand, my daughter. I was merely testing this boy. Did you see? He accepted the 200 yuan without hesitation. It's clear he lacks ambition and is from a poor background. You must keep your distance from such people and not be swayed by their sweet words, Wang Haiyan replied. You don't understand anything. Do you know what happened at school last night? Without Yang Jian, I would have been in peril. Do you think he wanted to accompany me? I begged him to take me home. How will I face others after this? Wang Shanshan exclaimed. Such a person has no dignity. It's best not to associate with him, Wang Haiyan asserted. We are not just anyone. Wang Shanshan, infuriated, stormed off. Meanwhile, Yang Jian sat on the bus, contemplating the 200 yuan in his hand. He understood the connotation of Wang Haiyan's actions, an air of disdain tinged with humiliation. Most others would have reacted explosively. But Yang Jian remained composed, unaffected by the situation. Even if angered, what could he do? Wang Shanshan's family was well off, and she was beautiful. They had never mingled with someone like him, a mere nobody. Naturally, her parents would reject him and seek to distance him from their daughter. To express anger would only serve to embarrass himself. He could not cause a scene over 200 yuan. For Yang Jian, this was but a trivial matter. He had helped Wang Shanshan without any expectation of reward. It was no wonder that supernatural beings had begun to emerge in his life. He chuckled to himself, placing the money into his pocket. Upon returning home, he collapsed onto his bed, utterly exhausted. Other classmates also returned home, for despite the tumultuous events, one still needed to return home, didn't they? At that moment, Zhang Wei arrived at his family's villa. He was indeed a rich heir. Though he preferred to maintain a low profile and had not fallen into the trap of extravagance. Why are you so late? I couldn't reach you on the phone. What have you been doing all night? Zhang Wei's father, Zhang Xianghua, emerged from his room, a stern expression on his face. Zhang Wei shrank his neck and replied, I was at school hanging out with friends. He hesitated to mention the ghostly occurrences at school, fearing it might insult his father's intelligence. So he opted to tell a white lie. Hanging out? You better not do that again, Zhang Xianghua remarked casually. After breakfast, remember to go to school. Don't be late. School? Zhang Wei's eyes widened in terror. No, I refuse to go to school. What do you plan to do instead? Zhang Xianghua inquired. Anything but school, Zhang Wei retorted. Are you crazy? You dare to skip school? You know the college entrance exams are approaching. Do you not wish to attend university? Dad, let me be honest. There are ghosts at that school. I cannot go, Zhang Wei confessed. Ghosts? Have you lost your mind? Come on, I'll take you to school. If there are indeed ghosts, I want to see for myself. I've never encountered a ghost in my life, Zhang Xianghua said, grabbing Zhang Wei's arm. Zhang Wei immediately jerked away, jumping up in anger. Let go of me. I said I'm not going to school. I would rather die outside than set foot in that school again. I mean it, Dad. You can test me if you don't believe me. If you don't go to school, I won't give you any allowance. You'll have to fend for yourself, Zhang Xiangue retorted, equally irate. Zhang Wei fell silent and turned back to his room. Feel free to hide in your room and don't come out, Zhang Xiangue called after him. Moments later, Zhang Wei emerged, holding 2 books. Dad, I'll go to school. Zhang Xiangue nodded in satisfaction. Once outside, Zhang Wei scoffed to himself. School? That's utterly impossible now, and it won't be possible in the next life either. Who says holding books means I must go to school? Can't I go to an internet CAF instead? Today, I, Zhang Wei, intend to consume 20 chickens at the internet CAF. Upon arriving at the entrance, Zhang Wei proclaimed loudly. However, shortly after he began his online escapade, 2 peculiar individuals approached him. Are you Zhang Wei from the 7th high school? One inquired. Taken aback, Zhang Wei crossed his legs and feigned profundity, stating, My good sir, you have mistaken me for someone else. I am Yang Jian, and Zhang Wei is my classmate. The attendant at the counter confirmed that the identification registered was indeed your identity information. There is no error. Please accompany us for a moment, as we require your assistance regarding a certain case. Zhang Wei, filled with uncertainty, was swiftly taken away. Chapter 24. Logging onto the website, a stifling, oppressive atmosphere, almost suffocating. It felt like sleep paralysis. Consciousness was clear, yet the entire body remained immobile. The dimly lit room had transformed into a dark prison, with Yang Jian as its captive, unable to break free or escape, seemingly destined for eternal submersion. Suddenly, on the pitch-black ceiling, the darkness coalesced, taking the form of an eye. This eye was immense, dominating the entire ceiling. Though unblinking, Yang Jian could sense it scrutinizing him, an eerie gaze fixated upon his being. A gurgling sound. Yang Jian felt a chilling sensation on his cheek, as if something were forcibly distending the flesh. A crimson eye emerged from within the blood and tissue. A bizarre perspective invaded his mind. Simultaneously, he felt something writhing and shifting within his body, threatening to rupture his skin. An intense pain spread, akin to agonizing torture. Almost unbearable. Yet, Yang Jian remained conscious, though utterly paralyzed. He could only endure the unrestrained activity of the spectral entity within. The pain so excruciating that he longed to cry out, but his mouth merely twitched, unable to open or utter a sound. This ordeal persisted not just for a fleeting moment, but for a harrowing 2 to 3 hours. Yang Jian remained awake throughout, enduring this tearing agony. He was uncertain how he had withstood it, only knowing that this period felt like an eternity. Around 6:00 p.m., the pain abruptly subsided, and sensation returned. Almost instantly, he bolted upright in bed, drenched in sweat, gasping for air. Yang Jian raised his hand, trembling uncontrollably. What is happening to me? His body was beyond his control, and the sensation he had just experienced was as if he was being torn apart from the inside, as if something was trying to burst out. Could it be the influence of that eye? He stared at his trembling hand in silence for a long while. Abruptly, he retrieved a dark brown piece of parchment from his pocket. Tell me, what was happening to me just now? Yang Jian spoke to the parchment. Quickly, words materialized on the parchment. Today, I awoke in agony. I can sense the malevolent spirit gradually reviving within me. Due to the events at the school, I have depleted too much of the spirit and Appos, S power. I don't and Appos, to have much time left. But I must still endure the torment inflicted by the thing within my body, because I still desire to live. The revival of a malevolent spirit, then? Indeed. Yang Jian lapsed into silence once more. He was treading the same path as Zhou Zheng, enduring the torment of the spirit and Appos, S revival, only to be killed by the entity within him one day. Was this the price of survival? How much longer do I have? Yang Jian continued. The parchment responded. If you do not devise an alternative solution swiftly, I estimate you have no more than 3 months under this torment. 3 months? This was a more rapid demise than even succumbing to cancer. To endure such torment daily, death would indeed be a release, as Zhou Zheng had said. It was impossible for Yang Jian not to feel dread at this moment. He was young, still a student, and his parents needed him to care for them in the future. What would become of them if he were to die? No, I cannot die, at least not yet. Yang Jian stood abruptly, his gaze fixed on the parchment before him. You are an enigmatic object. I cannot trust your words. You claim I will die in 3 months. But will I? You once predicted my death at the school, but that was averted, was it not? You cannot foresee the future. You can only assess the present circumstances to predict the most probable events. However, I am certain of one thing. You possess a vast, immense knowledge. What exactly are you? The parchment remained still, silent, as if it had chosen to retreat. It matters not if you remain silent. I will uncover the truth eventually, Yang Jian declared. Thinking of the malevolent spirit, he suddenly recalled something. He retrieved Zhou Zheng and Apos' satellite phone, which displayed a text message containing a website address. The address Zhao Zhengwo gave me. Perhaps I can glean some useful information from that site. Yang Jian promptly turned on his computer and entered the address. A peculiar website appeared, devoid of content, appearing as if it did not exist. He knew this was merely a security measure. He then used Zhou Zheng and Apos' phone to input the identification code imprinted on it. Instantly, the page refreshed and the website loaded, revealing its contents. Yang Jian scanned the page, which contained emergency events from around the world, requests for paranormal investigators, and bounties offered by various governments. Many bounties were in the range of hundreds of millions of dollars, with some in the tens of millions. He clicked on one. A Class C malevolent spirit has appeared in a U.S. state, codenamed Ghost Church, with a bounty of $30 million for its resolution. A video was attached. The video depicted a church, its exterior walls covered in moss, the plaster peeling and aged. At the church's entrance, Yang Jian spotted a blurry figure standing there. Though its features were indistinct, he sensed it was a person, or rather, a humanoid, exuding an unsettling aura. Suddenly, a fighter jet roared overhead, launching a missile that struck the church with devastating accuracy. The ensuing explosion engulfed the church in flames. The U.S. military had clearly opted for a forceful and direct military strike. Will it be effective? Yang Jian watched intently. Soon, as the afterglow of the explosion subsided, his eyes narrowed. The church remained standing, unscathed amidst the flames. A missile with such destructive power had failed to even chip the church's walls. Then, he saw the dark figure at the church entrance emerge and slowly approach the camera. CHCZ. The video abruptly blurred and disappeared. Beneath the video were numerous comments. $30 million to deal with this thing? The U.S. president can go to hell. Keep your money and buy lollipops for your kids. This thing is only classified as Class C. Are you trying to send us in as cannon fodder? Commented a U.S. user with translations in Chinese and other languages. The video has been censored, but it's clear this ghost can already affect its surroundings. It's probably close to forming a domain. At least Class B, or even Class A if they had any conscience. The American people are truly living in dire straits. Newbies will get scammed to death, replied a user from China. Since I'm dying anyway, let's team up for some quick cash. Looking for teammates, someone posted. Don and Apos, trust anything in the American reward videos, another added. Yang Jian perused the comments, pondering. Ghosts have classifications? He decided to investigate. Chapter 25. Where did your father come from? Yang Jian searched the internet and soon found a classification regarding the levels of malevolent spirits. Upon opening it, he was met with a line that read, governments around the world categorize spirits based on the extent of their threat to humanity. Note, this does not represent the terror level of the spirits. C level, restricted. Spirits confined to a specific area, posing a threat to fewer than 100 individuals. They can be restrained and contained by spirit handlers and are non-contagious. B level, dangerous. Spirits that possess the ability to roam freely, highly perilous. Yet threatening fewer than 10,000 individuals. They cannot be contained but can still be restricted by spirit handlers and exhibit a degree of contagion. A level, catastrophic. If left unchecked, these spirits can annihilate an entire city and Apos' population within a certain time frame. They are exceedingly terrifying and currently cannot be restrained or contained, possessing significant contagion potential. S level, annihilation. Capable of destroying the populations of multiple cities, if not curbed, they could even obliterate an entire nation. The categorization of malevolent spirits based on their threat to humanity does not reflect their terror level. Yang Jian's gaze flickered as he grasped the implications of these classifications. Whether C level or A level, the degree of horror might be comparable. It was merely the extent of harm inflicted upon humans that determined their ranking. The so-called levels were only for reference and bore little practical significance. He shook his head, not placing much weight on these classifications. This was merely a categorization of disasters by various nations. When confronted by a spirit, one would still face death. What difference did it make if one died alone or with 100 others? Death was death. Yang Jian continued to peruse other materials. Suddenly, a particular list caught his attention, the global ranking of malevolent spirits by terror level. They even compiled a ranking. These foreigners must truly have too much time on their hands. Why not create a ranking for female spirits? To see which one is more beautiful or seductive. Perhaps even a bikini fashion show would be delightful, he mused. Upon opening the list, his eyelids twitched. His expression grew serious. Ranking of malevolent spirits. 1. Codename. Ghost call. Characteristics. Upon the ringing of a phone, death is inevitable, regardless of whether one answers, hears it, or possesses a mobile device. This spirit indiscriminately kills across the globe, lacking any physical form, akin to a causal strike, currently unsolvable. Fortunately, each ghost call only claims one victim, categorized as B-level. Note: a foreign president has already fallen victim to a ghost call. This is absurd, Yang Jian thought, dumbfounded. The sound of a phone ringing heralds death. Akin to a death knell, it matters not whether one has a phone at hand or is deaf to the sound. 2. Codename. Nightmare. Characteristics. Individuals perish in their sleep. With the patterns of its killings currently unknown and exhibiting unclear contagion, it also lacks physical characteristics, killing indiscriminately worldwide. It has a record of claiming 351 lives in a single incident, classified as a level. Note: avoiding sleep can prevent a nightmare. 3. Codename. Ghost Devourer. Characteristics. As Yang Jian perused this ranking of malevolent spirits, a wave of despair washed over him. The phrase indiscriminate killing across the globe sent shivers down his spine. There was no defense, no escape, not even a hint of warning. Encountering such spirits guaranteed death, whether one was a billionaire or a destitute beggar. Even a president of a nation, anyone was under the threat of these spirits. Those aware of such entities' existence must be gripped by fear. However, with the world's vast population, the likelihood of encountering one of these ranked spirits remained relatively low. If one did fall victim, it could only be attributed to unfortunate luck. After a brief period of shock, Yang Jian swiftly regained his composure. He excused himself to the restroom, then returned to continue his research. After browsing for an entire hour, he finally stood up and left the computer. "Father, why are you reading the newspaper in the dark? Be careful not to strain your eyes." He entered the living room, noticing the lack of light, and spoke up. A middle-aged man sat on the sofa, holding a newspaper in front of his face, seemingly merging with the surrounding darkness. Engrossed in the news, he remained silent, offering no reply to Yang Jian. Yang Jian paid him no further mind and returned to his online search. He needed to understand what had transpired in this world as swiftly as possible in order to devise a means of survival. The parchment warned him he would not last 3 months. Yet he refused to believe that becoming a spirit handler meant there was no way to survive. During his time at school, Fang Jing had mentioned a method for spirit handlers to evade death from the revival of malevolent spirits. However, Fang Jing was now deceased. The contents of the parchment had also been rewritten. Yang Jian was unaware of what that method entailed, but he felt certain a way to survive must exist. While searching for a means to live, he also needed to prepare for the worst-case scenario. He contemplated silently. The power of spirits can affect all matter. But there is one exception: gold. Signed, Bruce P. A paper appeared before his eyes. Yang Jian opened it and continued to browse, yet at that moment, a phone beside him rang. Turning, he saw it was the satellite phone belonging to Zhou Zheng. "Hello, who is it?" Yang Jian answered, continuing to read the paper. "You dare deceive me. Your name is not Zhang Wei. It is Yang Jian, from Meishan Village, Yang Town, Dachang City, born on January 1st, currently 19 years old, 20 in lunar years." On the other end, Lu Xiaoyu and Amp, Oppo's voice seethed with frustration. Yang Jian was not taken aback. Instead, he replied, "So, you've already located Zhang Wei for your investigation? Your efficiency is rather average. I expected you to discover this 6 hours ago. Don't misunderstand. I initially had no reason to trust a stranger in Oppo's call. What if it were a phone scam? Providing you with false information was merely an act of self-preservation. How much time and energy has been wasted due to your one lie?" Lu Xiaoyu retorted, "I must seriously warn you, do not ever act like this again. We handle numerous cases daily, and our workload is heavy. If everyone behaved as you did, how could we possibly carry out our duties?" "That may be so. But I am not part of your spirit handler organization. Your concerns do not apply to me," Yang Jian replied nonchalantly. At that moment, the middle-aged man entered the room and sat beside Yang Jian on the bed, remaining silent as he read the newspaper. "Father, is there something you need?" Yang Jian inquired. The middle-aged man did not respond, but Lu Xiaoyu and Amp Apos. S voice piped up from the phone. Who are you speaking with? You ought to keep matters of this nature confidential. To avoid causing panic, I should explain the confidentiality regulations to you. I am speaking with my father. This conversation ends here. We can continue next time. I am quite busy. Yang Jian was about to hang up. Wait. Suddenly, Lu Xiaoyu's voice elevated, filled with disbelief. Your father? What is happening over there? I have your file right here. I can see all your information from birth through high school. Where did your father come from? Your father passed away in a car accident when you were in 5th grade. Your guardian is your mother. Furthermore, there is no record of your mother remarrying. This means you have been in a single-parent household since elementary school. Yang Jian retorted, What nonsense are you spouting? My father is sitting right next to me. Reading the newspaper, he turned back to face the man beside him. The middle-aged man, seated motionlessly on the bed, raised his arm, concealing his face behind a newspaper, rendering his features indistinguishable. The living room and bedroom remained shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the faint glow of the computer monitor, making it virtually impossible to discern the words on the newspaper in such dim surroundings. Dad, what's wrong? Yang Jian reached out, intending to lift the paper. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon a black and white portrait of the middle-aged man hanging on a cabinet in the room. Instantly, his hand froze. Yang Jian, there's definitely something amiss on your end. Quickly, leave your residence, came Lu Xiaoyu's urgent voice from the other end of the line. Chapter 26. The person that does not exist in memory. A middle-aged man, whose appearance was obscured, sat rigidly upright at the head of Yang Jian and Apos' bed, holding the first edition of a newspaper in his hand, utterly still, as though he were genuinely engrossed in the news printed upon its pages. At first glance, everything seemed utterly normal, devoid of any peculiarities. However, the dimness of the room was hardly conducive to reading a newspaper. Moreover, this individual had maintained his posture since Yang Jian had begun his online activity, never once altering his position, a feat inconceivable for an ordinary person. The only change was that he had shifted from the living room sofa to the edge of the bed, merely a relocation, moving from a distance to a closer proximity. This reduction in space did not instill a sense of comfort. Rather, it evoked an inexplicable sense of threat and dread. Why was his father sitting beside him? Reading a newspaper? Had he ever had such a habit? Gazing at the portrait hanging on the cabinet, while hearing Lu Xiaoyu and Apos' urgent voice, Yang Jian realized that something was amiss. If the documents Lu Xiaoyu spoke of were indeed authentic, then was this man truly his father? He seemed to be, yet he also felt strangely unfamiliar. Had his father genuinely perished in a car accident during Yang Jian and Apos' childhood? Despite the clarity in his mind that this figure was his father, everything seemed so natural, devoid of any semblance of falsehood. Nonetheless, an unsettling feeling lingered. Yang Jian immediately withdrew his hand, refraining from pushing aside the newspaper that obscured the man's face. Instead, he swiftly grasped his phone, abruptly standing up and retreating, attempting to distance himself from the man engrossed in reading. What had influenced him, causing his memories to falter? Or was it possible that everything before him was merely a dream, an illusion? Perhaps the entire building was ensorcelled? Regardless, it was best to vacate the premises and later unravel the truth of this bizarre situation. Yang Jian could not ascertain whether he had lost his mind, or if it was his father who had, or if the environment itself was at fault. He cautiously retraced his steps from the room into the living area, careful not to disturb the father who was reading. As he exited, curiosity compelled him to glimpse at the man's visage. However, before he could discern anything, he noticed a corner of the newspaper stained crimson, as though it had been soaked in blood, the vibrant scarlet seeming to threaten to drip down like liquid. A blood-soaked newspaper. Would any sane individual peruse such a publication? Yang Jian and Apos' pupils constricted, and in that moment, he fully believed Lu Xiaoyu and Apos' words. It was true that his father had perished in a car accident during his elementary school years. The documents from her side were genuine. Hence the father before him could not possibly exist, for the deceased do not return to life. If his father was non-existent, then the only possibility for the man seated at the edge of the bed, reading a newspaper, was that he was a ghost. A tremor coursed through his heart. When had this specter infiltrated his home? When had it manifested in the room? And when had his memories been altered? Had he been cohabitating with this ghost all these years? If it were an Apos' for Lu Xiaoyu and Apos' phone call, would he have remained oblivious forever? As he contemplated, a chill ran down his spine. Just as he stepped out of the room, The man reading the newspaper suddenly moved, his head turning with an uncanny swiftness to face Yang Jian. Instantly, Yang Jian recoiled in terror. This man had no face, no features, only a layer of flesh. Leave! Yang Jian roared inwardly, turning on his heel to flee. He had now firmly established it. This man was indeed a ghost. Yet, the moment he pivoted, darkness enveloped him, as though he had collided with something. A newspaper. Thick, foul-smelling, as if steeped in copious amounts of blood. The paper clung to his face, adhering tightly, and instinctively, he attempted to tear it away, but the bloodied newspaper seemed to meld with his skin. Every tug sent waves of excruciating pain coursing through him, and it proved impossible to remove. Was this ghost now attacking him? Yang Jian realized this terrifying truth. He had already faced 2 waves of malevolent spirits during his time at school. The only force capable of combating a ghost was another ghost. Gritting his teeth, an eye suddenly emerged from the flesh on the back of his hand, emitting a faint crimson glow. As he used this eye to tear away the newspaper from his face, it began to yield. The paper gradually peeled away, akin to a bandage being removed. Yet, at that moment, the ghost seemed unwilling to relinquish its hold so easily. Yang Jian felt the specter drawing closer, as if it were tugging the newspaper back. A terrifying force surged. The newspaper clinging to his face tightened once more, inducing a powerful sense of suffocation and dizziness. If this continued, he would not be killed by the ghost. He would be suffocated to death by this eerie newspaper. If you wish to play, then I shall play along. You are a ghost, but I am not merely human. Yang Jian emitted a beastly growl from his throat. 2 crimson eyes suddenly sprouted upon his face. Where the eyes emerged, the newspaper let out a sound akin to tearing paper, and it was instantly shredded. At the moment the newspaper was torn apart, the terrifying pull behind him diminished significantly. Again, Yang Jian clenched his teeth. The power of these eyes could not be overused. Each time he employed them, he drew closer to death. Yet, he had no choice. If he did not harness the strength of the ghost within him, he would perish at this very moment. Another eye sprouted from his forehead. With a hiss, the bloodied newspaper adhered to his forehead was torn away. The force pulling at him lightened once more, and the sensations of suffocation and dizziness rapidly receded. Continue. Yang Jian understood that the ghost's power within him was still insufficient. A 5th eye emerged at his throat. The newspaper that constricted him there split open. With a surge of strength, he tore apart the newspaper enveloping his face, as the numerous rips rendered it utterly shredded. The suffocation and heaviness vanished completely. Air rushed into his lungs. Yang Jian now bore 4 glowing crimson eyes upon his face. Turning to look behind him, he found only emptiness, with only the bloodied remnants of the torn newspaper scattered across the floor. Leave this place. Yang Jian and Appo's heart raced, and he dared not linger. Without retrieving his belongings, he swiftly opened the door and exited the house. Not long after his departure, a figure emerged from the room he had just vacated. This person collected the scattered remnants of the torn newspaper from the floor and painstakingly pieced it back together. Soon, the newspaper regained its former appearance, still stained with vivid blood. However, upon that crimson paper, a visage began to take form, a likeness of Yang Jian. The figure gathered the newspaper, then, as if nothing had transpired, walked to the nearby sofa, seated himself, and resumed his prior position, motionless as he gazed at the newspaper before him, mirroring his earlier demeanor. Hours passed before this figure finally stirred. Slowly, he lowered his arm. He was no longer faceless, devoid of features. At that moment, he bore Yang Jian and Appo's visage. Yet where the eyes had sprouted, there was now a void, as if portions of a clear photograph had been forcibly excised. The face is not flawless. Chapter 27. The red paper covers the eyes in a public restroom. Water gushed forth as Yang Jian washed the foul, bloody grime from his face. The cool tap water brought him a sense of calm. Indeed, it appears I was the one at fault. That ghost earlier had the ability to alter a person and Appo's memories, forcibly implanting an imaginary figure into my mind, leaving me completely unaware of any anomaly. Even with this eye, I was unable to detect any signs. Had it not been for Lu Xiaoyu and Appo's reminder, I fear I would still be living with that ghost at home. He raised his gaze to the mirror in front of him. The eye on Yang Jian and Appo's face had vanished, and he temporarily returned to normal. Hey, Yang Jian. If you can hear me, please respond. This is Lu Xiaoyu. Suddenly, the satellite phone by the sink rang. The call had not been disconnected since the beginning. It's me. Yang Jian answered. What is happening on your end? Lu Xiaoyu inquired. Yang Jian replied, your guess was correct. My father indeed died in a car accident when I was in elementary school. The entity in the house was not human. It was a ghost. You managed to escape? Yes. Yang Jian wiped the water from his face, and at that moment, he noticed a piece of red paper stuck to the back of his hand. This is a fragment from that bloody newspaper. It's good that you're safe. Can you tell me about that ghost? Lu Xiaoyu asked. Yang Jian explained, the ghost has the ability to alter memories. Its modus operandi remains unclear, and its method of killing is unknown. However, I was nearly suffocated when a bloodied newspaper wrapped around my face. That is all I know for now. Understood. Lu Xiaoyu was taking notes quickly. Since my father is a ghost, what about my mother? Where is she? Also, when did this ghost appear? You should be able to access the surveillance footage from around here. Could you check for me? Yang Jian requested. Lu Xiaoyu replied, I can look into it. But you must cooperate with us moving forward. What kind of cooperation? Yang Jian asked. For now, it is just some basic information gathering. You must report immediately if you discover the presence of any malevolent spirits, Lu Xiaoyu explained. What are the benefits? Yang Jian inquired. Do you expect me to work for you without any compensation? I checked that website, and if there are no tangible benefits, I refuse to assist you. Yang Jian stated earnestly. Let us postpone this discussion for now. I have some other matters to attend to. I will contact you later. Without continuing the conversation, Yang Jian hung up the phone. Beep. Lu Xiaoyu felt her anger surging as she heard the call disconnect. Yang Jian did not end the call as an excuse. Rather, he needed to deal with the red paper stuck to the back of his hand. He tore off the palm-sized red paper, preparing to discard it. This object was something the ghost had been holding, exuding an eerie and sinister aura. Carrying it could not bode well. However, just as he tore off the red paper, a searing pain erupted from the area where it had been stuck, and a gash opened up in his skin. A red eye emerged once again. Simultaneously, he felt a strange writhing sensation coursing through his body. The eyes within him began to stir restlessly, seemingly awakened by the use of their power. Could it be? Yang Jian gazed at the red paper in his hand, opting not to discard it, but to press it back onto the back of his hand, conveniently covering the eye. The red eye immediately closed, and the unsettling sensation within his flesh subsided. Everything seemed to return to a state of tranquility. Indeed, this red paper could suppress the power of the eye, albeit not entirely, but it could slow the revival of the eye's strength. Yang Jian felt a surge of excitement upon realizing this. He then recalled the adage, only a ghost can contend with another ghost. If the eyes within his body could be considered a ghost, then the red paper was also a ghost. The powers of the two ghosts clashed, each restraining the other. Perhaps this was the key to survival. No, wait. Yang Jian furrowed his brow. If this hypothesis is correct, then why did the eye not get suppressed when that ghostly infant bit me in the school building? Instead, it seemed to have stimulated a quicker awakening. The red paper. The ghostly infant. What is the distinction between these two? After pondering for a moment, Yang Jian decided he would set this question aside for now. Since the red paper could suppress the 6 eyes within him, he must take the risk to retrieve it. This was his chance to survive. He needed to return home once more. With a grave expression, Yang Jian took a deep breath and strode out of the restroom, preparing to face the peril of returning home. Just as he exited the restroom, he encountered 4 or 5 young individuals approaching, appearing rather unruly and delinquent. Hey, buddy. Are you using the restroom? Don and Amp. Amp. Oppos. T leave yet. Let and Amp. Amp. Oppos. Let's discuss something. One young man, his eyes lighting up upon seeing Yang Jian, approached and placed a hand on his shoulder. What is the matter? Yang Jian glanced at him and asked. Nothing much. Just wanted to get to know you. I'm a Fei. May I ask your name? The young man introduced himself. Yang Jian, came the reply. A Fei grinned. Then we are friends. Since we are friends. Woon and Oppos. It'd be nice if you could help me out. I and Oppos am a bit short on cash today. Could you lend me some money? Don and Oppos, worry. I and Amp. Oppos. I'll pay you back tomorrow when you come here. I won and Amp. Oppos. Owe you a single cent. Yang Jian tilted his head to look at him. Lend you money? I think you were trying to rob me. Arin and Oppos. You? If you are going to rob or extort someone, why not choose a more normal target? I and Oppos am not in a stable state right now. It would be better for you to keep your distance. I fear I might lose control and accidentally commit a crime. You and Oppos, got some nerve. A Fei retorted. I'm giving you face by asking to borrow money. Don't be ungrateful. If you want to die, just say the word, and I'll make it happen. A young man beside him brandished a small knife in Yang Jian and Oppos' face. Friends, let and Oppos' not escalate this. If something goes wrong, it one and oppos, be good. Let me go, and we can pretend today never happened. How does that sound? Yang Jian proposed. That sounds like nonsense. You aren't leaving without handing over the money. The young man with the knife sneered. Brother, even if I'm borrowing money, I promise to repay you next time we meet. Let us not be so harsh. We're friends after all, Fei taunted. Yang Jian replied, since you insist. There and oppos, nothing I can do. The money is in my pants pocket. Help yourself. At least you're smart, the young man with the knife said. Excitement glinting in his eyes as he reached into Yang Jian's pocket to retrieve the money. But as his hand slipped inside, he suddenly felt something cold. Like a glass orb. Instinctively, he pulled it out. However, he was shocked to find his hands covered in blood, gripping a red eye, which began to move slightly. Casting an eerie gaze at him. Ah! The young man with the knife screamed in terror, his face paling as he stumbled backward. Yet, as he retreated, he realized that everything around him had transformed into a scarlet hue. The residential buildings, streetlights, the moon in the sky, even the ground. Everything seemed enveloped in a layer of crimson light. Since we are friends, would you mind helping me test the ghostly realm? Yang Jian slowly emerged from the restroom. Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. Who was that person draped over his arm as he stepped out? In that moment, he found himself too terrified to look back, feeling only the icy chill of the figure resting against him, like a corpse. A ghost, indeed. Fei and Oppos' face turned pale with fright as he turned and fled from the public restroom, the other thugs following suit in their panic. At that moment, Yang Jian glanced at the back of his hand. The area covered by the red paper revealed the outline of an eye. But it was quickly pressed down again by the paper, only for the eye to re-emerge, as if engaged in a struggle against its confinement. With 6 eyes, I could unleash the ghost domain, but with one eye bound by the red paper, I can still manifest the domain with 5 eyes, thus halting the revival of the malevolent spirit. He felt a sharp pain from 5 fissures in his body. The visions from 5 perspectives flooded his mind, granting him clarity over his surroundings. 6 eyes represented the limit of what his body could endure, yet 5 eyes provided a notable improvement, although side effects persisted. They were far less pronounced. Yang Jian and Oppos' gaze shifted slightly as he began to comprehend the extent of his capabilities. If he were to obtain that red paper, binding all 6 eyes, would it not signify that he could wield the power of the malevolent spirit without any repercussions? He would no longer need to fear the consequences of its revival. However, before that, he needed to master this ghost domain. Observing the fleeing thugs, he realized they would serve as the perfect subjects for his experimentation. Mastering the ghost domain was essential for his future encounters with malevolent spirits. Thus, utilizing the power of the spirit was a necessity, not a waste. Chapter 28. Borrowing Money. Run for your lives. Afraid and pale, Fei and his companions fled as if their lives depended on it, their faces etched with terror, as though they had just witnessed something truly horrifying. Indeed, they had encountered a most frightful event. It seemed they had encountered a ghost. They ran for what felt like an eternity, until exhaustion finally compelled them to halt, bent over and gasping for breath. Reflecting on the earlier scene, Fei felt his limbs quaking. Hey, Fei, what was that person earlier? One of his companions asked, trembling with fear. Fei cursed, what could it be? We've probably run into something sinister. We should go to the temple later and ask for a talisman to ward off evil. Damn it, today is truly unlucky. Had I known, I wouldn't have ventured into such desolate areas. We finally encountered someone to extort for a bit of cash, only to stumble upon that thing. But before he could finish, another companion, shaking uncontrollably, pointed ahead. Why, you guys, look what's in front. The group gazed up, their expressions transforming into sheer horror. A public restroom, the very site where they had encountered the supernatural. Standing motionless before the restroom was a figure, radiating a faint red glow and staring at them intently. It was Yang Jian. After running so far, they had somehow circled back to where they began. Upon witnessing this sight, some had already collapsed in fright, paralyzed by sheer terror, unable to muster the strength to flee. Run. Despite his exhaustion, Fei was more terrified of Yang Jian standing before the restroom and turned to run once more. In his panic, he had no time to ponder how they had returned to their starting point. His only thought was to distance himself from that person, to escape that restroom. At that moment, Yang Jian furrowed his brow. My ghost domain differs somewhat from that old man and Oppos'. He could disorient everyone within the entire building, even affecting walls and structures. Yet I can only confuse people? No, if the ghost domains are similar, then I must still be grasping the method inadequately. Ghosts and humans are not the same. Yang Jian took a step forward. Suddenly, he vanished from sight, only to reappear directly in the direction a Fey had fled, as though he had traversed a loop. Ah! A Fey, startled by Yang Jian and Apos' sudden appearance, halted abruptly and scrambled away in terror. If I can alter my position, can I also influence the surroundings? Yang Jian and Apos' gaze flickered as he seized one of the frightened thugs and hurled him against the restroom wall. Enveloped in the crimson light, it seemed everything lay within his control. The thug screamed in agony as he felt a sharp pain. In an instant, his head was lodged in a vent at the restroom and Apos' entrance. The vent was too small to accommodate a head. Yet Yang Jian managed to force the thug and Apos' head through the wall, trapping his neck in the vent. So this is how it works. Yang Jian gradually unraveled some of the secrets of the ghost domain. Here, distance would distort, realities would shift, the scenes before him would transform. Everything was both false and real, simultaneously severing ties with the external world. Within the ghost domain existed a realm revolving around vengeful spirits, born of ghosts and altered by their presence. Yang Jian experimented with the ghost domain and Apos' capabilities, using these thugs as subjects, gradually comprehending the significance of this vengeful spirit and Apos' power. It was unsolvable. Indeed, for humans, this capricious distortion of reality was truly insurmountable. It was no wonder that even explosives could not obliterate the ghost domain. For within the ghost domain, reality as one knew it ceased to exist. How could a bomb, capable of destroying everything in reality, annihilate something that straddled the line between the real and the unreal within the ghost domain? If the ghost domain and Apos' radius were to be minimized, encapsulating only oneself, then one would exist as an entity between reality and illusion. Yang Jian contracted the power of the ghost domain. The surrounding crimson light swiftly dissipated. Street lamps returned to normal, neon lights flickered to life on distant skyscrapers, and the sounds of honking cars resumed. Yet Yang Jian still emanated a faint red glow. He took a step forward, his body effortlessly passing through a wall and into an adjacent residential building. He beheld a couple in a brightly lit room, engaged in intimate activities. Yang Jian observed them, and they stared back at him, their eyes widening in extreme fear upon seeing the unexpected figure radiating a faint red glow. Apologies for the interruption. Please, continue, Yang Jian remarked, turning to leave, vanishing into the wall. Ah, a ghost. The couple and Apos' screams echoed throughout the room, even reaching outside. A ghost? Yang Jian contemplated his current state. He was indeed becoming increasingly ghost-like, if not for the retention of his human consciousness. A spirit master. Truly an entity neither fully human nor fully ghost. Yang Jian sensed a stir within him, a ghostly eye concealed beneath red paper. Yet prolonged use of this vengeful spirit and Apos' power proved taxing. He felt the eye within him growing restless once more. The ghost domain could only be maintained for 5 minutes. After that, his limit would be reached. Yang Jian checked the time on his phone, noting it carefully. He withdrew from the ghost domain and Apos' state. Today's endeavor had indeed been significant. Looking around, he noticed a Fey and the other thugs cowering behind a garbage bin, trembling in fear. Given their fragile composure, did they truly think they could extort money? Brother, trembling are we? As friends, it and Apos' only right to assist each other in times of need. I happen to be a bit short on cash. Would you mind lending me some? Yang Jian said, narrowing his eyes and patting a Fey's shoulder. Extort money? With only a meager 200 yuan in his pocket and unable to return home, he needed to acquire some funds. Here, take it all. Just don't come looking for me, and I'll burn incense for you later. Seek someone else. A Fey nearly cried, trembling as he emptied his pockets. It amounted to just over 100 yuan. Consider it a loan. I'll repay you next time, Yang Jian said with a smile, pocketing the money. No need to repay, big brother. It's a gift, a Fey stammered, his head lowered, too frightened to meet Yang Jian's gaze. Just over 100 yuan? What a trifling matter. He only hoped this ghost would leave him be. If only it would not haunt him in the future, he would agree to any demand. Next time, I'll extort more money. That way, it'll be easier for me to find you. Yang Jian stood up, his voice tinged with an eerie tone. Woo. Woo. A Fey broke into tears. I'm still just a child. Why must you treat me this way? He vowed never to extort money again. Intending to become a good person, perhaps helping an elderly lady cross the street the following day, Yang Jian methodically approached the other thugs, casually asking them for a few hundred yuan. Given today's experiences, they would surely abandon any thoughts of extortion. For who could tell who would be the next victim, human or ghost? Time to cease the games. Attending to serious matters was paramount. Yang Jian cast a final glance. When he beheld the little thug he had shoved into the vent desperately attempting to extricate his head, a smile involuntarily crept across his face. Tomorrow, he thought, he would summon someone to knock down the wall. How audacious to wield a knife in an attempt to intimidate. It was sheer luck that they had not encountered a true specter. However, upon returning home, Yang Jian discovered that the door was ajar. The dimly lit room was devoid of life. The tattered red newspapers that had previously littered the floor had vanished. The ghost was nowhere to be found. The ghost has fled? Yang Jian's expression shifted. He had braced himself for a confrontation with the apparition, only to find nothing. Had the ghost been frightened into retreat? Or had it sought out another target? He resolved resolutely in his heart that he must locate that ghost. Chapter 29. The handprints in the bathroom. The presence of a ghost within the home renders even the most resilient individuals incapable of remaining there. Yet, in pursuit of that elusive crimson newspaper, Yang Jian finds himself compelled to take risks. This moment presents an opportunity to confront the resurgence of the malevolent spirit. He resolves to wait for its return, contemplating whether it might revisit this very place. After a prolonged internal struggle, he steels himself and chooses to remain, awaiting the ghost and Oppo's arrival. To knowingly linger in a haunted space demands immense bravery. Yang Jian indeed exhibits considerable courage, for he remains with a resolve akin to that of a martyr. To merely exist in this state is tantamount to a slow suicide, as the eye of his body grows increasingly uncontrollable. Meanwhile, in another upscale neighborhood of Dachang City, resides Wang Shanshan. Since the day before yesterday, she has not ventured beyond her doorstep, choosing instead to seclude herself at home, having sensed an unsettling change within her surroundings. In the bathroom, water cascades down. Yet Shanshan's eyes are filled with terror and a hint of madness. Clutching a toilet brush, she scrubs furiously at a spot beside her neck in the mirror. Her skin, subjected to excessive scrubbing, has turned a deep crimson. Normally, a person would be unable to endure such pain, but Shanshan appears oblivious, intensifying her scrubbing as her expression shifts to one of heightened fear. Soon, the skin beside her neck splits open, oozing bright red blood, which mingles with the warm water, staining the floor. No matter how vigorously she scrubs, too dark, small handprints remain visible on the bloodied skin, stubborn marks that seem to have merged with her flesh, as if they were birthmarks carried from the womb, utterly indelible. At this moment, Shanshan and Oppo's mother, Wang Haiyan, sits anxiously on the living room sofa, glancing at the time. Her daughter has been in the bathroom for over 2 hours, having bathed earlier that morning. What if she has fallen ill? Is she unwell? She wonders. Beside her, Shanshan's father, Wang Bin, shares her concern. Ever since returning from school yesterday morning, something has been off. She has barely eaten and has locked herself away in her room. She keeps all the lights on during the day, terrified of the dark. If this continues, we should see a doctor tomorrow. Husband, have you inquired about what transpired at school the night before last? I've been unable to reach your teacher, Wang Haiyan remarks. I visited the school yesterday. Indeed, something has occurred. It has been sealed off and all students are on forced leave. We await further notice for when classes will resume. I encountered several parents there, Wang Bin replies, his brow furrowed in seriousness as he puffs on a cigarette. Other parents spoke of their children who had not returned home after last night's evening study session. They are missing, unreachable by phone, and their numbers are not insignificant. Wang Haiyan gasps, how could this happen? Something must have occurred at the school. We simply do not know yet. I wanted to ask Shanshan, but given her current state, I fear pressing her might add to her distress. Wang Bin extinguishes his cigarette, asserting, Shanshan has certainly encountered something troubling. She appears frightened. Wang Haiyan speculates, dear. Could it be that Shanshan has been bullied by some ill-intentioned person? Absolutely not. This is a widespread case of student disappearances. The school authorities are concealing it. By the way, wasn't Shanshan accompanied home by her classmate yesterday morning? Wang Bin counters. Yes, I have met that classmate. His name is Yang Jian, Wang Haiyan replies. He must know what has happened to Shanshan. We should reach out to him, Wang Bin suggests. I had thought of that, but I do not have his number. Wang Haiyan responds. Just then, a blood-curdling scream echoes from the bathroom. The couple's faces drain of color as they rush to the bathroom door, only to find it locked. Shanshan, open the door. What is happening? Mom is right outside. Wang Haiyan calls urgently, knocking on the door. Yet, Wang Shanshan and Oppo's screams continue to resonate from within. Wang Bin, sensing the gravity of the situation, decides to forego knocking and forcefully breaks open the bathroom door. With a resounding crash, the door splinters open. Wang Haiyan, as a mother, rushes inside, only to be met with the horrifying sight of blood covering the bathroom floor, rendering her pale with fear. In the corner, she finds her daughter curled up, blood streaming from her neck, her head buried, as if paralyzed by terror. "What has happened, my dear?" Wang Haiyan cries, her heart aching. "It has come. It is outside the window. It is coming for me." Wang Shanshan exclaims in sheer panic. "Don't come closer. Don't come closer." "What is it?" "There is nothing outside the window, Shanshan. Please, don't frighten yourself." Wang Haiyan implores, glancing out the bathroom window but seeing nothing. "No, it's right there, watching me." Shanshan clutches her mother's arm, panicking. "I want Yang Jian. I want to go to his house. I don't want to stay here. Mom, I don't want to die. Everyone is dead. They're all gone. Su Lei, Zhao Yin, Lu Jiai. They're all dead. I don't want to die." As she weeps, Wang Shanshan collapses into her mother's embrace. "You're safe, my love. You are safe. Nothing will happen to you. I am here," Wang Haiyan soothes, tears streaming down her face. "It found me. It is outside the window. I am going to die." Wang Shanshan sobs. Wang Haiyan looks again at the window, insisting, "There is truly nothing out there. We live on the 16th floor. There is nothing outside. Look for yourself." "Mom, it really has come. I want to stay with Yang Jian. I don't want to die." Shanshan continues to tremble in tears. At that moment, Wang Bin interjects after a moment of silence. "Let us get Shanshan back to her room to put on some clothes. We'll take her to the clinic downstairs to tend to her wounds. Tomorrow, I'll find a way to speak with Yang Jian." Wang Haiyan nods, assisting Shanshan out of the bathroom. Once the mother and daughter depart, Wang Bin turns off the hot water in the bathroom and rinses away the blood on the floor. As he prepares to leave, he glances at the bathroom window. The window is shut. Wang Bin opens it and leans out, searching to confirm if something lurks outside. Living on the 16th floor, it seems implausible for anything to be there. Indeed, he sees nothing. However, just as he is about to close the window, he freezes. A thin layer of condensation covers the glass, and upon it, a small, unmistakable handprint is visible. The print appears diminutive, clearly not that of an adult, resembling the handprint of a 4- or 5-year-old child. Furthermore, the handprint extends from outside the window into the bathroom, dotting the steam-covered walls and even the ceiling, areas unreachable by Shanshan. The tiny handprints are abundant and unmistakably clear. Wang Bin's heart races, sensing that something is profoundly amiss. Tonight, Wang Shanshan and Apos' family has spent the entire night awake. Equally sleepless is Zhang Wei, who has just returned home from outside. His father, Zhang Shengwei, assumed he had engaged in some misdeed and immediately reprimanded him, forbidding him from returning to his room to rest. Zhang Wei stood on the balcony, gazing into the night, his brow furrowed in contemplation throughout the night. Who could it be that has conspired against him? Chapter 30. The mercenary would that spectre not return? Yang Jian had spent the entire night at home without a moment's rest. His eyes were bloodshot and weary as he gazed toward the door. The door remained ajar, for he wished to catch a glimpse of the apparition at the earliest opportunity. However, the situation did not unfold as he had envisioned. It was untenable to remain vigilant for the ghost and Apos' appearance indefinitely if the spectre had departed and had no intention of returning. He would merely be squandering precious time that was of utmost importance to him. Rubbing his bloodshot eyes, Yang Jian sought to awaken and relax his mind. Such prolonged tension would surely drive him to madness. If he could not locate the ghost within a short span, he needed to prepare for contingencies. Rising from the couch, he took a shower and gathered his belongings in preparation for venturing out. His dual strategies were as follows. Firstly, should he survive, he would seek ways to ensure his continued existence. Secondly, if he were destined to perish, he deemed it necessary to accrue some funds for his parents and Apos' future comfort. With a backpack slung over his shoulder, Yang Jian exited the somewhat dilapidated apartment building. He raised his gaze to the sun, which radiated an oppressive heat, causing him a momentary sense of dizziness. Yet, it seemed the ghost was not deterred by the sunlight. As he touched the back of his hand, he felt no unusual reaction from the eye that had been troubling him. This indicated that, even in daylight, the ghost could indeed manifest. The folklore asserting that ghosts only appeared at night was now clearly debunked. The light of day merely provided a semblance of security, alleviating some of the pervasive fear. "Sir, do you buy used phones?" Yang Jian approached a small mobile repair shop by the roadside. The shopkeeper glanced at him and replied, I don't purchase old models. Only smartphones released in the past 2 years. Yang Jian took a seat and clarified, I am not selling my phone. Rather, I wish to sell these. He retrieved the discarded phones from Zhang Wei, Wang Shanshan, Zhao Lei, and others from his backpack. So many? Where did you acquire these? The shopkeeper was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing the assortment of models with a hint of suspicion. They were given to me by friends who no longer wanted them. Besides, can one truly steal such new phones? Yang Jian asserted. Please, provide an estimate. If it's reasonable, I'll sell them all to you. The shopkeeper examined the devices, acknowledging their quality. They were indeed nearly new, with market prices ranging from 2,000 to 3,000 for the less expensive models, while the more luxurious ones could reach 7,000 to 8,000. This one isn't worth much. I can only offer you 300. This one seems decent. I'll buy it for 1,000. And this one for 1,300. The shopkeeper assessed the prices. At that moment, one of the phones on the counter suddenly rang. Yang Jian glanced at the screen, which displayed, Dad. He wondered whose father this could be. Perhaps the rightful owner is calling. The shopkeeper chuckled. If they come looking for it, I'll be in quite the predicament. I can only offer 500 for this phone. He then attempted to power it down. Yang Jian picked it up and answered, This isn't the owner. It's a friend's father. Hello? A middle-aged man's voice came through the line. Is this Yang Jian? Yes, it is. Who are you? Yang Jian responded. Indeed, Shanshan's phone is in your possession. I am Wang Bin, Wang Shanshan's father. I need to discuss something with you. Are you available for a meeting? Uncle Wang. I'm a bit preoccupied at the moment, and it's not convenient, Yang Jian replied. It won't take much of your time. Where are you? I can come pick you up, Wang Bin insisted. Please, just tell me what you need. I truly have matters to attend to and cannot leave at this moment, Yang Jian reiterated. After a brief silence, Wang Bin replied, It concerns my daughter Shanshan. Do you know what transpired at school that day? Didn't Wang Shanshan mention the haunting? A haunting at school? Yang Jian was taken aback. Is that truly the case? What a ludicrous notion. Do high school students still believe in such tales? Wang Bin responded, bewildered. I was a skeptic too, but now I believe, Yang Jian stated. What has happened to Wang Shanshan? Did she encounter a ghost again? Perhaps she is simply anxious and easily frightened. Convinced that something is pursuing her, and she mentioned that you could assist her. Something is following her. Yang Jian's gaze sharpened. A thought crossed his mind. Is it a baby? A baby? Wang Bin recalled the handprints he had seen in the bathroom. Indeed, they resembled those of an infant. Do you believe my home is haunted? I am asking you seriously. Please do not dismiss this as mere superstition. Shanshan's condition is dire. I hope you can share any information you possess. I assure you, I will not leave you at a loss for gratitude. Wang Bin was a successful individual. He would not be easily swayed by folly. Yang Jian pondered deeply. From Wang Bin's tone and demeanor, it was evident that Wang Shanshan was indeed grappling with a supernatural entity, likely the very ghostly infant that had fled from the school. Yet, there was a disconcerting inconsistency. Despite the specter's terror, Shanshan was an ordinary girl. If she had truly encountered it, she would not have survived to tell the tale. Ghosts do not negotiate before taking lives. Hello? Can you hear me? Wang Bin inquired, noticing Yang Jian's silence. Snapping back to reality, Yang Jian replied, I can assist with Wang Shanshan's situation, but it will be complicated. The last time I helped your daughter, I barely escaped the school alive. This time, I cannot extend my assistance for free. Thus, Uncle Wang, what price are you willing to accept for resolving this matter? Wang Bin hesitated momentarily, then quickly responded. If Shanshan can return to normal, I can discreetly offer you a bonus of 20,000. However, if you cannot help my daughter, you will receive nothing. Yang Jian was taken aback by Wang Bin's sudden shift in tone. The realization dawned upon him that this student was quite shrewd, understanding the value of his services. 20,000? I expected you to offer 200. 20,000 is insufficient. This is a perilous undertaking, far from simple. If I do not intervene, not only Wang Shanshan but possibly your entire family could meet a grim fate. That entity is merciless. To confront the ghostly infant, he would need to invoke the power of a malevolent spirit, which would hasten its revival. In essence, he would be risking his life for another. Sacrificing oneself to illuminate the path for others is the nature of a candle. Yang Jian deemed it imperative to secure a fee for his services. After all, the Wang family was affluent, while he himself was struggling financially. How about 50,000? Wang Bin countered. It seemed that Wang Bin still did not grasp the market value of such matters. Internationally, resolving a comparable incident would commence at a minimum of $500,000. However, Yang Jian considered himself fair-minded, and for the sake of their connection as classmates, he proposed 500,000. 50,000? Have you lost your mind? How can you dare to mention classmate ties when you demand such a sum? Wang Bin's temper flared at the audacity of the request. Yang Jian remained unfazed. Chuckling gently, Uncle Wang, there is no need to be angry. Given your financial standing, while 50,000 may sting, it is hardly an insurmountable amount, after all. Your house is worth at least 4 million. Let us end this conversation here. Please think it over and respond swiftly. For time is of the essence. Either Wang Shanshan will perish, or I shall. I do not have much time left, and I still have a mother to support. Earning this money feels like a matter of life and death, and it is not easy. If there is a delay, seeking assistance later will not be a matter that can be resolved with mere money. Furthermore, refrain from calling this number in the future. Use my other phone, as calls on that device are free of charge. After saying this, he relayed his satellite positioning mobile number to Wang Bin and then abruptly ended the call. My friend, if we were to total the value of these phones, I would offer you 5,000 yuan, the boss stated at that moment. 5,000. Yang Jian put down the phone, frowning. Is that all? Are you joking? These devices hold little value. For instance, that latest model of the fruit phone is counterfeit. The boss replied, if you don't and oppose, believe me, I can disassemble it for you. Upon disassembly, it was indeed revealed to be fake. Fake? What nonsense from this unscrupulous merchant. Yang Jian and Appo's expression darkened. Does Zhang Wei not know whether his phone is genuine or not? Boss, you did not secretly swap out the phone while I was on the call, did you? I run an honest business. How could I engage in such deceit? Clearly, this phone is fake. If you do not wish to sell, you may take it back. I will not accept the others either, the boss retorted nonchalantly, his demeanor shifting as he waved Yang Jian away. Yang Jian stood up and seized the collar of his shirt, his bloodshot eyes glowing with a faint red light, exuding an eerie indifference. Are you seeking death, you unscrupulous merchant? If that and oppose, as the case, just say the word, and I will oblige you. You have deceived me. The boss, upon meeting Yang Jian and Appo's gaze, felt a jolt of fear. Was this the gaze one should possess? Cold, devoid of emotion, exuding a terrifying eeriness. Chapter 31. A cold gift for you. The mobile shop owner was taken aback by Yang Jian's almost eerie indifference. However, he quickly regained his composure and pushed Yang Jian away, shouting, What's the matter? Do you intend to hit me? Do you believe I won and oppose? Report you? You're nothing but a thief, trying to sell stolen goods here and threatening me. If you don't want trouble, take your trash and leave. Or I'll have you arrested. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Everyone, come and see. This person is selling stolen goods here. Call the police. Not only did he attempt to deceive Yang Jian out of his phone, but he also sought to retaliate. Some bystanders, hearing the owner's shouts, turned to look. At that moment, Yang Jian realized just how malicious this unscrupulous merchant truly was. Since you have chosen your own demise, don't blame me for being ruthless, Yang Jian said, a chilling smile gracing his lips. Without further ado, he seized a phone and brought it down upon the merchant's head. A faint red glow emanating from his hand, where an eye suddenly opened on the back of his hand. With a resounding crack, Yang Jian struck the merchant's forehead. However, when he withdrew his hand, the phone he had held was nowhere to be found. You really dare to hit me? I'll report you right now. Just wait. If you have guts, don't run. The merchant fumed, picking up the phone with the intent to call the authorities. Yet, he was still a thief at heart. Hesitating to dial the number. If the surveillance footage revealed his deceit, he would be the one behind bars, not the young man selling phones. Go ahead. I also need to make a call, Yang Jian replied, taking up the phone to dial a number. Soon, the call connected. The melancholy night echoed with the sound of longing. Suddenly, a phone rang, reverberating throughout the small shop. Yet, the source of the ringtone was neither Yang Jian nor the counter, but rather within the merchant's own head. Ah! The merchant screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground. His body convulsing uncontrollably, blood oozing from his nose, mouth, and eyes. In that moment, he felt as if his head might explode. Yang Jian quickly ended the call and wrote down an account number. I appraised that phone at 10,000. Transfer the amount to me within 10 minutes. If the money does not arrive, the ringing in your head will continue. Here's my phone number. When you wish to retrieve that phone from your mind, contact me. With that, he took the other phones and departed from the repair shop. Dare to deceive me? I shall make this unscrupulous merchant suffer profoundly. After Yang Jian left, it took some time for the convulsing merchant, blood streaming from his nose and eyes, to scramble back to his feet, terror etched on his face. He touched his head. sensing something foreign lodged within, causing him immense pain and discomfort. As if he needed to open his skull to extract it, he glanced outside. But the young man with the backpack and second-hand phones had vanished. On the counter lay a note with a phone number and an account number. 10,000? I must transfer this amount within 10 minutes, or the ringing in my head will persist. The merchant, desperate to avoid the excruciating pain he had just experienced, hurriedly transferred 10,000 to the account. Yet, just as he was about to confirm the transaction, he hesitated. What if that person had deceived him? Perhaps it was merely a coincidence, an accident. If that were the case, transferring 10,000 would mean incurring a loss today. No, I cannot transfer the money. After taking a sip of water and resting for a moment, the merchant realized that although his head still felt foggy, it was much better than before. Perhaps a visit to the hospital would be wise. However, 10 minutes later, as Yang Jian walked down the street, his phone did not receive a notification of the transfer. He unhesitatingly dialed the number again. The chilly night echoed with the sound of longing. The phone rang, and the ringtone once again resounded within the merchant's head. The torment causing him to collapse, convulsing on the ground, foaming at the mouth, blood streaming from his eyes and nose. 10 seconds later, Yang Jian hung up, continuing to stroll down the street as if nothing had happened. The merchant's fate was now in his hands. Dare to deceive me? I shall play this game slowly. Not long after, a notification of the transfer arrived. 10,000. Simultaneously, another phone began to ring in Yang Jian's possession. Upon answering, he heard the merchant's voice pleading, "Please, big brother, spare me. I've already transferred the money. Please let me go." Money? What money? I haven't received anything. You must have transferred to the wrong account. In 3 minutes, I will call you again, but this time, it will be 20,000. Yang Jian spoke with an innocent tone before hanging up. Come now, let us deceive each other. The merchant, having tasted the pain, quickly transferred another 20,000. Yang Jian and Appo's phone vibrated with the notification once more. Big brother, I triple-checked the account this time. Did you receive it? The merchant called, desperation in his voice. Yang Jian replied, Yes, I received it. I want to call you for the next 10 minutes. After that, I will call again, and it will still be 10,000. He hung up once more. What? You will call again in 10 minutes? If you do, I'm truly finished. The merchant lamented, despairing as he slapped himself. Cursed be my greed. I should never have coveted that phone. I had avoided trouble in the past, but now I've encountered a formidable foe. He continued to call, seeking to persuade Yang Jian to forgive him and resolve the matter. Yet, Yang Jian did not answer. The merchant, unable to bear it any longer, transferred another 10,000 before dialing again, successfully getting through this time. What an expensive call, 10,000 each. Big brother, please spare me. I'll return your phone. Is that not enough? Please, don't torment me any longer. I've already extorted 40,000 from you. The merchant pleaded. Yang Jian retorted. Weren't you quite arrogant earlier? You threatened to report me. If you believe I'm extorting you, feel free to report me. I'm just shopping nearby. Just like that, in the next 10 minutes, another 10,000. With that, he hung up again. After 7 or 8 minutes, another 10,000 was transferred. The merchant called once more, this time sobbing profusely. Big brother, I beg you. I'm kneeling and bowing to you. You're a good person. Spare me this once. I was wrong to deceive you. I shouldn't have been so arrogant. I'll turn myself in and go to prison. What do you think? Your imprisonment is your own affair. It has nothing to do with me. I'm merely conducting a business transaction with you. I never forced you to pay. Just like that, in the next 10 minutes, another 10,000. But I have no money left. The merchant cried in despair. I've already transferred 50,000 to you. Not to worry, I know of several online lending platforms. Although the interest is a bit steep, they lend quickly and are quite reputable. I believe they would suit you well if the money does not arrive within 10 minutes. I will serenade you with a melancholy tune. Yang Jian remarked. You're robbing me. The merchant trembled at the thought. Don't speak nonsense. Robbing occurs at a much slower pace. Now, I must conclude this call. My phone bill is running low. Beep Chapter 32. The closed shopping mall. Yang Jian tormented the unscrupulous merchant for over an hour, nearly driving him to the brink of collapse. Ultimately, he returned to the mobile phone repair shop and retrieved the phone he had forcefully inserted into the merchant and Appo's mind. Grasping the merchant and Appo's collar, Yang Jian coldly remarked, You have likely swapped others and Appo's phones countless times, Haven and Appo's. To you? Heaven knows how much you have swindled from innocent souls. Let me make this clear. I can engage in business with you as an ordinary person, but I can also become a villain tenfold more malevolent than you. ensuring you truly understand the meaning of regret. I will frequently pass by this place, and should I witness you engaging in such despicable acts again, I assure you, the next time will not involve merely inserting a phone into your mind. Big brother, I swear I won an amp. Oppos, do it again. The merchant trembled in fear, stammering his apologies. Individuals like you, driven by greed, have long forsaken your conscience. When you were not apprehended, your arrogance knew no bounds, even attempting to accuse me of selling stolen goods. Now that you have fallen into my grasp, you think an apology will suffice? That would be far too lenient for you. The price of deceit is shockingly low, which explains the prevalence of scoundrels like you. Today, I will spare you this financial loss as a lesson. Remember this well, for next time. It may cost you your very life. Yang Jian issued a stern warning before departing, having also secured a form of compensation for his mental distress. Though his methods were far from honorable, it mattered little to him. After all, he had become a being neither human nor ghost, and without finding that ghost, he would not survive for long. Before his demise, he aimed to earn enough to ensure his mother and Oppos as comfortable retirement, and he deemed it acceptable to adopt unscrupulous means. After all, what would happen to her if he perished? Her health was already fragile. With his head bowed, a sorrowful expression graced his face. Regrettably, there were no bounties for supernatural occurrences in the country. Otherwise, he would have eagerly pursued the chance to earn millions. He wandered aimlessly along the streets, seeking opportunities to profit. Eventually, he halted in front of a utility pole adorned with various advertisements. Reward for a child, one proclaimed, offering a staggering 2 million. Without much thought, he turned around and suddenly noticed a half-torn flyer. Yang Jian hesitated. Should he give it a try? After all, over $1 million was at stake. And if he succeeded, it would cover half of the funds needed for his mother's retirement. After a moment of deliberation, he decided against calling and instead went to investigate the matter personally, wishing to ascertain its authenticity. If it turned out to be a hoax, he would not waste his time. He quickly hailed a taxi and sped toward the address listed in the advertisement. On a bustling main road, surrounded by numerous residential buildings and a significant footfall, he spotted a large shopping mall adjacent to the road. This was the very establishment mentioned in the ad. After paying the taxi fare, Yang Jian stepped out and surveyed the mall. Police tape cordoned off the entrance, indicating that a recent incident had occurred. The interior was eerily quiet, devoid of customers, and most of the lights were extinguished, suggesting that the establishment was closed for business. As he approached, he noticed several recruitment advertisements for staff, boasting enticing salaries of $6,000 a month with room and board included. To the casual observer, it certainly appeared something was amiss, though he could not ascertain whether it was a supernatural affair. Without further contemplation, he entered the mall. As he crossed the threshold, his expression shifted subtly. A faint, unpleasant odor wafted through the air, indistinct yet distinctly reminiscent of something he had encountered days prior at school. This was the unmistakable stench of decay, the foul odor emitted by a decomposing corpse. His gaze sharpened as he peered deeper into the mall. Aside from the well-lit entrance, the remaining areas remained shrouded in darkness, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Uncertain if it was merely a figment of his imagination, Yang Jian sensed an ominous presence lurking in the shadows, watching him. Suddenly, the sharp sound of footsteps echoed through the empty space, reverberating within the desolate mall. A shadowy figure approached from the distance, drawing nearer. Yang Jian instinctively tensed, holding his breath. Was it a ghost? As the figure drew closer, it moved toward him without hesitation. I apologize, but the mall is currently undergoing renovations and is not open for business. If you wish to make a purchase, please visit the small supermarket ahead, called out a slender youth clad in a security uniform. Why are you staring at me like that? The young security guard asked, puzzled by Yang Jian and Oppos' intense gaze. After a moment of silence, Yang Jian inquired, what were you doing just now? I went to the restroom. Is there a problem? The security guard replied. Why didn't you turn on the lights while in there? Yang Jian pressed. The electricity costs are quite high. The boss does not permit it. If you have no business here, I suggest you leave quickly. We are closed, and if someone were to wander in, it would create quite a hassle for me. Just the other day, a child ran in, and I nearly lost my job trying to find him. I am not here to shop. I am looking for your boss. Yang Jian stated. The boss is not here today, the security guard replied. When will he return? Yang Jian probed. He is on a business trip and won't be back for a few days, the security guard answered, eyeing Yang Jian suspiciously. Why are you asking so many questions? You aren't an Oppos here to cause trouble, are you? After contemplating his response, Yang Jian replied, No, I am here for a job interview. A job interview? The security guard scrutinized him. Are you aware that there have been reports of missing persons in this mall? Someone vanished without a trace. I wasn't Oppos, aware before. But I am now, Yang Jian admitted. And you still want to apply? With such a high salary, why not? The security guard questioned. It and Oppos, just a disappearance. Not a haunting. Indeed, Yang Jian affirmed. Lead the way. I would like to meet with the hiring manager. The security guard guided him to a small shop within the mall where 4 or 5 employees lounged on a sofa, some watching television, others engrossed in their phones. Exuding an air of boredom. Li Jia, we have an applicant, the security guard announced. A middle-aged woman in a work uniform looked up and smiled. The mall will be reopening soon, and we are currently in need of staff. We are quite flexible with hiring, no strict requirements for education or experience. The salary is $6,000 a month with room and board included, though the working hours are somewhat lengthy. If that suits you, when can you start? After a moment of consideration, Yang Jian replied, I can start today. The probation period is 3 days. We have openings for reception, purchasing, cashiers, security. All positions are available, Li Jia elaborated. Yang Jian barely absorbed her words. For his true intention was not to work, but to confront the mall's owner and secure a profit. I have no prior experience. Perhaps I should apply for the security position. By the way, I noticed flyers outside claiming the owner is seeking a master or Taoist to exorcise spirits and perform rituals. Is there any truth to that? Li Jia's smile faltered as she replied, there is some truth to it, but that doesn't concern you. You are a new hire. Introduce yourself so everyone can get to know you. She deftly avoided the topic, suggesting an underlying issue within the mall that Yang Jian was beginning to suspect. Chapter 33. The Dummy Model Brother. What have you been busy with these past few days? Have you forgotten about me? You Haven and Oppos, T even called, and I am so bored. Can I come over to your place? How about I treat you to dinner tonight? Inside the mall, Yang Jian received a call from Zhang Wei. It's best not to come to my house. My dad might be there. I ran into him last night, and it nearly cost me my life. Right now? I'm working outside, Yang Jian replied while changing into his security uniform in the dressing room. Wherein and Oppos, to you saying your dad had passed away? Zhang Wei asked, puzzled. Yes, he did pass away, which is why I took a job that provides meals and accommodation. I didn't dare to stay at home, Yang Jian explained. Well, so your house is haunted? Zhang Wei exclaimed, startled. It is haunted, but it and Oppos, not as terrifying as that money-loving old ghost. I can manage it, Yang Jian said. So, did you need something? Nothing in particular, just feeling a bit cooped up at home these days and wanted to hang out with you. Zhang Wei wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, relieved that he had called beforehand. By the way, where are you working? In a mall, Yang Jian replied. Are they hiring? I could use a job since I and Oppos. I'm on a break from school and have nothing to do, Zhang Wei suggested. It's probably best not to. This place might be haunted as well. The moment I walked in, I caught a whiff of something foul. I heard someone went missing in this mall. And the police have set up a cordon, but the case has yet to be solved. The missing person might already be decomposing, but they can't find the body, Yang Jian explained. Can and Oppos, till you find a more normal place to work? If you really have nowhere to stay, you can crash at my place. My bed is spacious and warm, and I can provide meals, Zhang Wei offered. Yang Jian responded, recently, Wang Shanshan has been acting oddly. Always saying that something is following her. She might have caught the attention of that ghost baby. Her father called me today. You should be careful too. I can and Oppos, to be sure if that ghost baby might target others. If you have time, please notify the group. Brother, stop it. I just bought a computer today. Come over to my place and let us play games together. Let us just be lazy and stay home for the rest of our lives. With anime and games. What is the point of working? I can support you if it comes to that, Zhang Wei lamented. What is happening in this world? It seems like those things are everywhere. It looks like I can only cling tightly to my good buddy and Oppos' leg. That won't do. I still have things to do. Anyway, take care, Yang Jian concluded before hanging up. After changing into his security uniform, he stepped out of the dressing room. Why are you so slow? Another young man outside asked. His name was Lu Chong, a recent college graduate who had just started working at the mall. According to regulations, we need to patrol the entire mall 5 times a day, once in the morning, once at noon, once in the afternoon, and twice in the evening. It's 4 in the afternoon now. We should start early, Lu Chong stated. Yang Jian followed him, asking, are there just the 2 of us patrolling the entire mall? Yes, just the 2 of us. There used to be a third person, but he went missing. No one has been willing to take the job since, so I'm covering. Lu Chang explained. Missing? With so many disappearances in this mall, why don't you quit? How can you still work here? Yang Jian queried. I'm from out of town. It's not easy to find a job that offers meals and accommodation right after graduation, so I'll stick with it for now. Are you still in high school? Aren't you supposed to be studying for the college entrance exam soon? Lu Chang asked. I'm on a break from school. And I probably won't take the exam, Yang Jian replied. Lu Chang didn't press further and continued. I usually patrol from the 5th floor down. After circling through the basement parking lot, I'm done. If the mall loses power and the elevators stop working, we'll have to walk up. Have you ever felt something off about this mall during your time working here? Yang Jian asked as he turned on his flashlight, illuminating the surroundings. Off. Lu Chang paused, confused. Nothing seems off to me. For instance, have you ever smelled anything strange in the mall? Yang Jian inquired. I've occasionally caught a whiff. It's probably some frozen food that went bad in the freezer. They'll definitely clean it up before opening, Lu Chang replied. What I mean is, do you think there's a possibility that this mall is haunted? Yang Jian pressed. Haha, haunted? You're a high school student. How can you believe in that? If it were really haunted, I would have encountered something after patrolling here for so many days. The boss believes in this stuff though. He consulted some masters. Not long ago, one came, but it didn't help. The boss thought the master was ineffective and went to invite a more famous one from out of town. Lu Chang explained. If it's not haunted, then how do you explain the missing people? People vanish in the mall, which is not that large. Yet they can't be found. Where could they have gone? Yang Jian argued. Not necessarily. It's just that the last footage of the missing persons was taken in the mall. Maybe they were kidnapped or robbed. However, after the mall closes, cases of missing persons are quite rare, Lu Chang replied. Wait a moment. Suddenly, Yang Jian and Appo's expression changed, and he stopped in his tracks. Brother, what's wrong? Yang Jian pointed ahead, saying, Didn't you say we are the only two patrolling the mall? Then what is that? A shadow stood motionless in the darkness, resembling a mannequin, like a wooden figure frozen in place. Lu Chang shone his flashlight on it, revealing it to be merely a dummy model. Just a dummy model. No need to make a fuss, he remarked as he approached it and carried it into a nearby shop. Inside the dimly lit store stood several human-shaped mannequins, all missing limbs and disheveled, clearly neglected for quite some time. All done, let us head to the lower level to continue our patrol, Lu Chang said. Yang Jian asked. But how did that mannequin end up in the middle of the path? You didn't see it during your patrol? I didn't see it earlier. It was my first time seeing it just now. Maybe the ladies were trying on clothes with the models. This isn't the first time, Lu Chang explained. Is that so? Yang Jian felt a strange suspicion as the foul smell he had detected earlier seemed to intensify, just as they were leaving. At the entrance of the previously patrolled shop, a mannequin stood silently in the dark, its head seemingly turned towards the direction where Yang Jian and Lu Chang had vanished. After completing their patrol around the mall, nothing unusual had occurred. Perhaps he had misjudged. This was merely an ordinary criminal case, without any supernatural involvement. Yang Jian pondered, deciding to stay here for a 3-day trial period. If nothing came of it, he would resign. He couldn't waste his time indefinitely. As he returned to the security room to rest after his patrol, his satellite phone rang. It was Wang Shanshan's father, Wang Bin, calling. Chapter 34. The uninvited guest. During the day, Wang Bin had called Yang Jian, but he was infuriated when the latter demanded a sum of 500,000. A mere high school student, still in his adolescence, had the audacity to make such an exorbitant request. If it weren't for his daughter, Shanshan, persistently expressing her desire to seek out Yang Jian, he would never have bothered to make the call. What could a freshly adult student possibly comprehend? Even if there were indeed supernatural occurrences, did he have any expertise in exorcism? Wang Bin had been feeling quite despondent over his daughter and Appo's predicament. He had taken a few days off from work to stay home and keep her company. However, Shanshan's condition was deteriorating. The doctor had assured them that her health was normal, with no physical ailments, but her nerves were frayed from fright. Should we take Shanshan to see a psychiatrist tomorrow? Asked Wang Haiyan, her mother, with a worried expression. Wang Bin replied, It seems we have no other choice. Yang Jian's demands are outrageous. How could my daughter possibly know such a shameless individual? We need to limit her contact with him. I was apprehensive the first time I encountered that young man, Yang Jian. He even demanded 200 yuan. He has no sense of dignity, Wang Haiyan added disdainfully. Just then, as the couple conversed in the living room, there was a sudden loud bang as the door to Shanshan and Appo's room slammed shut. Out of the corner of his eye, Wang Bin thought he saw something dart into the room. His expression changed instantaneously, and he sprang to his feet. Wang Haiyan, equally shocked, exclaimed, "Dear, did you see?" It seemed like a child ran into Shan and Amp Oppo's room. "Stop saying such nonsense. You and Amp Oppo's. Just scaring yourself," Wang Bin replied, though his own expression betrayed his unease. He too had glimpsed a child darting into Shan and Oppo's room, an unclothed child with a bluish-black hue to its skin, reminiscent of a stillborn. Yet throughout it all, the front door had remained firmly shut, and they were on the 16th floor. It was utterly impossible for a child to have entered. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from Shan and Oppo's room. Wang Bin rushed to open the door, only to find the room enveloped in darkness. The light had been extinguished, which was unusual since Shan always slept with the light on. He fumbled for the switch, desperate to illuminate the room, but instead, his hand brushed against a small, icy hand, soft yet devoid of warmth, like that of a corpse. What is happening? His heart raced, and he instinctively withdrew his hand. At that moment, Shan burst from her room, pale and trembling. Shan, what happened?" Wang Haiyan asked, embracing her daughter with concern. Terrified, Shan nestled into her mother and Oppo's arms, quaking with fear. Wang Bin, summoning his courage, switched on the light again, this time not encountering the cold hand. The room was empty, devoid of any child. However, the next moment, his heart sank as he noticed muddy footprints scattered across the floor, chaotic prints leading from the bed to the walls and even the ceiling. In that instant, Wang Bin and Amp Oppo's resolve shattered completely. His hands trembled as he dialed Yang Jian and Amp Oppo's number, realizing that his home was indeed plagued by spirits. "Haiyan, take our daughter and leave this place. We should find a hotel for a few days. It and Amp Oppo's not safe here," he instructed while on the phone. "All right. I and Amp Oppo's pack our things," Wang Haiyan replied, sensing that something was indeed amiss in their home. The call connected. "Hello, is this Yang Jian?" Wang Bin asked. Yang Jian, resting in the security room, answered, "Uncle Wang, how can I assist you? Where are you? Can you come over quickly? I need to discuss the previous matters with you. We can negotiate the price," Wang Bin urged. "I and Amp Oppo's am currently working and will be occupied for a while. If it's not urgent, we can discuss it over the phone." Yang Jian replied, "I need to leave now. Where are you working? I will come find you." Wang Bin felt an ominous change in the atmosphere at home and deemed it essential to meet Yang Jian in person for a confrontation between men. At the foreign shopping mall, Yang Jian said, "All right, we and Amp Oppo's head over now." Wang Bin responded, but as he donned his shoes and reached for the door, he found it inexplicably jammed. No amount of force could budge it. "Dear, what and Oppo's wrong? Aren't and Oppo's we leaving?" Wang Haiyan asked. "The doorknob seems to be broken and one and Oppo's open," Wang Bin replied. "Could something be wedged in it? Let me take a look." Peering through the peephole, Wang Bin was met with a ghastly sight. A child, clad in a bluish-black hue, stood outside the door, pressing against it. The child and Oppo's eyes were void of pupils, entirely black, and it looked up towards the peephole with an expression that was both innocent and disturbingly sinister. A wave of terror washed over Wang Bin, causing him to recoil in fright. "Uncle Wang, are you there? If there's nothing wrong, I'll hang up." Yang Jian's voice crackled through the phone. "No. Please don't hang up." Wang Bin grasped the phone like a lifeline. "The child is standing outside my front door. I can and Amp Oppo's get out. Can you come to help us? We can discuss payment." Yang Jian paused, his expression shifting to one of grave concern. "The ghostly infant is outside your door? I will do my best to get there. Stay safe and keep your distance from it." As Yang Jian hung up, Wang Bin's heart raced with dread as he witnessed the doorknob turn slowly, as if the entity outside intended to enter. In a sudden burst of clarity, he rushed to secure the door, locking it tightly with every bolt available, desperately ensuring that nothing could breach their sanctuary. "It and Amp Oppo's coming. It and Amp Oppo's trying to get in." "Yang Jian, where are you?" Wang Bin's daughter, Shan, cried out in sheer terror, on the verge of a mental breakdown. Wang Bin stepped back, his own heart pounding. He gazed at the now still door, feeling no relief but rather an intensifying anxiety. "Dear, what is happening outside?" Wang Haiyan inquired, still oblivious to the unfolding horror. "Don't ask questions. We need to retreat to the bedroom," Wang Bin urged, leading his wife and daughter to the master bedroom. He switched on all available lights and shut the door behind them, staring intently at it for what felt like an eternity, hoping to detect any sign of movement. However, the next moment, he heard the unmistakable sound of the front door creaking open. This can't Oppos, TB happening, he thought, his mind racing in panic. The door had been secured with multiple locks. Even with a key, it should have remained closed. The child he had seen through the peephole might indeed be a ghost. What do I do? What can I do? Wang Bin pondered, fear gripping him. He glanced at the window. They were on the 16th floor, and escaping through it was impossible. Climbing to the neighboring unit was perilous, and a single misstep could be fatal. Was he to simply await his demise in this confined space? Chapter 35. Driving skills. The Wang family huddled in their home, trembling in fear. Meanwhile, Yang Jian rushed towards Wang Shanshan's residence in a taxi. Could you please speed up a bit? I'm in a hurry, he urged the driver. Anxiety evident in his voice. Friend, are you not aware of the city's speed limits? There are speed cameras everywhere. And exceeding the limit results in points being deducted and fines imposed, the taxi driver replied. This is already the fastest I can go. If you want to go faster, you might as well take a plane. At this pace, I could outrun you on foot, Yang Jian retorted. Friend, I have 2 decades of driving experience. My driving is as steady as a mountain. Just be a bit patient. Do you see any car on the road that is faster than mine? The driver asserted. Yang Jian observed their current speed and realized that by the time he reached Wang Shanshan's home, he might be collecting the bodies of her family. The thought of saving them seemed utterly impossible. 3 lives, and a debt of 500,000. He touched the back of his hand, feeling the dormant eyes beneath his skin, caught in hesitation. By utilizing the ghost domain, he could undoubtedly reach Wang Shanshan's home in a matter of moments. Yet, the cost would be the depletion of his ability to harness the power of vengeful spirits. The last time he had forcibly awakened a vengeful spirit at school, he had nearly collapsed upon returning home, barely managing to suppress the restlessness of his spirit with a piece of red paper he had found. Yang Jian was uncertain how long that red paper would continue to contain the spirit within him. After a moment of contemplation, his gaze sharpened, and he made his decision. Driver, your speed is truly aggravating me. Would you mind switching to the passenger seat? I can take over the driving, he suggested, patting the driver's shoulder. You want to drive? Are you looking down on me, or my car? The driver scoffed. I've been driving for 20 years, overtaking countless vehicles. There is no car I cannot surpass. If you're willing to pay an extra 1,000, I can get you there in 10 minutes. 5,000. And I'll run red lights to get you there in 5 minutes. Too slow. If I drive, I can do it in a minute, Yang Jian asserted confidently. Young man, it's better to be humble. If you can reach that community entrance in 1 minute, I want to charge you a dime, the driver said. Disbelief etched on his face. I've been navigating Dazhong City for decades. I know how long that road takes. Yang Jian chose not to argue further. Pain tore through his flesh, and eyes began to emerge from beneath his skin, glowing red and enveloping his entire being. The crimson aura soon spread, enveloping the taxi. Remember, you said I could get to the community in a minute for free, Yang Jian said calmly. Of course. The driver's words trailed off as he suddenly found himself in the passenger seat, his foot instinctively slamming the brake but finding nothing to press against. Meanwhile, Yang Jian had taken the driver and Oppos' seat. How did you get over here? The driver exclaimed, startled, believing he had seen a ghost. Without further ado, Yang Jian gripped the wheel and slammed the accelerator. The car surged forward, a powerful force pushing him back as the speed escalated from 40 to 80, then 100. And 110. Goodness, hit the brakes. We're going to crash. The driver shouted, panic-stricken at the sight of a sports car ahead. We can't afford to hit that. Don't worry, we're just going to slip right past, Yang Jian replied unfazed. Slip past? Are you planning to go through it or overtake it? Before the driver could react, the taxi roared forward, tailgating the sports car before accelerating even more. The vehicle seemed to blur into a shadow, passing straight through the sports car as if it were an illusion. Help! The driver screamed, closing his eyes in fear, gripping his seatbelt tightly. The wealthy heir driving the sports car had an Oppos. He anticipated a taxi overtaking him at such speed, spewing exhaust fumes all over his prized vehicle. What the heck? A taxi going this fast? Is it racing to the afterlife? How dare you overtake my $1,000,000 car? The rich kid dropped his phone and slammed the accelerator. The roar of the supercar filled the air as it surged forward, pursuing Yang Jian and Oppos' now transformed vehicle. Yang Jian had enveloped the taxi with the ghost domain, distorting the reality within that realm. The taxi had become something akin to a ghostly vehicle, with him as the spirit behind the wheel. The wealthy heir, now incensed, honked his horn. Yang Jian glanced over. The heir rolled down his window and gave him the middle finger. Yang Jian responded in kind, extending 2 fingers out of his window. How arrogant, the heir thought, angered. And he retaliated, flipping him off with both hands. Yang Jian maintained his impassive demeanor, eyes fixed ahead, showing no sign of retreat. Let us see who blinks first. The heir mused, noting the traffic light ahead had turned green. With a resolute grind of his teeth, he held his ground, defiantly raising both middle fingers. The 2 locked eyes, fingers poised against one another, silent and tense. 3 seconds passed, and the heir felt the tension in his body. For seconds, and a bead of cold sweat trickled down his brow. 5 seconds. The heir stole a glance ahead, but Yang Jian remained steadfast, his fingers unwavering as he pressed the accelerator to the floor, showing no signs of slowing down. The road ahead was in the watchful gaze of another pair of eyes. At 6 seconds, Yang Jian suddenly moved, pointing at the heir and then at the road ahead. Whoa! The heir glanced forward and saw a pickup truck ahead suddenly light up its brake lights. Panic surged through him as he slammed the brakes and swerved. The screech of tires echoed down the road. The supercar spun out of control, making 2 full rotations before crashing into the nearby greenery. What a lunatic! The heir stumbled out of his car, still shaken. He glanced back, eyes widening in disbelief as he saw the taxi, glowing faintly red, barreling through a red light, effortlessly overtaking several cars before vanishing at the end of the road. The speed must have exceeded 180. No, this was no madman. This was a master. The heir took a deep drag from his cigarette, admiration evident in his eyes. To release the steering wheel, to not even glance ahead, to accelerate with such reckless abandon. It was not merely about driving skills, it was also about courage and audacity. He had never encountered anyone with such a calm demeanor, unflinching before danger. His father had been right. Such individuals truly existed in this world. After their intense driving duel, the heir felt a burgeoning admiration for Yang Jian. If they ever crossed paths again, he would certainly seek him out for guidance. As for Yang Jian, he gripped the steering wheel, brow furrowed. They say the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. He navigated through the vehicles, crossed the greenbelt, and maneuvered past the buildings, ultimately arriving at the entrance of the community in less than a minute. As the car came to a halt, the driver hastily scrambled out, only to retch violently by the side of the road, his eyes filled with sheer terror. He muttered to himself, lamenting the horror of the situation, remarking on how this young man was terrifying beyond measure, and how his 2 decades of driving experience had proven utterly inadequate against such a challenge. He vowed that, given time, he would soar to the heavens, side by side with the sun. Yet, upon disembarking, Yang Jian and Appo's body radiated a faint crimson glow. He cast a glance at the driver, ensuring that the bizarre scenes he had traversed remained unseen, for in the driver's eyes, he was merely a reckless speedster. The ability to instill illusions is the most fundamental power of the ghost realm. However, the limit of this ghost domain is 5 minutes. After this duration, the entity within him would begin to awaken in response to the stimulation. Thus, having invoked the ghost domain, he could not afford to squander this opportunity. At this moment, Yang Jian dialed Wang Bin and Appo's number. Hello, Uncle Wang? Which building and floor is your home located on? I and Appo's am on my way. He hoped that the person was still alive. If they had succumbed, he would have no choice but to collect the body. Chapter 36. In the midst of growth since Wang Bin set down the phone, time had stretched out interminably. He had heard the creaking sound of his front door opening and sensed an indistinct presence entering the living room, accompanied by the occasional clatter of ornaments being disturbed. It was as though a mischievous child outside was curiously playing. Yet, each sound sent a jolt of fear through Wang Bin and Appo's heart. The thought that the child from earlier was merely a wall away filled him with an inexplicable dread. He dared not open the door, nor even approach it, terrified that the child might suddenly appear on the other side. However, passive waiting could only last so long before they had to confront the inevitable. As the commotion in the living room subsided, it seemed the child had grown weary of the toys scattered about, and faint footsteps gradually approached, stopping just outside the door. It was coming. It was about to enter. Dad, Mom, you must leave quickly. It has come for me. I can feel it. Please hurry. Wang Shanshan and Appo's voice trembled with agitation, as if she sensed the ghostly infant and Appo's presence. Child, what nonsense are you speaking? How could your mother abandon you? Wang Haiyan, wiping her tears, exclaimed. What on earth is out there? She added, resolute. If it comes to it, We and Appos, LL fight. This reminder snapped Wang Bin back to the moment, suppressing his inner fear. He searched for something to defend himself with and finally grasped a coat hanger, preparing for a confrontation, ready to strike the moment the child burst in, determined to obliterate the entity. No, don't. Dad, please. The detective said ghosts cannot be killed. We must find Yang Jian. He is our only hope. Wang Shanshan cried out in terror, trying to dissuade Wang Bin from his intentions. Yet, Wang Haiyan clutched her tightly. I've already called Yang Jian and promised him 500,000 for his help. He should be on his way, Wang Bin said, trying to reassure them despite his own anxiety. At that moment, with a loud click, the door lock inexplicably released. The doorknob slowly turned, accompanied by a sharp creak. As the door opened a crack, the gap widened, and suddenly, a child's head peered in, its pitch black, pupil-less eyes scanning the room with an unsettling malevolence, ultimately resting on Wang Shanshan. The room erupted with the piercing screams of Wang Haiyan and Wang Shanshan. Damn it, die. Wang Bin, driven by the primal instincts of a husband and father, summoned all his courage and shouted as he swung the coat hanger at the ghostly infant. However, the child ignored him, moving with an eerie swiftness along the wall, lunging directly at Wang Shanshan. Its mouth opened grotesquely wide, devoid of a tongue or throat, revealing an abyss of darkness, as if anything consumed would vanish into oblivion. It intended to swallow Wang Shanshan whole. Wang Bin and Appos' heart raced with a mix of terror and fury as he witnessed the scene. Wang Shanshan and her mother huddled together, screaming in sheer panic. Just then, the bedroom light flickered ominously, casting a red hue, the bulb resembling a single red eye, filling the air with an uncanny atmosphere. With a thunderous crash, the ghostly infant was sent flying, crashing heavily against the wardrobe. Yang Jian emerged from the corner of the room, phone in hand, radiating a crimson glow. His face and hands were adorned with numerous scarlet eyes, each one moving slightly, fixated on the flung ghostly infant. I tried calling, but no one answered. I thought you had perished and was about to report your demise. The crematorium must be quite busy lately. I wonder if they're in Appos, SAQ, he remarked, casting a glance at the ghostly infant, feeling a chill run down his spine. Earlier, the ghostly infant had crawled along the ground, but now it had grown, able to walk on its own. This entity was evolving. The inscription on the human skin had proven true. The being within the ghostly infant was indeed extraordinary. Who knows what kind of formidable spirit this would become in its final form? Zhou Zheng, you have unleashed something truly formidable. Yang Jian. Upon hearing his name, Wang Shanshan's fear transformed into relief, as if he were her savior. Are you really Yang Jian? How did you get in here? Wang Bin stammered in fright. If I couldn't end Appos to enter through the door, how could I possibly accept your 500,000? Yang Jian replied. Surely you understand the principle of you get what you pay for, Uncle Wang? This situation has exceeded my previous estimates. Under the current circumstances, I might not be able to manage it, so the price must increase. He was not jesting. Previously, he had been able to repel the ghostly infant with 4 eyes, but now it could no longer be considered merely an infant. It was becoming a child of the supernatural. Its terror had undoubtedly escalated. Let us hope it doesn't exceed 6 eyes, or we'll have to flee, he thought as he prepared for withdrawal. Wang Bin, perceptive as he was, noticed Yang Jian and Appos' retreating demeanor and quickly offered, 1 million. I'll give you 1 million. And there will be more rewards after this is resolved. Yang Jian withdrew his gaze and sighed. Another detestable wealthy individual. I should have set the price higher from the start. 1 million does present a worthy risk. After all, that's the going rate in this country. He then fixed his attention back on the ghostly infant. The ghost domain had opened. He could not afford to squander this opportunity. At that moment, the ghostly infant rose slowly, tilting its head, its pitch-black eyes scrutinizing Yang Jian, its bluish-black skin exuding the scent of death. The earlier kick had left no mark on it. It was merely repelled because Yang Jian had been within the ghost domain. Ghosts cannot be killed. Only ghosts can confront ghosts. These two statements were not contradictory. So Zhou Zheng and Appos' implication was that only a ghost could repel another ghost? Yang Jian and Appos' gaze flickered. Through his encounters with the supernatural, he had gradually conquered his own fears. Perhaps it also had to do with his transformation into something between human and ghost. I don't know if you possess reason or understand human speech, but I implore you to spare this family today. Can you grant me that favor? Yang Jian proposed. Yet before he could finish, a surge of bluish-black energy erupted beside the ghostly infant. This aura began to spread, affecting the surrounding environment. This is the ghost domain. Yang Jian and Apos. Eyes widened, his heart racing. Damn it, it is learning and evolving. This ghostly infant is far from ordinary. Yang Jian and Apos. Expression shifted. It would be prudent to expel this ghost before it could grow any stronger. Suddenly, the ghostly infant lost its footing, plummeting through the floor and downwards. Yang Jian took a step forward, his crimson glow flickering as he vanished from Wang Bin and the others and Apos' sight. The ghost domain accompanied the ghostly infant on its descent. 16 floors, 13 floors, 9 floors. Just as they reached the final level, Yang Jian retracted the ghost domain. With a resounding crash, the ghostly infant fell from the 16th floor, landing with a thud on the ground floor, its body flattening grotesquely as it lay sprawled on the floor. Yang Jian gazed down from the upper floor at the ghostly infant sprawled motionless on the ground. He was acutely aware that this entity was far from lifeless. Glancing at the time, he noted that the threshold of the ghost realm was fast approaching. His immediate priority was to escort Wang Shanshan and her family away from this place, and he would devise a plan to address the subsequent matters later. Yang Jian recognized his own inadequacies in confronting malevolent spirits, thus he resolved to prioritize caution above all else. In an instant, he vanished from his location. Moments after his departure, the ghostly infant, which had appeared to be reduced to a mere puddle of flesh, slowly began to move its grotesque form, ultimately rising to its feet. Chapter 37. Escape. If you wish to avoid trouble, it would be prudent to depart from this place swiftly. The malevolent spirit child seems to have set its sights on Wang Shanshan, and it is continually growing. The last time I encountered it, it was incapable of wielding the ghostly domain. Now, it appears to be on the verge of mastering it. I dread to contemplate what form it might assume next. I can sense that once it fully matures, its terror will be incalculable. Yang Jian returned to Wang Bin and Apos' home and immediately spoke up. Are you human or a ghost? Wang Bin asked, his voice tinged with fear. Yang Jian replied, I cannot say for certain. Perhaps I am human. Perhaps I am a ghost. I am uncertain myself. However, what matters is that I can save your lives, though now may not be the time for such discussions. Yes, we must leave here. I will gather my things, Wang Bin responded, regaining his composure. Is that creature dead? It won't end Apos. Return, will it? Wang Haiyan queried, visibly shaken. Yang Jian stated, it is not dead. The likelihood of its return is quite high. Wang Haiyan exclaimed, what? Why didn't Apos eliminate that thing? We engaged you specifically to deal with that malevolent entity. Now that you have let it escape, what are we to do? If you cannot destroy it, we will not compensate you. Who knows if you deliberately let it go? Though I am classmates with Wang Shanshan, personal relationships aside, business is business. Are you implying that you intend to renege on your payment? Yang Jian remarked, observing her closely. You think 50,000 is so easily earned? Wang Haiyan retorted. Yang Jian responded earnestly, you're mistaken. Auntie, it is not 50,000, but 100,000. Who said it was 100,000? I distinctly heard my husband state that your asking price was 50,000, Wang Haiyan countered. Yang Jian rubbed his temples and sank into the sofa. This is quite a headache. I consider myself a person of principle, adhering to the terms as they are. If you wish to debate, I am at a disadvantage. My education is limited and my social experience is lacking. If that is the case, I shall regard this endeavor as a complimentary service in light of my friendship with Wang Shanshan. By the way, Annie Wang, what flowers do you typically prefer? He inquired. Jasmine. Why do you ask? Wang Haiyan replied. Yang Jian continued. Next time I have the opportunity to visit a grave, I will bring you some. If you encounter that malevolent spirit again, you should handle it yourself. With your persuasive abilities, I am certain you can convince that spirit child to spare you. I shall take my leave now, hoping you can exit this building safely. Having said that, he prepared to depart. Eager to discern whether Wang Shanshan and Apos' mother valued money or life, he had no time to engage in idle chatter. Upon seeing Yang Jian and Apos' intent to leave, Wang Haiyan and Apos' expression changed drastically. She hurriedly smiled and said, Wait, what is this? We can discuss matters. Do not be upset. I apologize. Besides, you and Shanshan are classmates. Helping each other is only proper. Shanshan has been thinking of you these past few days. While it is true that classmates support one another, I have already assisted you and your family. Now I find myself impoverished and destitute. Shuden and Apos, do you also assist me with 100,000? It is unreasonable for me to extend goodwill while you conduct business. I should not be the one to suffer as a disadvantaged party while you affluent individuals reap all the benefits. Thus, I have learned to be astute. 100,000. Not a penny less. Yang Jian insisted with gravity. His restraint in not losing his temper in public was commendable, displaying remarkable composure. Wang Haiyan felt embarrassed. Fully aware that Yang Jian referred to the incident when she had merely given him 200 yuan for escorting her daughter home. Auntie, let us not become too familiar. While I am classmates with Wang Shanshan, I have only met you a handful of times. It is best to maintain a purely transactional relationship. You provide the funds, and I offer my assistance. This is equitable. You pay for your life, and I earn my keep. This arrangement is entirely fair. Indeed, this is quite fair. However, my dear classmate, while we shall provide the payment, you must also find a way to resolve this issue, correct? Why is it that this entity seeks out our family specifically? Wang Haiyan inquired. Yang Jian replied, it is not searching for you, it is after Wang Shanshan. I intended to mention this earlier at school, but there were far more terrifying entities than this spirit child, so I refrained from elaborating. I believe the two handprints on Wang Shanshan's neck are the cause. She was attacked by the spirit child once at school, and I saved her then. However, it seems the spirit has marked her for further assaults. This is merely my hypothesis. I will need to consult someone for clarity. Wang Haiyan asked, is this something you can resolve? Pay first, then I shall tell you, Yang Jian replied, gazing at her. At that moment, a notification chimed from his phone. The message read, you have received 100,000. At that moment, Wang Bin emerged from another room. Classmate, I have just transferred the funds. Please do take care of Shanshan and Apos' situation. Should you have any further requests, do not hesitate to mention them. We will accommodate as much as we can. Yang Jian smiled. One uncle, you are indeed straightforward. It is evident you are a successful individual, decisive and trustworthy. But how did you acquire my bank account details? I work at a credit company. Out of professional instinct, I once took a photo of a document during a parent-teacher meeting, Wang Bin explained. No wonder Wang Shanshan and Apos' classmates are predominantly from well-off families. Individuals like me can only sit at a distance. Wang uncle has certainly put considerable thought into this. Yang Jian mused, admiring Wang Bin for paving the way for Wang Shanshan and Apos' future connections even in high school. Wang Bin smiled sheepishly, choosing not to elaborate further. This was not solely his initiative. Several affluent parents had collaboratively organized this effort, and he merely participated. Well, time is of the essence. We should be on our way. Yang Jian remarked, glancing at the clock. The ghostly domain would last less than a minute longer. Soon, they exited the neighborhood, swiftly departing in their vehicle. During this time, due to the ongoing ghostly domain, they encountered no signs of the spirit child. It seemed that the domain effectively shielded them from other spirits. This was crucial information to remember, Yang Jian noted internally. Yang Jian, I am so sorry, Wang Shanshan said quietly, pulling at his hand in the car as a semblance of calm returned. There is no need for apologies. My presence here is primarily for the monetary compensation. Yang Jian replied. Thank you. Wang Shanshan expressed her gratitude. Wang Bin, driving, asked, classmate, where shall we go now? Anywhere is fine. As long as it is far from that neighborhood. Even if that entity seeks us out, it will require some time, Yang Jian replied. If we were to go abroad, would that not help us evade that spirit? Wang Haiyan inquired. Yang Jian stated, what if we cannot escape? Moreover, do supernatural events cease to exist abroad? Such phenomena can be even more severe outside our borders, where there are no dedicated professionals to handle these occurrences. One must resort to hiring individuals, and the cost for addressing such matters abroad typically starts in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. Wang uncle, if you doubt me, feel free to verify. I have not deceived you in our previous conversation. What about the handprints on Shanshan's neck? Can you resolve that? Wang Haiyan asked politely. Cautious not to provoke Yang Jian further. Having already paid, she feared the consequences if Yang Jian were to withdraw his assistance. Yang Jian contemplated briefly and responded. I can only inquire. If this issue cannot be resolved, there is little I can do. Ultimately, Wang Shanshan must leave her fate to chance. He promptly picked up his satellite-enabled phone and dialed the operator, Lu Xiaoyu. By inquiring about Wang Shanshan and Apos' situation, he hoped to gain further insights into the knowledge of vengeful spirits, which would undoubtedly be beneficial for him in the future. Before long, Lu Xiaoyu answered the call. Yang Jian, is that you? It is, Yang Jian replied. Are your operators available 24 hours a day? Can I reach you at any time? We provide one-on-one service. Each spirit controller is assigned a dedicated operator. I am your exclusive operator, and aside from liaising with you, I do not engage in any other duties. Lu Xiaoyu stated with professionalism. All right then, I would prefer to avoid such trivial conversations, Yang Jian remarked. Lu Xiaoyu responded with curiosity. What is it you wish to discuss? Yang Jian continued. I and Amp, Oppos, VE encountered a bit of a predicament. Allow me to explain the general circumstances, and perhaps you could offer some advice. Chapter 38. The mark Lu Xiaoyu had just intended to set aside her work and return to her dormitory for a respite when she received a call from Yang Jian. Her demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness. Typically, ghost tamers refrain from casually using satellite phones. When one rings, it is highly likely that a supernatural incident has occurred, involving an encounter with a ghost. At such times, the role of the operator becomes critically demanding, requiring the collection of intelligence, organization of files, and assessment of severity, an essential component in maintaining regional stability. Thus, even if one were asleep, the ringing of the phone necessitated an immediate return to duty. As she listened to Yang Jian and Amp, Oppos' account, Lu Xiaoyu accessed the files on the ghost infant, Zhou Zheng, her brow furrowing in concern. Are you saying that the ghost infant that emerged from Zhou Zheng's abdomen is maturing? Just a few days ago, it was merely an infant, and now it has grown into a child, exhibiting tendencies to manipulate the ghost domain? Indeed, that is the gist of it. Furthermore, one of my classmates has been left with 2 handprints by that ghost infant, which now seems fixated on her, intent on devouring her. Much like a curse triggered by the sound of knocking. Have you encountered similar cases, or devised any methods to counter this? Yang Jian inquired. Previous paranormal files did indeed document analogous occurrences. Most ghosts with a defined motive for murder generally adhere to 2 criteria, a hard trigger condition and a pattern of killing, akin to the motivations and methodologies of ordinary humans. The trigger for the knocking ghost was the sound of knocking, with its method of killing being ghostly knocks. However, other methods of murder cannot be entirely dismissed. The ghost infant and Amp, Oppos' method of killing appears to be through consumption, with the trigger condition being touch. I have deduced from various sources that the ghost infant is likely to devour anyone it touches, or those who have touched it. Its current fixation on your classmate stems from their previous contact. Yang Jian remarked, I have never come into contact with the ghost infant, yet it still attacked me. I was the first to be assaulted by the ghost. Most ghosts possess indiscriminate killing tendencies. When conditions are unmet, they may randomly assault those nearby. The first person the ghost infant encountered upon leaving Zhou Zheng and Amp, Oppos' body was you, thus perceiving you as its prey. However, this type of ghost, characterized by its capacity to roam and spread, is generally classified as B-grade. It is a misconception to believe that failing to meet certain conditions guarantees safety. Rather, understanding a ghost and Oppos' patterns can enhance survival chances, Lu Xiaoyu explained. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian and Oppos' lips twitched, as he comprehended why Fang Jing would desperately sacrifice others for her own survival. Regarding the handprints on your classmate, I suspect they may be ghost slave markings. Lu Xiaoyu posited. Ghost slave markings? What are those? How do they differ from ghost slaves? Yang Jian asked. Every ghost capable of manipulating the ghost domain possesses a unique ability to transform the deceased into ghost slaves. Ghost slaves lack rationality and, aside from their appearance, share no resemblance to their former selves, representing a distinct type of ghost. Therefore, one must not be deceived by the former appearance of a ghost slave. Additionally, ghost slaves are bound to obey their ghost masters unconditionally. You may have encountered them before, but the knocking ghost and Amp, Oppos' level is too high. It can command a number of ghost slaves beyond your imagination. We have classified it as A-grade. The realization struck Yang Jian with trepidation. The knocking ghost was far more terrifying than he had anticipated. The ghost slave marking is merely a sign of a malevolent spirit, akin to a corporate logo. Although your classmate has not perished, she is effectively a ghost slave of that domain. Upon her death, she will fall under its control. The information I currently possess is limited to this, Lu Xiaoyu informed him. Upon hearing these words, Yang Jian and Amp, Oppos' heart sank. So, the ghost infant, still in its infancy, intends to claim a beauty for its harem? I initially thought it was a serious ghost, but it turns out it is merely a lecher. Currently, ghosts lack desires. They perceive neither beauty nor ugliness. Perhaps because your classmate is a female, the ghost infant, having just emerged from Zhou Zheng, chose to attack what appeared to be a weaker target after failing to assault you. Nothing more, Lu Xiaoyu clarified. Is there any way to eliminate that marking? Yang Jian inquired. Lu Xiaoyu replied, there ISN and AMP. Oppos, T, but there exists a potentially feasible solution that no one among the ghost tamers has attempted. Why not? Yang Jian pressed. The requirements are too stringent, Lu Xiaoyu responded. What requirements? Yang Jian asked. The most fundamental stipulation is that the ghost tamer must be capable of utilizing the ghost domain. A professor has speculated that if ghosts can possess ghost slaves, then ghost tamers should also be able to have ghost slaves. Using one ghost slave marking to replace that of the malevolent spirit, thereby allowing a person to escape the malevolent spirit and AMP, Oppos, S pursuit. ISN and AMP, Oppos, T that nonsensical? In the end, that marking will still remain on the body, Yang Jian retorted. Not quite. Malevolent spirits are dead, while ghost tamers are living beings. Even if one becomes a ghost slave of a ghost tamer, they will not lose their rationality, which marks a fundamental difference from ghost slaves. However, should you perish at the hands of a malevolent spirit, your ghost slaves from your living days would be claimed by the spirit residing within you, Lu Xiaoyu warned. Yang Jian and Oppos' expression darkened. Ghost tamers are often short-lived. This would merely be leaping from one perilous situation into another. It would still lead to death. I understand. Let's discuss this again later, Yang Jian concluded. Wait. Lu Xiaoyu suddenly recalled something and urgently halted him. Is there anything else? Yang Jian inquired. What is it? I need to establish a file on you, and I hope you will cooperate. It would be best if you could provide details about the ghost residing within you, such as its abilities, characteristics, and form. If you refuse to cooperate, I will no longer assist you in future tasks, Lu Xiaoyu insisted. Fine. Yang Jian thought it inconsequential and shared his insights regarding his eyes. Once Lu Xiaoyu completed her documentation, she added, we have arranged for your mother, who is now employed at a reputable company, to return to Dachang City in due course. You need not worry. By the way, how's the matter concerning your father progressing? Can you elaborate? My father? He passed away when I was a child. Which incident are you referring to? Yang Jian queried. Perplexed, Lu Xiaoyu paused momentarily. Did you not mention that your father was nearby in your rental apartment? I suspect that may have been a ghost, urging you to vacate that place. That ghost was just a ghost. Why bring my father into this? Yang Jian retorted. Do you really believe that ghost is my father? Please, spare me the absurdity. Lu Xiaoyu remained calm, though a frown creased her brow. Judging from Yang Jian's tone, he did not seem to be jesting. The only plausible explanation was, his memories had been tampered with. A ghost capable of altering human memories? And he was none the wiser. Even ghost tamers were equally oblivious. Yet, why had she not experienced any changes? Lu Xiaoyu swiftly jotted down notes, preparing to present this matter to her intellectually superior think tank for further reasoning. This was beyond her purview. All right, if there is nothing else, we shall conclude here. Until next time, Yang Jian said. Lu Xiaoyu suddenly asked, before you go, how is your mental state recently? Fairly well, no issues. Yang Jian replied before hanging up the phone. He then turned to Wang Bin and Wang Haiyan in the car. Did you hear that? This is a call from the headquarters of the Ghost Tamers, the Asian division. What she said carries weight. We have long been involved in this matter. Now that you are privy to it, I will not conceal it any longer, lest some accuse me of being a charlatan or a madman. The Wang family fell into a profound silence. Within every individual lies an unrestful heart. Yang Jian cast another glance at Wang Shanshan, and suddenly, his expression hardened. He noticed a faint red mark on her wrist, which resembled an eye, yet it was so dim it seemed on the verge of vanishing. When did this appear? Yang Jian abruptly grasped Wang Shanshan and Oppos' hand. She recoiled slightly and murmured, it appeared after you grabbed my wrist. This is the mark of a ghostly servant. Yang Jian was taken aback, recalling that he had indeed held her wrist while attempting to save her. Was it left behind at that moment? Suddenly, everything fell into place. Yang Jian understood. The reason Wang Shanshan had survived the torment of the ghostly infant for several days was due to his mark. Yet, as the ghostly infant had matured and grown stronger, his mark was fading. This mark could save a life or bring about harm. Yang Jian's countenance shifted unpredictably as he sank into contemplation. However, shortly after Yang Jian ended the call, a new file regarding him appeared in the archives of the headquarters. The first page bore the bold inscription, Ghost Eye. Yang Jian, not employed. Chapter 39. Altering the objective. As I presume you both are aware of the general situation, Wang Shanshan and Oppos' condition will continue to deteriorate. Speaking as an outsider, my advice would be for the two of you to consider having another child. The car halted in a bustling area of the city. The group alighted and settled onto a nearby bench, discussing the preceding events. How could you say such a thing? Wang Haiyan exclaimed, somewhat agitated. Isn't there a way to remove that mark? Both options are essentially the same. Removing the mark and replacing it with another yields the same outcome, Yang Jian stated. My words may be harsh, but they are the truth. What do you say, Uncle Wang? Wang Bin furrowed his brow and puffed on his cigarette, his countenance etched with distress. As the head of the household, he was at a loss, his mind heavy with worry. He understood Yang Jian and Appo's meaning. If the mark remained, the ghost infant would relentlessly pursue Shanshan. Removing it would necessitate replacing it with another, ultimately delaying the inevitable. Dad, Mom, it and Amp, Appo's, alright. I and Amp, Appo's, am beyond salvation. Let me face the ghost infant alone, and don't let my situation burden you, Wang Shanshan said, tears streaming down her face. Having accepted this outcome, she was no longer as terrified. Hearing this, Wang Haiyan was heartbroken, tears flowing freely. Mother and daughter embraced and wept openly in front of passers-by. No, I can't bear to watch my daughter tormented to death by that thing. Wang Bin tossed his cigarette aside, standing up as if having made a decision. Young man, if I agree to Shanshan bearing another mark, do you have a solution? Yang Jian replied, while there is a solution, the outcome one and Appo's, be any better. It will only postpone the inevitable. There and Amp, Appo's, an idiom for it. ISN and Amp, Appo's, there? Like drinking poison to quench thirst. That and Amp, Appo's, roughly the idea. If we don and Amp, Appo's, erase the mark. Shanshan won and Amp, Appo's, survived more than 3 days, right? Wang Bin asked. Yang Jian responded, no, she won and Amp, Appo's, even last a day. The reason Wang Shanshan hasn't and Appo's, been attacked before is that the mark on her hand hadn't and Appo's, disappeared yet, which is why the ghost infant hasn't and Appo's, attacked her. But now that the mark is gone, the ghost infant will likely return within an hour, perhaps even sooner. What if we erase the mark? Wang Bin inquired. Yang Jian said, she and Amp, Appo's, live and die with the ghoul, which would give her a few more months. The situation would be slightly better, but the result remains the same. And I can and Amp, Appo's, be certain if there will be any other side effects. Even if it and Amp, Appo's, poison, we have to take it now. We can and Amp, Appo's, give up even the slightest chance, Wang Bin said through gritted teeth. Young man, I want to ask you to do this favor. I and Amp, Appo's, pay for it. Name your price. Yang Jian looked at Wang Shanshan and her mother, Wang Haiyan, embracing and weeping. He said, this ISN and Appo's, a supernatural event. Nor is it a confrontation with a vengeful ghost. There's no risk involved. Considering how generous Uncle Wang was before, I'll offer this for free. However, I can't guarantee what problems or changes Wang Shanshan might experience afterward. Thank you. This is enough. I'll take responsibility for all the consequences. Even if Shanshan has problems in the future, I won and Amp, Appo's, blame you, Wang Bin said, taking a deep breath. This decisiveness and courage were indeed the qualities of a successful person, lacking Wang Haiyan and Appo's indecisiveness and pettiness. In that case, let an Appo's start now. I and Appo's am afraid the ghost infant is already on its way, Yang Jian said. Wang Bin said, Shanshan, come here. Wang Shanshan raised her head, her eyes swollen from crying, and looked at Wang Bin and Yang Jian with tear-streaked face. Wang Shanshan, if you and Amp, Appo's, decided, give me your hand, Yang Jian said. Go ahead. We and Amp, Appo's, deal with the future later. Let and Amp, Appo's, get through this hurdle first, Wang Bin said, still looking worried. He didn't and Amp, Appo's, know if today and Amp, Appo's, decision would harm or save his daughter. Yang Jian, thank you, Wang Shanshan said, biting her lip and extending her hand. She wanted to live, she didn't want to die. Especially not at the hands of such a terrifying entity. We're classmates, and besides, I'm getting paid, Yang Jian said, grasping her wrist as he had done in school. Remove the bandage around your neck. I need to see the mark. Wang Haiyan didn't and Amp, Appo's, say a word, carefully unwrapping the bandage. The young girl and Amp, Appo's, delicate neck was covered in broken skin, a scarlet mess smeared with ointment. In the very center of the wound, 2 distinct, dark green handprints were visible. Yang Jian and Amp, Appo's, gaze flickered. He recalled his previous actions, his palms splitting open, an eye emerging. The eye emitted a faint red glow, which spilled from his fingertips and began to seep into Wang Shanshan and Apos' wrist, the same spot as last time, as the red light invaded. Yang Jian saw the dark green handprints on her neck gradually fading, beginning to lose color on their own. It and Apos' working, Wang Bin exclaimed, his eyes wide with amazement as he witnessed this miraculous scene. Of course, it and Apos' working. Yang Jian sensed the presence of the ghost eye within Wang Shanshan and Apos' body, as if an eye had been transferred into her, but not quite. To be precise, a portion of the vengeful ghost and Apos' power remained on Wang Shanshan. After a moment, the two dark green handprints on Wang Shanshan and Apos' neck had completely disappeared. Upon seeing this, Yang Jian released her hand. He saw a clear ghost eye mark on Wang Shanshan and Apos' wrist, like a red-eyed tattoo, particularly striking, faintly radiating a red glow. It and Apos' gone, it and Apos' really gone. The handprints have disappeared. Shanshan, how do you feel now? Is everything all right? Wang Bin and his wife became excited. Wang Shanshan felt it for a moment and said, it doesn't and Apos' seem like anything is wrong. I feel good. And a little strange, but I can and Apos' explain it. Overall, I feel much better than before. As she spoke, she took a deep look at the eye beside her. That look was very different from usual, but indescribable. That and Apos' great, Wang Haiyan said, hugging her excitedly. Yang Jian also felt the changes in his body. Nothing much has changed. It and Apos' like I just came, and my body is a little weak. Only those who can control the ghost domain are qualified to have ghost slaves. But he wondered what the difference was between a living ghost slave and a vengeful ghost slave. Wang Shanshan would definitely not be like a normal person, but these changes could only be observed and discovered in the future, Yang Jian thought to himself. Just as he was removing the mark, not far from here, on a street, a small, blue-black child was running on the ground at a strange speed, quickly heading towards Wang Shanshan. Did you see a strange child running past there just now? Someone on the road asked in surprise after seeing this scene. What child? You must be seeing things, his companion said. But just as the ghost infant had and Apos' run far, it suddenly stopped. The mark disappeared, and it lost a clear target. Without a primary target, it would randomly select passers-by on this road and start killing indiscriminately. Damn, what did I bump into? At this time, a young man passing by accidentally bumped into the ghost infant because he was playing with his phone and almost fell. But when he looked back, there was nothing there. However, when he turned back to continue strolling, he was immediately stunned. A naked, blue-black child was tilting its head and staring at him with a strange look in its eyes. The young man cast a peculiar glance at the ghostly infant, sensing something amiss about the child. Perhaps it was a stray, or possibly unhinged. He wished to avoid engaging with such an unsettling presence and chose to divert his path. However, he had scarcely ventured far when the ghostly infant stirred. Instead of proceeding towards Wang Shanshan, it turned and began to follow the young man who had passed by. The horror lingered, merely shifting its focus to another. Chapter 40. The operating elevator after waiting for a full 2 hours. Yang Jian was certain that the ghostly infant would not return. The situation concerning Wang Bin's family had been temporarily resolved, albeit leaving behind a lingering concern. He cast a sympathetic glance at Wang Shanshan. His own transformation into a ghost master was unavoidable. Had he not taken that path under such dire circumstances, he would have perished in the restroom. However, she had the potential to lead a normal life like others, yet fate had cruelly singled her out at the critical moment. I still have work to attend to. I merely took a leave of absence for this matter. Since it has been settled, I shall take my leave now. Should anything arise, please inform me via phone. Of course, if it pertains to supernatural events, I must charge a fee, Yang Jian declared as he stood up. Preparing to hail a taxi, Wang Bin hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Thank you so much for today. I truly do not know how to repay you. How about I treat you to a meal sometime when you are free? A meal is unnecessary. I wouldn't want to impose, Yang Jian replied. Moreover, being around me seldom leads to anything good. Suddenly, Wang Shanshan interjected. May I accompany you? What are you saying, daughter? Wang Haiyan exclaimed, grasping her hand in concern. Apprehensive that her daughter might follow Yang Jian. She understood that Yang Jian was not as simple as he appeared. Following him would undoubtedly lead to peril. Yang Jian smiled gently. You should spend time with your parents. They have gone through quite a lot for your sake today, and you must be aware of your own situation. Even without the ghostly infant's attention, your life is still precarious. I understand, but I simply wish to be with you, Wang Shanshan stated, her words devoid of any hesitation or youthful shyness, spoken as naturally as if in casual conversation. That is not possible. You ought to remain with your parents. Well then, I shall take my leave. He could not allow Wang Shanshan to follow him. Having an extra burden would only hinder his own safety. He needed to be able to escape trouble swiftly. Not to mention that having to rescue someone else would complicate matters further. Time to depart. With the money in hand, he hastened to catch a taxi and return to the shopping mall, resuming his relentless pursuit of earning a living. That young man is extraordinary. Wang Bin mused as he watched Yang Jian leave. What is most vital in the 21st century? Talent. Yang Jian possesses this unique skill and a sharp mind. Though he lacks social experience due to his youth, given time to develop, he will undoubtedly become a figure of significance. If my daughter could befriend him, it would indeed be a splendid choice. However, Wang Bin noted with concern that Yang Jian seemed disinterested in Shanshan. His daughter was not lacking in attractiveness. Could it be that Yang Jian preferred a different kind of companionship? If Yang Jian were to hear such thoughts, he would surely rebuke him for such a misguided perception. With life hanging by a thread, there was little room for romantic pursuits or thoughts of progeny. Upon returning to the mall, he found it shrouded in darkness, save for the security room where lights still illuminated the area. As Yang Jian re-entered, another security guard, Lu Chang, was idly playing a game on his phone. Why are you only just back? Did you take a long time? You just arrived and already asked for leave? Fortunately, I lied to Sister Li, saying you went to the restroom. Otherwise, we would have been reprimanded, Lu Chang remarked. My apologies for the trouble. A classmate urgently needed my assistance, which delayed me. It won't happen again, Yang Jian replied, offering an apology. You're just in time. It's almost midnight, and it's time for patrol. Let's make one last round. And if all is well, we can turn off the lights and head back to sleep. We have to be back at 8:30 tomorrow morning, Lu Chang said, setting aside his phone and stretching with a yawn. Yang Jian admired Lu Chang and Appo's boldness. It took courage to patrol such a vast mall alone. Had he been the person he used to be, he certainly would not have possessed such audacity. The dormitory is upstairs. Let's patrol through the underground parking lot. And when we leave, we can conveniently turn off the lights and head straight back to the dormitory without returning, Lu Chang suggested. Make sure to bring the flashlight. Thank you for the reminder, Yang Jian nodded, picking up the flashlight, and together they commenced their patrol. Although he intended to observe for only 3 days, he understood the importance of fulfilling his responsibilities without being half-hearted. Due to the lack of business, the underground parking lot was nearly empty, devoid of vehicles. Whose cars are those? Yang Jian suddenly pointed to a row of luxury vehicles. Are they left by the missing persons? No, those belong to the boss. He switches them out daily. Who knows how many he has at home? All right, the underground parking lot is clear. Let us move to the next floor, Lu Chang replied. Yang Jian scanned the area one last time, confirming that nothing seemed amiss. If anything were out of the ordinary, it would surely be evident. They continued their patrol on the first floor. After a thorough sweep with the flashlight, they encountered no unusual occurrences. Everything appeared normal, save for the darkness that enveloped them all. Ascending the elevator, they arrived on the second floor. However, just as they began their patrol, a faint rumbling sound echoed from above. What is that noise? Yang Jian inquired, directing his flashlight upward, yet he saw nothing. The sound seemed to emanate from the elevator between the 4th and 5th floors. It must be the elevator in operation. Perhaps Sister Li and the others went up and forgot to turn it off. Each elevator has its own switch. It's not uncommon for them to be left running. And we'll just have to clean up after them, Lu Chang speculated. Is that so? Let's go check, Yang Jian suggested. Why the rush? Take your time. We should first check the 3rd floor before heading to the 4th. There are cameras here. If someone sees us slacking off, our wages will be docked. Especially since you're new. If they catch you slacking, you could be fired, Lu Chang warned. Yang Jian found Lu Chang's rigid adherence to rules somewhat tedious. Very well, they would proceed at a leisurely pace. After all, the mall was virtually deserted, and any issues would not concern him. The two took their time patrolling the 3rd floor before finally arriving at the elevator entrance. The mall and Appo's elevators were not traditional but rather inclined, operating on a belt system. See? I told you there was nothing wrong. It was just the elevator and Appo's power that was left on. Now, let us go, Lu Chang said, walking over to turn off the power at the elevator entrance. Yang Jian remained silent, hoping he had merely been overly suspicious. They proceeded to the 5th floor. This time, it was not a mere figment of his imagination. The faint stench of decay returned, permeating the air and lingering unshakably. He had not noticed this odor on the 3rd floor. Something felt amiss on the 5th floor. Yang Jian followed Lu Chang as they circled the 5th floor. Aside from some closed shops and scattered shelves, the area appeared desolate. Everything seemed deceptively calm. Yet, as Yang Jian passed by a clothing store, he shone his flashlight inside. There stood several incomplete plastic mannequins, unchanged from the day before. Everything appears normal. Time to head back to sleep, Lu Chang yawned. All right, Yang Jian replied. Retracting his gaze and, flashlight in hand, followed Lu Chang through the employee corridor back to the staff dormitory. On their way, he suddenly recalled something and asked. By the way, the elevator on the 4th floor should have been running continuously since it was turned off. Why didn't it activate when we were there earlier? It's motion sensor activated. It only moves when someone approaches. If no one is there, it remains still, Lu Chang explained. If it's motion sensor activated, does that mean the elevator's sudden activation was due to someone using it? But there is no one else in the mall besides us. Who could be using the elevator? Yang Jian pondered aloud. Lu Chang remarked. It must have malfunctioned. If anyone had been patrolling earlier, they would have noticed. Yang Jian furrowed his brow, contemplating a return to investigate, yet deemed it unnecessary, deciding instead to wait for the arrival of the manager the following day. As Yang Jian and Lu Chang retired to their dormitory for the night, a faint rumbling echoed within the mall. The escalator began to operate once more. The elevator from the 5th floor to the 4th suddenly illuminated its power light and commenced its slow ascent. After approximately a minute, it came to a halt. Yet, the elevator from the 4th floor to the 3rd resumed its operation. The low rumble persisted, but after a brief moment, it too ceased. Subsequently, the elevator from the 3rd floor to the 2nd sprang back to life. Finally, after the elevator descending to the 1st floor operated for a short while, tranquility enveloped the mall once again. Chapter 41. The re-emergence of the stench of corpses. The following day, Yang Jian awoke early. Ever since he had become a ghost master, he had noticed certain changes within his body, particularly the presence of the ghost eye. The most apparent alteration was that he found himself sleeping less and less. Yet his spirit remained remarkably unwearied. Had he truly only slumbered for 6 hours? As Yang Jian washed his face, he regarded his reflection in the mirror. He did not appear haggard. Rather, he exuded an aura of cold detachment that made him feel somewhat alien even to himself. He glanced at the piece of red paper upon the back of his hand. A night had passed without the torment of the ghost eye awakening, and he had slept soundly. However, the red paper bore a faint, unremarkable crack. Did this paper merely address the symptoms rather than the root of the issue? Or was it simply a fragment that was not whole? Yang Jian withdrew his gaze and rubbed his temples. It seemed that resolving his semi-lifeless state was not as simple as he had anticipated. Indeed, a global catastrophe had transpired, with supernatural events occurring worldwide. All who became ghost masters had yet to devise a method for survival, and he alone could scarcely formulate a solution. The red paper's ability to suppress the resurrection of malevolent spirits was merely a fortunate accident. Wait. Yang Jian suddenly recalled the sheepskin parchment. He reached into his pocket and retrieved the parchment he always carried, unfolding it to reveal a line of text. Today, I awoke quite early, gradually realizing that my body is being influenced by the ghost eye. This influence is subtle and ongoing, as I have noticed I am sleeping less each day. If this continues, I suspect I will soon no longer need sleep at all. They say ghosts do not require sleep. Perhaps there is truth to this. When I received you from Feng Jing, he mentioned that you knew the way for ghost masters to survive. I believe he did not deceive me. Thus, you must possess crucial clues. Yang Jian fixed his gaze upon the sheepskin parchment. If you are willing to share, I shall re-evaluate your significance. The parchment emitted further inscriptions. I yearn to survive. I have gradually come to understand the anguish of being a ghost master, the suffocating weight of death, the dread of vengeful spirits awakening, and the transformations within myself. This is not a burden one of my age should bear. Today, I could no longer restrain my curiosity about the peculiar human skin, yet it yielded no useful information. The skin divulged nothing of value. Or perhaps it harbors a secret it refuses to disclose. What could it be concealing? Yang Jian's expression shifted as he absorbed the words. Previously, he had suspected the sheepskin parchment possessed its own consciousness, yet since leaving school, it had lost its guiding purpose. Had it not been for this parchment's direction within the ghostly domain of the old man, he would not have survived to tell the tale. If you refuse to provide me with any information, you are of no use. I might as well burn you. lest I carry this unsettling piece of human skin with me. After completing his morning routine, Yang Jian prepared to discard this bizarre artifact into the gas stove. He ignited the flame. Yet, under the gas flame, the sheepskin parchment remained utterly unscathed. Yang Jian, what are you burning? Making noodles? Lu Chang emerged from his room. Catching the scent of gas, Yang Jian examined the intact sheepskin parchment, his lips twitching slightly. Nothing of consequence, just testing if the stove works. If you're making noodles, I have some sausages here, Lu Chang responded. I have some as well. Yang Jian pondered. Indeed. He ought to bury this thing in a place where no one could ever find it. He frowned slightly, resolute that if he were to perish, he would not leave behind such an eerie object. Just as he was about to stow the human skin parchment away, another line of text emerged. I can no longer glean any useful information from this sheepskin parchment. In light of future considerations, I intend to discard it and ensure that no one else discovers it. However, I wonder if I could use this sheepskin to capture a ghost. Perhaps then I could obtain the answers I seek. Capture a ghost? It seems you wish to lead me to my demise. Yang Jian cast a skeptical glance at the parchment, dismissing its ghostly claims, and resolved to bury it in a few days. 2 hours later, the mall opened. Although still in a state of partial closure, Yang Jian and Lu Chang had to attend to their duties. At 8:30, they commenced their patrol. By the way, the elevator was shut yesterday, right? Why is it open now? Yang Jian stood on the escalator, suddenly recalling that they had turned off the lights and closed the elevator before resting. Logically, the elevator should not be operational at this early hour. Sisterly has the keys. Look, the mall doors are open. I heard the boss might return today. Perhaps Sisterly has prepared ahead, Lu Chang remarked, puzzled. Nothing much. Just a casual inquiry, Yang Jian replied. Today, the mall was indeed illuminated, contrasting sharply with its usual darkness. After completing a patrol, Yang Jian found nothing amiss. Everything appeared normal. Yet, it was this very normalcy that unsettled him. If even he could not identify any problems, then it was unlikely that supernatural occurrences were transpiring within the mall. But why? Then, were there reports of missing persons? Yang Jian could not shake the feeling that something was amiss within the mall, though he could not articulate what it was. Around 10 o'clock, a convoy of luxury vehicles parked outside the mall. A group of individuals disembarked, led by a middle-aged man in a suit, slightly shorter in stature. The boss has arrived. Be cautious. The boss hasn't been in a good mood lately due to the mall's closure, Lu Chang whispered a warning. This shorter middle-aged man, surnamed Tang, was named Tangan, the owner of the mall. He had previously worked in real estate but had shifted his focus to operating this mall in recent years. Master Luo, this is my mall. I kindly request your expertise to discern the issues plaguing it, as there have been frequent reports of disappearances over the past 3 days. Tangan spoke with a smile, guiding a well-groomed man in his 50s alongside him, accompanied by several aides. The man referred to as Master Luo suddenly gestured. Do not enter through the front door. Use another entrance. Are there any other doors to this mall? Yes, there is a delivery entrance, Tangan hastily replied. Then let us enter through there to inspect the mall, Master Luo instructed. Yang Jian observed this scene from the entrance, his lips curling slightly. This was undoubtedly a charlatan, engaged in absurd pretenses to deceive others. Everyone typically entered and exited through the front door, including customers. Why should this so-called master be exempt? If there were truly spirits present, he ought to have detected them during his patrol. Unless Master Luo was also a ghost master with abilities surpassing his own. However, judging by his slick demeanor and vibrant appearance, it was evident he could not possibly be a ghost master. You all stay here and ensure no one else enters. Should anything arise, I will call for you. Sisterly hurried over, uttering a quick command before leading several female colleagues to attend to the boss. Master Luo entered the mall through the side door, accompanied by Tangan, the manager, Sisterly, and a group of others, wandering through the premises, examining the surroundings with a knowing nod, seemingly comprehending the peculiarities that had transpired within the mall, though it remained unclear what precisely he had discerned. Yet the script had already been conceived in his heart. Yang Jian felt little interest, although he was aware that this Master Luo was a charlatan. He chose not to expose him. If no supernatural occurrences transpired, this sum of 1 million would merely enrich the swindler, and it would not benefit him in the least. However, at that moment, Yang Jian and Appo's nostrils flared as he detected a faint yet unmistakable odor of decay. The scent re-emerged, and this time it seemed much closer, as it was more pungent than before. He turned around to survey his surroundings. The shopping mall remained tranquil, with nothing amiss. Chapter 42. Yin Li. As long as no supernatural events occurred, Yang Jian had no need to make an appearance, continuing his duties as a mere security guard. After accompanying Master Luo around the shopping mall for several rounds, before the proprietor could speak, Master Luo directly remarked, "Boss Tang, your mall is indeed problematic. I sensed something amiss from the moment I arrived. Master, what exactly is wrong with my mall? Can it be resolved?" Boss Tang inquired, his expression shifting subtly as he asked cautiously. Master Luo chuckled, "Though there are some complications, you are fortunate to have summoned me. Otherwise, no one else would possess the capability to assist you. I can indeed resolve the issues plaguing your mall. However, I have two methods, one superficial, the other fundamental. I wonder which one you would prefer? What are the differences between the two?" Boss Tang queried. Master Luo explained, "The superficial method is quite simple. If I intervene here, everything will return to normal and no further incidents will occur. However, I cannot guarantee that similar events 1 and amp, oppos, t arise in the future. As for the fundamental solution, Boss Tang pressed, that would entail closing the business and relocating to a new venue. Since this place is tainted, it's possible that similar situations might recur, Master Luo stated, fixing his gaze on him. Consider this. Boss Tang, has there been a single case of disappearance in the mall since you closed it? Indeed, Master, you are absolutely right. Ever since the mall ceased operations, there have been no further incidents. Boss Tang's face reflected awe and reverence. This expenditure was certainly worthwhile. What if we don't relocate? Can you devise a solution, Master? Boss Tang inquired again, the urgency of resuming business weighing heavily on him. Each day of closure represented a significant loss of profit. Master Luo replied with a smile. I've traveled quite a distance to assist you. If I cannot resolve your predicament, how would I maintain my reputation in this industry? It would be tantamount to tarnishing my own name. Nonetheless, the fee cannot be overlooked. I understand. Please rest assured, Master. I will not skimp on the necessary expenses. Please guide me, Boss Tang vowed immediately. Master Luo nodded, having surveyed your mall. I suggest sealing the main entrance and opening a new one on the south side. The entrance to the parking lot on the right can remain unchanged. I will provide you with a detailed plan later. I cannot elaborate further at this moment. Boss Tang nodded vigorously, already enthralled and disoriented by the Master's convincing words. Yang Jian eavesdropped quietly, feeling that Master Luo's assertions were quite credible, not the words of a charlatan, but rather those of someone genuinely capable. However, this thought soon dissipated. Before long, Master Luo and Appos' apprentice arrived with an assortment of peculiar items, seemingly ready to commence work. Close the main door, Master Luo suddenly instructed his apprentice. Have you not heard? Close the door. A sharply dressed man approached Yang Jian and Lu Chong, urging, hurry up, stop dawdling. He was managerly, and offending him would be unwise. Lu Chong quickly began closing the mall's doors. Yang Jian remained calm, unperturbed, merely turning to assist with the door. Lock it. Once locked, nothing can escape, Master Luo added. Lock it? Yang Jian paused, then remarked, if we lock the door, even if there are ghosts inside, we'll be trapped with them. How do we escape if we need to flee? Hey, what are you mumbling about? Did you not hear the master? Hurry up and lock the door, managerly scolded. Noticing Yang Jian and Appos' sluggish movements. Forget it. If something does happen, it will trap you all regardless of whether the door is locked, he added, locking the main entrance with a decisive click. Yet, observing Master Luo's animated gestures, a catchy background melody played in Yang Jian and Appos' mind, making him find the master oddly captivating. Unable to suppress a chuckle, he quickly covered his mouth, realizing the impropriety of the moment. Who laughed just now? Master Luo suddenly turned, his gaze piercing. Was it you? This security guard is disrupting my rituals. If something goes wrong, are you prepared to take responsibility? Yang Jian earnestly replied, Master, you misunderstand. I merely sneezed. I assure you, I have undergone specialized training and am a diligent security guard. I would never laugh lightly under any circumstances. Lu Chong looked at him incredulously. When did this new recruit receive training? There won't be a next time, Master Luo retorted. Displeased, Yang Jian sensed Manager Li's menacing gaze but chose to disregard it. Soon, Master Luo resumed his rituals. His movements and the rhythm of his head nodding were indeed in sync, and once more, the catchy tune echoed in Yang Jian and Appos' mind. He could not help but stifle a quiet laugh. Yet, apparently, Master Luo possessed keen hearing. Still laughing? I'm leaving, Master Luo declared, his sensitivity apparent as he tossed aside his items in frustration. You need not come to work tomorrow. You are dismissed. Manager Li approached Yang Jian, pointing an accusatory finger. Don't even think about collecting your salary this month. Yang Jian simply smiled. I apologize, I did my best. I typically do not laugh unless I truly cannot help it. Feel free to do as you please. I'm merely observing. I will leave tomorrow anyway. It's only been a day, so whether I receive my salary is inconsequential. Enraged, Manager Li wished to berate him, but found himself at a loss. Who hired the security guard? He demanded, intending to hold someone accountable. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from above, startling everyone. A heavy object plummeted to the ground with a resounding thud. What fell? Everyone gasped, their curiosity piqued. However, upon investigating, they were met with a sight that sent chills down their spines. The timid among them screamed in terror. A corpse lay sprawled on the floor, specifically, a headless, naked body that had begun to decay, emitting a foul odor. Calm yourselves. It's merely a corpse. We've found one of your missing persons from the mall. A young man, appearing to be in his early 20s, casually descended the elevator from the 4th floor, dressed in a short-sleeved shirt and gloves. Indeed, your establishment is haunted. It's laughable that you would hire a scam artist for assistance. In truth, if there were any efficacy, we would not be here. Who are you? Boss Tang stammered, panic evident in his voice. There's no need to call security. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Yin Li, formerly a plumber, now specializing in handling supernatural occurrences. Boss Tang, I believe we should become acquainted today. The young man extended his hand with a smile, yet his demeanor was cold enough to deter any approach. Upon hearing his words, Yang Jian and Appo's expression tightened. Could this man also be a ghost handler? If so, he might be here to usurp his business. Chapter 43. The vanished corpse due to Master Luo's rituals. The entire shopping mall was locked down, leaving no safety exits unattended. It was perplexing how a young man named Yin Li had managed to appear in the mall. He had not been seen during previous patrols. Had he been there all along? Was he the enigmatic presence felt in the mall over the past few days? Yang Jian scrutinized Yin Li, his mind racing with thoughts. Yet, how could he explain the decaying corpse that had gone unnoticed during earlier patrols? Moreover, the clean, precise cut on the corpse and Appo's neck could only have been made by a factory milling machine. Strangely, no blood had oozed from the body. Boss Tang, Manager Li, and Master Luo, along with their group, watched Yin Li approach with an unsettling nonchalance. Was he a murderer? A lunatic? Or perhaps a creature of the night? A myriad of thoughts flooded their minds. Yin Li extended his hand towards Boss Tang, who instinctively recoiled, fear etched across his face, and asked, Who are you? What do you want? I am here solely to discuss a business proposition with you, Boss Tang. I and Appo's. Am curious if you might be interested, he replied, retracting his hand with a smile. What kind of business? Tang inquired warily. Your mall, if I am not mistaken, harbors a ghost. The individuals who have gone missing were all victims of this spirit. At this very moment, it lurks somewhere within these walls, watching us. I can resolve this issue for you, but in return, I require 5 million. Tang and Appo's realization struck him. This man intended to extort him. After all, he had summoned a master already. Why would he need this mysterious figure? Before he could respond, Master Luo scoffed. Young man, which sect do you belong to? Are you aware of the rules? You appear to be just in your early 20s. Do you understand feng shui and the art of divination? I suspect you're merely a dilettante. I will handle Boss Tang's situation. If you know what is good for you, leave at once. Otherwise, I shall have security escort you out. Yin Li retorted with a mocking tone. You're an ignorant charlatan, spouting nonsense about feng shui. You might deceive the nouveau riche. But your tricks are futile here. There is indeed a ghost. If it were to emerge, would your peachwood sword or those useless paper talismans be of any help? Even summoning the Buddha from the temple would be of no avail. He continued with a menacing warning. You would do well to watch your tone, lest I extract your heart and stuff it in your mouth. His previously jovial demeanor shifted to one of cold ferocity, and he seized Master Luo, lifting him effortlessly, his strength astonishing. The sinister tone brooked no doubt about his capacity for violence. Cold sweat broke out on Master Luo's brow, panic flashing in his eyes as he instinctively recoiled in fear. This man resembled the most vicious of prison inmates, cold-blooded and ruthless. No, even the most heinous criminals could not match his terrifying aura. He was undoubtedly a ghost master. Yang Jian, witnessing this unsettling transformation, recognized that Yin Li had been tormented by the ghost residing within him. A human body can be drastically influenced by the malevolent spirit it harbors, a subtle, insidious change. Yang Jian felt this transformation within himself. Security, quickly, restrain this man and make him release Master Luo. Manager Li's face paled, urgency lacing his voice. Lu Chang hesitated, then steeled himself to approach. What is wrong with you, security? Why aren't you helping? Do you want to lose your job? Get over here now. Manager Li barked at Yang Jian, who remained unmoving. I was dismissed by you. I am no longer your security. I will return this uniform later. Which means I am no longer under your command. You can handle this situation yourselves. And mind your words, although you are the manager. I won't hesitate to retaliate if provoked. Yang Jian replied defiantly. Damn it. Manager Li's face turned an ashen hue. Are all security guards this audacious now? You were dismissed. And now you dare defy me? Boss Tang interjected. Young man, I am the owner of this mall. If you assist us, you remain part of the company. And I will even consider a pay raise. What do you say? I believe this job is too perilous. I would prefer a change of employment, Yang Jian replied nonchalantly. Acknowledging Tang's goodwill, Tang felt an acute frustration, not blaming Yang Jian, but casting a peculiar glance at Manager Li, who had foolishly dismissed him. The mall struggled to recruit staff, and now, with two capable young security personnel gone, chaos ensued. Report to the authorities. Boss Tang commanded, suppressing his anger. Sister Li quickly grasped the situation and hurriedly dialed for assistance. Calm down, please. Lu Chang approached, somewhat intimidated by the peculiar young man. After all, he was merely a wage earner and had no intention of risking his life. I am quite calm. If I weren't, you would all be dead by now, Yin Li said, a cruel smile playing on his lips. He gradually lowered the terrified Master Luo and then forcefully pushed him to the ground. Boss. The authorities have been notified, Sister Li murmured. Boss Tang nodded. Let us not act rashly. First, we must stabilize this situation. Gazing at the corpse emanating a putrid odor, it seemed likely that Yin Li was indeed the murderer, and he might have orchestrated the prior disappearances as well. Boss Tang, I believe we can resume our earlier discussion. 5 million, and I will capture the ghost for you, ensuring your mall can operate normally, Yin Li proposed. Your price is exorbitant, Boss Tang replied, his expression grave. In comparison to the value of what lies within your mall, my fee is quite reasonable, Yin Li grinned. If you could lower it a bit, I might consider it. Boss Tang stalled, believing Yin Li to be the murderer and having already contacted the authorities. Observing Yin Li and Boss Tang haggle, Yang Jian mentally shook his head. Yin Li was being reckless. While supernatural occurrences abound worldwide, most remain skeptical. Demanding 5 million outright would deter anyone. Only when Boss Tang truly confronted the ghost and recognized its terror would the negotiations become fruitful. With his previous dealings with Wang Bin, Yang Jian had acquired some experience. But just as the atmosphere thickened, a sudden sound of lights extinguishing echoed through the mall. Instantly, the entire space plunged into darkness. Is there a power outage? Everyone paused. Bewildered. No, wait. Yin Li and Appo's expression shifted abruptly as he gazed upward towards the 5th floor. In the dimness, a figure was vaguely visible by the glass railing, seemingly peering down at them. Moreover, the figure appeared to be headless. Has it finally revealed itself? Yin Li and Appo's eyes gleamed with a hint of madness. Ignoring everyone else, he dashed towards the elevator, racing upstairs. Yang Jian squinted, also noticing the figure on the 5th floor, but his brow furrowed in concern. The stench of decay lingered on the 1st floor. Were the spirits above or below? Suddenly, a female employee named Wei Xiaohong, a cashier in her mid-20s, let out a piercing scream, pointing towards a certain direction on the ground floor. What on earth is happening? It's merely a power outage. There is no need for such alarm, Manager Li scolded. Take advantage of the murderer's escape and quickly open the door to leave. Help will arrive shortly. No, that is not it. The body that was just dropped. It's gone. Wei Xiaohong stammered, trembling as she indicated the spot where the corpse had lain. Looking again, there was nothing but emptiness. The body had truly vanished. Witnessing this scene, the crowd's eyes widened, a chill running through them. Yet, the foul odor of decay persisted in the air, seemingly growing ever more pungent. Okay, here's the refined version of the text you provided. Chapter 44. The eerie mall. Yang Jian's gaze grew somber as he watched the corpse vanish. This debacle had escalated beyond their control. The entity lurking within the mall had likely been roused. But where could it be now? The surroundings were shrouded in gloom, not entirely obscuring vision, but only allowing them to discern silhouettes, obscuring individual features. Amidst the dimness, the avaricious Tang, the anxious manager Li, and the charlatan Master Luo disregarded the extinguished lights, their hearts seized by dread as they witnessed the body's disappearance, a primal sense of foreboding washing over them. Were they haunted? 2 candles still flickered on the table, their amber flames dancing in the gloom. However, the mall and Amp, Oppos, vastness rendered their light insufficient, barely illuminating the immediate vicinity. The flickering shadows cast by those who obstructed the light only amplified the eerie atmosphere. Quickly, we must flee, Master Luo exclaimed. Our previous attempt failed, and the malevolent entity has been provoked. Delay will invite disaster. Faced with such a sinister occurrence, he was convinced they had encountered a specter and dared not linger. His words triggered a scream from a female employee who fled in terror. Soon, the others scattered aimlessly like disoriented insects. However, they swiftly discovered a grave impediment. The mall was locked down. The main entrance and emergency exits were all secured. This had been Master Luo's prior instruction. The keys. Where are the keys? Tang demanded, frantically attempting to open the main doors. Security, open the gates. I told you. Why did you lock the doors? Yang Jian inquired, illuminating the scene with his flashlight. If the intention was to confine the ghost, did you not consider that you would be trapped as well? Now, you've certainly complicated matters. Young man, where are the keys to the main entrance? Hurry, open the doors. Tang pleaded, panic evident in his voice. Yang Jian shook his head. I do not possess the keys. I am newly employed, only on my 2nd day. Sister Li is in charge of the keys. I can only lock, not unlock. Furthermore, does not the esteemed Master Luo at your side claim to be a ghost hunter? Perhaps he could display his abilities and vanquish the spirit, ensuring our safety. He turned his gaze towards the sweating Master Luo. You dare speak, young man. Master Luo retorted, enraged. It was your interference that prevented me from completing the ritual. Otherwise, this situation would not have arisen. Now that the entity is enraged, it will be far more formidable. Are you not ashamed to shift blame onto me in such a manner? Yang Jian countered. Do you not recognize your own limitations? Look at your terrified state, yet you dare speak such words? If a true specter appears, you will surely meet your demise. Master Luo scoffed. Do not speak nonsense. Although this entity may be beyond my capabilities, I will not allow it to harm anyone while I am present. Tang, rest assured, I guarantee your safe departure. Nothing untoward will occur. Tang, placing his trust in the charlatan, replied, We are entirely in your hands. And no problem, Master Luo stammered, exhibiting his fraudulent nature. Yang Jian shook his head. The fact that Luo had managed to deceive Tang to such an extent demonstrated his inherent skill as a charlatan. Suddenly, Yang Jian heard a sound, as if something was rolling nearby. He shifted his flashlight, illuminating the ground. In the beam of light, a head rolled towards them. The hair was neatly combed, revealing the face of a female employee, apparently the cashier whose body had vanished earlier, Wei Xiaohong. Mother of God, Master Luo exclaimed, his legs giving way as he collapsed against the wall, a puddle forming beneath him. He had soiled himself in terror. Tang and Manager Li stared wide-eyed, their faces contorted in horror. The earlier disappearance of the corpse had been unsettling, but the sight of a severed head rolling towards them was far more terrifying. They realized that this was no ordinary haunting. The entity had begun to kill. Yang Jian frowned deeply, refraining from using his ghostly eye unless absolutely necessary, especially without any incentive. However, curiosity compelled him to approach, his flashlight trained on Wei Xiaohong and Amp, Oppos' head. There was no blood at the neck. He knelt down and manipulated the head, a wave of nauseating decay emanating from it. And it did not smell freshly dead. It smelt as if it had been dead for days. But how could the head have remained so intact? This is impossible, he thought. She was alive just moments ago. How could she have begun to decompose so rapidly? The ghost did not use its domain. It couldn't, and Amp, Oppos, have caused such rapid decay. Yang Jian fell into contemplation. What was this entity that haunted them all? He lacked sufficient information. He had not even seen it. He could not discern its abilities or patterns of behavior. And without a prior agreement, he was unwilling to expend his energy, lest he waste his own abilities. He stood up and turned to the others. Indeed, this is a grave matter. There is a true specter in this mall. I advise you to flee immediately. The doors are locked. How can we leave? Manager Li exclaimed. Where is Sister Li? Does she not have the keys? Can you find her and have her open the doors? Yang Jian replied, This mall is vast. Who knows where Sister Li has fled in terror? I will not search for her. If you wish, you may go. However, as a gesture of goodwill, I will inform you that while the first floor is locked, the emergency exit on the 5th floor is unlocked. You can reach the 5th floor platform and descend from another location. Yes, yes, yes. Why did I not consider that? Manager Lee exclaimed, overjoyed. Thank you, young man. I am grateful. He immediately fled towards the stairs. And you? Will you not leave? Yang Jian asked, looking at Master Luo and Tang, spurred by his words. The others reacted swiftly. Several employees followed Manager Lee up the stairs. Thank you for your advice, young man, Tang said, grasping his hand. I am deeply grateful. Do not be so familiar, Yang Jian replied calmly. Besides, I merely offered a suggestion. Whether you can escape safely remains to be seen. Hurry now, do not delay. He wanted to see if their escape would lure out the entity. Of course, he thought, I truly need to relieve myself. Young man, will you not accompany us? Tang asked. No, I wish to use the restroom first. You may proceed. Tang was taken aback. At a time like this, you wish to use the restroom? The 5th floor of the mall. When Yin Li reached the 5th floor, he saw the figure standing near the railing. He froze, realizing that it was not a person, but a plastic mannequin, identical in shape, standing in the gloom and appearing eerily lifelike. However, like the decaying corpse he had found earlier, this mannequin was headless. The ghost was not on the 5th floor. Suddenly, Yin Li was struck by a realization and leaned over to gaze downwards. At that moment, a soft click echoed, and the entire mall was plunged into darkness. In the dimness, only 2 candles flickered with light, but soon a woman and Appo's piercing scream pierced the air, sending the crowd into a frenzy as they instinctively scattered in panic. A diversion? The phrase inexplicably surfaced in Yin Li and Appo's mind. However, was the ghost truly so cunning? Damn it! He pushed aside his thoughts, gritted his teeth, and resolved to descend to the 1st floor immediately. Yet at that moment, a fleeting glance revealed a chilling sight that sent a wave of cold sweat coursing through him. The headless plastic mannequin that had previously stood beside the railing had vanished. He searched left and right, but there was no trace of the mannequin, as if it had evaporated into thin air. Tap, tap. A faint sound of footsteps emerged from behind him. Something was amiss. Yin Li abruptly turned around. At that moment, a headless plastic mannequin stood directly behind him, its arms raised as though it intended to reach out to him. Seeking death, Yin Li shouted fiercely, seizing the outstretched arms of the mannequin. In that instant, his palms turned crimson, exuding a heavy scent of blood, as droplets trickled from his fingers, plopping onto the ground. The mannequin's arms, now stained with his blood, suddenly collapsed with a resounding thud, its limbs and body disassembling into pieces. Immediately, the surroundings fell silent once more. Was this the ghost? With a grave expression, Yin Li inspected the scattered remnants of the mannequin on the ground. There was nothing unusual, even stained with his own blood. It showed no signs of change. It was merely an ordinary mannequin. This entity was not to be trifled with. Yin Li furrowed his brow deeply. The blood on the ground began to writhe slowly, as if it were alive, gradually creeping along his palm and seeping into him. Chapter 45. Jiang Yan first. I must secure my own safety. I can deal with the specter later. As long as I don't tap into the power of the malevolent spirit within me, I'm at an advantage. Moreover, this Yin Li seems unique. I'm curious about what makes this ghost controller special and whether there's anything I can learn from him. Yang Jian watched the group flee, his expression unchanged and unmoved. Had he employed his spectral domain, he could have transported them out instantly. However, that would have been a detrimental act. Yang Jian refrains from such actions. He will only strike when these individuals are at their most desperate and terrified, extracting maximum benefit at minimal cost. Things too easily acquired are seldom valued. Therefore, he didn't Appo's to even bother negotiating. He'll let this Tang boss experience the situation firsthand before making his demands. Besides, Yin Li is poaching his business. If this ghost proves formidable, Yang Jian won't hesitate to slip away and let Yin Li handle it. After all, that man came specifically for the ghost. It's not as if it's a desirable prize. Overuse of ghostly powers only hastens one and Appo's demise. Having clarified his thoughts, Yang Jian casually walked towards the restroom with his flashlight, acting as if nothing were amiss. As he relieved himself, the light illuminated a corner of the lavatory, revealing a foot protruding from the last stall. The foot was clad in black stockings, clearly belonging to a woman. Why is there a woman's foot in the men's restroom? Has he stumbled upon a pervert, or is it yet another corpse? Yang Jian paused, cautiously approaching and peering into the stall. A woman was huddled inside, dressed in a white blouse and skirt, likely an employee of the mall. However, her face was ashen, and her eyes were closed. He reached out to check for a pulse. She was still breathing. She wasn't dead. Yang Jian was taken aback. He wouldn't have been surprised if she were a corpse, but she was alive. He had encountered the mall staff during his shifts over the past few days. While he didn't and Oppos, T know them all, he was at least somewhat familiar with them. But he was certain he hadn't and Oppos, T seen this woman before. Because she was quite attractive. The female staff at the mall were generally unremarkable, making them easily forgettable. Wake up, miss, wake up. Yang Jian nudged her. After a moment, the beauty slowly regained consciousness. However, upon seeing Yang Jian, her eyes widened in terror. She recoiled as if she had seen a ghost, on the verge of screaming. Yang Jian swiftly covered her mouth. Miss, Don and Oppos, T shout. If you summon the ghost, you and Oppos, LL be the one who dies, Yang Jian urgently warned, muffling her. Ugh. Women are such a bother. Seeing that she had regained some composure, Yang Jian prepared to leave, intending to find another place to wait. Wait, please wait. The woman gripped Yang Jian's hand, looking up with fear and unease. Are you human? Of course, I'm human. Would I be standing here talking to you otherwise? Yang Jian replied. Are you an employee of the mall? I and Oppos, am an accountant here, named Jiang Yan. Who are you? Why are you here, dressed like that? Jiang Yan asked, clutching Yang Jian's hand tightly. Yang Jian found it amusing. I'm the new security guard, here to use the restroom. Why else would I be here? As for you, what an amp, Oppos, a woman doing hiding in the men and amp, Oppos, restroom. Your foot sticking out scared me half to death. I thought you were a corpse. There are ghosts outside. I and Oppos, am too afraid to go out. I and Oppos, been hiding here for 4 days, surviving on a bag of biscuits and tap water. I and Oppos, am starving. Do you have any food? Jiang Yan asked weakly. So, her pallor is from starvation. Hold on, let me see if I have anything. Yang Jian rummaged through his pockets. I Don and Amp, Oppos, T have anything on me. But there and Amp, Oppos, food outside. How about we go get something to eat? But there are ghosts outside, Jiang Yan said, her face etched with fear. You know there are ghosts outside? So, you and Oppos, seen the ghost? Yang Jian realized. What does it look like? Where is it? If Jiang Yan had indeed seen the ghost, it would save him a great deal of trouble. A ghost that can be identified is less terrifying, at least allowing for some defense. The most terrifying ghosts are the ones you can end Oppos, T find. Jiang Yan nodded. Tell me quickly. There and Oppos, a ghost haunting the mall, and Tang boss hired a charlatan who and Oppos, going to get us all killed. If this ISN and Oppos, T resolved soon. My money will be gone, Yang Jian urged. Jiang Yan hesitated. Give me something to eat, and I'll tell you. I'm starving. I didn't expect you to bargain. Yang Jian gave her a strange look. But seeing how pitiful you are, I and Amp, Oppos, LL go get you something to eat. He promptly left the restroom. The mall and Amp, Oppos, first floor was deserted. However, there was noise coming from upstairs, indicating that Tang boss and his group hadn't and Amp, Oppos, T left yet. He grabbed some biscuits, snacks, and water from a closed-down snack shop and returned to the restroom. Upon seeing the food, Jiang Yan and Oppos' eyes lit up. She tore open the packaging and began devouring it like a ravenous wolf. Soon, everything was gone. Is there more? Jiang Yan asked, looking at Yang Jian expectantly. That and Amp, Oppos, all. Do you want a sausage? Yang Jian asked. Where? Give it to me quickly, Jiang Yan said urgently. Where is it? Yang Jian looked down. Jiang Yan gave him a seductive look. If you can get me out of this ghostly place, I and Oppos, LL do anything. Yang Jian and Amp, Oppos' eyebrows twitched as he sized her up. Although Jiang Yan looked somewhat haggard, she was indeed attractive, easily a 7 out of 10. While she wasn't an Amp, Oppos, T tall. She had a great figure. Wait, what am I looking at? Yang Jian snapped out of his daze. Let and Oppos, put that aside for now. You said you and Oppos, seen the ghost? Can you tell me what it looks like, or what kind of entity it is? As if recalling a terrifying memory, Jiang Yan and Amp, Oppos' expression changed, her voice tinged with fear. It was 4 days ago. I was working at the mall as usual. That day, I went to the restroom and ran into Wei Xiaohong, the cashier. I was about to leave the restroom when I saw her outside. She was shaking her head in front of the mirror, which I found strange. I was about to ask her what was wrong when I suddenly saw her take off her head. Yes, that and Oppos, right. Like a doll. She lifted her head with both hands and took it off. I was terrified. After she put her head back on, I ran out of the restroom. Jiang Yan gestured, her emotions running high. But as soon as I left, Wei Xiaohong turned around and looked at me. I was so scared that I accidentally ran into the men's restroom and hid here. I've been hiding here ever since. I've thought about running out. But every time I see Wei Xiaohong sitting nearby, waiting for me, waiting outside the restroom. If I go out, she'll definitely kill me. I heard ghosts kin and amp, oppos, t enter men and amp, oppos, s restrooms, so I and amp, oppos, ll be safe as long as I stay here. Wei Xiaohong. Yang Jian immediately said, that and amp, oppos, s impossible. She can and amp, oppos, t be a ghost. I did not deceive you. It truly was her, for I witnessed it with my own eyes. Jiang Yin insisted, you must believe me. It's not that I distrust you, but rather that I place greater faith in my own perception, for Wei Xiaohong is already deceased. Yang Jian replied earnestly. The head that rolled towards us in the mall belonged to Wei Xiaohong. If she were a ghost, how could she be without a head? Do ghosts possess suicidal tendencies? It is true. She truly severed her own head, and I saw it quite clearly. Jiang Yin stated. Hush, wait, someone is approaching. Suddenly, Yang Jian covered her mouth and extinguished the flashlight. In the darkness, footsteps approached the restroom. The steps were neither hurried nor sluggish. Akin to the gait of an ordinary person. Something felt amiss. Yang Jian's expression hardened. The first floor of the mall was devoid of any presence. Even if someone were outside, the footsteps could not be so eerily tranquil in the pitch-black surroundings. Could it possibly be Wei Xiaohong? He recalled the head that remained in the mall, its expression one of ashen despair, reeking of putrefaction. If Wei Xiaohong were indeed a ghost, it no longer seemed implausible. Listening to the approaching footsteps outside the restroom, Yang Jian silenced Jiang Yin by covering her mouth. He extinguished the flashlight and softly hushed her, urging her to remain still. Jiang Yin proved to be more astute than the students at the school, immediately grasping the situation. Concerned that Yang Jian's hold was insufficient, she reinforced it, ensuring absolute silence, and even holding her breath. With the flashlight off, the restroom was plunged into an unnerving darkness, amplifying the clarity of the approaching footsteps. Unquestionably, someone entered the restroom at a measured pace. The individual neither activated a flashlight nor used a phone for illumination, nor did they speak. Their actions mirrored those of an ordinary person using the restroom, executed with naturalness. Yang Jian could sense the presence of the person outside, a sensation shared by Jiang Yin, whose widened eyes betrayed her terror. The footsteps ceased. Subsequently, Yang Jian and Appo's expression subtly shifted as he noted the cessation of the footsteps, indicating that the person had halted. From the proximity of the sound, he estimated that the person was positioned beside the first stall. What were their intentions? Could they genuinely be using the restroom? Should he venture out to investigate? Yang Jian internally debated the matter. However, upon further contemplation, he decided against it. Confronting the ghost would necessitate employing the power of the malevolent spirit for self-preservation, squandering a valuable opportunity. It was not a worthwhile trade. Yet, at that precise moment, a thunderous crash echoed throughout the restroom, resembling the sound of splintering wood. The door of the first stall appeared to have been forcefully kicked open. Whimpering noises escaped Jiang Yin, who trembled violently. She desperately muffled her mouth to suppress a scream. As the reverberations of the crash subsided, the individual resumed their movement, the sound of their footsteps reverberating through the restroom once more. After a few steps, they seemed to halt again, this time in front of the second stall. Another resounding crash of splintering wood echoed as the entity outside violently breached the second stall, accompanied by the sounds of a shattered cistern and gushing water pipes. Silence returned once more, but the footsteps soon resumed, leading the entity toward the third stall. Moans of terror escaped Jiang Yin as she shuddered uncontrollably. Her eyes tightly shut, consumed by fear. She was certain that the entity outside was not human, but rather the ghost itself. With only 5 stalls in the restroom, she would soon be discovered, sealing her doom. Had the entity fixated on her? Yang Jian also sensed the entity and Appo's gradual approach, relentlessly breaching each stall in search of potential hiding places. Another thunderous crash marked the breaching of the 4th stall. There and Appo's no alternative. Since the entity is targeting me specifically, I must confront it. Yang Jian inhaled deeply, relinquishing his hold on Jiang Yin and Appo's mouth. He turned to face the stall door, prepared to unleash his spectral domain upon sight of the ghost. Sensing Yang Jian and Appo's resolve, Jiang Yin, emboldened by desperation, rose to her feet and clung to him from behind, refusing to release her grip. Please, take me with you. I don't want to die. I'll concede to any condition, anything at all, just to escape this place. I'll be your girlfriend. I'll sleep with you. She pleaded through sobs, fearing abandonment. Silence, Yang Jian hissed, his voice hushed. Jiang Yin complied immediately, biting her lip to suppress any sound, her body trembling uncontrollably from fear. Yang Jian couldn't and amp, oppose, help but admire the woman and amp, oppose, keen perception. She seemed to recognize his ability to protect her, clinging to him as if he were her last hope. She was willing to say anything, concede to any condition. However, he had no inclination to heed her. His expression was grave as he listened intently for any sound from outside. It's coming, he realized suddenly. The ghost was approaching. Positioned just outside the stall, separated only by a wooden door, less than 2 meters away. It was within striking distance. A faint odor of decay wafted into the stall, identical to the scent he had detected upon arriving at the mall. It was less intense, almost imperceptible. Suddenly, a deafening crash erupted as the flimsy wooden door was struck with tremendous force, threatening to shatter instantly. The reverberation of the impact nearly threw Yang Jian and Jiang Yin backward, halting only when they collided with the wall. Creaking sounds emanated from the door as a narrow gap gradually widened. Through the fissure, utter darkness prevailed, obscuring everything. Yang Jian sensed the ghost's presence just outside, concealed by the lack of light. Why hadn't amp, oppose, had entered immediately? It seemed to have paused. Yang Jian was on the verge of instinctively activating his spectral eyes, but he restrained himself. The ghost's failure to enter and kill meant that neither he nor Jiang Yin was its primary target. This was of paramount importance. Yang Jian stared intently into the darkness, refraining from any rash actions. As long as the ghost took no further steps, he would not employ his spectral eyes. Thus, man and ghost remained in a tense standoff, separated by a partially open wooden door. Yang Jian made no movement, uttered no sound, and the ghost remained equally still. Everything seemed to have frozen in place. Out of caution, he cautiously reached out and closed the slightly ajar door. The silence outside persisted, confirming that the ghost was not seeking him or Jiang Yin. Just as Yang Jian began to believe that the situation would resolve itself peacefully, Jiang Yin, seemingly uncomfortable from being pressed against him, subtly shifted her position. However, in the next instant, a series of violent crashes resounded against the door, threatening to breach it. Not good, it and oppose, back, Yang Jian exclaimed as he braced himself against the door. Jiang Yin, no longer foolish, despite her fear, rushed forward to help him secure the flimsy wooden barrier. However, the force of the impacts intensified, each blow stronger than the last. Several times, the door nearly gave way, only to be forced shut by Yang Jian and oppose's unwavering efforts. He was on the verge of resorting to his spectral domain. No, something in oppose's not right. Why did the ghost remain inactive until Jiang Yin shifted her position? Dawn and oppose, face the door with your back. Turn around, Yang Jian commanded, grasping Jiang Yin and turning her to face him. As soon as Jiang Yin turned, the commotion outside subsided immediately and soon ceased altogether. Everything returned to silence. So that and oppose, Yang Jian and oppose, eyes gleamed with understanding. He had deciphered the ghost and oppose, conditions for killing. The silence persisted for a considerable time, with no further actions from the ghost outside. This strengthened Yang Jian's conviction in his deductions and assumptions. Since neither Jiang Yin nor I have met the ghost's killing conditions, and it hasn't initiated indiscriminate killing, that means the ghost's threat level is only C, restricted. As he pondered, the ghost outside began to move again. This time, the figure did not approach Yang Jian, but rather began to retreat gradually towards the restroom's exit. The footsteps faded into the distance. The spirit outside the single room relinquished its interest in Yang Jian and Jiang Yin, opting instead for a different target. Was it departing? However, the true identity of the specter must be uncovered. Yang Jian and oppose's gaze flickered, and in haste, he retrieved his phone, activated the camera, and extended it outside the room, capturing an image in the direction of the receding footsteps. Click. The flash illuminated briefly. What are you doing? What if you attract that thing again? Jiang Yin, startled, pinched Yang Jian and whispered in a hushed tone. Of course, I and oppose, am taking a photograph. It is imperative that I ascertain the identity of that ghost. You claim Wei Xiaohong is a spirit, yet I saw her yesterday. She appeared perfectly alive, not resembling a ghost in the slightest. If she truly is a ghost, I should be able to capture some semblance of her features. Even the slightest detail would suffice. Yang Jian spoke with remarkable composure. This is my concern. So you need not worry. The fact that the ghost has not forced its way in indicates that we are not its targets. If any trouble arises, I shall take responsibility. I would never intentionally put you in harm's way. However, when he glanced at the photograph he had just taken, he was immediately taken aback. Impossible. How could it be him? The image did not capture the entirety of the ghost's visage. It revealed less than half of its form. The rest obscured by the wall and Appo's corner of the restroom. Curiously, the small portion of the body that was visible was clad in a security uniform identical to his own. Chapter 47. Action. Yang Jian gazed at the photograph on his phone, momentarily stunned. Although he could not discern the features of the individual clad in a security uniform, there was only one other person in the entire mall besides him dressed as a security guard, Lu Chang. Indeed, there were only two security personnel in the mall, himself and Lu Chang. There was no doubt about Lu Chang's identity. He was a ghost. Yang Jian recalled the first time he entered the mall. He had indeed detected a foul stench reminiscent of decay. At that moment, he vividly remembered Lu Chang emerging from the shadows, greeting him and claiming he had just returned from the restroom. The restroom? If he had truly been in the restroom, how could he have failed to notice Jiang Yan, who was hiding there? Everything seemed to align perfectly. Furrowing his brow deeply, Yang Jian pondered, this cannot be true. If Lu Chang is a ghost, then why was I not attacked while staying in the dormitory with him? I certainly met the conditions for being targeted by this ghost. Nevertheless, the possibility of Lu Chang being a ghost was quite high, yet doubts lingered. Speculating aimlessly would yield no results. Further investigation was imperative. With his current understanding of this ghost, he felt adequately prepared to confront it. Is that ghost gone? Is it safe now? Jiang Yan inquired nervously, her voice cautious. Yang Jian reassured her, it's fine now. That ghost has departed. For the time being, you are safe. Can you stop pressing against me? And what is that object touching me? Jiang Yan, with her back to Yang Jian, was nearly leaning against the door. It's merely a sausage. By the way, weren't you hungry? Do you still wish to eat? Yang Jian replied. Jiang Yan, somewhat surprised, responded, at this moment? Shouldn't we discuss this after we get out? Forget it. If you don't end Appos, T want it, I want end Appos, T force it on you, Yang Jian said. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Yan conceded, well, fine. But can you be quick about it? Don't take too long. You are rather tedious. Yang Jian illuminated the surroundings with his flashlight and retrieved a sausage from his pocket. Here, take it. I bought it this morning for 3 yuan. So consider it a bargain for you. It and Appos. It's impressive that, amidst all this haunting, you still have your mind on my sausage. Jiang Yan stared dumbfounded at the Shuanghui brand sausage in her hand. This is really a sausage. Take your time eating. I'm going out, Yang Jian declared, opening the door and stepping outside with the flashlight in hand. He scanned the area. Everything was still and quiet. However, upon shining the light on a few side rooms, he was taken aback. The door to one of the rooms, which had previously appeared to be smashed by the ghost, was now perfectly intact. Yes, the door was securely closed, showing no signs of damage, an occurrence that defied logic. Encountering a ghost was hardly a scientific affair. Yang Jian averted his gaze, choosing not to dwell on the ghost and Appos' capabilities any longer. Where are you going? There's a ghost outside. Why not stay here until dawn? Jiang Yan cautiously stepped out, her hair disheveled and clothes askew, clutching a sausage. I have matters to attend to. I have finally grasped some information about that ghost. And naturally, I must confront it. Besides, my purpose here is to earn money. If that boss Tang is dead, then my trip would have been in vain. He is offering a reward of 1 million for resolving the haunting in the mall. That's why I came, Yang Jian stated, stepping out of the restroom. Jiang Yan hurriedly followed. If you leave, what will I do? Dear lady, I am neither your parent nor your caretaker. How should I know what you should do? Perhaps you could remain in the restroom? Once everything is resolved, I will come back to inform you, and then you can leave, Yang Jian retorted, glancing back at her. No, that won't do. What if that ghost comes while I'm in the restroom? Besides, do you have a way to deal with that ghost? Jiang Yan urged. Yang Jian replied, I have a method, albeit a precarious one. Will you protect me, then? Jiang Yan pleaded. I do not know you. Why should I protect you? Heroes save damsels, and heroes typically meet an early demise. I have no desire to play the hero. I simply wish to pursue my own objectives. Yang Jian arrived at the mall's first floor and surveyed the surroundings. Jiang Yan followed closely, linking her arm with his. Then let me be your girlfriend. Surely that would suffice. Your thoughts are not only fanciful but also naive. You don't even know my name, yet you wish to be my girlfriend? Once we step outside, who would recognize whom? Are you not merely attempting to compel me into servitude? Yang Jian observed her. I mean it. I want to go back on my word, Jiang Yin insisted. Yang Jian replied, I find it difficult to trust you. And your being my girlfriend holds no advantage for me. It would only complicate matters and could even endanger my life. I have encountered my fair share of incompetent allies. As he spoke, he continued to search for something with his flashlight. I want tea. I am quite clever and will not cause you any trouble. You must trust me. Jiang Yin asserted. Inside, she was on the verge of despair. As an accountant in her company, she considered herself a white-collar worker, and while she was not tall, she had slender legs and a generous bosom. Many had pursued her, yet here she was, chasing after a mere security guard, and still found herself rejected. Nevertheless, she clung to him, for she knew he was her only protector. I found it, Yang Jian exclaimed as his flashlight illuminated an object ahead. A decaying head emanating a foul odor. This head was Wei Xiaohong's. It had remained undisturbed since the beginning. Jiang Yin had seen the ghost of Wei Xiaohong, while the ghost I had captured on camera was Lu Chang. There was no reason for her to lie, nor could I have misidentified it. The only possibility is that this ghost can alter its identity. Wei Xiaohong, Lu Chang, or even that sister Li or other employees, all could potentially be ghosts. Yang Jian frowned deeply. No, now I must consider Boss Tang, Manager Li, and Master Luo, as they had all been here for so long. To truly identify the ghost, I need only visit one place, the surveillance room. Everything that has transpired over the past few days must have been recorded. By accessing the surveillance footage, all truths will be unveiled. Jiang Yin, do you know where the surveillance room is? Yang Jian inquired. Yes, it's on the 5th floor, Jiang Yin replied. Yang Jian instructed, lead me there. I promise you will leave here alive. Really? Jiang Yin exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with surprise. It is true. But on the condition that you obey my commands. You must do exactly as I say. If you panic and run about in fear, and something happens to you, I will not take responsibility, Yang Jian stated earnestly. I promise to follow your instructions, Jiang Yin declared with conviction. Yang Jian added, I hope you can uphold your promise. Not for my sake, but for your own. Now, come with me, to the 5th floor. He glanced up. Although the upper level was dim, there was still some light, making it easier to see compared to the ground floor. Yet, it was eerily quiet above. He wondered about Boss Tang, Master Luo, and the others, as well as the ghost tamer Yin Li. Had they fled, or had they already perished? Regardless, they must be checked on, if they were indeed dead. Then he would have no reason to remain here any longer. Chapter 48. The surveillance room within a nondescript storage room in the mall. Several mobile phones illuminated the dim space, casting an eerie glow on the pale, terrified faces of the occupants, Boss Tang, Master Luo, Manager Li, Sister Li, and one particularly unusual individual, Yin Li. Yin Li's expression was particularly grim as he gazed at the door before him, smeared with congealed crimson blood, as if it were oozing from within the door itself, incessantly dripping onto the floor, forming a growing pool of gore. The commotion had ceased. It appeared the malevolent entity could not breach their sanctuary for the time being. Yin Li exhaled a sigh of relief, though his bloodied hands betrayed his unease. Master, it should be safe now, right? Boss Tang inquired, his voice trembling with residual fear. They had originally ascended to the 5th floor without incident, intending to escape through the emergency exit, only to discover that all the doors had been mysteriously locked. In their attempts to force their way out, a bizarre occurrence transpired. Someone had collapsed behind them, decapitated. Frightened beyond reason, they abandoned their escape and scattered, fortuitously encountering Yin Li, who ushered them into this storage room and secured the door, thus sparing them from further peril. However, the situation had not calmed. Moments ago, a series of thunderous bangs reverberated from the door, as if some monstrous force outside was intent on breaking in, even shattering the locks. The sheer strength exhibited was beyond human capability. Witnessing the blood flow from Yin Li's hands as he smeared it across the door, a hush fell upon the group, the noise finally subsiding. This peace won't last long, and the spirit outside has marked us. It knows we are here and will continue to assault us. I can sense it lurking just beyond, Yin Li declared. His predicament mirrored that of Yang Jian and Appo's earlier encounter, though he remained oblivious to the true nature of the entity they faced. What do we do now? Am I going to die? Manager Li stammered in fear. Yin Li snorted dismissively. If death is to befall us, it will not spare just you. Why fret? I warned you before, charlatans should not be trusted. Seeking out so-called feng shui masters is folly. When confronted by a ghost, they flee faster than anyone. He cast a glance toward the corner, where the once composed Master Luo now cowered, trembling, stripped of his earlier bravado. Master Yan, think of a way out. Staying here is not a solution. I'm willing to negotiate on the price to escape this place, Boss Tang urged, anxiety creeping into his voice, feeling the danger intensifying with each passing moment. Silence. Is this about money? Yan Li snapped, equally agitated, for he too was at a loss. The malevolent spirit within the mall was more formidable than he had anticipated, and as a ghost tamer, his limits were swiftly being reached. While they floundered in despair, Yang Jian ascended the elevator leisurely, flashlight in hand. Aren't you afraid? Jiang Yin asked, clutching his sleeve, her eyes darting about in apprehension, fearing a ghost might emerge from the shadows. Of course I am, but does fear serve any purpose? Yang Jian replied nonchalantly. Fear does not prevent death. In fact, the more frightened you are, the more likely you are to perish. Your survival in the restroom for 4 days without being attacked by that ghost was merely luck. To live, one must act, not succumb to inaction. As they spoke, the elevator reached the 5th floor. The atmosphere was unervingly calm, devoid of any sounds. Yang Jian scanned the vicinity with his flashlight, discovering the lifeless head of a person at the entrance to the emergency exit. Pale, eyes closed, neck seemingly broken, yet not a drop of blood spilled. Had it not been for the absence of a body, the head would appear as if peacefully asleep. This was one of Master Luo's group, Yang Jian noted, his expression shifting. However, he was slain by the ghost. Jiang Yin gasped, covering her mouth to stifle a scream, recalling Yang Jian and Oppo's admonition to refrain from making noise no matter what they encountered. Where's the surveillance room? Yang Jian queried. It's over there. Jiang Yin pointed ahead, leading him swiftly to the surveillance room. Upon arrival, the door stood ajar, a key dangling from the lock, and the lights within were inexplicably illuminated, as though someone had recently entered. Wasn't Oppo's, there a power outage? How are the lights still on? Jiang Yin wondered, bewildered. Yang Jian's gaze sharpened. This isn't a power outage. Someone deliberately turned off the mall and Oppo's lights. Typically, a mall wouldn't experience a power failure. If it had, I wouldn't be here. Yet, upon entering, he was taken aback. Seated at the surveillance desk was a figure, somewhat rigid and motionless, clad in a security uniform. Beside the chair lay water stains, as if the individual had just emerged from the restroom. It's a colleague, Jiang Yin exclaimed, recognizing him instinctively. The man turned at the sound of her voice, responding. Yang Jian, what are you doing here? Lu Chan. Yang Jian's expression darkened. His phone still bore the photo of the security guard taken in the restroom. And aside from Lu Chang and himself, no other security personnel remained in the mall. How wonderful that you two are acquainted, Jiang Yin remarked, relieved to discover another living soul. I'm the company accountant, Jiang Yin. It's a pleasure to meet you. She attempted to step forward to greet him, but Yang Jian held her back. First, take a look at this, he said, showing her the photograph. In the dimly lit restroom, the image captured a figure in a security uniform, seemingly just exiting, with half of his body visible. Jiang Yin examined the photo, then glanced at Lu Chang, her eyes widening in terror. The hand she had extended recoiled as if shocked, and she hurriedly hid behind Yang Jian. Press your back against the wall and remain still, Yang Jian instructed, pulling her against the wall. Jiang Yin complied, pressing herself tightly against it, displaying a commendable awareness of when to act. What is going on with you two? Lu Chang approached, perplexed. Nothing much, Yang Jian replied casually. There's a ghost haunting the mall, and some individuals have gone missing. So we came to check the surveillance room. By the way, how did you end up here? He maintained his demeanor as if conversing normally. Yet internally he had already classified Lu Chang as a ghost. A haunting? Where? I haven't seen anything, Lu Chang responded. I noticed the mall was experiencing a power outage, so I went to inspect the wiring. When I saw the lights in the surveillance room still on, I decided to come in and take a look. I had only been sitting here for a short while when you arrived. Is that so? Yang Jian scrutinized him closely. Aside from us, have you encountered anyone else? No, I haven't found anyone else, Lu Chang shook his head. Really? Could you assist me in reviewing the previous surveillance footage? Yang Jian inquired. Lu Chang responded, certainly, this is my forte. Upon saying so, he took a seat and began to adjust the earlier recordings. Yang Jian approached and glanced down at Lu Chang and Oppo's damp trouser cuffs. Did you happen to visit the restroom? He asked. No, why do you ask? Lu Chang replied. Oh, and Apos. Nothing. Just a casual inquiry, Yang Jian remarked. Chapter 49. The truth of the mall. The surveillance room can retain footage for a total of 15 days. I am currently retrieving the recordings from the last 7 days. As Lu Chang operates the system, he pulls up earlier footage. By the way, why are you reviewing the past recordings? Yang Jian inquired. I'm looking for a few individuals to see what has transpired these days, Yang Jian replied. Wait, who is this person? She doesn't appear to be affiliated with the company. Didn't the mall close for business these past few days? How did she manage to get in? Lu Chang suddenly exclaimed. A middle-aged woman in a dress appeared on the screen. You don't recognize her? Yang Jian asked, regarding Lu Chang with a watchful eye. Lu Chang replied, I don't, but she seems vaguely familiar. However, I can't quite place her at the moment. Yang Jian also did not recognize the woman in the footage, having only been there for 2 days and briefly interacting with the previous employees. They both focused intently on the woman, trying to discern her intentions within the mall. A nagging feeling crept over Yang Jian that this middle-aged woman was a ghost. Yet evidence suggested that Lu Chang was the true specter among them. If this ghost could alter her identity, it would render everything comprehensible, but mere speculation was futile. He needed video evidence from the surveillance footage. They continued to observe the recordings. The actions of this middle-aged woman were peculiar. She ascended to the 2nd floor via the elevator, but paused at the stairwell for an extended duration, standing motionless like a puppet. Fast forward, Yang Jian instructed. The footage accelerated. The woman remained at the stairwell for nearly half an hour before suddenly moving again. She arrived on the 2nd floor. At this moment, a cashier, Wei Xiaohong, appeared beside a cash register on the 2nd floor. It seemed she was on duty. However, Wei Xiaohong appeared fatigued, standing to stretch her limbs. The middle-aged woman approached her slowly and directly. Just then, Wei Xiaohong, with her back turned, was oblivious to the impending presence. Slow down, Yang Jian commanded. The playback returned to normal speed. The unfamiliar middle-aged woman stood silently behind Wei Xiaohong for about 2 to 3 seconds before suddenly reaching out to grasp Wei Xiaohong's head. Wei Xiaohong, still unaware, nearly trembled slightly. An unfathomable scene unfolded. Wei Xiaohong's head was removed from her neck as if she were a plastic doll. There were no screams, no blood. Everything appeared eerily tranquil. Wei Xiaohong's headless body stood rigidly, as though it had lost all vitality. How can this be possible? Lu Chang exclaimed in shock. Jiang Yan, who had been secretly glancing at the footage, was taken aback, covering her mouth to stifle a scream. Yang Jian remained composed, unfazed, continuing to observe the unfolding events on the screen. After decapitating Wei Xiaohong, the unfamiliar middle-aged woman astonishingly removed her own head and placed Wei Xiaohong's head atop her neck. At that moment, the unknown woman transformed into Wei Xiaohong. Shortly thereafter, Wei Xiaohong moved about nonchalantly, carrying the head of the stranger along with her own body as she exited the 2nd floor. The ease with which she handled the corpse suggested she was far from an ordinary individual. 5 days ago, Wei Xiaohong had become a ghost. Yang Jian's expression turned grave. He now comprehended why Wei Xiaohong's head had decayed so significantly if her head had been swapped 5 days prior. The timeline indeed aligned. Continue. Keep an eye on this, Wei Xiaohong, he urged. All right, Lu Chang replied, anxiety creeping into his voice. The surveillance continued. And he quickly pulled up footage of Wei Xiaohong from 4 days ago. In that recording, she appeared as usual, greeting colleagues, eating, utterly indistinguishable from a normal person, even sharing laughter with her co-workers. However, in the afternoon of that day, a colleague named Li Jia, feeling somewhat bored, invited several female co-workers to try on clothes, one of whom was Wei Xiaohong. The 4 of them went to a clothing store on the 5th floor. Since the store was closed, it was devoid of staff, with clothes strewn across racks for them to try on. At that moment, Li Jia held up a dress before the mirror, assessing its fit. Suddenly, Wei Xiaohong's behavior became strange. She slowly approached Li Jia from behind, extending her hands toward her head. Just then, Li Jia turned around, holding the clothing and seemingly engaged in conversation with Wei Xiaohong. The surveillance footage had no sound, but that was inconsequential. Yang Jian clearly observed Wei Xiaohong's movement halt. Li Jia had turned to face her, no longer offering her back. Yet, such fortuity was short-lived. Li Jia remained unaware that Wei Xiaohong had already become a ghost, treating her as an ordinary colleague. Soon after, Li Jia selected another outfit, returning to the mirror to assess it. At this moment, Wei Xiaohong moved again. As the unknown woman had done to her, She embraced Li Jie's head from behind, accompanied by a slight stiffening of her body. Once again, the bizarre scene unfolded. Li Jie's head was removed. No, if Li Jie's head is taken off, she shouldn't be able to appear before me again. Yang Jian frowned, troubled. For only one ghost could exist. It was impossible for both Wei Xiaohong and Li Jie to be specters. However, in the next moment, he was bewildered anew. The footage revealed that after Wei Xiaohong removed Li Jie's head, she too took off her own head. They exchanged their heads, standing rigidly for a moment before returning to normalcy, akin to the earlier scene of trying on clothes. Yang Jian's heart raced as he realized this situation was far more complex than he had initially perceived. His gaze swiftly scanned the surveillance monitors, searching for anything amiss in the mall. Ultimately, he spotted a figure standing at the door of a storage room on the 5th floor. The person's back was to the camera, obscuring their features. Retrieve the footage from this camera, Yang Jian commanded. Lu Chang complied, accessing the recording. 10 minutes prior. Boss Tang, Master Luo, Manager Li, and Li Jie, under the guidance of Yin Li, had entered the storage room. Simultaneously, sluggish figures emerged from the elevator, the emergency exit, and various storefronts surrounding Yin Li and the others. Once they had hidden away, the encroaching figures blocked the storage room's entrance. After a while, something transpired, causing those figures to disperse, vanishing somewhere within the 5th floor mall. Yang Jian felt a chill run down his spine, taking a shallow breath. There was not just one ghost, but a multitude. Those who had undergone head swaps were all specters, or perhaps they were being manipulated by the ghosts. At that moment, he noticed a thin red mark encircling Lu Chang's neck. He too was one of them. Chapter 50. Head exchange. Lu Chang. Have you not noticed anything amiss about yourself? Yang Jian inquired earnestly, fixing his gaze upon him. Lu Chang, upon witnessing the events captured in the surveillance footage, was momentarily taken aback. He ruminated carefully, yet certain occurrences eluded his memory, as if he had experienced a blank slate at specific moments. In his daily routine, he had seemingly been engaged in work without any extraordinary incidents. Yang Jian, are you suggesting that I, like those individuals in the surveillance video, have had my head replaced? Lu Chang stared at him in shock, incredulity etched upon his countenance. It appears you are unaware of your own condition. Let me ask you, where were you when you arrived at the surveillance room? Yang Jian continued. I was. Lu Chang began to respond, but then faltered. How did he arrive at the surveillance room? Was it after the power outage? But which path did he take? Whom did he encounter? What did he see? The details eluded him. It was as if that segment of memory had vanished entirely. Yang Jian suggested, you might want to check your surveillance footage. The mall and Oppo's cameras typically possess night vision capabilities. Even if the exterior lights are extinguished, clarity should still be achievable. I and Oppo's look into it. Lu Chang promptly began searching for his footage. Soon, he found it. The scene returned to the moment when Master Luo was performing a ritual. Everyone in the mall was gathered in the 1st floor hall, observing his rites. Subsequently, Yang Jian, finding it amusing, could not help but interrupt Master Luo, resulting in a brief exchange of words. Yet, in the surveillance footage, Lu Chang appeared to disregard the incident entirely and walked away without anyone noticing the departure of a security guard. Why did I go to the power room? Lu Chang gasped, witnessing his own actions on the screen. After entering the power room, moments later, the mall plunged into darkness. It was Lu Chang who had cut the power. You may not remember, but that does not negate your actions. Continue watching, Yang Jian urged. As the lights of the entire mall extinguished, Lu Chang stood frozen, akin to a wooden figure, motionless. However, this state did not persist for long. He soon turned and walked toward the restroom on the 1st floor. Yang Jian recognized this moment. The ghost that had entered the restroom earlier was Lu Chang. Impossible. This cannot be. Why can't I recall having done this? Lu Chang suddenly rose, fear evident in his expression as he turned to Yang Jian. Yang Jian took a step back and stated seriously, because at the moment you lost your memory, you were no longer human. Rather, you were a ghost, or had been replaced by one. Your memories remain only because your head is still attached and has not yet decayed. In a few days, when your head begins to rot, your memories will vanish completely. So, strictly speaking, you died several days ago. Touch your neck. The wound from the head swap should still be there. If you were not a ghost, that wound would not exist. Instinctively, Lu Chang touched his neck. As his palm grazed the skin, the small incision opened, revealing raw, crimson flesh, accompanied by a foul stench. He was indeed decaying. Impossible. I refuse to believe it. I am clearly alive and well. Lu Chang and Amp, Oppos, S emotions escalated, his hands trembling as he felt the wound on his neck, seeking to confirm Yang Jian's assertions. However, given that his head had likely been swapped for several days, the wound was not tightly closed. His probing only exacerbated it, causing more flesh to flake away. The stench of decay intensified. What should I do? I do not want to die? Yang Jian, is there any way you can help me? Faced with this grim reality, Lu Chang was engulfed in panic, blood-soaked hands exuding a putrid odor. His head misaligned in a grotesque manner as he gazed at Yang Jian. In Lu Chang and Amp, Oppos, S eyes, Yang Jian saw fear, desperation, and hopelessness. I and Amp, Oppos, am sorry. I have no means to assist you, he replied earnestly. All I can do is remind you to call your family. Say a few words. That is your only option. Trembling, Lu Chang retrieved a phone from his pocket, tears streaming down his face as he prepared to call his family. However, as he lowered his head, the already displaced head could no longer support itself. With a dull thud, Lu Chang's head fell from his neck, rolling across the floor tiles several times before finally coming to rest against the wall. The headless body immediately stiffened, the phone in his hand illuminating the screen. Yet the call was never made. Glimpsing the lifeless head of Lu Chang, pale and devoid of color, Yang Jian sighed inwardly. Another victim claimed by a vengeful spirit. Turning his gaze, he noticed Yang Jian trembling against the wall in fear. Yang Jian approached her, somewhat roughly pressing her delicate face against the wall. Then his fingers traced along her neck. Surprisingly, you are not a ghost? Yang Jian remarked, a hint of astonishment in his voice. As his fingers glided over her neck, he found no wound. Jiang Yan, both frightened and indignant, retorted, how dare you suspect me of being a ghost? Suspicion is necessary. You are also a staff member of the mall. Who knows if your head has been swapped? Anyone who has undergone such a change becomes a ghost. Often unaware of their transformation, Yang Jian released Jiang Yan. What should we do now? There are those creatures outside. How do we leave this place? Jiang Yan, rather than being angry, seemed more concerned about Yang Jian's potential ire as she clutched his hand, her demeanor pitiful. Yang Jian replied, there are still people in the mall. I will bring them out, and then we can leave. The key to the main entrance should be with Sister Li. Once I acquire it, we can escape. However, before leaving, you must remain here to review these recordings and uncover the true identity of the ghost, ideally tracing it back to its source. I don't want to stay here. I want to follow you. Jiang Yan exclaimed, startled, clinging tightly to his arm. Yang Jian shook his head. That is not an option. I need you to monitor the surveillance. Otherwise, how will I know when a ghost approaches? How can I ascertain its true identity? I cannot afford to linger here. Darkness is fast approaching, and once night falls, visibility in this mall will diminish, placing us at an even greater disadvantage. But Lu Chang is here, and I am scared. Jiang Yan's voice quivered with tears. Yang Jian disregarded her fears. Taking Lu Chang and Amp, Oppos, S phone from the lifeless body and dialing his satellite phone. The call remained active. Any developments should be reported immediately. Additionally, remember this, never turn your back to anyone. The ghost can only swap heads from behind. As long as you face the ghost, the head and Amp, Oppos, S orientation will deter an attack. With that, he placed the phone in Jiang Yin and Amp, Oppos, S hand. I'm still very afraid, Jiang Yin admitted. Have you forgotten how you agreed to help me on the first floor? If you do not comply, you will not survive. You are intelligent. You know when to act. Just muster a bit more courage, and this matter will not be a problem for you. Enough with the pleasantries. It is time to get to work. With that, Yang Jian departed the surveillance room without hesitation. Wait, Jiang Yin attempted to call him back. However, the door slammed shut with a resounding bang. Jiang Yin longed to pursue, but she immediately halted her steps. Outside lurked greater dangers. Only this little security guard possessed the audacity to wander through the haunted mall. After a moment of hesitation, she clenched her teeth, suppressing the fear within her, and approached the surveillance station, gripping Lu Chang and Amp, Oppos, S phone tightly in her hand. As for Lu Chang and Oppos, S headless corpse and the severed head resting against the wall, she dared not cast even a fleeting glance. Hello, can you hear me? Yang Jian spoke into the satellite phone as he traversed the mall. I can hear you. I see you here, came Jiang Yin and Amp, Oppos, S anxious voice from the other end. Excellent. Be vigilant for any disturbances around me, and inform me promptly, Yang Jian instructed. Securing the walkie-talkie style phone to his chest as he hurried towards the location where Boss Tang and his group had encountered trouble. Among them was Sisterly. And she was a ghost. 1,000,001 and Oppos. To go to waste, he mused. However, as long as Yang Jian cooperated effectively this time, he could avoid resorting to the powers of the ghost to earn this sum. Just as he began his mission, the once eerily silent and desolate mall now witnessed figures emerging from various hidden corners and shuttered shops. They bore distinct appearances, each with pallid faces, eyes closed, moving with a certain stiffness. Upon witnessing this scene in the surveillance room, Yang Jian and Oppos' face turned ashen. The figures were now perilously close to Yang Jian. Those things have appeared. Yang Jian's voice trembled as she cautioned. I am aware. Just report the locations of the ghosts nearby. Nothing else matters. And don't forget my earlier reminder, Yang Jian replied, his tone remarkably calm, which helped Yang Jian regain a measure of composure. Chapter 51. All the Missing Persons. The vast shopping mall was eerily quiet, an unsettling silence enveloping the space, broken only by the sound of Yang Jian and Oppos' footsteps. Outside, dusk had likely settled, with the sun casting rays through the glass windows, illuminating the dimly lit mall for a fleeting moment. However, this light was ephemeral. Once darkness descended and the mall and Oppos' lights were extinguished, visibility would vanish entirely. Shoo. To your left, there and Oppos' someone standing. Came Yang Jian and Oppos' anxious voice through the satellite phone on Yang Jian and Oppos' chest, accompanied by a crackling sound. A middle-aged man, pale and emanating a foul odor, stood motionless at the corner of the passageway, eyes closed, resembling a marionette frozen in time. Yang Jian approached, glancing left and confirming the sighting. He sidestepped the man, who remained unmoving, indifferent even as Yang Jian passed by. You and Oppos, incredible. Your deductions are spot on. Truly, the ghost didn't attack you. Yang Jian exclaimed in the monitoring room, her excitement palpable. Yet, Yang Jian's expression remained grave. No, I suspect these are not genuine ghosts. They are merely puppets under the ghost and Oppos' control. The true ghost must be lurking somewhere or possibly within someone. We cannot afford to waste time. The surveillance footage can only be stored for 15 days, and I am aware of the mall and Oppos' timeline. The events leading to its closure occurred within the last 10 days. With diligent searching, you will surely uncover the source. Rest assured, I know what to do, Yang Jian replied, her confidence gradually returning. Behind you, in that shop. I see someone, she suddenly warned. Yang Jian swiftly turned around. Behind the glass door of a store stood a young girl, vibrant yet ominously decayed. Her skin a dark hue, indicating she had been dead for several days, longer than Wei Xiaoang. As she moved slightly, her once lustrous hair began to fall out, and a putrid liquid dripped from her eyes and nose. Yet, the corpse raised a hand as if attempting to reach through the glass door to grasp Yang Jian. Is there one inside as well? He wondered, quickly turning back. He retreated cautiously, understanding that as long as he kept his back to them, he could evade immediate attack. Panic would only lead to a gruesome fate. Having discerned a pattern, Yang Jian believed these apparitions were not particularly troublesome. Zhou Zheng and Oppos' three observations proved astutely accurate. As long as one comprehended the ghost's killing patterns promptly, even an ordinary person could navigate through safely. However, he acknowledged that this was only applicable to this level of ghost. Should the danger escalate to the level of a ghost infant, indiscriminate slaughter would ensue, and the established patterns would no longer guarantee survival, but merely enhance the chances of escaping. After evading two nearby ghosts, Yang Jian quickened his pace. Acutely aware of the ominous footsteps and the eerie sounds of the elevator in operation, he understood that regardless of the direction he faced, ghosts would appear. It was merely a matter of time before they closed in. Should he delay too long, encirclement would lead to certain doom. His audacity stemmed from his identity as a ghost master. An ordinary individual would not dare to act so recklessly. The storage room is just ahead on the left. Hurry. The number of ghosts behind you is increasing, and I see more approaching the elevator, Yang Jian cautioned, her anxiety resurfacing. I am reviewing the surveillance footage to pinpoint where the ghost first appeared. I understand, Yang Jian acknowledged, glancing up. Indeed, he observed two figures in the elevator ascending to the 5th floor, while the sounds of movement echoed from the 3rd and 2nd floors. Shadows of several individuals were discernible below. How many people had vanished within this mall? A chill ran down Yang Jian's spine as he estimated at least 20. With the number continuing to rise as figures emerged from every corner and level of the shopping center. The stench of decay intensified in the air. This ghost had chosen its hunting ground wisely, selecting a bustling shopping mall where, under normal operations, the disappearance of a dozen individuals over several days would go unnoticed. In contrast, in areas with less foot traffic, such opportunities for slaughter would be scarce. The deceased had now become his dilemma. With caution, he sprinted towards the storage room. Outside the door, a man with a pallid, lifeless visage stood rigidly, appearing to be in his 30s, yet possessing the body of a woman clad in a flowing dress and brown high heels. Clearly, a head swap had occurred. The man incessantly pounded on the door, each strike resonating like a hammer, threatening to splinter the entrance. His arms were bloodied and torn, flesh hanging in tatters, revealing broken bones in a grotesque manner. The frailty of the human body contrasted starkly with the door's robustness, yet his determination to breach the barrier remained unwavering. Inside the storage room, the terrified occupants witnessed the door quaking as if about to yield. They were paralyzed with fear, drenched in cold sweat. It's coming again. Yin Li, think of something. That door is about to open, and it hasn't left. Manager Li exclaimed in terror. I'll give you 5 million. Just help me escape. Boss Tang, equally frightened, hastily offered a price. Money paled in comparison to the value of life. Yin Li's countenance darkened as he surveyed his blood-soaked hands, the crimson liquid seeping through his gloves. The pool of blood accumulating beneath him could not be contained. I can't use this ability anymore, or I'll perish sooner. He inhaled deeply. The blood on the door had ceased flowing as his hand no longer pressed against it. Bang! Bang! The door reverberated violently, the frame shaking, dust cascading from above. The force grew increasingly formidable. As the group huddled in fear, a figure in the corner, Sisterly, who had remained silent throughout, slowly rose. She closed her eyes, her complexion devoid of color, her body twisting into an unnatural position as she faced those with their backs to her and extended her hand slowly. At that moment, an abrupt crash echoed from outside. Something had fallen and shattered. Hey, are you still alive in there? If you're not dead, open the door. I have a way to get you out. Yang Jian and Appo's voice rang out. What? There's someone outside. The most astonished was Yin Li. Upon hearing the external clamor, he was overcome with disbelief. Given the multitude of specters within the mall, the existence of a living soul seemed improbable, and if one were present, they would likely have already met their demise. It and Appo's, the voice of that young security guard, remarked Mr. Tang, his memory serving him well as he immediately recognized Yang Jian and Appo's voice. Quickly, open the door and inquire if he truly possesses a means of escape from this place. Nay, do not open the door, cautioned Manager Li, gripped by terror. Who knows whether the one speaking outside is human or specter? This warning gave Yin Li pause, and his expression grew grave. Indeed, there was no assurance that the security guard outside was indeed human. What if it were a ruse? Yang Jian had just managed to hurl the individual at the storeroom door down to the 5th floor. Though not fatal, it would take time for them to ascend, providing a temporary respite from the immediate peril. However, upon hearing the words of those within the storeroom, his countenance darkened. Very well, if you refuse to emerge. Know this. I reviewed the surveillance footage earlier and discovered that Sisterly among you is also a specter. I know not if she has already begun her machinations, but should she have, you shall all perish within. Therefore, I implore you to make haste in your decision. A wave of cold sweat washed over everyone in the storeroom upon hearing this revelation. What? Sister Li is a specter? Almost instinctively, all heads turned in unison to look behind them. Yet, in that instant, they beheld Sister Li standing, having risen at some unknown moment. She was headless. Several screams pierced the air within the storeroom, causing Yang Jian outside to cover his ears. That voice is quite potent. It and Appo's, a pity it and Appo's, not employed in singing soprano. In the subsequent moment, the storeroom door burst open with a resounding crash. A throng of people, scrambling and crawling, fled as if escaping a nightmare. Their faces streaked with tears and mucus, some even having soiled their trousers. Quick, flee. Save me, I wish not to die. Yang Jian offered another word of caution. By all means, cry out if you must, but refrain from aimless flight. The specters outside are more numerous, and those who hasten their pace shall meet a swifter demise. Mr. Tang, Manager Li, and Master Luo, along with their entourage, scattered in various directions, only to collapse to the ground in terror after a mere few steps. As if from nowhere, the corridors of the 5th floor had become inundated with figures. before or behind, and to all sides. Nearly every direction was filled with people. Their faces were deathly pale, their eyes closed, and a putrid odor emanated from their forms. Their movements were stiff as they advanced inexorably, blocking every possible path. These were all the individuals who had vanished within the mall. Today, they had all reappeared. Chapter 52. Lying down, they had thought the storage room was a temporary sanctuary. None of them realized that a malevolent spirit had been lurking beside them all along. Had it not been for Yang Jian and Apos' warning, they would have remained oblivious to this fact, and the consequences would have been dire. It was evident that none of them, not even the Ghost Master Yin Li, could hope to escape alive. The Ghost Master possessed the power of formidable spirits, yet he was not invincible. Recklessly wielding such power would only hasten his demise. At that moment, Yang Jian observed the young man named Yin Li. His complexion was ghastly, marked by a pallor that suggested severe blood loss. However, what intrigued Yang Jian more was the nature of the spirit concealed within Yin Li's body. Was he nearing his limits? And how much longer before the vengeful spirit within him awakened? Are you human? Yin Li did not share the panic of the others. Instead, upon exiting the storage room, he halted abruptly, his expression grave as he scrutinized Yang Jian. He was uncertain whether this young security guard was indeed human or a ghost. Yang Jian replied, "I would consider myself human. I heard you introduce yourself as Yin Li. Are you a Ghost Master?" Yin Li's eyes narrowed slightly. "You too?" "I am a member of the Ghost Master headquarters," Yang Jian said. Contemplating how to bolster his credibility, he could not simply reveal that he was merely a student. That would be far too unremarkable, especially since the operator Lu Xiaoyu also sought to recruit him into the headquarters. The Ghost Master headquarters? Yin Li assessed Yang Jian again. Seeing him in his security uniform, he began to believe the young man's claim. Noting the satellite positioning device that hung at his chest, standard equipment for members of the headquarters, Yin Li was convinced. "I've heard the headquarters is critically understaffed. In each city, there's often less than one manager. The previous manager for Dachang City was Zhou Zheng. What is your name?" "I am Yang Jian. By the way, Zhou Zheng has died. He perished during the university incident a few days ago," Yang Jian spoke calmly. Yin Li responded, "I see. Thank you for your assistance earlier. I must know, how did you withstand so many attacks from vengeful spirits? Even Ghost Masters find themselves at a disadvantage in such situations. Initially, I believed the disappearances in the mall were merely the work of a Class C spirit. But it seems I gravely underestimated the situation. Had I known, I would not have been so greedy for this reward." Regret flickered across his face as he lamented his choices. "And what about you? What abilities allowed you to survive under such relentless spirit assaults?" Yang Jian refrained from disclosing his own abilities and instead inquired further. Yin Li did not conceal the truth. He cast his gaze down at his blood-stained hands and said, "People in the underworld call me the blood ghost Yin Li. My hands are tainted with ghost blood, which can suppress the abilities of other spirits. I once collaborated with others to successfully capture a ghost, but my ghost blood cannot remain exposed for too long. Otherwise, a spirit will emerge from within it." "Wait, you said you captured a ghost with someone else?" Yang Jian's eyes narrowed, revealing his skepticism. "How did you manage that? Can ghosts be captured?" "It's quite a straightforward method. I used ghost blood to restrict the spirit's movements. If you can confine it within a pure gold box for a short time, and if the seal is tight enough, the spirit cannot escape," Yin Li explained. "This method is universally applicable. As a Ghost Master, you should know this." "I'm just an intern, not a full-fledged employee," Yang Jian replied. He recalled a paper he had seen online authored by Professor Bruce Pai. The paper posited that while ghostly powers could influence all matter, they could not affect gold. The professor sought to analyze and discover ways to counter ghosts through scientific rigor. If the paper held merit, it meant that containers crafted from gold could indeed imprison and capture spirits. However, this method would not lead to their destruction. "Help! Help!" A terrified cry interrupted their conversation. At that moment, Yang Jian noticed that the spirits, their heads grotesquely switched, were closing in from all directions, effectively sealing off every corridor. The only escape was to leap from the 5th floor, which would amount to suicide. Boss Tang, Manager Li, Master Luo, a group of individuals, now despairing, retreated further. They could not find a way out. "What method do you possess that allows you to face so many spirits unafraid?" Yin Li's anxiety was palpable. "At this rate, even if you are in charge, you will die here. The more you use the power of vengeful spirits, the closer you are to death. You must understand this." "Of course I understand," Yang Jian replied calmly. You must have exhausted a considerable amount of ghostly power by now. The ghost blood on your hands is becoming increasingly unmanageable. Your limits must be approaching. Have you prepared a coffin in advance? I know what you're saying, but sometimes survival necessitates such actions. Yinli gritted his teeth. Sometimes there is indeed no choice. But when dealing with spirits, if you first rely on your ghostly power, it will only hasten your demise. I, however, rely on my intellect. I only resort to the power of ghosts when my mind fails me. But this is not the time for discussions. I cannot allow this boss to perish so easily. Yang Jian indicated his head and flashed a faint smile. With that, he strode toward the group of spirits in the distance. Yin Li and Appo's expression changed dramatically. Even he would not dare confront so many spirits at once. This young ghost master possessed audacity beyond his years. As he observed the others surrounded by spirits, Yin Li abandoned any notion of rescuing them and focused solely on his own escape. This money isn and Appo's worth my life. Suddenly, Yin Li saw Yang Jian approach the spirits and trip several of them. With a few cries of alarm, 3 or 4 individuals fell to the ground. Are you saving people or endangering them? Yin Li was momentarily taken aback. If you don't want to die, just lie still on the ground and don't move. If you do, these spirits will attack you, and you won't survive. Yang Jian seized Boss Tang and Appo's collar and admonished him sharply. At that moment, Boss Tang was so frightened he could hardly think straight. The ghastly spirits were now upon them, leaving him with no choice. He promptly squeezed his eyes shut, choosing to trust Yang Jian and Appo's words, and lay motionless on the ground. Lying on the ground meant keeping his back to the earth, thus perfectly avoiding any attacks from the spirits surrounding them. Anyone who wishes to survive should do the same. Lie down and stay still, Yang Jian urged. While some complied and lay down, many more dismissed Yang Jian's advice as nonsensical. To lie down was to await death, and they continued to flee in terror, desperate for an escape. Hey, that's the 5th floor. Don't jump. You'll die? Yang Jian shouted at one individual. At that moment, a colleague of Master Luo, paralyzed by fear, cried out in confusion and leaped over the railing, plummeting from the 5th floor. A true warrior, Yang Jian sighed inwardly. Had he not jumped, there might have been a chance of survival. Now, he was surely doomed. Those who jumped were lost, and those who fled were no better off. Soon, the fleeing individuals realized their escape routes had all been blocked. The spirits closed in from every side, drawing nearer and nearer, until they were completely surrounded. The sounds of their screams echoed among the spirits. As 6 or 7 putrid arms reached out, the screams abruptly ceased. Several living heads were forcibly removed from their bodies. A ghost removed its own head and placed it upon the necks of several individuals, subsequently positioning their heads atop its own. Thus, a new specter was born. Yet, once this macabre act was completed, tranquility enveloped the surroundings. All the ghosts stood still. The remaining individuals lay upon the ground, seemingly untouched. All of them miraculously alive. How could this be? Yin Li was astounded. He too reclined, yet at that moment, he gazed at Yang Jian as if witnessing a phantom. Yang Jian, however, did not lie down. He merely stood there, leaning against the railing, not turning his back to any ghost. Well, I did not deceive you, did I? Yang Jian remarked. Congratulations, you have survived. If you do not mind, let us settle the fee for my services. I must clarify beforehand, my fees are rather steep. Why would he risk everything to save these insufferable wealthy individuals? Naturally, it was for the sake of profit. Did they truly believe that Yang Jian held any affection for them? Chapter 53. The shameful escape within the dimly lit shopping mall, an eerie silence prevailed. The sound of the elevator had ceased, and the once ubiquitous echoes of footsteps had faded into oblivion. Even the cries for help had vanished without a trace. Yet, the stillness of the mall was far from desolate. A foul stench permeated every inch of space as pale-faced figures, their bodies beginning to decay, stood on the 5th floor, blocking the passageways as if forbidding anyone to pass. These individuals had seemingly been dead for some time, yet moments ago, they had emerged from the shadows of the mall's corners. To refer to them as humans would be a misnomer. They resembled a congregation of specters. At this moment, Boss Tang was taut with tension, his eyes shut tight, unwilling to confront the horrifying scene before him. He incessantly chanted, Amitabha, hoping for divine protection. Praying that these phantoms would spare him, he vowed to burn incense and worship fervently upon his escape from this place. After a while, Boss Tang discerned that the surrounding stillness indicated he was still alive and unharmed. His survival was not merely a result of his fervent prayers, but rather due to Yang Jian and Appo's timely rescue. Boss Tang, stop feigning death. Open your eyes quickly. Do not dismiss my earlier words. Your safety is only temporary. Whether you can leave this place remains uncertain. However, if you are willing to settle my service fee, I can assure you that each of you will leave here alive, Yang Jian stated. With trepidation, Boss Tang carefully opened his eyes. Upon surveying his surroundings and encountering the rotting corpses beside him, his heart lurched with terror. Here, Boss Tang, what do you see? Yang Jian inquired, standing nearby. Seeing Yang Jian, a living soul, brought relief to Boss Tang. Can you truly guarantee my safe departure from here? He asked. Are you doubting my professional capabilities? Consider who just saved you. By the way, remain lying on the ground. For now, it is safe, Yang Jian replied. Yinli added, do not be fooled by his youth. He is the principal authority in Dachang City. His words are credible, and besides him, no one else can ensure your survival. You have witnessed the prior situation. The current predicament exceeds my capacity. Therefore, I advise you to let Yang Jian escort you to safety. Of course, if you are unwilling to part with your money, then disregard my suggestion. He was acting benevolently, inadvertently passing the responsibility to Yang Jian, as he lacked the means to profit from this endeavor. What say you? Reflect on it. I shall not grant you much time, at most 10 minutes. And I will be leaving this place, Yang Jian announced, glancing at his phone. He was determined not to linger until nightfall. For darkness would shroud the area in an impenetrable veil, akin to entering a realm of ghosts, where danger would multiply. Cautiously, Boss Tang inquired then, how much do you demand for your services? 5 million, will that suffice? He considered that this sum, paid to Yang Jian rather than Yen Li, would still yield a connection. A potential friendship, given Yang Jian and Appo's status. Though 5 million was a painful expenditure, it paled in comparison to the value of his life. Very well, 5 million it is. Yang Jian and Appo's eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, instilling fear into Boss Tang had proven advantageous for negotiating a higher price. Had he approached Boss Tang earlier without the element of fright, the man would have been incredulous, and the price would have remained stagnant. However, payment must precede service. That was his modus operandi. If there are no objections, we can commence the transaction now, he stated. And no objections, Boss Tang promptly replied. For someone of his stature, 5 million was a sum he could readily procure. You, stop pretending to be mute. Managerly, I am addressing you. Boss Tang is prepared to pay 5 million for his safety. How much will you offer? Do not assume I will escort you without charge, should you lack the funds. I will leave you behind, Yang Jian continued. Manager Li and Appo's complexion shifted dramatically, and he gazed at Yang Jian, desperation etched on his face. I cannot muster 5 million. I only have 500,000. How could a mere manager possess such wealth? I perceive treachery in your eyes. However, I am a magnanimous individual. You may have insulted me earlier, but I harbor no ill will. Therefore, please access your online banking. If your balance is below 500,000, I shall accept that amount. If it exceeds 500,000, I regret to inform you that the entirety must go towards my fee, or you may remain here until rescue arrives. I pride myself on fairness in business. I will not create difficulties for you or seek revenge. Rest assured, manager, Yang Jian asserted, his demeanor serious. Manager Li was left speechless. Do not delay. If I do not receive payment, I will depart with Boss Tang alone. Yang Jian reiterated. I will pay. Just give me a moment. Manager Li lamented, handing his phone to Yang Jian. Yang Jian opened the banking app and examined the balance, exclaiming, Manager Li, you are indeed affluent. Over 180,000. Is it common for wealthy individuals to possess such riches? I, in my poverty, cannot comprehend. However, this wealth is now mine. Kindly transfer it, he replied, returning the phone to Manager Li. What a swindler. This man is a rogue, raising his fees at will. Akin to extortion, Manager Li thought, feeling powerless to voice his indignation. Yet, refusal was not an option. It seemed that all the money he had illicitly gathered during his foray into the shopping mall would be relinquished to this young security guard. Money could be earned anew, but a life lost was irretrievable. Ultimately, he acquiesced and transferred the funds. After receiving the payment, Yang Jian turned his attention to Master Luo, approaching him with gratitude. He grasped the trembling hands of the master and said, Master, I owe you a debt of gratitude today. Your ingenious idea of sealing the door not only resulted in the demise of your disciples, but also claimed the lives of numerous mall employees. You nearly met the same fate yourself. To achieve such a level of self-destruction is truly remarkable. In light of your impressive door-locking maneuver, I have decided to extend you special consideration. Yang Jian gave Master Luo a thumbs up. Had it not been for the Master and Appo's actions, the chaos could have been avoided, and all could have escaped without loss of life. Aye. Master Luo and Appo's expression was peculiar, caught between fear and anger. After a long pause, he begrudgingly said, I possess only over 300,000. That is all I have. The rest is secured in my home safe. I will give you everything, just take me away from here. I acknowledge my wrongdoing and offer my apologies. Is that acceptable? Master, what are you saying? Am I the kind of person who is swayed by money? Boss Tang has offered 5 million. As a feng shui master, you undoubtedly possess considerable wealth. Let us settle on 8 million for your safe passage. If you lack sufficient cash, collateral will suffice, Yang Jian proposed. Master Luo trembled, ultimately managing to transfer over 300,000 to Yang Jian, along with a watch, a jade pendant, a luxury car key, and other assorted items. Just barely meeting the required amount. Over 10 million now. I have become a despicable wealthy individual. Yang Jian marveled at the balance notification on his phone, a mix of astonishment and satisfaction filling his heart. Had he not become a ghost tamer, this sum would have taken him decades of diligent labor to accumulate, perhaps even an entire lifetime. Yet, in a mere day as a ghost tamer, he had amassed such wealth. It is no wonder that ghost tamers abroad operate as mercenaries. Undertaking tasks for bounties as this high-risk, high-reward approach is indeed quite enticing. Brother, when will you take us away from here? Boss Tang inquired with a hint of urgency. Yang Jian, putting away his phone, replied, right now. He entered the storage room and retrieved the key to the large door from Sister Li and Appo's corpse. Follow me. But remember my previous warning. Do not stand up, keep your back to the ground. How can we move while lying down? Manager Li questioned. Yang Jian responded. Have you ever seen a caterpillar? It and Appo's quite similar, just in reverse, akin to swimming on your back. It and Appo's rather simple. What? You want us, a group of grown men, to push ourselves along like children? You must be jesting. Why is it that you can stand and walk without issue? Manager Li retorted, somewhat annoyed. Yang Jian replied, I am the one in charge and possess the ability to deal with malevolent spirits. Do you? If you find this position humiliating, it matters not, should you stand up. I cannot be held accountable for your demise. After a brief silence, Manager Li began to push himself swiftly along the ground, resembling a caterpillar gliding on its path. Is it like this? Yes, just so. Your movements are quite precise. You glide swiftly and steadily. Well done, Yang Jian acknowledged with a nod. Chapter 54. Sliding out of the mall at this moment, a peculiar scene unfolded within the mall. A group of accomplished adults lay sprawled on the ground, propelling themselves backward like a caterpillar, their faces occasionally betraying a peculiar delight. It truly works. Those spirits seem oblivious to our presence. They remain motionless, exclaimed Boss Tang, his voice laced with excitement. They had successfully slid from the 5th floor to the 4th, navigating past the most perilous zone. If fortune favored them, they would soon escape this place. Manager Li, how are you sliding so swiftly? You've reached the 3rd floor, Boss Tang remarked in astonishment. Initially, I struggled with it. But now I've adapted. I believe I can slide even faster. Perhaps your technique lacks precision? Observe my movements, so fluid and effortless, replied Manager Li as he continued to glide backward. Wait for me. Don't leave me behind. Master Luo called out anxiously, his slightly plump physique hindering his speed. Yang Jian followed behind, unable to suppress a chuckle at the sight of their caterpillar-like movements descending from the 5th floor. In this moment, no one dared to criticize his laughter, for without Yang Jian and Appo's ingenious method, their escape would have been far from seamless, despite the embarrassing nature of their actions. Hey, Jiang Yin, how and Appo's? Is it going over there? Yang Jian inquired via the intercom. I and Appo's all right. I and Appo's just located the previous surveillance footage and will soon identify the true location of that spirit. It appears the first manifestation occurred on the 5th floor, where the initial victim suffered. Jiang Yin responded, her voice tinged with tension. You all left without me? You won't abandon me here, will you? I'll guide these incompetent teammates to safety first and return for you. Rest assured, as long as you remain calm, you and Appo's will be fine. Keep the communication open. And call for me immediately if you sense danger, Yang Jian reassured her. Okay. Jiang Yin felt a slight relief upon hearing his words, fearing he might forsake her. As evening descended, several investigative vehicles were stationed outside the mall, with a barricade erected to delineate the area. The entire vicinity had been cordoned off. "What an oppos, as the situation inside the mall?" inquired Lu Jianming, the district captain, his expression weary as he surveyed the now-closed establishment. "Captain Lu, we received a report of a potential murderer linked to the previous missing persons case. However, according to a nearby shop owner, about an hour ago, the mall and oppos' owner, Tang Yin, summoned a feng shui master to perform rituals, deliberately sealing off the entire mall. We are currently unaware of the situation inside," an officer explained. "If it truly is the perpetrator at work, then it would be fortuitous. Prepare to force entry and rescue any trapped individuals," Lu Jianming commanded. "Understood, Captain." Immediately, the personnel outside began to mobilize, employing tools to forcibly unlock the mall and oppos' entrance. Before long, the lock was broken, and the door swung open. A foul stench of decay immediately assaulted those nearby, nearly causing them to retch. Lu Jianming and oppos' expression shifted slightly, having dealt with various cases over the years. He recognized the odor instantly. "That is the stench of death. Everyone, be cautious. Do not enter just yet." Lu Jianming sensed that the disappearance case within the mall was far more intricate than it appeared. Their previous investigations had been hindered by a lack of evidence, necessitating the temporary sealing of the premises. However, it wasn't an oppos' long before those outside were taken aback. Within the dimly lit mall, a sharply dressed man lay on the ground, his face alight with ecstatic joy as he swiftly slid toward the exit like a caterpillar. What is going on here? No, he was not alone in this bizarre maneuver. Behind him were the mall and oppos' owner, Tang Yin, the feng shui master, Master Luo, and several surviving employees, all gliding in a line, their movements synchronized and seemingly trained. "Do not approach them. Wait until they have safely exited the mall before attempting a rescue. Everyone, be prepared for any unforeseen occurrences," Lu Jianming instructed. Upon witnessing the mall and oppos' entrance open and the throng of personnel outside, Manager Li felt as though he had encountered a savior, overwhelmed with emotion as he slid faster, his movements surpassing those of a normal pedestrian. Finally, he had emerged alive from that terrifying mall. "How wonderful! I have not perished. I have survived." Manager Li felt an unprecedented rush of exhilaration. "Captain Lu, what is happening?" one onlooker stammered in confusion. Lu Jianming, with a complex expression, replied, "I'm not entirely sure. Let's first ascertain the situation. Don't pull me up yet. I can still slide. I want to glide further before standing," Manager Li insisted, adamant about reaching the safety of the barricade before rising. As he watched the others successfully escape, Yang Jian felt a sense of completion in his mission. He had secured a substantial profit. "Yang Jian, given that the mall situation has been resolved, with your abilities, a collaboration between us would greatly enhance our chances of capturing that spirit. Shall we join forces?" Immediately after exiting the mall, Yan stood up, eager to propose. "Collaborate to capture a spirit?" Yang Jian replied. "ISN and oppos. It preferable to simply stay alive? What compels you to pursue such dangers?" "My primary motive for coming here was to capture a spirit. I previously assessed that the spirit haunting this mall may only be of a restricted level, posing minimal threat. If we succeed in capturing it," Yan asserted, "but my capabilities are limited. With your assistance, our odds would increase significantly. What are the benefits?" Yang Jian countered. Yan whispered, "In the underground market, a captured spirit is valued at no less than 100 million. Major corporations and even government entities covertly seek such acquisitions. If the spirit S level is high, the price escalates. We, as spirit tamers, have limited lifespans. As you well know, if this endeavor succeeds, even if we perish, there would be ample funds to secure our families and oppos' futures." Yang Jian shook his head. "We cannot exhaust ourselves chasing after wealth. I see no reason to risk capturing a spirit for that 100 million, especially since I have already earned enough today for my family. Moreover, capturing a spirit invariably involves utilizing the powers of malevolent spirits. You understand the implications of that, and I suspect you have already drawn upon such powers today. A repeat could lead to dire consequences," he added. Yan replied, "I am acutely aware of my situation. Completing this task poses no problem. Besides, do you not wish to learn how spirit tamers survive? Are you content with idly awaiting death? How to survive?" This statement struck a chord within Yang Jian. Capturing a spirit could yield not only monetary gain, but also invaluable intelligence. In fact, methods for survival have been researched successfully by individuals in Dachang City, with one person managing to live for over 6 months without incident. Having repeatedly utilized the powers of malevolent spirits, seemingly discovering a way to control their resurgence. After a brief hesitation, Yanli divulged this information, realizing that withholding it would likely fail to sway Yang Jian. Is that true? Yang Jian felt a stirring of interest. He was indeed intrigued. The words etched onto that human skin resurfaced in his mind. The method for controlling malevolent spirits would be revealed in 3 months. Given his precarious situation, his prospects of surviving beyond 3 months appear bleak. Therefore, it is imperative to acquire the ability to control malevolent spirits preemptively, rather than waiting for the conventionally scheduled announcement 3 months hence. Even a single month is an unaffordable delay. Yang Jian is unwilling to gamble with his life on future contingencies. The uncertainty of the future and the dubious veracity of the human skin render such a gamble imprudent. Consider this carefully, Yanli urged. While the specter remains within this mall and its patterns are predictable, make a decision expeditiously. Once it departs, locating another spirit with discernible habits and a relatively manageable degree of terror will prove challenging. Allow me a minute to contemplate, Yang Jian responded, neither accepting nor declining, as he weighed his options. However, as he deliberated, Manager Li approached, accompanied by several investigators. This security guard extorted and blackmailed me within the mall. I possess irrefutable evidence of the transactions on my phone, Manager Li asserted indignantly, reporting the previous transfers as evidence of the crime. Young man, we require your cooperation in a matter under investigation, one of the officers stated formally. Is that so? Yang Jian retorted, casting a glance at Manager Li. Are you attempting to instigate trouble, you insignificant worm? Chapter 55. Let the show begin, Yanli. Let an oppose. Let's set aside our previous discussion for a moment. I need to address this situation first, Yang Jian declared. Yanli cast a pitying glance at the manager. The imbecile had the audacity to confront Yang Jian, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he was a controller. Affronting someone who wields malevolent spirits is a perilous endeavor. Such individuals are prone to extremes. The virtuous ones may join the controller headquarters, striving for peace, contributing to the prosperity of the planet, and safeguarding the continuation of humankind. Though it may sound grandiose, it holds a kernel of truth. However, the malevolent ones, controllers, are veritable demons. They possess a myriad of ways to dispatch an ordinary person, who would likely remain unaware of their impending demise. I await your response, Yanli affirmed with a nod. Yang Jian fixed his gaze on the manager and extended his hand, saying, Come, caterpillar, let the show commence. What did you say? Who are you calling a caterpillar? The manager retorted, his face contorted with rage. You all witnessed it. This petty security guard displayed an atrocious and arrogant attitude. He extorted me in the mall, transferring over 1.8 million from my bank account to his. Such a substantial sum warrants an investigation, wouldn't you agree? If the circumstances align with the allegations, we will initiate an investigation. We will not allow any malefactor to evade justice, nor will we wrongly accuse an innocent, one of the officers affirmed. Young man, what is your name? May we see your identification? Yang Jian replied, I believe you gentlemen are mistaken. I did not extort him. This manager and I engaged in a business transaction, and he prepaid my fees. You can verify this with the others who accompanied us. We will investigate the matter thoroughly. However, your name and identification, please? Your cooperation would be appreciated, another officer requested. Nearby, the manager smirked at Yang Jian. This little security guard thinks he can profit from me with his petty tricks, but today, I'll force him to return every penny. My name is Yang Jian, and this is my identification, Yang Jian stated, readily producing his ID. Check it, one of the officers instructed, handing the identification to a colleague, who promptly went to a computer to verify the information for any criminal record or personal data. The remaining officer continued the interrogation. This manager claims you extorted him in the mall, involving an amount of 863 yuan. Is there any truth to this allegation? I am a law-abiding citizen. Why would I commit such an act of extortion? Yang Jian responded. These are baseless accusations. The manager interjected, that and amp, oppose, sa lie, you and amp, oppose, rea paragon of virtue? I have the transfer records here. Officer, look, these are the previous transfer records, and that account belongs to Yang Jian. Do you acknowledge that this account is registered under your name? If so, it would confirm the validity of the transfer, and we will proceed with an investigation," the officer stated. Yang Jian smirked. "That account is not mine. Indeed, it belonged to his mother." "Officer, it doesn't and amp. Oppose, matter if he denies it. A simple inquiry at the bank will confirm whether the card belongs to him," the manager insisted. "Keep an eye on these two," one of the officers instructed before departing to gather evidence. Once the officer was out of earshot, the manager hissed, "Little punk, don't be so obtuse. You should be content with the millions you earned saving those people. Return my money, and we can settle this matter amicably. I want and oppose to pursue this any further. If the extortion charges stick, you'll be spending over a decade behind bars." "Very well, I will return the money. Revert to your caterpillar form and crawl back to the 5th floor of the mall. If you can accomplish that, I and amp. Oppose, transfer the funds immediately." Yang Jian countered with a smile. The manager and Oppo's countenance shifted, and a flicker of dread danced in his eyes. That ghastly place was one he would never revisit. "You saved me, granted, but your words are unsubstantiated. In the eyes of the law, evidence is paramount. I have friends who are lawyers, so I am more knowledgeable in this regard than you. You cannot prevail against me. I reiterate, return the money, and I want and oppose. Press charges for extortion," the manager insisted. "You are a truly repulsive caterpillar, turning on me as soon as you emerge. I should have crushed you underfoot before." Yang Jian's gaze turned glacial. "Take my advice and retreat while you still can. If you persist in this charade," he leaned closer to the manager's ear and whispered, "I wouldn't mind showing you what a true malevolent spirit is." The manager shuddered, but emboldened by his perceived safety and the presence of so many protectors, he puffed out his chest and retorted, "I and amp, oppose, am not afraid of you. Show me what you and amp, oppose, got, you ungrateful wretch." At that moment, on the other side of the room, one of the officers investigating Yang Jian exclaimed, "Chief Liu, come take a look at this." Chief Liu approached and inquired, "What is it?" "Look at this person's file. It's peculiar." The officer pointed at the laptop screen. The computer screen displayed Yang Jian's file, but it lacked any personal information, merely stating file classified. Insufficient permissions to access. "Even my clearance level is insufficient?" Chief Liu was taken aback. He then said gravely, "Give me the ID. I and amp, oppose, inquire with the higher-ups." He picked up the phone and dialed a number. "Yes, this is Liu Jiaming. I have the ID information of a suspect here. I need you to check it for me. My clearance is insufficient." "What and amp, oppose, the status on your end?" "Chief Liu, you certainly know how to cause trouble for me. The classification is extremely high. Not even those with higher clearance than me can access it. Wait, I and amp, oppose, am receiving a call while investigating this person and amp, oppose, file." The voice trailed off. "Hello? Can you hear me?" Chief Liu inquired. After a long pause, the colleague on the other end replied, "It and amp, oppose, an anti-tracking program. The higher-ups have already warned us not to continue investigating this file. They said his clearance is very high, far higher than ours. If this Yang Jian has committed any crimes, we can initiate an investigation, but we are not authorized to make an arrest without first consulting the higher-ups. Be extremely cautious about being manipulated by those with ulterior motives. The higher-ups have made it clear that anyone found guilty of malicious slander will face severe consequences." "I understand. Thank you for your assistance," Chief Liu replied somberly before hanging up the phone. He glanced at Yang Jian, who was standing not far away. The ID indicates he and amp, oppose, only 18 years old. Even if he and amp, oppose, exceptionally capable, it and amp, oppose, unlikely he would have achieved such a high clearance at such a young age. Someone like Zhou Zheng? Chief Liu mused, having a clearer understanding of the situation. Only individuals of that caliber would receive such special treatment from various nations. "I'll handle Yang Jian's case. You may attend to other matters," Chief Liu instructed. Chapter 56. The source. Captain Liu approached with Yang Jian's identification card in hand. "Captain Liu, what is the situation? I haven't misspoken, right? This security guard is indeed suspected of extortion. I suggest you detain him immediately. I will hire a lawyer to gather evidence. And I must seek justice for myself," Manager Li declared with righteous indignation, as though he were truly the victim. Captain Liu replied, "Manager Li, we can only investigate your case. A case will only be filed if there is sufficient evidence. Yang Jian's rank is too high. We do not have the authority to detain him without further instructions from above. If you are certain that Yang Jian is indeed guilty of extortion, please accompany me for a formal investigation." Manager Li was momentarily taken aback. "What? You lack the authority to detain him? Captain Liu, you must be mistaken. How can you not detain a mere security guard? Yang Jian quickly realized that having taken Zhou Zheng and Apos' satellite phone, Lu Xiaoyu had already arranged for him to be integrated into the Ghost Handler headquarters. I am not mistaken. I have already inquired with my superiors. Manager Li, please come with us, Captain Lu insisted. Take Manager Li to the precinct to record his statement. Feeling uneasy, Manager Li cautiously asked, Captain Lu, what will happen if the investigation does not yield results? If there is insufficient evidence, and it turns out the plaintiff has falsely accused the defendant, he will be charged with endangering national security. Captain Lu and Apos' gaze toward Manager Li shifted, revealing suspicion. As a seasoned captain, he noted the evident unease in Manager Li and Apos' tone. This case was likely fabricated. Will he be detained? Manager Li pressed. Detainee? Are you joking? Given your allegations, you might face sentencing. If the situation escalates, Captain Lu suggested, you might want to consult your lawyer friend. He should be more informed than I am. What? Manager Li and Apos' face paled in shock. Is it that serious? Sweat broke out on his brow as he looked at Yang Jian, now filled with trepidation. This is definitely not just a mere security guard, Yang Jian remarked. Don't look at me. Please continue your performance. Young man, I was merely jesting. Let us just forget this, shall we? I will treat you to dinner and apologize. What do you say? Manager Li forced a smile. You accused me of extortion, did you not? Why retract the accusation? Yang Jian questioned. It was a misunderstanding. I was merely acting foolishly earlier. I was dizzy and spoke nonsense, unable to control myself, Manager Li pleaded. My mouth is out of control. Perhaps I was possessed earlier. I have been wronged. You are truly impressive. I am beginning to admire you. However, I detest half-hearted measures. If an investigation is to be conducted, it must be thorough. Captain Lu, what do you think? Yang Jian stated earnestly. Of course, Captain Lu nodded. Take Manager Li back for a formal investigation. Two officers immediately approached. Manager Li, terrified, collapsed to the ground, feeling more despondent than when he encountered a ghost. Goodbye, Caterpillar, Yang Jian waved. Safe travels. Don and Apos, blame me. I did nothing. You brought this upon yourself with your own actions. Don and Apos, hold it against me 20 years from now. You scoundrel, Yang Jian. Manager Li wept, his voice trembling. He had not anticipated the weight of the headquarters and Apos' authority. When he had met Zhou Zheng earlier, he had shown no signs of such significance. Yang Jian, when you left the mall, did you learn anything about the situation inside? If it involves the Ghost Handler headquarters, then perhaps it and Apos' best not to discuss it. Captain Lu inquired, lowering his voice. There has been a concerning number of disappearances from the mall lately, and I am under immense pressure to solve this case. Please understand. Those who vanished were all within the mall, but they can no longer be considered human. The entire mall is exceedingly perilous. I advise you to seal off the area immediately and refrain from sending anyone inside. Otherwise, they may not return. This case is beyond your jurisdiction. It falls to the new head of Dazhong City, who has yet to arrive since Zhou Zheng and Apos' demise. I recommend transferring the case to the new head upon their arrival. In any case, it is best to minimize unnecessary casualties, Yang Jian suggested out of goodwill. I understand, Captain Lu nodded, comprehending the gravity of the situation. He quickly ordered his men to secure the area and isolate the vicinity of the mall. I must return inside to handle some matters and won't disturb your investigation further, Yang Jian said. Captain Lu chuckled wryly. You jest. You are the investigator here. I am merely assisting. After personally reviewing Yang Jian and Apos' file, Captain Lu had confirmed Yang Jian and Apos' affiliation with the Ghost Handler headquarters. Yin Li, come with me into the mall. Yang Jian wasted no time and immediately began his mission. Yes, he had made up his mind. This ghost must be captured. He could not evade this fate forever. The present moment presented a prime opportunity that he must seize. For individuals like him, there were no alternatives. When an opportunity arose, it must be grasped, or else one would simply await death. Indeed, we truly have no choice, Yin Li remarked, surveying the dimly lit mall. The sky had darkened. Meanwhile, in the empty mall, Jiang Yin remained hidden in the surveillance room on the 5th floor. She dared not venture out or make any sudden movements. For the headless corpse of Lu Chang still knelt on the ground, with a severed head lying nearby, with Yang Jian not returning for her. She was confined to the surveillance room. Why has Apos' returned? How could he be outside for so long? Jiang Yin fretted. flipping through old footage while glancing nervously at the door and Appo's monitor. All the survivors had been rescued, leaving only her behind. She feared that Yang Jian might exploit her for profit, ultimately abandoning her. "Hello, Yang Jian, can you hear me? Please, hurry and save me. I and Appo's been so obedient. You can and Appo's just leave me behind. Quiet down. I and Appo's am just a child and I Haven and Appo's cried. Why are you, an adult, throwing a fit over a little trouble? Aside from your physical maturity, your mind remains quite juvenile." Yang Jian's voice came through the phone. "Have you found the true identity of that ghost? I and Appo's am on my way to pick you up," he added. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yin and Appo's tears turned to joy, filling her with relief. I Haven and Appo's discovered the ghost and Appo's true identity. But I did see that the initial footage came from a clothing store on the 5th floor. The footage depicted a clothing store, recorded at night. The store had closed for business, yet at some point, a door within the store slowly opened. The video revealed no person, only a hazy shadow that emerged. The figure paused before a mirror, and suddenly, the surrounding mannequins toppled to the ground. The shadow approached, disassembling the mannequins and piecing them together. The assembled mannequins were either mismatched in limb length or proportion, as if the shadow were forever unsatisfied. The process of assembly took over 2 hours, during which the mannequins within the store were completely dismantled. Until the very last moment, a mannequin, towering at an impressive 2 meters, with its diminutive torso, elongated limbs, and disproportionately long arms, was pieced together. However, this mannequin was devoid of a head. In the recording, it became evident that a shadow eventually merged with the mannequin, after which this headless figure began to move. It removed the heads from other mannequins, attempting to place them upon its neck. Yet, the heads appeared ill-fitted and tumbled off, prompting it to try again with different heads, all to no avail. The headless mannequin persistently experimented, and as time eluded her, dawn quietly broke. The shop owners commenced their arrival at the mall to open for business. A female proprietor approached her clothing store. Meanwhile, the towering mannequin remained motionless before the glass window. As the woman entered, the mannequin and Appo's head gradually turned, following her movements until it completed a full 180-degree rotation. Yet, the head upon its neck seemed still ill-suited, ultimately falling to the ground with a dull thud. The woman glanced back briefly before resuming her preparations within the shop. Just as she turned away, the peculiar mannequin stirred, its awkwardly long arms extending from behind towards the shopkeeper. Was she the first victim? Zhang Yin watched the video, her heart racing with trepidation. Thus, it seemed that the specter was indeed lurking within that very clothing store. Chapter 57. The first collaboration to clarify in advance. There is nothing wrong with collaborating with you. However, should any danger arise or unforeseen circumstances occur beyond our control, I will not hesitate to flee. At that moment, do not blame me for abandoning my teammate. Yang Jian stepped once more into the shopping mall. Yinli remarked, "This is quite natural. Our partnership is aimed at capturing this ghost. If success proves elusive, it is only reasonable for each of us to prioritize our own survival. The nature of ghosts is peculiar. Even the most seasoned ghost hunters cannot guarantee the successful capture of a restricted-level ghost. Classifying malevolent spirits by level is inherently a misleading endeavor. When I have learned the hard way, hearing you say that reassures me," Yang Jian replied, nodding. He possessed a ghost domain, enabling him to exit the shopping mall in less than 3 seconds, while also providing protection against other ghosts and Appo's assaults. Even the knocking ghost could not linger here. Surely the spirits within this mall cannot be more terrifying than that. It was this confidence in self-preservation that allowed him to agree to Yin Li and Appo's proposal. However, should we capture the ghost, how shall we divide the spoils? Yang Jian inquired. Let us clarify this now to avoid any unpleasantness later. We will split the reward evenly and share any intelligence, Yin Li responded. You have already assisted me. I have no intention of taking advantage. That is satisfactory. Yang Jian affirmed with a nod. By the way, may I ask, is the position of a city's overseer particularly esteemed? Yin Li paused, surprised. You do not know? I am a newcomer and have yet to familiarize myself with certain matters. If you are unaware, I shall inquire with the operator later, Yang Jian replied. It is indeed a high position, allowing one to summon various resources from the city to aid in operations, and this is granted unconditionally, though it is limited to addressing supernatural occurrences. Of course, The privileges in everyday matters are also considerable. Each city has but one overseer. The previous overseer of Dachang City was Zhou Zheng, with whom I have met. One overseer per city? That seems rather demanding. Yang Jian frowned. Setting aside the incident with the ghost infant, he had encountered at least 3 supernatural events himself. Yan explained, this is due to a shortage of personnel. Consider the vastness of the world and the number of cities within it. To allocate one ghost hunter as an overseer for a city is already quite commendable. And involvement in such events inevitably entails sacrifices. Not all ghost hunters aspire to become city overseers, though. Is it a matter of choosing self-preservation? Avoiding direct contact with supernatural events? Yang Jian queried. That is roughly the idea, Yan Li confirmed. Yang Jian's gaze shifted, however. This reasoning holds only as long as there remains no hope for survival. Should circumstances change, and the revival of a malevolent spirit be averted, the overseer would undoubtedly reap the benefits, for they would be summoned to manage supernatural incidents within the city, thus ensuring their own survival. Yan Li was momentarily taken aback. Unprepared for Yang Jian and Appo's long-term perspective. If someone has indeed succeeded in preventing the revival of a malevolent spirit, where do you think that individual obtained their information? Yang Jian inquired. What are you implying? Yan Li asked. I believe many have begun to analyze the existence of ghosts. Even if the ghosts themselves cannot be deciphered, methods to control malevolent spirits must be sought. Such research has likely yielded some results, albeit with significant flaws and considerable risks. Hence the lack of public disclosure. However, as supernatural incidents proliferate and the situation deteriorates, even imperfect methods must be revealed. After all, only those like us can confront these entities, and from a broader perspective, no one wishes to see our kind perish. Yan Li fell silent for a moment before stating, I was merely a plumber, and I am not well versed in these matters. If we succeed this time, I can introduce you to a special club. The information I possess comes from there. What kind of club? Yang Jian inquired. It is an exclusive club for ghost hunters. Though few in number, their influence is substantial. And their network is extensive, possessing far more knowledge than I. Is that so? It would indeed be worthwhile to visit, Yang Jian replied. Engaging with peers certainly offers its advantages. Unbeknownst to them, as they conversed, the two had ascended the stairs to the 2nd floor of the shopping mall and were now making their way to the 3rd. They moved cautiously, remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Those figures seemed to have vanished once more. Yang Jian glanced up, noticing that the ghosts from the 5th floor had now disappeared entirely, leaving not even a single corpse behind. Have they hidden again? Yan Li asked. Yang Jian cautioned. Do not turn your back on any ghost. They may strike from behind in this mall, swapping heads with their victims. You should have witnessed this on the 5th floor. Those who have had their heads swapped retain their memories from life, unaware that they have been decapitated. Yet, should they wish, they can transform into ghosts at any moment. You noticed this pattern long ago? Why did you not alert me, insisting I follow them out? Yan Li expressed his astonishment. Yang Jian replied, It is not that I doubt your capabilities, but rather the intentions of those individuals. As the saying goes, and Appo's, a tall tree will have withered branches. Where there are many people, there will be fools, and Appo's, some individuals possess an intellect that defies explanation. You cannot comprehend how dangerous those who gamble with their lives can be, endangering not only themselves but others as well. I merely sought to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Allowing them to behave like caterpillars was not a poor strategy. You saw how swiftly and steadily they slid along the ground, seemingly delighted. Yan Li fell silent, conceding, Fine. I admit your approach was prudent. That is good. Hey, is Sister Jiang there? If you are alive, please respond. If not, I shall collect your remains. Yang Jian suddenly addressed his satellite phone. Jiang Yin and Appo's anxious and exasperated voice came through. I am not dead yet. I have seen you enter. Hurry and come to get me. I just saw Lu Chang and Appo's corpse move. I feel something is amiss. Where was the ghost first sighted? Yang Jian asked. I observed the surveillance. The ghost first appeared in a clothing store on the 5th floor, a blurry figure I could not make out. It entered a mannequin and Appo's body. And I will send you the image, Jiang Yin replied. Send it to my other phone. This one cannot receive images, Yang Jian instructed. Understood. Soon. His smartphone received an image. Is this the true form of that ghost? Yan Li leaned in to take a look. Have you prepared your tools? Yang Jian inquired. Yan Li produced a box made of pure gold, roughly the size of a makeup kit yet heavy and solid, weighing several kilograms and sealing tightly. You intend to contain such a large ghost in this small box? Why not prepare a pokeball instead? Yang Jian remarked, bemused. Yanli explained, the price of gold has risen recently. This custom box cost me over 2 million. I invested all my previous earnings into it. I understand, but even for ashes, this box is too small. How can you contain a ghost? Yang Jian questioned. Though small, it can still accommodate a ghost if we squeeze it in. After all, it is merely a shadow, perhaps lacking a physical form. Therefore, a smaller box may suffice, Yanli reasoned. There was no turning back, since they had arrived. They could only muster the courage to give it a try. Yang Jian was no longer overly critical, adopting a mindset of experimentation to see if he could successfully confine this spirit. They reached the 5th floor. The clothing store was familiar to him. Behind the glass door stood a haphazard array of mannequin figures, each one missing limbs, some lacked arms, others legs. He had found it somewhat eerie during his initial patrol. It seemed his intuition had been correct. The true instigator, that ghost, was indeed concealed within. Setting aside any dismissive thoughts, Yang Jian and Yanli immediately adopted a serious demeanor. The store before them was shrouded in darkness. The door was not locked. A simple pull would grant them entry. However, the knowledge that a genuine spirit lurked within made Yang Jian's palms sweat with trepidation. Strictly speaking, this was his first formal confrontation with a ghost. The previous incident involving the ghost infant hardly counted. It was merely a passive act of rescue and escape, devoid of significant pressure. This time, however, was different. They were taking the initiative. Yet, just as Yang Jian and Yanli prepared to proceed, an uncanny scene unfolded. The heavy glass door of the clothing store, seemingly without a breeze, began to slowly open. Yang Jian was taken aback. Could it be that the ghost was aware of their approach? Chapter 58. Influx after you. Yang Jian looked at Yanli and said, No, big brother, you go first, Yanli insisted. I'm only 18, still young. I should be the one to call you big brother. Besides, I'm merely a temporary worker, so it's best if you lead. Your abilities are formidable. I'll follow your lead and heed your commands. Modesty doesn't suit you. You have been a ghost controller longer than I have. You are my senior. I have much to learn from you. Yang Jian and Yanli stood before the clothing store, each yielding to the other. The glass door before them swung open on its own, revealing an interior shrouded in darkness, exuding an inexplicable sense of oppression. Knowing that a ghost lurked within heightened their unease. They had agreed to join forces to capture the spectral entity, yet neither possessed the courage to step inside first. A single misstep could be fatal. Becoming a ghost controller merely provided the means to confront malevolent spirits. It did not grant immunity against their wrath. After a moment of mutual hesitation, neither willing to enter first, Yang Jian suggested, since we are both uncertain, perhaps we should retreat? Yanli was momentarily speechless. If we miss this ghost, we might encounter an even more terrifying one next time, and capturing it will be far more challenging. Yang Jian pondered. That is a valid point. This ghost isn't particularly powerful. Otherwise, it wouldn't have claimed only a few victims these past few days. In that case, let us not defer any longer. We shall enter together. Agreed. Let us proceed. Yanli nodded. He was unwilling to squander this opportunity. His situation was far more dire than Yang Jian's, with time running out for his revival. He was determined to make one last effort. With a deep breath, Yang Jian approached the now open glass door cautiously. Yanli followed closely, his expression tense and ready to summon the power of the vengeful spirit at a moment's notice. The clothing store was modest in size, perhaps a little over 100 square meters. The presence of mannequins and disorganized merchandise contributed to an atmosphere of chaos and confinement. The ghost is inside that mannequin. You've seen the image. Let us find it and confront it together, Yang Jian whispered, placing his flashlight on a nearby shelf to illuminate the space. I remember that mannequin. It's quite distinctive. I won't mistake it, Yanli replied. Yang Jian remained silent, gradually stepping into the store, surveying his surroundings. All was still. There was nothing particularly unusual, as if the store were merely closed for the day. However, an unshakable odor of decay began to permeate the air. Suddenly, a faint sound echoed, a soft creak. The glass door that had opened moments earlier began to close slowly. Though the sound was minimal, in the oppressive silence, it resonated sharply. Startled, Yang Jian and Yanli turned to see nothing amiss. The door appeared to close of its own accord. Nothing is here, Yanli said, his voice steady. I am certain of it. That ghost is lurking here. Yang Jian asserted. The rest of the premises seemed normal, yet this clothing store felt amiss. Moreover, Jiang Yin had confirmed through surveillance that the first supernatural incident in this mall occurred here. Is it all right that the door closed? Yanli asked. It matters not. We're not planning to flee, and if we did, we wouldn't exit through the front door, Yang Jian replied. Wait, listen, what is that sound? Yen Li's expression sharpened. Strange, faint noises filled the clothing store, akin to something shifting or scraping. Yang Jian, look at those mannequins, Yen Li exclaimed suddenly. Without needing further prompting, Yang Jian had already noticed. The mannequins, once casually arranged, began to slowly turn their heads. Not just one, but all the mannequins in the store were now facing Yang Jian and Yen Li, their artificial eyes gleaming with an eerie light, as if conveying a dreadful message. I have set my sights upon you. Do not turn your backs to them, Yang Jian warned. Be cautious of having your head severed. He observed as one mannequin, lacking legs, suddenly lifted its head to gaze at him, its lifeless hands reaching out. The other mannequins began to exhibit similar movements, their actions becoming increasingly animated. It seemed as though the ghost was awakening. However, as Yang Jian and Yen Li swiftly adjusted their positions, ensuring that their backs were never turned to any mannequin, the agitation among the figures gradually subsided. Can that ghost truly manipulate even these mannequins? Yen Li asked, slightly alarmed. It appears that anything that has had its head replaced by the ghost can be controlled. Yet I am still uncertain about the nature of this ghost's existence. Be it the mannequins or the bodies that have previously been decapitated, none are true ghosts. The real entity remains hidden in the shadows. To capture it, we must force it into the open. Is there a method to do so? Yen Li inquired. None that I have at present, Yang Jian hesitated. He could attempt to envelop the area in ghostly energy, hoping to draw the spirit into his domain. However, should he be mistaken and the ghost had already vacated the store, he would waste a valuable opportunity. It would be wiser to wait for the ghost to manifest before employing such tactics. Yang Jian, look at that fitting room. The door is ajar. Could the possessed mannequin be inside? Yen Li suddenly pointed to a slightly open fitting room. It is quite possible. Let us investigate together. The two approached cautiously. With the flashlight's beam guiding them, they slowly opened the fitting room door. Inside stood a woman, her eyes closed and complexion pallid. She was unfamiliar, presumably one of the mall's victims. Although her visage resembled that of a woman, her body was that of a mannequin. Has the ghost attached a human head to a mannequin's body? Yang Jian pondered. The woman's head had been there for some time, her flesh having darkened and emitting a strong odor of decay. Not this one, Yen Li whispered. Just then, the door to the adjacent fitting room creaked open. A peculiar mannequin, nearly 2 meters tall with elongated limbs, emerged silently, blocking the flashlight's glow and reaching its hands toward Yang Jian and Yen Li. Huh? Upon noticing the shifting shadows at his feet, Yang Jian's eyes widened in alarm, recognizing the imminent danger. His taut nerves prompted an instinctive reaction. A crimson eye burst open in the back of the mannequin's head, revealing a ghastly sight. In an instant, the image of the mannequin from the photograph had materialized behind him, its hands outstretched. Behind you, Yang Jian shouted, swiftly stepping forward to evade the impending attack. Unfortunately, Yen Li was a moment too slow, and the cold touch grazed the back of his head, sending a chill coursing through him, raising goosebumps across his skin. Yen Li and Appo's reaction was instantaneous. His hands were already drenched in crimson blood. Instead of retreating, he reached out towards the lifeless mannequin before him. I and Appo's got you. His bloodied hand grasped the elongated arm that reached out, as if merging the blood within him with the mannequin and Appo's form. Soon, blood began to seep from the joints, eyes, and neck of the mannequin. My ghostly blood can suppress any specter's abilities. Now is the time to subdue it, Yen Li proclaimed. However, before he could finish his sentence, the female corpse behind him suddenly stirred. The decayed, dark green arm extended towards Yen Li from behind. It seemed that merely restraining the mannequin was insufficient. You apprehend one useless entity without regard for your surroundings, Yang Jian remarked, observing the suddenly animated corpse before him. And without hesitation, he delivered a swift kick. A faint red light emanated from his foot. The female corpse was sent crashing into the wall, her body embedding within it. Yet her legs continued to thrash, unable to escape. Yen Li glanced back, momentarily relieved. It was fortunate he was collaborating with Yang Jian. Had he come alone, he would have perished in that fleeting moment. Yet, a more terrifying occurrence unfolded. As Yang Jian exited the changing room, preparing to confront the peculiar mannequin alongside Yen Li, he inadvertently glanced outside and froze in shock. At some unknown point, the entire storefront had become filled with people, blocking the entrance completely. One figure even ventured inside. seizing a flashlight from a nearby shelf. This individual was headless, yet donned security attire. Lu Chong. Yang Jian recognized the corpse. Hey, Yang Jian, it and Oppos. Bad. I just saw Lu Chong's corpse walking out. I was too frightened to say anything. So be cautious over there, came Zhang Yan's voice through the satellite phone. I know. Yang Jian replied grimly. Now you tell me? Truly, you are something else. The dead are coming right before you. With a soft click, the headless security guard turned off the flashlight. Instantly, the surroundings were plunged into profound darkness. In that obscurity, Yang Jian heard the sound of footsteps as individuals began to enter the clothing store. More and more specters surged in, as if intent on filling the modest establishment to capacity. Chapter 59. The hidden ghost before the flashlight was extinguished. Yang Jian had already beheld a gathering of pallid figures outside the clothing store, each emanating a putrid stench. These individuals were the very ones who had earlier besieged Boss Tang, Master Luo, and Manager Li. Having vanished moments ago, they had now reappeared in their entirety. The sheer number had effectively sealed off all possible exits. Even an ordinary person would find it utterly impossible to escape from this dire situation. In such a cramped and crowded space, no one could guarantee their safety from sudden attacks. So many? This exceeds my capabilities. Quickly lie down. We must leave this place, Yinli urged, panic evident in his voice. No, don't lie down. Something is amiss, Yang Jian replied, his expression shifting as he hurriedly activated the flashlight on his phone. Under its beam, 7 or 8 figures had already entered the clothing store, with more continuously pouring in. Though their movements were slow, it wouldn't be long before they reached them, encircling them completely. Why not just lie down? Wouldn't that prevent them from attacking us? Yinli questioned. That was before, but things have changed. What we saw earlier were not true ghosts. They adhered to a predictable pattern of attack. When someone lay down, they lost their target and would then withdraw, only to return later. But now, look around. We are not facing away from them, yet these ghosts still approach. Do you not understand what that implies? What are you trying to say? Yinli and Oppos' brow glistened with sweat. Yang Jian scanned the crowd. The genuine ghost is hidden among these people, and it is not the mannequin you are grasping. I suspect this mannequin is merely the ghost and Oppos' initial form. It must have transitioned to another body. The corpse in that changing room behind us serves as irrefutable evidence. If the ghost were indeed the mannequin you hold, you would have suppressed its power, and these corpses would have no reason to remain animated. Why are you only saying this now? Yinli and Oppos' eyes narrowed, and he quickly retracted his hand, ceasing to utilize the ghostly power. The blood-soaked mannequin, towering at 2 meters, instantly lost its ability to move, collapsing to the floor in a shattered heap, devoid of further sound. Yang Jian and Oppos' conjecture proved correct. This peculiar mannequin was indeed not a true ghost. However, at that moment, a throng of putrid figures had drawn near, their cold, expressionless faces exuding an eerie stillness, resembling a procession of the undead, yet far more terrifying. For among these individuals lurked a true ghost. We and Oppos, redoomed, utterly doomed. This ghost has ensnared us. This clothing store is a trap. The conspicuous mannequin is merely bait, designed to lure us in. Yin Li's face drained of color, revealing a look of despair. Even as a ghost master, he could not rely solely on the power of the ghost to force his way out. He would either meet his demise at the hands of the resurrected ghost or fall victim to this very ghost. Every path led to a dead end. Stop with the defeatist talk. We aren't dead yet. Follow me, but under no circumstances use the ghostly power. Yang Jian gritted his teeth, seizing Yin Li's arm. A surge of crimson light radiated from him. 5 ghostly eyes opened wide. The red glow enveloped the surrounding 3 to 4 meters, enveloping Yin Li as well. His ghost domain had unfolded. In this state, failing to utilize the ghost domain would equate to a certain death. Escaping by brute force was inconceivable. The same held true for Yin Li. Under the crimson light, it felt as if they had separated from reality. The approaching ghost walked through their bodies without making contact. The immediate threat was temporarily alleviated. This is the ghost domain? How is this possible? Your ability is a ghost domain. Yin Li gazed at Yang Jian, astonished, as if he had encountered a ghost for the first time. Is the ghost domain that special? Yang Jian replied with a sidelong glance. Not just special, it and Oppos' exceedingly rare. Ghosts possessing a ghost domain are particularly fearsome and beyond the control of ghost masters. Attempting to force control would result in immediate death due to the ghost's revival. Yin Li continued to stare at Yang Jian in shock. Moreover, the capabilities of a ghost domain were regarded as an insurmountable challenge by ghost masters. Entering a ghost domain signified a severance of retreat. The only escape lay in imprisoning the ghost within. But could that even be accomplished? It was utterly impossible. For entities with ghost domains were typically of A-class disaster level, a caliber of ghost that could instill despair in all ghost masters globally. Yang Jian regarded him with utmost seriousness. This is not the time for such discussions. We have 3 minutes, merely 3 minutes, to locate the genuine ghost among these corpses and confine it within your golden box, or we must flee. His limit was 5 minutes. Yet he prudently allocated 2 minutes for their escape. With the ghost domain, it is indeed possible to leave at will. Yin Li and Amp, Apos, S expression brightened, indicating he grasped a fragment of the ghost domain and Amp, Apos, S power. This enigmatic presence was somewhat familiar to ghost masters. However, as he observed the multitude of bizarre and crimson eyes sprouting from Yang Jian and Apos, S body and head, his fleeting joy morphed into dread. These eyes casually roamed, glancing at Yin Li, sending a chill down his spine. He sensed that if the ghost within Yang Jian were to awaken, it would herald a catastrophic calamity. Let us commence our search. Yang Jian and Amp, Apos, S phone began counting down. He and Yin Li maneuvered through the layers of corpses, reaching the heart of the gathering. Enveloped in the red light, they maintained a distance from direct contact with the ghosts. Perhaps due to their presence within the ghost domain, the ghost lost its target. At that moment, all the corpses stood motionless, rigidly frozen in the clothing store. Yang Jian and Yin Li frantically scrutinized each body, discerning which might conceal the true ghost. The ghost had to be among them. They had to find it within 3 minutes, or this endeavor would yield devastating losses. Yang Jian mentally calculated. Having activated the ghost domain, they could not squander this opportunity. Yet, which among these was the authentic ghost? Was it the severely decayed female corpse? The man with the swapped head? Or perhaps Lu Chang and Apos, S body? Or the male corpse bearing Wei Xiaohong and Apos, S visage? Each possibility warranted consideration. No, we cannot rely on guesswork. With so many corpses, speculation is futile. Yin Li, your use of ghostly power has been too frequent. If you attempt to rely on your abilities, you will surely perish from the ghost and Apos. S revival, Yang Jian cautioned, seeking confirmation. To be honest, I am nearing my limit. In my current state, I can only attempt 3 more times. After that, I might die, Yin Li admitted, uncertainty clouding his expression. 3 attempts. Yang Jian contemplated, forming a rough assessment. But at that moment, one of the corpses stirred. All the others remained still, yet this single corpse began to move. It was dressed in a suit, with the head of a middle-aged woman protruding from its neck. Perhaps due to Yang Jian and Amp, Apos, S presence within the ghost domain, it abandoned its intent to attack, turning to leave. It must be her, Yin Li exclaimed. Let us see if it is, Yang Jian replied, retracting the red light and releasing the ghost domain. With a resolute expression, Yin Li seized the corpse. Crimson lifeblood seeped from his gauntlet, incessantly merging into the cadaver. From the corpse and Amp, Apos, S eyes, neck, and mouth, blood flowed unremittingly. She remained motionless, seemingly constrained. Had he succeeded? Yang Jian watched with bated breath. Chapter 60. The capture to uncover the real ghost among the myriad of bizarre corpses filling the shop was no small feat. They lacked the resources to explore each option individually, as controlling malevolent spirits was an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Each attempt would inevitably shorten their own lifespans. When the moment to act arrived, not only courage was required, but also immense resolve. Yang Jian possessed that courage, while Yin Li harbored the necessary determination. Thus, they chose action over retreat. Blood seeped through Yin Li and Amp, Apos, S hands into the body of a middle-aged woman clad in a suit. The blood seemed inexhaustible. And as it flowed into this corpse, the first to stir, it appeared to freeze, succumbing to silence. The other corpses around them also seemed to lose their capacity for movement, standing rigidly in place. This phenomenon suggested that the true ghost lay hidden within this body. Yet, was this truly the case? Yang Jian was uncertain, and even Yin Li himself could not ascertain the truth. Was this corpse indeed the ghost? Yin Li's expression was grave. I cannot say for certain. However, it appears to be this body. The blood I wield can only suppress the ghost. It cannot determine if it is truly a ghost. Furrowing his brow deeply, Yang Jian observed the dim and silent surroundings. Aside from the blood that continually trickled from the corpse in Yin Li and Amp, Apos' grip, no anomalies presented themselves. Everything seemed to have momentarily halted. Yet, this silent suspension was the most terrifying scenario, as Yin Li could not identify whether the corpse was genuinely a ghost. Should this stalemate persist, a wrong guess would inevitably lead to his demise. Every passing second meant a loss for them, while the true ghost had ample time to toy with them. Yang Jian. What now? You must devise a means to confirm whether this is indeed a ghost. If it is, we must confine it within a box, Yin Li urged, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He began to feel the blood flowing from his hands becoming increasingly uncontrollable. Meanwhile, Yang Jian hastily contemplated the myriad details. If this corpse were not the ghost, then the ghost must still be concealed here. If the ghost intentionally remained motionless, allowing Yin Li to squander his power, it would be tantamount to indirect murder. Conversely, if this corpse truly was the ghost, the others would have no reason to remain utterly unresponsive. A bait. This initially animated corpse was highly likely just a decoy. Like fishing, one must first present bait to lure the fish. Yet, if they misjudged this situation, they would forfeit a prime opportunity to capture the ghost. Weighing the options, Yang Jian ultimately opted for the more favorable probability. In his heart, he made a bold conjecture. This corpse was not the ghost. Gritting his teeth, he immediately declared, "We must retreat and relinquish this opportunity." What? Retreat? Yin Li was taken aback by Yang Jian and Amp, Apos' unexpected pronouncement. To retreat implied that this endeavor would culminate in failure, wasting a chance to confront a malevolent spirit. This corpse cannot possibly be the ghost. If she truly were, the other corpses would not remain standing, motionless. Sometimes, perfection reveals the greatest flaw. Retreating now? If you fall victim to the ghost's revival, the situation could spiral out of control, Yang Jian insisted earnestly, tinged with urgency. But Yin Li hesitated, unwilling to gamble. There are no and Apos, buts, and Apos, retreat. Yang Jian commanded sharply. You have no choice. If you do not withdraw, I shall leave immediately. My ghost domain has a limited duration. Prolonging this only endangers us all. Damn it, I will trust you this once, Yin Li relented begrudgingly, halting the blood that had been gushing from his hands and releasing the corpse. Do not turn your back on the other bodies. Come this way, Yang Jian instructed, his gaze sharp. I understand. Yin Li chose to abandon this action and began to retreat cautiously. Slowly, Yang Jian added. Yin Li meticulously backed away, and as he did, the suited corpse of the middle-aged woman suddenly seemed to lose its support, collapsing to the ground in a grotesque posture. The head rolled off, as if severed from the neck, tumbling several times before coming to rest. Having been saturated with Yin Li's blood, this corpse lost its eerie vitality, reverting to a mere lifeless body. However, its fall did not affect the others, which remained eerily upright, motionless, and unnaturally balanced despite their severe decay. Your deduction was correct. She is not a ghost, Yin Li exclaimed in astonishment and fury, realizing he had been deceived by this specter. Yet, just as he was about to retreat into the ghost domain, one of the other corpses suddenly moved. Its head spun around at an alarming speed, locking eyes with him. Its lifeless gaze penetrating. An arm shot out, seizing Yin Li and Amp, Apos' own. With a soft crack, Yin Li and Amp, Apos' arm was effortlessly wrenched away, the severed end devoid of blood, only revealing raw, crimson flesh. A ghost. Yin Li gasped, realizing the abnormality of the corpse and Apos' movement. Yet the next unfolding scene filled him with profound dread. The true ghost proceeded to detach its other arm, intent on replacing Yin Li's severed limb as though assembling a puzzle. Yang Jian, quickly, stop it. We cannot allow it to take my arm. It harbors the ghost's blood. The consequences would be unimaginable, Yin Li shouted in desperation, trembling uncontrollably. His earlier conjecture had proven accurate. This was a trap. Both he and Yang Jian were prey to this ghost, whose intent was to acquire a superior vessel. Human corpses would decay and soon become unusable, compelling this ghost to perpetually swap bodies and heads. However, the body of a ghost controller was different, as it concealed the essence of the true ghost. Once the ghost commandeered a ghost controller's body, the terror would multiply exponentially. For a ghost does not die. Before Yin Li could finish his warning, a flash of crimson light darted before him. The ghost vanished, leaving his severed arm on the ground. I and Apos, V got you now. You conceal yourself quite well, but having entered my ghost domain, you shall not escape unless I perish, Yang Jian sneered coldly. Within the ghost domain, a single corpse stood before him, motionless, its head still twisted at a 180-degree angle. Yet Yang Jian understood that the genuine ghost resided within this very body. Chapter 61. Successful imprisonment. The surrounding scenery and buildings appeared as familiar as those in a shopping mall. Yet, this entire world seemed to be painted in blood. Every object shrouded in a faint crimson hue. The ghost realm, though seemingly small, expanded infinitely once entered, resembling an alternate dimension existing between reality and illusion. Even Yang Jian, the one possessing the ghost realm, could not decipher its true form. At this moment, however, a corpse stood before Yang Jian. This was a body that had lost an arm, its head grotesquely twisted at a 180-degree angle. Yang Jian recognized it. It belonged to one of Master Luo and Appo's disciples. A man in his 30s, appearing quite youthful. Indeed, the ghost favored the freshest of corpses, discarding those that were decayed or mismatched. However, it could not be ruled out that it possessed the ability to occupy any corpse at will. If that were the case, no matter how formidable Yanli might be, capturing it would be impossible unless all bodies were simultaneously restrained. Yet, confining it within the ghost realm was a different matter. It was the only method to prevent this ghost from escaping. Yanli and Appo's decision to collaborate with me was indeed wise. I had not squandered the opportunity to utilize Yanli as bait. Yang Jian's gaze flickered as he glanced at the countdown on his phone. 2 minutes and 40 seconds had already elapsed. Nonetheless, it mattered little. The ghost had been located, and its limit was 5 minutes. As long as the ghost could be successfully imprisoned, even if it extended to the 5-minute mark, it would bear no consequence. However, the present moment was the most perilous. Yang Jian inhaled slightly. Previously, he had only faced a corpse manipulated by a ghost, but now he was confronting a genuine ghost. The corpse before him did not remain still. Perhaps its hiding had been discerned by Yang Jian. Its head, like a clockwork mechanism, slowly turned to face him, returning to a normal position before fully turning around. Its ashen eyes, devoid of emotion, stared blankly at Yang Jian, creating an unsettling sensation akin to a lifeless puppet merely observing him. Yet, Yang Jian was no stranger to ghosts. He had encountered even more terrifying entities before. Inwardly, he remained resilient. Suddenly, the ghost sprang into action. It moved with astonishing speed, the fresh corpse sprinting toward Yang Jian at an inhuman velocity, reaching him in mere seconds. It extended its remaining hand, not to seize Yang Jian and Appo's head, but to grasp the eye upon the back of his hand, the eye of the ghost. You seek to assemble a body entirely comprised of malevolent spirits? Thus, you incessantly change your vessel. Are you in search of a suitable form? Yang Jian remained motionless, neither evading nor retreating. It seemed this ghost possessed significant potential for growth, should it successfully collect a body constructed from the amalgamation of spirits. Its terror could reach a catastrophic level. Yet, regrettably, its own level of horror was not particularly high. At that moment, Yang Jian evaded the ghost's grasp. The ghostly eye on the back of his hand seemingly on the verge of being forcibly removed. However, in the next instant, he vanished. Yang Jian reappeared a short distance behind the ghost. I am grateful to have contained a ghost that could pose an immense threat in the future, though I am still uncertain whether ghosts possess intellect. He endeavored to extract useful information from the ghost and Appo's actions, intentions, and existence, amplifying the results of this encounter. Yet, the ghost remained unresponsive, standing rigidly in place. Since communication was impossible, the only course of action was to imprison this terrifying entity. Yang Jian dared not be overconfident. Despite being within the ghost realm, Yanli, it is your turn to act. With the red light enveloping the clothing store, Yang Jian and Appo's figure materialized, accompanied by the corpse. Yanli had already reattached the arm previously taken by the ghost. The means by which he accomplished this a mystery. Perhaps it was the ability of the spirit residing within him. Are you certain this is the same corpse? Upon seeing Yang Jian's sudden appearance, Yanli's eyelids twitched, and he immediately inquired. I have confined it within the ghost realm. Have any other corpses moved during this time? Yang Jian asked. Well, no, Yanli replied, glancing at the other corpses, confirming their stillness. However, I wish to reconfirm. If I make another mistake, you know my situation. Yang Jian stated, it is a matter of urgency. There is no if. If we can successfully imprison this ghost, you could retire early, couldn't you? A treasure worth 100 million is enough for you to depart this world without regret, and the same applies to me. You're right. Yanli gritted his teeth and stepped into the ghost realm. The ghost realm was not a domain he could enter freely. It required Yang Jian's permission. However, the moment Yanli stepped inside, his presence seemed to threaten the ghost. Instantly, a vague silhouette emerged from the corpse. Its height and size fluctuated rapidly, morphing to match Yang Jian and Appo's stature and physique, yet the ghostly figure remained headless. A headless specter. Is this the true form of the ghost? No wonder every corpse in Appo's head decayed the fastest. It lacked a head. Yang Jian, its target is you, Yanli shouted urgently. Before he could finish, the ghostly figure lunged forward, as if seeking to merge with him. Whether it was Yang Jian's inability to react in time or the ghost's uncanny movements, the ghostly figure swiftly integrated into Yang Jian and Appo's body. He stood frozen. Is this for real? Yanli and Appo's eyes narrowed, his heart tightening. After such prolonged contact, he had grasped the ghost and Appo's abilities. This was a specter capable of usurping human bodies, not just human forms, but anything else as well. If Yang Jian were to lose his body at this moment, it would spell disaster. What are you surprised about? The ghost merely possessed a lifeless mannequin. It appears even ghosts can be deceived. Yang Jian and Appo's voice resonated, and he was uncertain when he had approached from the side. He bore no injuries, while the individual previously possessed flickered slightly with the crimson glow, transforming into a mere mannequin. Is this the power of the unresolvable ghost realm? Yanli gazed in astonishment at Yang Jian's sudden appearance. He suspected that even this version of Yang Jian might be an illusion. However, regardless of its authenticity, he could not discern the truth. The ghost realm could warp reality at will. Only that which Yang Jian deemed real held truth. Time is running out. If you do not act, I shall leave, Yang Jian declared. I understand. Yanli snapped back to reality, hastily advancing. With just a single step, he found himself before the mannequin. Could distance be reduced as well? Yanli disregarded the enigma of the ghost realm, grasping the mannequin. Blood seeped from his gloved hands, swiftly merging with the figure. Thud, thud, thud. The ghostly blood capable of restraining other spirits came into contact with the true ghost, and one by one, the corpses within the clothing store collapsed. The heads and bodies separated, akin to a meticulously arranged set of blocks being toppled all at once. Success. Congratulations. You have indeed apprehended the genuine specter. Your prowess is remarkable. I could only contain it, not fully restrain it. Yang Jian remarked with a glance. Yanli responded with a wry smile. Don and Appo's jest. Your unparalleled ghost domain is truly terrifying. Unless I physically seize a ghost, I am virtually useless. Should I fail to restrain it, I would not even have the chance to escape. However, if we could collaborate, capturing a ghost would become considerably easier. He then cast another glance at Yang Jian. Indeed, their abilities complemented each other to some extent. Subsequently, Yanli felt a tinge of regret. His time was running out, and he would not live much longer. Had he met Yang Jian sooner, perhaps the situation would have been more favorable. Then again, Yang Jian was a mere student not long ago. His tenure as a ghost controller was also brief. Let us postpone the idle chatter. It has been nearly 4 minutes. You would not want me to succumb to the resurgence of the vengeful spirit, would you? Hurry and confine it, Yang Jian urged. Wait a moment. It is not yet time, Yanli replied. Upon hearing this, Yang Jian could only exercise further patience. Approximately 10 seconds later, the spectral blood that Yanli had permeated was ample enough. The artificial plastic mannequin began to gradually dissolve. Indeed, it was an undeniable sight. The spectral blood seeped out from every joint of the mannequin, gradually inundating its entire form. Subsequently, it began to liquefy. The spectral shadow affixed to it seemed to dissolve as well. Blood flowed across the floor, forming a pool of crimson, affecting the surrounding ghost domain. Yanli then crouched down once more and placed his hand upon the pool of blood. The blood seemed to be absorbed back into his body. The blood rapidly diminished, eventually leaving only a small puddle. However, within that puddle of blood, the outline of a headless figure writhed. It reached out, contorting its body, attempting to escape from the pool of blood. Alas, it was to no avail. The blood acted as shackles, firmly confining it. Now is the time, Yanli declared, retrieving the heavy, gold-crafted box. Although not large, it was more than sufficient to contain the small puddle of blood. The blood wriggled on the ground, as if imbued with life, carrying the trapped headless spectral shadow into the box. Clack! The box was sealed shut, fitting together seamlessly. However, Yan Li felt uneasy and retrieved golden aluminum foil, wrapping it several times, leaving no gaps. This is merely a preliminary confinement. It is necessary to melt the gold foil on the package and completely seal the opening. This way, the ghost will never escape. Otherwise, even if only a small gap remains, the ghost may break free. Other ghost controllers have suffered such losses in the past. Having completed all of this, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Is that so? I have gained knowledge, Yang Jian remarked, having committed these steps to memory. Gold alone is insufficient. It must be sealed, leaving no openings. Now that you have successfully confined this ghost, what do you intend to do next? If you do not mind, I would like to temporarily keep this box in my custody. What are your thoughts? He then slowly inquired. Chapter 62. A fruitful collaboration. With the successful containment of the specter, the collaborative endeavor between Yang Jian and Yan Li reached its conclusion. The subsequent phase involved the pursuit of individual gains. The solitary box presented a point of contention, as Yang Jian saw no justification for Yan Li to retain possession. Once separated, mutual recognition would cease to exist, and in this era, debtors often held the upper hand. Yang Jian, what is the implication of your words? Do you believe I would selfishly hoard this object? Yan Li inquired, his brow furrowed as he regarded Yang Jian. This item will remain in my custody temporarily. Subsequently, I will disseminate information within the club, attracting potential buyers. We shall jointly engage in the transaction, dividing the proceeds equally and sharing pertinent details. I assure you, I will neither exploit nor disadvantage you. Yang Jian countered, if that is the case, why not entrust it to me? You can liaise with prospective buyers and then contact me. I will present the item at that time. Are you concerned that I might abscond? So, there is no room for negotiation? Yan Li questioned. He was taken aback that this young man, fresh from resolving the supernatural incident, was already broaching the subject of profits. If you cannot provide me with assurance, I deem further discussion unnecessary. Yang Jian responded earnestly, your lack of trust in me mirrors my lack of trust in you. Enough. I was the one who physically confined the ghost. Yan Li exclaimed. I saved you. Twice, Yang Jian stated calmly. Yan Li retorted with indignation. You dare mention saving me? When you directed me into the spectral domain, you were clearly using me as bait to lure the ghost. You couldn't discern which of those corpses was the actual ghost. Otherwise, you could have instantly brought me into the spectral domain. You knowingly let me retreat slowly. Do you realize that your actions nearly resulted in my demise? Yang Jian fixed his gaze upon him and said, because you were the only viable bait. Otherwise, the capture would have undoubtedly failed. I acted in the interest of the greater good. Why else would you be standing here arguing with me? Furthermore, with my spectral domain, I could have rescued you in an instant. I am confident in my ability to ensure your survival. Can you reciprocate that confidence in my survival? What if I insist on taking this box with me today? Yan Li asked, his face hardening. He was adamant about not relinquishing the hard-earned object to Yang Jian. Are you certain that the box in your possession is genuine? Yang Jian inquired, his eyes narrowing slightly. Do you comprehend spectral domains? Yan Li's eyelids twitched, and he instinctively glanced at the object in his hand. He was instantly startled. The golden box had inexplicably transformed into a decaying human head. Almost reflexively, he flung the head away. When did you switch it? Yan Li asked, both shocked and enraged. Care to guess? Yang Jian replied. Within the spectral domain, only what I perceive is real. Otherwise, everything you see could be an illusion. So, an intriguing question arises. What do you consider real? What your eyes see, what your hands touch, or what your nose smells? When all of that is false, you will realize that the entire world is false. And that is the essence of illusion. A fascinating ability, wouldn't it, amp, oppose, do you agree? Impossible. Your spectral domain is also a manifestation of a specter and amp, oppose, S power. It shouldn't amp, oppose, T effect gold. That is a universally acknowledged fact among exorcists, Yan Li said through gritted teeth. Yang Jian countered, if I cannot affect the gold, can I not affect your perception? Do you truly believe that what you discarded was a human head? Could it be? Yan Li's heart skipped a beat, and he hastily retrieved the head he had thrown away. Can you be certain that the head you are now holding is the same one you discarded earlier? Yang Jian continued, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. After the task was completed, you were unwilling to trust me, and I was unwilling to trust you. The box cannot be divided. Although your contribution was significant, mine was no less so. I was the first to discern the ghost and oppose, S patterns, and locate it. As he spoke, a golden box inexplicably materialized in his hand. It was the very one Yinli had used to confine the headless ghost. If Yang Jian held the box, then what Yinli held was a genuine human head. Damn it, Yinli cursed inwardly. He swiftly discarded the head he had picked up once more. His mind was now clouded with doubt, unable to distinguish between reality and illusion within the spectral domain. Simultaneously, he felt a sense of relief, as if he was grateful that Yang Jian was not a true specter. Otherwise, how could this ghost be contained? It would have wiped them out in an instant. I concede. I am no match for you. You dictate the terms. What do you want? You don and amp. Oppose. T intend to take it all, do you? Yinli asked. If Yang Jian chose to take everything, he would be powerless to stop him. Yang Jian replied, although we had some disagreements regarding the distribution of profits, I am, after all, a man of principle. If one lacks a moral compass, what distinguishes them from a ghost? Therefore, the previous agreement stands. But the box will remain in my custody. You will be responsible for contacting potential buyers, but I will handle the negotiations. How does that sound? Do I have the leverage to negotiate? Yinli asked. I suppose I have no choice but to agree. Maintaining the collaborative relationship was already a cause for gratitude. Had he encountered a more ruthless individual, he would have been left with nothing. Excellent. Call me when the transaction is arranged, but refrain from unnecessary calls. I am quite busy. Furthermore, a fruitful collaboration. He retrieved a pen from his pocket, wrote down his phone number, and placed it on the ground. Having done all that, the surrounding crimson light dissipated. Yang Jian vanished as well. He left the spectral domain? Yinli surveyed his surroundings, his gaze landing on the human head on the ground. It was not a human head at all, but a package of instant noodles. His least favorite original flavor, and oppose, fruitful collaboration, and oppose, my foot. This unsolvable spectral domain. Yinli clenched his fists, feeling a surge of helplessness. They were both exorcists. So why was Yang Jian so fortunate as to possess such terrifying abilities? It was unfair. Fortunate? If Yang Jian knew his thoughts, he would surely find them amusing. He would gladly forego this fortune. Had he not become an exorcist and received the human skin paper's warning, they would have been annihilated. Would Yinli have survived in that scenario? Yang Jian did not immediately leave the shopping mall. He had not forgotten about one person, Jiang Yan. Sister Jiang Yan. You and Oppose. Not dead, are you? There and Oppose. No sound on the phone either. Yang Jian materialized inside the surveillance room. His spectral domain was still active. At that moment, Jiang Yan was clutching a phone that had been disconnected due to unpaid bills, huddled in a corner, her head buried in her knees, sobbing softly. She had resigned herself to despair. Yang Jian and Yinli had entered the clothing store and never emerged. She assumed they had perished inside. The spectral domain could not be captured by the surveillance cameras. Jiang Yan was emotionally shattered. If Yang Jian was dead, what would become of her? The ghost was still outside. If she ventured out, she would surely die. However, upon hearing Yang Jian's voice, she abruptly stopped sobbing and lifted her head. Seeing Yang Jian appear before her, she excitedly stood up and lunged forward, exclaiming, I thought you were dead. I'm so glad you're okay. Ouch. Instead of a warm embrace. Jiang Yan passed right through Yang Jian and Oppo's body and fell to the ground, her nose bleeding. Sister, why the commotion? I thought you were going to attack me. Yang Jian regarded her with perplexity, inquiring, Are you human, or are you a ghost? Jiang Yan lifted her head, gazing at Yang Jian with trepidation. She was certain she had just traversed through him, indeed, passing directly face to face. I have no desire to elucidate matters beyond your comprehension. Your task is complete. It is time for you to depart. Yang Jian seized her wrist, and in an instant, the two dematerialized from that location. Chapter 63. Departure. Yang Jian and Yinli collaborated successfully to contain and imprison the ghost that had been haunting them all. Although this specter could merely be classified as a C-grade threat, it proved more formidable than anticipated. Not only did they need to decipher the ghost's behavioral patterns and uncover its true form, but they also had to devise methods to restrain it. A moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. The moment the ghost attempted to seize Yinli's arm, Yang Jian was engulfed in a cold sweat. Had it not been for their prior preparations and swift reactions, both he and Yinli would have met an untimely end. Are you still busy? I thought you had already departed, Yang Jian remarked as he exited the mall, spotting several staff members outside. Approaching them, he inquired, How is the situation inside? Yang Jian replied, This incident has been resolved satisfactorily. There will be no further unusual occurrences in this mall. His expression hardened slightly. We have retrieved one of the missing persons, As for the rest, you understand." He gestured to Yang Jian, who appeared disheveled and somewhat haggard. Yet her eyes sparkled with the joy of having survived a harrowing ordeal. "There is no longer any danger inside. At least, that is my belief. As for future matters, I must attend to some obligations and cannot linger. Should you require assistance with the investigation, feel free to contact me." "Thank you for your hard work. I will take care of the subsequent matters," she responded. Yang Jian nodded, leaving his contact information before departing. "Where are you going?" Jiang Yin hurriedly followed him. "Why are you following me? You've already left the mall. If you are unoccupied now, you should return home. Your family must be worried sick after your disappearance." "Do not cling to me," Yang Jian said. Jiang Yin replied, a hint of grievance in her tone. "Don't say that. I have already promised to be your girlfriend. You cannot just abandon me. Are you trying to take advantage of me? Who asked you to become my girlfriend?" Yang Jian's eyelids twitched. "Didn't we have a good conversation in the restroom? Also, please do not call me big sister." "I'm still quite young," Jiang Yin retorted. "How old are you?" Yang Jian asked, scrutinizing her. 25. No, actually 24. 25 is my nominal age." "How about that?" "I am still quite youthful," she said, tilting her chin with a hint of pride, as though being your girlfriend was a privilege. "I apologize. But I am only 18. At most, I am 19 by nominal standards," Yang Jian replied. "So, you should humbly accept the title of big sister. The fact that I have not called you Anne is already giving you face. I am, in fact, very polite. What do you think, Sister Jiang?" Jiang Yin felt a chill run down her spine. In terms of age, she had no sense of accomplishment. She had assumed Yang Jian was in his mid-20s, which explained why he had called her big sister upon their first meeting. In his presence, she indeed felt like the elder. "Little brother, I am immensely grateful for your help today. I owe you a great deal," suddenly exclaimed Boss Tang, rushing over and grasping Yang Jian and Amp Appos' hand with heartfelt appreciation as he prepared to leave. Yang Jian smiled and replied, "I merely did my duty. You flatter me, boss." "Oh, not at all. You saved my life, little brother. Here is my card. If you need assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask," Boss Tang insisted, handing Yang Jian a business card. "Hey, Tang Yin, your work here is not yet finished. You still need to accompany us for further procedures," a staff member called out. Coming. My apologies, brother. I will just say a few more words," Boss Tang said, turning back to Yang Jian. "Little brother, I hope for your continued support. I am Tang Yin. Please feel free to visit my company nearby. I would love to treat you to a meal sometime." Yang Jian felt a sense of admiration. Boss Tang truly understood the art of forging connections, displaying a far-reaching vision compared to others. It was no wonder he was the owner, while that man surnamed Li could only be a manager. "Very well, I will make time to visit Boss Tang." Yang Jian accepted the business card, recognizing the potential value of expanding his network. After all, Boss Tang was a wealthy man, should he ever find himself in need. He believed Boss Tang would be more than willing to assist. However, where to go next? At the intersection, Yang Jian found himself at a loss. Home. That was a jest. His house was haunted. No matter how brave he considered himself, he would not dare to reside there. It would be deadly. Thus, he would have to find a temporary refuge until Yan Li located a buyer for the ghost. But first, he needed to seal this entity away. Yang Jian produced a box wrapped in gold foil. This was not mere foil, but gold leaf. Though the box was small, it felt heavy, weighing several kilograms. Who could have imagined that within this solid gold container lay a ghost? "Where are you going? Don't you have a car? Why not drive?" Jiang Yin asked, having followed him. "I am just a common person. I do not possess a car, not even a bicycle," Yang Jian replied. "By the way, why are you still following me, sister?" Jiang Yin smiled, narrowing her eyes. "You didn't have a car before, but you do now. Don't you remember earning 8 million from that Master Luo? He didn't have enough cash and offered you a car as collateral, along with some jade and watches. I saw it all clearly in the monitoring room." Her words reminded him. Indeed, he had acquired a car. Yang Jian checked his pocket and found a collection of small items, including a car key. He pressed the button, and among the vehicles parked along the roadside, a muscular SUV lit up. "You struck gold. This is an imported vehicle worth nearly 5 million. Master Luo must be suffering a great loss," Jiang Yin exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with recognition. "I would rather sell this car for cash. Otherwise, I will have to return it to Master Luo," Yang Jian stated. "Come on. You cannot sell it yet. The ownership has not been transferred," Jiang Yin said, linking her arm with Yang Jian and Amp Appos' and leading him forward. "Big sister, we are not that close, are we?" Yang Jian questioned. You saved my life. That is enough. How about coming to my apartment for a meal? It's just around the corner, Jiang Yin beamed. I can't shake the feeling that your gaze is somewhat unsettling. As if you intend to devour me instead of merely sharing a meal. However, if you allow me to stay for a while, I will accept your invitation. But let me clarify beforehand. I will not pay rent or for meals, Yang Jian replied. Fine, you have a deal. Let us hurry, Jiang Yin seemed determined, suddenly exuding warmth. Unlike a typical young girl, she was a working woman, an accountant, fully aware of the type of partner she desired. After the supernatural events, she felt it imperative to secure a connection with Yang Jian for her future. Otherwise, should another incident occur, she doubted she would survive. The world had irrevocably changed. Jiang Yin tightly embraced Yang Jian and Amp, Oppo's arm, convinced that over time, he would surely develop feelings for her. Soon, Yang Jian drove the powerful SUV down the road. In the passenger seat, Jiang Yin leaned against the window, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Through the glass, she observed the young man at the wheel. Though he was somewhat younger, what did that matter? Jiang Yin mused inwardly. Yet, in the next moment, suddenly, Yang Jian and Amp, Oppo's hand shot up, gripping Jiang Yin and Oppo's neck with such force that it nearly deprived her of breath. Cough, cough, what are you doing? Jiang Yin instinctively struggled. The driving Yang Jian turned to face her. I seem to have overlooked something. Does the ghost in the mall have a head or not? If it does not, all is well, but if it does, where is the ghost and Oppo's head located? How would I know? Can and Oppo's, do you be a little gentler? Jiang Yin replied. I apologize for my suspicion. However, I must reconfirm, Yang Jian stated. I do not wish to be taken by surprise at the last moment by that ghost. He eased his grip slightly, his palm carefully examining her neck once more to ascertain whether she had undergone a head swap. Next time, could you at least inform me beforehand? I and Amp, Oppo's, am not uncooperative, Jiang Yin complained softly. Yet, she dared not resist Yang Jian and Amp, Oppo's inquiry, for he alone possessed the ability to confront the supernatural. When it came to paranormal matters, she would comply unconditionally, as she certainly wished to remain unharmed. As Yang Jian and Oppo's hand traversed her neck, he repeatedly confirmed that aside from the delicate, smooth skin, there was no evidence of a head swap. This indicated that during his absence from the surveillance room, Jiang Yin had not encountered any issues. It's not you. Perhaps I am being overly suspicious, Yang Jian remarked. Jiang Yin pouted. Could you refrain from being so brusque? Okay, here's a refined version of the text you provided, with unnecessary elements removed and the language enhanced. Chapter 64. Inquiry. Excuse me, could you weld this for me? Just a simple, rough job will suffice, Yang Jian requested, parking his car in front of an aluminum window shop that was still open. He wanted the gold box sealed shut. As the proprietor began welding, the gold leaf melted, revealing a startling sight, streaks of crimson blood. What is this? It and Amp, Oppo's bleeding? The owner exclaimed, taken aback. It and Amp, Oppo's chicken blood, used for warding off evil, Yang Jian fabricated. I see, the owner replied, satisfied with the explanation and eager to earn his pay. Indeed, without sealing it, the ghost and Oppo's power would seep out. Fortunately, Yin Li and Oppo's residual ghost pressure is suppressing it, but such suppression cannot be sustained indefinitely. Once the blood is exhausted, the ghost will undoubtedly resurface. Only by sealing the gap can we achieve a permanent solution, Yang Jian mused inwardly. He acted with prudence, promptly having the box welded shut. Had he delayed, the ghost might have escaped. After paying, Yang Jian retrieved the box and returned to his car. What is that? It looks like gold. Is it important? Jiang Yin inquired curiously. Some things are better left unasked. It and Oppo's of great importance to me, Yang Jian stated. Jiang Yin, an astute woman, sensed Yang Jian's seriousness and refrained from further questions. Soon, the car entered a residential complex. Come in, make yourself at home. It's just a bachelor pad I rent. I live alone, so you and Amp, Oppo's, welcome to stay as long as you like, Jiang Yin offered. I want and Amp, Oppo's, be staying long. I and Amp, Oppo's, be gone in a few days. Also, keep my affairs confidential. Speaking about them one and Amp, Oppo's, benefit you, Yang Jian cautioned. His primary concern was Jiang Yin divulging information about the gold box, currently his most prized possession. I and Oppo's, am going to take a shower. Make yourself at home, Yang Jian said. Jiang Yin was taken aback. Shouldn't and Oppo's, I be the one saying that? Could I borrow your car to buy some groceries? I haven't had dinner yet, Jiang Jian asked. Sure, I'm a bit hungry myself. Just bring me back some fried rice with egg, Yang Jian replied. All right, enjoy your shower. I and Oppos. I'll be back soon, Jiang Jian chirped, grabbing the car keys and heading out. As Yang Jian watched her leave, he contemplated the situation. Her presence, at least for the time being, was and Oppos, detrimental, and he had confirmed that she was and Oppos, a ghost. Having someone to take care of daily life would be a relief. Of course, in exchange, he would be responsible for her safety, at least during their cohabitation. If gold can indeed suppress ghosts, then the demand for gold will surge globally, driving up prices. Yanli mentioned that gold prices have been rising rapidly. With over 10 million in cash on hand, I could try investing in gold. I Don and Amp, Oppos, need to make a fortune, but 1 million or 2 would be nice. I and Amp, Oppos, asked Jiang Jian about it later. Being an accountant, she should know about finance. While showering, Yang Jian gazed at the sealed gold box, contemplating his next steps. Securing a method to suppress the resurrection of vengeful spirits remained his top priority, followed by clarifying his position and identity. Should I become a free-spirited exorcist, joining that club, or willingly accept recruitment as a city supervisor? Yang Jian and Oppos' gaze shifted. This decision is crucial and depends on the risks and benefits. Only by understanding the situation and comparing options can I make the right choice. After some thought, he dialed the headquarters of the exorcists. Lu Xiaoyu, the operator, answered. Hello, is this Yang Jian? Lu Xiaoyu's voice sounded slightly slurred, as if she were eating something. Yes, it's me, Yang Jian confirmed. I've received your action report. The Dachang City team reported a supernatural incident at Foreign Shopping Mall. How did it go? Lu Xiaoyu inquired, flipping through the incident reports. Did a new ghost appear? Yang Jian replied, your intelligence is quite prompt. You received the news in less than 2 hours. I and Oppos, am not a member of headquarters. What input could I have? I and Oppos, VE resolved the incident. You Don and Oppos, need to worry. I and Oppos, am calling to inquire about city supervisors. What exactly do they do? Lu Xiaoyu paused. As far as I know, exorcists are responsible for handling supernatural events within a city. Is that all? You and Oppos, re-asking about the benefits, Arn and Oppos, to you? Lu Xiaoyu said. The benefits vary by location. At headquarters, in addition to the position's perks, there are subsidies. Each supernatural incident is worth 1 million, initially 20,000. But 1 million is the latest subsidy standard. Additionally, they have access to 100 kilograms of gold. If they successfully imprison or contain a ghost, they receive a commendation and a 10 million reward, along with an increased gold allocation. Free housing and family care are handled locally. What about information? Yang Jian asked. Vengeful spirits are appearing worldwide. Don't tell me that countries aren't researching and analyzing their existence. That's still in the experimental stage. I don't know. But you and Oppos, be the first to know if there are any breakthroughs. Yang Jian pondered. So, my suspicions were correct. Countries are researching this, but they haven't and Oppos, made any breakthroughs. Or perhaps they have, but they haven't and Oppos, disclosed it. The benefits of becoming a city supervisor are indeed appealing, though the money ISN and Oppos, substantial. It and Oppos, enough to ensure a comfortable future. Most importantly, city supervisors have significant authority and status. What about the obligations and responsibilities? Yang Jian asked. Lu Xiaoyu responded. If you're interested in becoming a city supervisor, I can arrange for someone to contact you and provide you with all the information you need. However, becoming an official city supervisor requires systematic training and psychological evaluation. The psychological evaluation is particularly important. I've asked about your mental state several times because those who control vengeful spirits are often subtly affected by them. This influence is irreversible. Some are severely affected, leading to mental disorder, collapse, or even self-destruction. Others can't handle the mental pressure, resulting in schizophrenia, self-abandonment, and becoming complete madmen. Are you saying that most exorcists are mentally unstable? Yang Jian frowned. Lu Xiaoyu replied, no, we can and Oppos, consider them abnormal. Perhaps we and Oppos, read the abnormal ones in their eyes. They and Oppos, read just influenced by vengeful spirits. They Don and Oppos, realize they and Oppos, rechanging. Your conversations with me will be analyzed and your mental state assessed. You have a good mental state. And the vengeful spirits Haven and Oppos, tea influenced you much, so I hope you become an exorcist. Allow me a moment to contemplate. Very well, let us conclude our discussion for today. I shall reach out to you again when the need arises. After Yang Jian finished his inquiry, he terminated the call. Upon hearing the line go dead, Lu Xiaoyu paused her notes, furrowing her brow in thought. Lu Xiaoyu, what is your assessment of Yang Jian? He exhibits great potential. Do not forsake him. Stay close. He has only recently become a ghost handler, yet has successfully resolved a supernatural incident. I have reviewed that report, and it is commendable. Within half an hour, he managed to contain a Class C ghost, an achievement that even seasoned ghost handlers would find challenging, although he collaborated with that handler named Yanli. We cannot diminish his contributions. At that moment, Captain Zhao Zhengwo approached, his voice grave. He held several photographs, all captured by surveillance cameras. One depicting Yang Jian as he exited the vehicle to weld the golden box. Captain, he has already interacted with other ghost handlers. It is likely that he is experiencing conflicting emotions and may not smoothly transition into our ranks, Lu Xiaoyu remarked. Yet, he does not harbor animosity towards ghost handlers. Does he? After all, it was Zhou Zheng who saved his life, and he holds a favorable view of our kind. I can sense this. Were it anyone else, they might have resorted to harsh words, or even attempted to throttle the operator over the phone, leaving the poor operator in such fright that they hastily ended the call. Zhao Zhengwo chuckled. Lu Xiaoyu replied, You are right, Captain. I shall ensure that Yang Jian is persuaded to join the headquarters of the ghost handlers. Exercise caution, particularly regarding his mental state. The psychological burden of becoming a ghost handler is immense. Faced with the knowledge of imminent death, one can easily tread a misguided path. You must not impose upon him with notions of righteousness. Rather, initiate a relationship based on mutual benefit, which is already favorable at present. He is not a ghost handler, yet he assisted the headquarters in resolving a supernatural event. If he poses no significant threat, this collaborative relationship can persist until he is willing to join the headquarters. Zhao Zhengwo advised. Chapter 65. Passing through the crimson paper gradually began to suppress the eye within, and indeed, the limits of this red paper were nearing their end. Yang Jian wiped water from the mirror and noticed a crack had formed on the back of his hand where the red paper was affixed. Yes, a remarkably clear fissure. It is important to understand that this red paper is quite unique. It is an item of malevolent spirits. He had previously attempted to tear it, but mere physical strength was insufficient to shred it. Only the power of a vengeful ghost could do so. Was it due to the use of the ghost domain today? Or perhaps, as time passes, the efficacy of this red paper diminishes. Yang Jian touched the back of his hand. The eye beneath his flesh stirred restlessly. Though there was no visible anomaly, he could sense the ghostly eye was beginning to awaken once more. His body seemed to have become a host for this ghostly eye, growing stronger while he himself was withering away. Yet, he reassured himself that as long as he discovered a method to restrain the resurgence of the vengeful spirit, everything would be all right. After experiencing several supernatural events, he was no longer as fearful of death. However, when he glanced at the stack of dark brown human skin paper beside him, he paused momentarily. The parchment made of sheepskin. To Yang Jian, it was the most bizarre and sinister object. Out of caution, he opened the sheepskin to inspect it, checking if there had been any recent changes. It would be prudent to find a jeweler to craft a box to securely store this item. Preparing for the possibility that this human skin might not merely be an object, but rather a spirit itself. What if one day he were to meet his demise at the hands of this entity? Yang Jian pondered. However, as he examined the sheepskin, he suddenly noticed a line of text emerging upon it. Today, after bathing, I inspected the sheepskin and discovered a remarkable ability within it. It seems capable of sealing other spirits. Moreover, after sealing the spirit, I stumbled upon an astonishing secret. I learned from the sheepskin the true secret to survival. It felt like a transaction, and he contemplated whether to engage in this deal, gazing at the peculiar sheepskin, his heart wavering. Stop hesitating, you fool. Anyone who believes you is a simpleton. Fang Jing was deceived to his end by you. The idiom and amp, oppos, talking nonsense and amp, oppos, was crafted for entities like you. Yang Jian muttered a curse, folding the sheepskin and refusing to look again. It seemed the sheepskin could grasp the deepest desires of one and amp, oppos, heart, knowing precisely what one yearned for. Yet, it appeared to exploit those desires, manipulating events step by step. Nevertheless, the reason Yang Jian had not discarded this piece of human skin was that the revelations it contained were undeniably real. Without the information from this human skin during his time at school, he would have perished even as a ghost master. Thus, Despite being aware of its eerie and malevolent nature, he could not help but cling to it in hopes of survival, grasping at any fleeting chance to live, much like a drowning person clinging to a straw. I'm back. Yang Jian, are you still here? As Yang Jian exited the bathroom, the door swung open, revealing Jiang Yan, who entered, breathless and carrying a large bag. How did you return so quickly after shopping? Yang Jian inquired curiously. Acting on his male instincts, he approached to take the heavy bag from her. I was too afraid to stay out alone at this late hour. What if I encountered a ghost? I ran all the way from the elevator, Jiang Yan admitted, a hint of fear in her voice. Ghosts dawn and amp, oppose, discriminate between day and night. Misfortune can strike at any time, Yang Jian replied. Yes, that and amp, oppose, is true. But you must save me if something happens. Jiang Yan said with a playful smile, feeling a sense of security in Yang Jian's presence, her tension dissipating. This, perhaps, is what they call a sense of safety, something tangible indeed. Come in. Suddenly, Yang Jian felt an unusual sensation within his body. It wasn't an amp, oppose, his own physical discomfort. Rather, it was the ghostly eye that felt amiss. It seemed as though the ghost eye had slipped from his control, almost involuntarily. It opened wide, revealing itself. On the back of his hand, at the nape of his neck, and across his body, 6 eyes in total. In an instant, he had reached the limits of his capacity. What is happening? Why has the ghost eye manifested in this manner? It feels akin to the time I was bitten by that ghostly infant. Yang Jian and Appo's expression shifted dramatically. This sudden anomaly was unprecedented. The only time he had experienced something similar was during the ghostly infant and Appo's attack at school, when the ghost eye had been stimulated and begun to awaken. But now, it was happening again. Come in, close the door. Yang Jian swiftly pulled Jiang Yan inside and shut the door. I haven't and Appo's bathed yet. Don and Appo's rush me. Jiang Yan replied shyly. Yang Jian covered her mouth to silence her. Upon seeing his serious and grave demeanor, Jiang Yan immediately sensed something was amiss. Her heart raced, and her eyes widened in fear. No, it can end Appo's be that unlucky again? Another ghost? Not here. It's outside the community. Yang Jian and Appo's ghost eye perceived the flickering lights outside, not far away. He hurried to the window to glance outside. In a nearby path outside the community lay a dim, hazy world, where the lights seemed unable to penetrate, and everything that touched that gray realm appeared to be assimilated, losing its radiance and becoming part of that world. What is that? Yang Jian and Appo's expression shifted, and several eyes on his body turned to look. Yet, after just a few seconds, all the gazing ghost eyes abruptly closed. Yes, they shut against Yang Jian and Appo's will, exhibiting no signs of awakening, as if sealed by the red paper, appearing eerily tranquil. Were the ghost eyes unwilling to look? A chill ran down his spine. Nevertheless, with his naked eyes, Yang Jian could discern that this dim world was likely a ghost domain. Yet the extent of its reach, was it not too vast? Stretching from west to south was a nearly boundless gray zone, akin to a line of death, cleaving the entire city in two. If this was a ghost and Appo's domain, its terror was unfathomable. To classify its level, it would be at least a catastrophic level. Fortunately, luck was on his side. The ghost domain merely passed through the middle of the road, leaving the community unscathed. The ghost eye must have sensed the commotion beforehand. Yang Jian, upon realizing this, felt a wave of relief wash over him. Had the ghost domain traversed through this building, he would likely have met his end tonight. What and Appo's wrong. What is happening? Is there another ghost? Jiang Yan whispered, cautious and leaning closer. It and Appo's nothing to do with us, just a passing ghost. It should leave shortly. Yang Jian observed as the ghost domain began to dissipate. The hazy world gradually became clearer. Drawing upon his understanding of ghost domains, he knew the ghost had already departed. While it may seem to linger, in reality, the ghost could have fled to who knows where. After all, within a ghost domain, spirits can manifest at will. Yet just as the ghost domain was on the verge of complete disappearance, Yang Jian glimpsed an ethereal sight. Like a mirage, a corner of that hazy world materialized. A flickering candlelight danced within the gray domain, emitting an eerie green flame. Beneath the pallid luminescence of a wax candle, a gilded candelabrum stood, its design not indicative of ancient craftsmanship, but rather of recent, European-inspired fabrication, possibly even wrought within the current month. In the candle and Appo's glow, a pair of hands was reflected, their surface smooth and alabaster, their form unblemished. These hands were impaled by the opposite end of the candelabrum. Yet no sanguine fluid issued forth. As the candlelight flickered, Yang Jian discerned that the hands belonged to a woman, though only her silhouette was visible, lacking discernible features or distinct characteristics, enigmatic, unknown, perhaps even terrifying. Subsequently, the vision dissipated and the ghostly dominion vanished. Gold is typically employed to contain malevolent entities. Could it be that the hands, the woman, had previously engaged with a spirit user? It seems, however, that the endeavor concluded unsuccessfully. A specter of this magnitude would necessitate the concerted efforts of a team of spirit users, rather than a solitary individual. The fact that this entity remains uncontained suggests a dire outcome for the spirit users involved: total annihilation. Yang Jian inhaled sharply, pondering the orchestration of such an operation. To attempt the capture of a specter of this caliber bespoke audaciousness of considerable measure. Okay, here and Opos. The refined version of the text you provided, with unnecessary elements removed and the language enhanced. Chapter 66, A Desire to Live Had It Departed? Yang Jian lingered by the window, his muscles taut. Only when the oppressive gray domain of the specter had completely dissipated did his body begin to unwind. A stroke of fortune that it was merely passing through. Otherwise, escape would have been the only recourse. Such an entity would spell doom for anyone who dared confront it. Yet, judging from the preceding circumstances, this particular ghost, though not contained or imprisoned, appeared to be somewhat restrained. Otherwise, its hands would not have been deliberately interlocked. Undoubtedly, an exorcist had discerned the ghost's method of killing. The golden candelabrum, employed to pin the ghost's hands together, served to curtail some aspect of its power. However, what was the nature of the candles that adorned the candelabrum? Yang Jian furrowed his brow. The candles and candelabrum were a unified whole, both artifacts of human creation, and, moreover, they were lit. Did they possess a suppressive effect on the ghost? Or were they merely a marker, guiding the ghost toward a predetermined destination? Evidently, the world of exorcists concealed numerous secrets. Perhaps they had already discovered efficacious methods for contending with ghosts. Was it merely his insufficient rank that precluded him from such knowledge? Or was it a deliberate technological embargo imposed by various nations? Even in the face of such a global cataclysm, must humanity persist in its internecine conflicts and animosities? Yang Jian pondered for a time. He resolved that survival necessitated ascending the ranks, elevating his status, influence, and even authority. Only then could he gain access to more secrets and information. He refused to be kept in the dark, awaiting his demise. With renewed resolve, Yang Jian turned his gaze toward the human-skin parchment held down by a golden box on the table. It seemed to possess knowledge of all secrets, but demanded a considerable price in return. It would not readily divulge vital information. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Jian was clear on his next course of action. He glanced at Jiang Yin. Dawn and Amp, Opos, give me that bereaved expression. It was just a ghost passing by. Everything and Amp, Opos, as fine now. Did you bring my fried rice? I want to eat and then sleep. Yes, it's in the bag, Jiang Yin stammered, still shaken. Thanks. Yang Jian acted as if nothing had transpired, eating and drinking as usual. His mental fortitude had surpassed that of ordinary individuals. He felt that even if confronted with a pile of corpses, he could still eat without hesitation. Was he becoming a monster? Seeing Yang Jian eat with gusto, Jiang Yin was reassured that she was safe. She breathed a sigh of relief and said softly, I and Amp, Opos, am going to take a shower. If anything happens, remember to come and save me. I and Amp, Opos, be obedient. Rest assured, Yang Jian replied, continuing to eat. If something does happen, I'll cover your cremation costs. Jiang Yin. Yang Jian dared not promise to save her. If a terrifying ghost of a high caliber appeared, he would flee without a second glance. At most, out of a sense of camaraderie, he would retrieve her corpse after the ghost had departed. Everything will be all right. I will survive, Jiang Yin murmured, patting her cheeks to bolster her spirits. I and Opos, VE already emerged from that terrifying maul. What else could possibly daunt me? I and Opos, VE seen ghosts before. As long as Yang Jian is here, I have nothing to fear. He can deal with those things, even if he doesn't and Opos, say it. I believe in him. But first, I must become his girlfriend, so he will protect me. Or at least his mistress. Though planned, the prospect still brought a blush to Jiang Yin and Opos' cheeks. To seduce an 18-year-old youth felt like flirting with the edge of legality. But it was fortunate that she was a woman. The reverse would be appalling. After showering, Jiang Yin dried her hair in front of the mirror and touched up her appearance. The woman reflected in the mirror was fair-skinned and radiant, her delicate features tinged with a flirtatious allure. The mature curves barely concealed by the bath towel could ignite any man in Apos' desire. As a beauty who had been courted by many since her university days, Yang Jian was confident in her looks and figure. However, she was a woman of intellect, not blinded by fleeting college romances. In her view, a woman in Apos' love and marriage were an investment to reap the greatest rewards. There was nothing better than investing in a promising prospect, and Yang Jian was the most suitable man for her. I and Apos am out. Were you waiting impatiently? Jiang Yin emerged from the bathroom, her cheeks flushed, her voice laced with seduction. But there was no response. Jiang Yin approached with a hint of confusion. Noticing the empty food container on the table, she looked upstairs and found Yang Jian already lying in bed. He couldn't and Apos to even wait for me, Jiang Yin thought to herself. Rolling her eyes, she went upstairs in her bathrobe. Seeing Yang Jian sprawled across the bed, monopolizing the entire space, she couldn't and Apos help but roll her eyes again. His emotional intelligence is too low. Yang Jian, are you asleep? Jiang Yin nestled beside him, leaning into his embrace, and spoke softly. No, Yang Jian replied, opening his eyes. Jiang Yin smiled. I knew you weren't and Apos asleep. How long have you been waiting for me? Are you hungry now? Not now. I and Apos already eaten, Yang Jian said. Jiang Yin wrapped her arms around his neck. Food is nothing special. Haven and Apos. You heard that beauty is food for the eyes? Don and Apos, move around. I and Apos am not feeling well, Yang Jian said, beads of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. The side effects of controlling a malevolent ghost had resurfaced. His body was beginning to shut down, and he could feel the restless stirrings of the ghost eyes hidden within him. Where do you feel unwell? Would you mind if I took a look? Jiang Yin said seductively, kissing him on the cheek. Does that make you feel better? But as soon as she kissed him, a gash opened on Yang Jian and Apos' face, revealing a scarlet eye that gazed at her with a strange light. Ah! Jiang Yin cried out, nearly leaping off the bed. I told you not to move around. Yang Jian said calmly. I can't control the ghost inside me. If it wants to do something to you, there's nothing I can do. How? How could this happen? Jiang Yin stammered, covering her mouth in shock. Yang Jian said, the reason I can deal with ghosts is because I've become a ghost myself. Otherwise, why do you think people like us can interact with ghosts? With brains? With courage? Or do you believe in special abilities, Taoist magic? Gaining the power of a ghost comes at a price. This is just one of them. It's not good for you to be too close to me. I'm here just to stay for a few days. Once I've finished my business, I'll leave and won't affect your life or work. Jiang Yan's expression shifted. She hadn't expected this to be the truth about Yang Jian. Then, will you still help me in the future? After a long pause, she wanted to leave. But couldn't and Apos bring herself to get out of bed. Yang Jian said directly, no. I have no right or obligation to save you. No, not just you, but anyone else. You were just lucky in the mall that you happened to meet me when I was solving a ghost incident for money. But I, Don and Apos, want to die. I want to live well, Jiang Yin said cautiously, curling up in Yang Jian's arms. Ghosts will still appear in the future, right? Yes. There will be more and more supernatural events. Yang Jian did not conceal, stating, eventually, it is estimated that everyone globally will become aware, but presently, most individuals remain unaware. No one knows which day they will meet their demise, perhaps through a phone call, a knock at the door, or in their sleep. If I were to sleep with you, would you assist me? Jiang Yin hesitated to meet his gaze. No, Yang Jian responded bluntly. Jiang Yin inquired, what would it take for you to help me? You must be of value to me, capable of handling certain matters and assisting me with tasks, just as you monitored the surveillance footage in the mall. In that case, I would safeguard you, preventing you from being killed. It is an equitable exchange. Yang Jian turned his head slightly to observe her. Rescuing people indiscriminately will only lead to one's own demise. I can serve as your personal secretary. I am an accountant and possess a wide range of skills. What about finance, particularly stock trading? Yang Jian asked. Yes, I have experience in trading from my internship. Jiang Yin replied. What about contacting major clients? Yes, I have access to valuable client resources. If you intend to engage in paranormal-related business, I can also assist you. What about translation? I have no issues with English translation. It seems you are a career elite, Yang Jian remarked with some surprise. Admittedly, this woman was indeed quite capable, somewhat exceeding his expectations. Of course, the possibility of exaggeration could not be ruled out. If you are temporarily unwilling to go to work, you can work for me. I do have some matters that require your attention, and in addition to your salary, I will provide you with corresponding protection, Yang Jian stated earnestly. He could attempt to assemble a team. After all, if he were to become a ghost controller in the future, he could not possibly operate alone. Really? Jiang Yin looked up with some delight. Perhaps Yang Jian was not as intimidating as she had initially perceived. It is merely a trial. I have no experience in this regard, Yang Jian said. It is getting late. I am going to sleep. The sensation of paralysis began to recede. This time, it was much better than the last. It seemed that the red paper was still effective. However, the mental exhaustion caused him to fall asleep quickly. Jiang Yin glanced at Yang Jian, contemplating something, and after a while, she gradually nestled into his embrace and fell asleep as well. Meanwhile, as Yang Jian slept, Master Luo, who had just finished giving his statement, emerged with one surviving disciple and the driver who had not entered the mall, with great difficulty. Damn it. I've had the worst luck today. I've been practicing feng shui for over a decade, and yet I encountered a real ghost. I didn't earn any money and even lost some. It's a huge loss. Moreover, I can't go back for a month and have to report every day. Master Luo exclaimed in frustration. Let's go. Let's find a hotel to sleep in first. On the way, the driver suddenly asked, why do you have a scar on your neck? The disciple of Master Luo next to him touched his neck. He could almost feel the skin peeling open, exposing the flesh inside. He replied calmly, no, it and Appos. That's nothing. I probably just brushed against something. Oh. The driver didn't end Appos. T asked further and went to start the car. As the driver turned around, the light in the man's eyes gradually faded, becoming hollow and numb. His complexion had turned pale, devoid of any color. Chapter 67. A misjudgment. Everyone, when confronted with the same circumstance, invariably makes a divergent choice. Despite being cognizant of Yang Jian's status as a ghost controller, Jiang Yin eschewed distancing herself from him, opting instead to wager her own assets on him. Those who have traversed the depths of hell are the only ones who can genuinely appreciate the splendor of the mortal realm. Likewise, those who have come into contact with malevolent specters are the only ones who can fully grasp the bliss of being alive. In this world bereft of security, even if Yang Jian were to metamorphose into a malevolent entity, Jiang Yin would still seek refuge under his aegis. It's surging again. How can you be so certain that gold prices will continue to rise? She questioned. I and Appos, VE been monitoring gold prices recently as well, but I believe that they have already reached their zenith and are likely to decline thereafter. Indeed, after a brief and rapid ascent, gold prices have exhibited a gradual downward trend. Investing 10 million at this juncture is fraught with considerable risk. Seated before her computer, Jiang Yin, clad in a flimsy negligee, remained oblivious to the occasional glimpses of her decolletage as she watched the gold price trends on her laptop with fervent excitement. Gold prices had initially plummeted at the market's opening today, only to soar subsequently. Yang Jian's decision to purchase 10 million at this moment was remarkably fortuitous. I lack comprehension of the stock market, Yang Jian responded. I merely possess the conviction that gold prices will continue to escalate. I simply aspire to earn some pocket money in the process. Jiang Yin exclaimed with a touch of agitation. Do you possess insider information? No, Yang Jian replied. It's all based on conjecture. Of course, his assessment was not entirely based on guesswork. Rather, gold has transcended its role as a mere currency and has evolved into a national strategic resource and an indispensable commodity. Consequently, a price surge is inevitable. Upon hearing this explanation, Jiang Yin became even more convinced that Yang Jian must possess some undisclosed knowledge. Otherwise, how could his predictions be so accurate? After all, he is a ghost controller, a person to whom even Captain Lu shows deference. He is far from being an ordinary security guard. With this in mind, she couldn't and Appos, help but feel gratified for Yang Jian and Appos' foray into gold speculation, into which she had also invested her own savings of several 100,000 yuan. She had opted for gold leverage, a trading strategy that offered the greatest potential for both risk and reward, allowing her to reap the greatest profits with the smallest capital outlay. Since you are so confident that gold prices will rise, I intend to employ the riskiest trading method to generate a substantial profit for you. I have also invested my own funds. So you must not scold me if we incur losses, Jiang Yin declared. Do as you see fit, Yang Jian replied. As long as you purchase gold, I have no other stipulations. He possessed unwavering faith in his judgment. Understood. Leave it to me, Jiang Yin responded with a surge of excitement. Paying no heed to her stock market endeavors, Yang Jian devoted his spare time to perusing the Ghost Controller website. This exclusive platform, accessible only to headquarters Ghost Controllers, was established by various nations for the express purpose of disseminating relevant knowledge. However, Yang Jian failed to find any news pertaining to the specter he had encountered yesterday. An event of this magnitude could not possibly elicit no response from any nation. It appears that this major incident is being deliberately concealed, as there is no desire to expose it openly, he mused. He shook his head, feeling a sense of disappointment. International collaboration is not as robust as it seems. No wonder the Ghost Controller headquarters is divided into regions. The alliance is merely superficial, with each nation primarily concerned with its own interests. During these 3 days, Yang Jian rarely ventured out, remaining primarily in Jiang Yan's apartment. Jiang Yan, on the other hand, was quite diligent, claiming that the initial 10 million had already burgeoned into over 20 million. She now found herself so exhilarated by the sight of those numbers that she was unable to sleep, as if the money were her own. However, this morning, Yang Jian received a phone call from Zhang Wei, informing him that he had a matter of grave importance to discuss and requesting that Yang Jian designate a place for them to meet. After some deliberation, Yang Jian decided that it would be prudent to attend. I have some errands to run, Yang Jian announced. Where are you going? Jiang Yan inquired. Just taking a stroll nearby, Yang Jian replied. Jiang Yan hastily added, will you be returning tonight? Of course, Yang Jian affirmed before departing. As he drove through the bustling metropolis, it was difficult to fathom that paranormal events were occurring with increasing frequency worldwide, and that Dachang City had already experienced several such incidents. However, the vast majority of people seemed oblivious, carrying on with their lives as if nothing had transpired, their daily routines unaffected. Sometimes, ignorance is bliss. Yang Jian sighed inwardly as he gazed out the car window at the throngs of people on the sidewalk. Soon, he arrived at the pedestrian street where he had arranged to meet Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei was already present, standing amidst the crowd and seemingly embroiled in a dispute with others, as if they were already engaged in an argument. The reason I, Zhang Wei, am standing here arguing with you is not to prove that I am superior to others, nor to demonstrate my prowess, but rather to ensure that all of you understand that I, Zhang Wei, will personally reclaim what I have lost. He extended his finger, pointing to the ground, his voice resolute and forceful. Zhang Wei, what are you shouting about? What urgent matter prompted you to call me so early in the morning? Yang Jian called out. Upon hearing someone call his name, Zhang Wei looked up and was delighted to see that Yang Jian had arrived. Yang Jian, I'm over here. Excuse me, please. Let and amp, Oppos, let's consider this matter settled for now, he said. Then, pointing at an individual, he added, it and amp, Oppos, it's not that I and amp, Oppos, am afraid of you. Nor am I attempting to escape on a pretext. I simply don and Oppos, want my friend to witness my cruel side. Consider yourself fortunate today. Who were you arguing with? It seemed like you were on the verge of fighting. What was the matter about? Yang Jian inquired. Zhang Wei scoffed. A middle school student exhibited an extremely insolent attitude. He dared to cut in line while I was buying ice cream. I was just about to teach him a lesson about the ruthlessness of adults. Never mind, let's not dwell on it. Let's go to that coffee shop and sit down. I have something I need to discuss with you, Zhang Wei suggested. After the two had settled down in the coffee shop, Zhang Wei asked, what have you been up to recently? Are you still working at that shopping mall? I went there yesterday and heard that there was a murder case and that it has been completely sealed off. The owner and amp, Oppos, S name is Tangan, right? How do you know so much about it? Yang Jian asked in surprise. Zhang Wei replied, my father built that shopping mall. I asked him about it earlier. Tell me the truth, is it haunted? You and amp, Oppos, rewrite. It is haunted, Yang Jian confirmed. Damn it, I knew it. Any place that and amp, Oppos, S inexplicably sealed off and under strict guard is bound to be haunted. That and amp, Oppos, as how it was with the school, the residential area, and now the shopping mall. I feel like I can and amp, Oppos, stay on this planet anymore. If I could immigrate to Mars, I and amp, Oppos, be the first to sign up. Zhang Wei exclaimed in shock. It and amp, Oppos, S all been resolved now. The matter there has been settled. By the way, what did you want to see me about? Yang Jian inquired. Zhang Wei said, actually, I and amp, Oppos, been wanting to ask you about something for a while now. What is it? Yang Jian asked. Zhang Wei frowned deeply, revealing that the matter was not simple. He lowered his voice and said, last night, while I was playing PlayerUnknown and Oppos, S Battlegrounds on my computer, I experienced a paranormal event. I think it might be haunted. and it might involve a terrifying curse similar to the stories on your forum. Can you be more specific? Yang Jian asked. It must have been the final circle. I survived until the end. The upper right corner showed that there was no one left, but then I died inexplicably. And the screen showed that I had failed to win the chicken dinner. If it had only happened once, I could have explained it. But it happened 3 times in a row. Do you think there might be a ghost playing the game? I felt like something was wrong. So I was too scared to sleep all night. My eyelids are about to droop, so I wanted to buy some ice cream to perk myself up. Zhang Wei asked solemnly. Yang Jian said seriously, I Don and Amp. Oppos, T think you and Amp. Oppos, V encountered a ghost. I think you and Amp. Oppos, V encountered. A cheater. No way. Zhang Wei looked at Yang Jian in surprise. Really? Is it possible that it and Oppos, a ghost? Yang Jian said, you are overthinking it. It is absolutely impossible. That would mean you are doomed. You have been struck down 3 times. So that and Amp, Oppos, that's how it is. I thought I had encountered a ghost. Zhang Wei fell into a profound silence. Okay, here's the refined version of your text. Using more sophisticated English, Chapter 68, Yan Li and Oppos. Text message Yang Jian regarded Zhang Wei with an expression of utter disbelief. You and Amp, Oppos, retelling me you died in a game because someone used technology, and you and Amp, Oppos, reconvinced it was a supernatural occurrence, so much so that you couldn't and Amp, Oppos, sleep all night? You truly are remarkable. You summoned me here primarily for this trivial matter? Yang Jian inquired. Zhang Wei sheepishly scratched his head. There and Oppos, also something else. After the incident at the school, the few of us who were fortunate enough to survive. Yes, go on. Has something untoward happened to the others? Yang Jian pressed, a hint of concern in his voice. With Wang Shanshan's ordeal barely behind them, the prospect of further misfortunes was unsettling. It's not exactly an accident. Zhao Lei suggested we gather for a reunion. Several classmates were deeply affected by what happened and are transferring to schools elsewhere, likely outside the city, Zhang Wei explained. Transferring. Leaving Dachang City? Yang Jian mused, his brow furrowing slightly. He recognized this as a natural reaction. The specter of the haunting was too much for some to bear. But, will leaving Dachang City truly make things better? It's uncertain. Supernatural incidents aren't confined to specific locales. They're a global phenomenon. Perhaps a change of scenery will bring them better luck, Yang Jian conceded. He refrained from elaborating, as he couldn't definitively say whether leaving or staying was the better course. I and Amp, Oppos, am not planning to continue my studies. My grades are mediocre, and the prospect of getting into university is bleak, Zhang Wei confessed. So, what do you intend to do? Yang Jian inquired. I and Amp, Oppos, be taking the unglamorous path of working at my father and Amp, Oppos, construction company. The suburban housing developments are still underway, and I and Oppos am prepared to haul bricks on the construction site. Oh, by the way, would you consider moving there? It and Oppos, a bit out of the way, but the commute to the city is only about 15 minutes. I could have my father set aside a property for you, Zhang Wei offered earnestly. Yang Jian paused, considering the proposal. I and Amp, Oppos, try to visit your construction site when I have time. If it suits my needs, I and Amp, Oppos, consider settling down there. My mother will soon be returning from her business trip, and I can no longer return to the rental house. I have some money, and I can look for a place to live. Even with the frequent supernatural events, one must carry on with life and not just sit around waiting to die. That and Amp, Oppos, settled then. I and Amp, Oppos, reserve a few prime units for you, Zhang Wei said, his enthusiasm evident. He would move there immediately if Yang Jian joined him. Thank you, Yang Jian replied. It and Oppos, nothing, just a small matter. Have you had lunch yet? Shall we go together? Zhang Wei offered, just as Yang Jian was about to accept. One of his phones rang. A text message appeared on the screen. We are being watched. Protect the box. It was from Yin Li. Yang Jian and Oppos, expression hardened. He replied with a text. What and Amp, Oppos, happening? The reply came swiftly. It and Amp, Oppos, unclear. I only know that someone has hired people to seize the box. News of our capture of the ghost has leaked, possibly from the club, or perhaps from some clandestine organization. This world is complex, and I lack the experience to discern who they are. They dare to steal from a ghoul reaper? Are they courting death? Yang Jian texted back. Yin Li responded, they are aware of my abilities and likely suspect that I and Amp, Oppos, am nearing my limits. My ghoul abilities are not very effective against people, so they are not concerned. However, They are probably unaware of your involvement since you joined the Ghoul Reaper headquarters. No one can access your records. Yang Jian pondered for a moment. Do you require assistance? Not yet, but I fear someone may already be heading your way. If you can resolve things on your end, it would be best to come and help me. If I die, the transaction will be nullified. The buyer has already been contacted, Yin Li replied, followed by a set of coordinates. The situation is more intricate than I anticipated, Yang Jian muttered. His brow furrowed as he read the messages. A seemingly ordinary transaction had attracted the attention of various individuals and factions, escalating to the point of direct confrontation. It and Amp, Oppos, as utterly deranged to disregard Ghoul Reapers. These people are audacious. Yet, he could also understand the motivation. Most people are driven to madness by two things, power and wealth. They are after the ghost within the box, undoubtedly for profit. The value of a ghost far exceeds 100 million. Or else no one would risk opposing a Ghoul Reaper. Ghoul Reapers are glorified as those who control evil ghosts. Yang Jian, what, and Amp, Oppos, that's wrong. You seem unwell. Is something the matter? Perhaps I can assist, Zhang Wei inquired, his voice laced with concern. Yang Jian shook his head. A troublesome situation is about to befall me. I must decline your lunch invitation. I must leave. Please inform me of any gatherings. I will attend if I am able. As he rose to depart, he noticed a group of 6 or 7 imposing men in suits striding purposefully into the CAF. They swiftly began ushering people out and closing the doors. Their movements practiced and efficient. Finally, they hung a closed sign on the door. Yang Jian, leave quickly. These men are here to cause trouble. Perhaps to kidnap or extort you. Your status as a wealthy heir has been exposed, placing you in danger, Zhang Wei blurted out, his voice loud and urgent. Huh? Zhang Wei stammered, completely bewildered. The words sounded strange. The next moment, several men rushed toward them. Oh no, call the police and save me. I and Amp, Oppos, am escaping, Zhang Wei cried, bolting away in terror. Stop, Don and Oppos, run. One of the men shouted, pointing at Zhang Wei. However, the middle-aged man leading the group glanced at Zhang Wei and said, Ignore him. He and Amp, Oppos, not Yang Jian. You are. Don and Amp, Oppos, bother with such petty tricks. I have your information. He tossed several photos onto the table. They were taken in front of the shopping mall, featuring Yang Jian along with Yin Li, Jiang Yin, and Captain Liu. Who are you? Yang Jian asked, putting down his phone and studying the photos. The middle-aged man sat down. My name is Wu Feng. I and Oppos, am a business manager at a certain company. Here and Oppos, that's my card. I and Oppos, am pleased to meet you. Yang Jian. Yang Jian accepted the card and examined it. It contained only a name and phone number, nothing else. It seemed his information was deliberately concealed. What do you want? Yang Jian inquired, feigning ignorance despite knowing their intentions. Wu Feng surveyed the CAF. His men had secured the premises, and all irrelevant personnel had been cleared out. First, congratulations on becoming a new Ghoul Reaper in Dachang City. It and Oppos, it's remarkable that you were a senior high school student. You are special, a rare talent. Would you consider joining my company? I can offer you a monthly salary of 100,000. Very well, but I require an advance of 3 months and Amp, Oppos, salary, Yang Jian said with a nod. Huh? Wu Feng was taken aback. He had only been testing Yang Jian to gauge his understanding of Ghoul Reapers and assess his intelligence and maturity. He was not genuinely offering him a job. What? You and Oppos, re-offering me such a high salary to work for your company, and you and Oppos, unwilling to advance me a few months and Oppos, pay? It is evident that you are a fraud, Yang Jian remarked with disdain. Wu Feng chuckled and said, if you are genuinely willing to join my company, I will advance you a year's salary. If I can entice a ghost handler with such a sum, it would indeed be a lucrative deal. Has Yang Jian never encountered money before? Is he truly swayed by just a few 100,000? It seems he is merely a student lacking in worldly experience. Upon encountering this cohort, Yang Jian harbored no intention of retreating, opting instead to engage with them, for he believed that he should inspire trepidation, not be subjected to it. An annual remuneration of 1.2 million, a veritable fortune. Even seasoned executives in most enterprises might not command such a sum, Yang Jian exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with avarice. Consider it settled, then. Transfer the funds, and I shall promptly enlist in your company. Wu Feng, observing Yang Jian and Oppos, as palpable excitement, mistook him for a naive neophyte fresh out of society's crucible. That presents no impediment. However, prior to your formal induction into the company, a certain task must be executed. You recognize this receptacle, I presume? He then produced a photograph depicting a gilded box, akin to Yin Li's. This artifact was formerly in Yan Li's possession. Upon his departure from the mall, he was to entrust it to you. Our company is in ardent pursuit of this item. Should you be able to produce it, I am authorized to offer a premium of 10 million in acquisition. I conduct business with utmost probity and candor. I shall not dissemble. This artifact is wrought from gold, possessing an intrinsic value exceeding 2 million. My offer of 10 million affords you a substantial profit margin. What say you? Yang Jian responded, indeed. Yan Li did bequeath this item to me for safekeeping, albeit temporarily. Alas, it is no longer in my possession. No longer? How so? Wu Feng queried with alacrity. It has been surrendered to the authorities, Yang Jian elucidated. I was surprised that such an act would merit consideration for a municipal directorship within a formal institution. Thus, I unhesitatingly proffered it as a contribution. I was even lauded for my virtuous disposition, which buoyed my spirits for several days. Upon hearing this, Wu Feng nearly succumbed to apoplexy. You are truly ingenuous, verging on the absurd. This artifact is coveted globally, with nations vying for its possession, yet you surrendered it? You are dissembling. Your words lack veracity, Wu Feng asserted, striving to maintain composure. I assure you, I speak the truth. Behold, this is documentation issued by the authorities. In due course, I may even be required to undergo an assessment of some kind, Yang Jian stated, brandishing the satellite positioning mobile device. A satellite positioning mobile device for wraith handlers? Wu Feng instantly recognized it, yet his subsequent reaction was one of seething indignation. Could it be that the incarcerated wraith had indeed been relinquished by this Yang Jian? Why would you surrender it? How could you bear to part with it? Are you oblivious to its contents? You were privy to the incident at the mall. Yan Li could not have kept you entirely in the dark, Wu Feng remonstrated, his frustration mounting. The paucity of intelligence left him bereft of knowledge regarding Yang Jian, save that he was a high school student who had become a wraith handler, a veritable novice. Yang Jian, in turn, exploited this perception, feigning ignorance to elicit pertinent information. I was aware that it was a wraith, one that Yan Li and I jointly apprehended. It was exceedingly perilous. You cannot fathom the number of lives lost within the mall that day. Such a hazardous entity is best entrusted to headquarters for disposition. I dare not retain it indefinitely. Yang Jian declared. Pray tell, what is your purpose in acquiring this wraith? What utility does it serve? Wu Feng responded, its utility is manifold. Experiments have already yielded promising results. He abruptly curtailed his utterance, realizing his indiscretion. Yang Jian pressed, what experiments, pray tell? That is classified information. Since you no longer possess the receptacle, there is not further to discuss, Wu Feng retorted icily, rising to depart. With the receptacle surrendered and Yang Jian integrated into Wraith Handler headquarters, the latter held no intrinsic value. To persist in this conversation would be a futile exercise. Hold. Yang Jian interjected. Is there aught else? Yang Jian confessed, in truth, I was dissembling earlier. I beg your pardon, but the receptacle has yet to be surrendered. It remains in my possession. What? Wu Feng halted abruptly, pivoting to face him. Are you being veracious? The artifact remains in your possession? Yang Jian nodded solemnly. Indeed. I am known for my candor and forthrightness. Would you be amenable to selling it to me for 10 million? Wu Feng inquired, resuming his seat in the preceding discourse. Were you to surrender it, you would receive naught. Furthermore, a municipal directorship is hardly an enviable position. You have witnessed the depredations of wraiths. Are you confident in your ability to survive each encounter? It is a vocation fraught with peril. You are yet young, with much to experience. Tales of valor and sacrifice are mere platitudes. Tangible benefits are the true currency. Surrender the receptacle, and you shall be duly compensated. I require payment in advance, with the artifact to be delivered thereafter, Yang Jian stipulated. Acceptable, but I must first inspect the goods, Wu Feng countered, gesturing to his entourage. There would be no transaction. No 10 million. Their intention was to seize the artifact by force, for such was their modus operandi. Yang Jian demurred. Nay, that will not suffice. You initially proffered a year and Oppos, salary in advance, followed by 10 million. As I have yet to receive any remuneration, I am disinclined to trust your assurances. I shall not produce the artifact until I have received payment. Do not presume to trifle with us, one of the henchmen snarled menacingly. Wu Feng gestured for silence. Very well. I shall advance you a year and Oppos, salary, after which you shall present the receptacle for our inspection. Upon verification of its authenticity, we shall proceed with the transaction. Is that amenable to you? If feasible, he wished to avoid engaging a wraith handler, particularly one whose wraith and Oppos, attributes remained enigmatic. It might be as innocuous as Yan Li and Oppos, or prove formidably recalcitrant. Gambling, however, carries inherent risks. Thus, he was willing to expend a modicum of funds to resolve the matter amicably. That is acceptable. Transfer the funds to this account, and I shall retrieve the artifact upon receipt, Yang Jian stated, retrieving his mobile device from beneath the table. Wu Feng deliberated momentarily, scrutinizing Yang Jian, who appeared guileless and enraptured, seemingly engrossed in fantasies of how to expend the 10 million. Very well, I shall initiate the transfer forthwith, Wu Feng declared, initiating the transfer via his mobile device. Shortly thereafter, Yang Jian and Appo's mobile device emitted a notification of a deposit of 100. Why has only 100 been deposited? Have you erred? Wu Feng, upon examining Yang Jian's account balance, confirmed that he was indeed an impoverished student who had recently become a wraith handler, devoid of experience. My apologies, I inadvertently miskeyed the amount. Consider this 100 as a token for your sustenance. He then initiated another transfer, this time for the correct amount of 2 million. Ah, that is correct. I am deeply grateful, Yang Jian exclaimed, clasping Wu Feng's hand effusively. You are most welcome. Now, shall we proceed to retrieve the receptacle? Wu Feng inquired. Yang Jian nodded. Indeed, follow me. He then led the group from the CAF, proceeding along the thoroughfare. Is it far? We have transportation available to convey you, Wu Feng remarked, observing Yang Jian's progress and sensing an underlying unease. My vehicle is parked yonder. Perhaps you could drive around and await me there? Yang Jian suggested, turning to face them. That will not be necessary, Wu Feng demurred, loath to relinquish Yang Jian from his purview. As they continued onward, Wu Feng and Appo's disquiet intensified. The number of pedestrians dwindled precipitously until the thoroughfare was bereft of all but their party. Halt, Wu Feng commanded, his countenance shifting as he surveyed the desolate street. Yang Jian pivoted, a sardonic grin spreading across his visage. Only now do you perceive the deception? My apologies, but I reported your presence while we were conversing. Freeze. Hands aloft. Prostrate yourselves upon the ground. In the next moment, personnel burst forth from the surrounding shops, led by Captain Liu. This was no ordinary supernatural incident. It was a case of assault, and all personnel were armed. You little rascal. Wu Feng's eyes widened in fury, nearly rushing to pummel the man. Infuriated, he thought, want to hit someone. Come, strike here. Yes, strike here, pointing at his own forehead. Damn it, Wu Feng cursed. This guy is truly despicable. Not only did he swindle my money, but he also got people to come and apprehend me. Is there anyone in this world so shameless? Although he was enraged, he truly dared not confront them. Yang Jian chuckled coldly. To deal with people like you, I need not even employ the powers of a vengeful spirit. However, you should consider yourselves fortunate to be apprehended. Had you engaged me, I would have made you regret ever being born. With that, he paid no heed to the fierce gazes directed at him and approached, saying, Captain Liu, these individuals are part of a gang, attempting to kidnap and assault me. And they are suspected of carrying weapons of mass destruction. Please exercise caution. Captain Liu saluted and replied, Rest assured, I will not let a single one of these villains escape. That's good. I appreciate your assistance here. I have some matters to attend to, Yang Jian stated. How grave is the charge of assaulting a ghost master? He could discern the answer from the fate of the previous manager Li. Touching the eye on the back of his hand, Yang Jian felt no resurgence of restlessness, his mind considerably at ease. If he could use his intellect, he would never resort to the powers of that ghostly eye. This would, to some extent, delay the resurgence. Regrettably, he had not secured that 10 million. Otherwise, it would have been a substantial profit. Thus, they were not seeking trouble. Rather, they were akin to a fortune bringer. A benefactor, in fact. In his heart, Yang Jian silently commended Wu Feng. Chapter 70. Is someone talking about me? A piercing scream echoed from a residence within a certain neighborhood. Although the door was firmly shut, it was packed with men clad in suits, each robust and imposing. Spirit tamers? I had encountered many entities that blurred the line between human and ghost. Yanli, you are not the most unfortunate one. Though I lacked the courage and capability to confront spirits, I was seasoned in dealing with humans. A somewhat aloof young man wielded a baton, gazing at Yanli, who was bound to the ground with chains, his limbs pinned with nails. I shall ask you once more, where is the ghost you captured at the mall? Is it in the possession of someone named Yang Jian? I do not know, and I will not divulge anything. If you possess the skill, retrieve the ghost dwelling within my body. Yanli lay on the ground, drenched in blood. Yet, his abilities were far too feeble, rendering him nearly powerless against these men. The chains and nails were custom-made, forged from a blend of steel and gold. Although somewhat hastily constructed, they were more than sufficient for a spirit tamer like Yan Li. What use is the ghost within you? What I seek is that merchandise. Your silence is inconsequential. I have already dispatched someone to Yang Jian. Once I ascertain that the item resides with him, your fate is sealed. However, given your nature, it is improbable that you would entrust something so precious to a fledgling. This cold young man was named Hao Shaowen, the one overseeing this operation. If I die, that ghost will be unleashed. You won't fare any better. Yan Li gritted through his teeth. Hao Shaowen scoffed. What concern is that of mine? By then, I will have fled, leaving the headquarters spirit tamers to clean up your mess. Do you think I would fear your death at the hands of a vengeful spirit? A ghost is a ghost, and you are you. They are not the same. Your threats do not intimidate me. This is my livelihood. With that, he swung the baton viciously at Yan Li's head. Yan Li let out a howl as a small indentation formed on his skull, as if his brain might crack under the force. A blow of that magnitude could have killed an ordinary person, yet Yan Li merely writhed in pain, exhibiting no signs of impending demise. Truly resilient, aren't you? No matter how hard I strike, you refuse to perish. But this is the extent of your capabilities. Hao Shaowen continued to rain blows upon Yan Li's arms and legs. The sound of cracking bones resonated as Yan Li's flesh was torn, blood failing to seep from his wounds. Your efforts are futile. Regardless, I shall not survive much longer. Do not expect to lay your hands on that box. Bloodied. He raised his head with a grim smile. Hao Shaowen raised an eyebrow. So, you truly entrusted that item to Yang Jian, the novice? An inexperienced spirit tamer. Clueless, and yet you place such faith in him. Through the interrogation, despite Yan Li's stubbornness, he had begun to piece together the truth. The item was likely not in Yan Li's possession. Otherwise, he would not be so defiant. Call Wu Feng and inform him that the item is with Yang Jian. The usual protocol. If negotiations fail, abduct his family. A mere boy will yield under intimidation. Do not presume he fears you simply because he is a spirit tamer. If all else fails, we can always send him a few severed fingers from his family. We need not fear retribution from spirit tamers. If they truly fear vengeance, they can simply hide for a few months, Hao Shaowen remarked coldly. Of course, his notion of negotiation was more akin to coercion. Anyone aware of the price would certainly object, let alone the subsequent threats of kidnapping. Understood, boss. I will contact Wu Feng immediately. One of the subordinates responded promptly. Suddenly, Yan Li let out a chilling laugh. What are you laughing at? Hao Shaowen coldly thrust the baton into Yan Li's mouth. Do you wish to part with your tongue? I laugh because you have misidentified your adversary. You have surmised that the box is with Yang Jian, yet you remain oblivious to why it is in his possession. Yan Li suppressed his pain. It is not that I willingly placed the item with him. Rather, I am unable to reclaim it. What are you implying, Yan Li? Hao Shaowen demanded. I wish to convey that although Yang Jian is a novice, he is far more formidable than I. If you intend to seize the item from him, you shall undoubtedly regret it. Is that so? I shall put that to the test. I am curious to see what skills that boy possesses, Hao Shaowen retorted. While he harbored some apprehension towards spirit tamers, he was not afraid. These individuals were fleeting spirits. They dared not recklessly wield their formidable powers, for overuse would lead to their demise at the hands of vengeful spirits. Moreover, the might of a vengeful spirit could not penetrate gold. As long as they ensnared spirit tamers with gold-forged apparatuses, they would be like fish in a barrel, unable to escape. Boss, I cannot reach Wu Feng. The call 1T connect, one of the subordinates stated, bewildered. Cannot connect? Hao Shaowen frowned. Try calling others Xiao Mao, Lu Xiao, anyone. It is impossible that no one is reachable. Boss, we've tried everyone. None are connecting, several others confirmed. Stop trying. They must be unfortunate, Yan Li panted, grinning. If you confront Yang Jian yourself, you may catch him off guard. Sending Wu Feng is rather precarious. Seal his mouth and leave him here to await his demise. Hao Shaowen's expression darkened. He had assumed a mere boy would be easily subdued, thus focusing on Yan Li, only to find trouble awaiting him elsewhere. Just then, as they prepared to tape Yan Li and Amp, Appo's mouth shut, a series of knocks interrupted. Knock, knock, knock. Instantaneously, all actions within the room ceased as every gaze turned toward the door. Go see who it is, Hao Shaowen instructed, casting a glance. One man approached, peering through the peephole. There is no one outside, he reported. Then let us proceed with our work. You keep watch at the door, Hao Shaowen ordered. However, as that man resumed his vigil, the knocking echoed once more. This time, it was not the front door, but a nearby room that resonated. What is happening? Panic surged through the group as they turned toward the sound. The room had been checked previously. It was supposed to be empty. Wait, I hear footsteps. Someone is moving within. Boss, the situation appears dire. Could it be that we've encountered a ghost? The mere mention of ghost caused all hearts to constrict. They dared to confront spirit tamers because they were human, rational, and had vulnerabilities. As for ghosts, they were ruthless and devoid of reason. A supernatural incident? Is it truly our misfortune to encounter such an improbable occurrence today? How Shawan and Appo's face darkened as he gestured for everyone to exit. Leave Yin Li. Let him remain here for that ghost to deal with. We can escape safely. Do not panic. Yes, boss. The others complied, hastily preparing to exit. Yet, the man at the door paled. I can and Appo's. Open it. The door won't budge. No matter how he strained against it. The lock on the door appeared utterly unresponsive, refusing to budge in the slightest. Step aside, I shall force the lock, declared another individual, hastily advancing with tools in hand, intent on breaking through. Yet, at that precise moment, a faint creak of the door being opened resonated through the air. The doorknob began to descend slowly, as if something within was preparing to emerge. Instantly, a wave of trepidation washed over everyone, their hearts rising to their throats. It was over. Some had already begun to succumb to despair. They were all too familiar with the malevolence of true spirits, having encountered the ghost master before. I could almost hear someone murmur, "Am I handsome?" In the next instant, the door swung open, revealing Yang Jian, peering out with an inquisitive expression. Before stepping into the light. Chapter 71 Countdown. They thought they were encountering a terrifying paranormal event. When everyone saw that it was just a person walking out, they felt as disgusted as if they had swallowed a fly. That expression on your faces tells me you and Appo's disappointed, right? That it turned out to be a person instead of a ghost. Yang Jian emerged from the room, a faint smile playing on his lips. Who are you? How Shawan and Appo's expression darkened slightly, and he immediately questioned. He didn't end Appo's let his guard down because of Yang Jian and Appo's appearance. Anyone coming out of that room at this point was bound to be problematic, as they had thoroughly checked beforehand and found only Yin Li inside the rental. Yang Jian surveyed the scene and then stated, "Earlier, I overheard someone outside the door attempting to kidnap my family and use them as leverage to extort and rob me. I and Appo's am sure I heard correctly. Yes, I and Appo's am talking to you, the tallest one." His gaze settled on How Shawan. I and Appo's am asking you a question, kid. Don't pretend you didn't hear me. How Shawan finished speaking and gestured to the people beside him. Immediately, two adult men with unfriendly expressions began to approach Yang Jian, seemingly preparing to attack. However, a peculiar thing occurred. These two adult men seemed not to see Yang Jian in front of them, brushing past him as they continued into the room. I'm curious. Knowing that this world has paranormal events, has malevolent ghosts, and even has ghost wielders, beings that straddle the line between humans and ghosts, why do people still dare to provoke people like us? Friend, would you mind explaining? Yang Jian casually closed the door. The two adult men vanished silently into the room, with no further movement. I think I and Appo's seen your photo before. You and Appo's, read that rookie, Yang Jian? Suddenly, How Shawan recalled the information in the file. Didn't Appo's this person look like the new ghost wielder who had contact with Yin Li? Yang Jian said, You only remember now? Your memory is indeed not very good. But to continue with the previous question, why do this? Is there even a need to ask? Of course, it's for money. How Shawan sneered. Before the global paranormal events, people dared to rob and kill for money. Let alone now. Do you know how profitable our line of work is? Don and Appo's, to even mention you ghost wielders, even if a real ghost came. We would dare to take it on as long as the money is right. $1 million to buy your life might be a bit little. But $10 million to make someone commit suicide? There are plenty of people in this world willing to do it. Don and Appo's, underestimate the allure of money. You're still in high school, right? The cruelty of society is beyond your imagination. Most normal people will never come into contact with the dark side of the world. So Don and Appo's, blame me for being ruthless. Blame Yin Li for not having the ability to hold onto this enormous profit. Of course, you Don and Appo's, have that ability either. You running over here today is the most foolish thing you could have done. Yang Jian and Appo's brow furrowed as he looked at Yin Li, who was nailed to the ground and covered in blood. To be honest, he felt very uncomfortable, especially since these people had turned their attention to him. Are you provoking me? He retracted his gaze, and a crack appeared on the back of his hand, revealing a scarlet eye. We and Amp, Oppos, re not provoking you, but telling you a fact, young man. Today, I and Amp, Oppos, am set on getting that box. Otherwise, neither of you will leave here. Hao Shaowen pulled out a baton from his waist and flicked it open. Forged from gold. Yang Jian glanced at it. Hao Shaowen said, specifically for dealing with you ghost wielders. Only this can hurt you inhuman creatures. Gold can only prevent the power of malevolent ghosts from affecting it. You want to completely restrain ghost wielders? Aren't you being a bit naive? Yang Jian found it somewhat amusing. Do you really think that taking care of Yan Li means you can take care of everyone else? What do you take ghost wielders for? It seems the one who doesn't and Amp, Oppos, T understand the cruelty of this world ISN and Amp, Oppos, T me, but you. Not daring to solve paranormal events to make money. Only daring to rely on numbers and use vile methods to rob and extort those who barely manage to control a malevolent ghost. You and Amp, Oppos, worse than beasts. How Shaowen scoffed. We do this for a living. Talk to us about conscience? How naive. Move. Subdue this guy first. He was only stalling for time. The people behind him were naturally preparing in secret. As soon as he finished speaking, almost everyone had a delicate crossbow in their hands. And at almost the same time, all the crossbows fired special small arrows, each connected to a gold thread. The gold thread was also special, possessing extreme toughness and the properties of gold. If they hit, the gold threads could wrap around and even immobilize a ghost. These were some operational plans researched abroad, originally used by some foreign special forces to deal with malevolent ghosts. But after it spread, they found that this thing was particularly effective against ghost wielders, but not very effective against ghosts. So this method was learned by people like them. Thwack! The arrows flew and immediately pierced into Yang Jian and Amp, Oppos' body. The barbed arrows dug into his flesh, causing the gold threads connected to them to tighten immediately. With 6 or 7 arrows embedded in him, all pulled taut, Yang Jian instantly fell to the ground. Is that all you and Amp, Oppos, got? You dare to run over here? You and Oppos, just courting death. How Shaowen walked over with a cold face, swinging the baton down on the back of his head with extraordinary force, not holding back at all. Immediately, Yang Jian and Oppos' head was cracked open, blood gushing out continuously. His body twitched once and then went still. Dead? How Shaowen was stunned. Yan Li was so resilient. How could Yang Jian die with just one blow? No, that and Oppos' not Yang Jian. Then his eyes shifted, and he saw that the one lying on the ground was one of his subordinates who had disappeared into the room earlier. When did this happen? Clap, clap. Yang Jian was sitting on the sofa at some unknown time, applauding and laughing. Wonderful, truly wonderful. That series of operations was smooth and efficient. First, feign stalling for time to let your subordinates prepare, then strike in one hit, and immediately follow up with a finishing blow to subdue him. No wonder you and Amp, Oppos, experienced professionals. I and Amp, Oppos, seen how you deal with ghost wielders. I and Amp, Oppos, noted it down. I and Amp, Oppos, be more careful in the future. You and Amp, Oppos, the one behind this? How Shaowen and Amp, Oppos' expression was particularly ugly. This Yang Jian's ghost ability seemed to be quite troublesome. Was it an illusion? Or could it change people's thinking? Or was it able to find a substitute? Too little information to guess. Right now, I Don and Oppos, want to tell you. My time is limited. 3 minutes. You only have 3 minutes. I have a few questions to ask you. Answer well, and you can live. Answer poorly. Sorry, you can still live, but in hell. Also, Don and Amp, Oppos, try to stall for time. When the time is up, I and Amp, Oppos, automatically choose for you. Yang Jian and Amp, Oppos' expression also turned cold. He had witnessed the ruthlessness of these people and Oppos' actions. They killed a person in less than 10 seconds. If he had been in that position, without prior preparation, he would have been done for as well. No wonder Yan Li had fallen into these people and Amp, Oppos' hands. The flaw in his ghost blood was too great. It was very effective against malevolent ghosts, but against people, it seemed useless. However, this world is not just about dealing with ghosts, but also with people. Now, the countdown begins. The first question, who is instructing you? That and Oppos. That's not the correct way to ask. It makes it sound like there's a mastermind behind the scenes. Let's put it this way. Whose money are you earning in this business? With that, he placed his phone on the coffee table displaying a 3-minute countdown, a temporal decree of mortality imposed upon those present by Yang Jian. Chapter 72. The confrontation. Do you think that by asking me this, I would divulge client information? I would never betray that trust. It is a cardinal rule in our profession, said Hao Shaowen. Rules can be altered, Yang Jian replied. Those who disrupt the rules often meet with dire consequences. Hao Shaowen warned. Yang Jian gestured towards the countdown timer on his phone. How can you be certain that, should this situation fall into my hands, there would be no unfortunate outcome? If you choose not to speak, that is of no matter. I can always seek answers from others. His gaze shifted to the others present. Do you know who sent you to deal with Yan Li and me? Whoever reveals the name shall be granted freedom. But only one shall be spared. I hope you value this opportunity. Yet, the suited men remained silent, as if struck dumb. We have all signed confidentiality agreements. Attempting to extract information from us is a futile endeavor, one of them retorted. Your abilities are indeed unique, but now that you have become a ghost master, you must understand that your life is not long for this world. How about this? I will forego this business transaction, and we shall pretend that nothing has transpired. What do you say? Hao Shaowen and Appo's expression darkened. He sensed the formidable nature of Yang Jian. Furthermore, there was a cunningness about him, akin to a young wolf cub that appears harmless but can bite off a piece of flesh upon closer contact. Yang Jian observed him curiously. You come here, brutally assaulting me, nailing me down like Jesus, attempting to kidnap my family and extort me. And now you suggest we act as if this never happened? Do you take me for a fool? Since you are unwilling to speak, that is fine. Yan Li and I will find a way to uncover the truth ourselves. But before we proceed, I wish to remind you who holds the reins here. He glanced at the living room lights, which suddenly flickered. A soft buzzing of electricity filled the air as the once white lights transformed into a faint red hue, bathing the entire room in a crimson glow, reminiscent of a bar and Appo's lighting. However, the red light did not merely envelop the living room. When Hao Shaowen inadvertently glanced outside, he was met with a world drenched in red. The surroundings were eerily silent, exuding an unsettling aura. So, who shall we begin with? Yang Jian slowly rose from the sofa, his gaze surveying the assembly. At that moment, Yan Li, pinned to the ground, gazed upon this world shrouded in red. His expression shifting. The ghost domain. I never anticipated Yang Jian would resort to such measures. It seems he is indeed serious. Hao Shaowen, I advise you to cooperate with Yang Jian, lest the consequences be unfathomably severe. He is not a foe to be trifled with. His ghosts are an insurmountable existence. Yan Li cautioned, appearing to offer advice while subtly aiding Yang Jian in achieving his objectives. The interplay of their roles was flawless. Whether one could escape the ghost domain depended entirely on Yang Jian and Appo's whims. This was not a challenge for mere mortals. An insurmountable ghost? Hao Shaowen scoffed. In my eyes, no ability is without solution. As long as you remain human, there is always a way to contend with it. As he spoke, a handgun materialized in his grasp. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out, aimed directly at Yang Jian and Appo's forehead and chest. At such close range, there was no chance of missing. Thud. In the next instant, Yang Jian, who had just risen, collapsed to the ground, blood swiftly pooling beneath him. Dead. Hao Shaowen and Appo's gaze sharpened, though he did not appear overly elated. Yet, before he could investigate further, the red light flickered once more. To his astonishment, the twitching, bleeding body on the floor transformed into one of his subordinates. Yang Jian had vanished again. Boss, what is happening? Why is Zhao Gang the one who died? He was just. One subordinate stammered, glancing nervously at his companion. The man beside him had somehow morphed into Yang Jian, who flashed a grin, seemingly innocent yet imbued with an unsettling terror. You were the first, Yang Jian declared, seizing the man's neck and propelling him forward. Bang! Hao Shaowen fired again. Yang Jian fell to the ground once more. But as he lay there, his body morphed into another subordinate. In mere moments, 3 individuals had perished at his hands. Hao Shaowen remained expressionless, his demeanor cold and unyielding. Come forth. If you possess any skill, reveal yourself. Ding dong. At that moment, a bullet plummeted from the ceiling, landing atop his head. The bullet gleamed with a golden hue. Not brass, but specially crafted from gold. A bullet fashioned from gold. Your preparations are thorough, yet unfortunately for you, today is your ill-fated day. As you have crossed paths with me, Yang Jian emerged slowly from the adjacent bedroom, his expression unsettlingly calm. Hao Shaowen instinctively raised his weapon, but then hesitated. The trigger left unpulled. Why the hesitation? You have 3 bullets left, perfectly aligned with the number of your remaining subordinates. 1 shot each, and you could swiftly ascend to prominence. Shall I offer you a reward? Yang Jian smiled. An illusion? You are not real. Your true self is concealed within this room. The ability to induce hallucinations is indeed formidable, but not insurmountable, Hao Shaowen remarked, his expression grim. Though your powers are formidable, they possess weaknesses. As long as I remain composed, no one shall suffer harm. You can only wield others as weapons. How can you be certain your assumptions are accurate? What if I am deceiving you? Meanwhile, the 2 subordinates beside him were in utter disarray. Boss, look. What is happening? The subordinate who had been pushed by Yang Jian was now half embedded in the wall, merging with it against his will. He writhed in agony, blood pouring from his mouth. His eyes rolling back, it was evident he was on the verge of death. Hao Shaowen and Oppo's eyes narrowed. This is not an illusion. My apologies. I may have been a tad rough. I assure you, I merely nudged him, just a slight push. How could he possibly die? Yang Jian observed the lifeless figure with a sigh. Who would have thought ordinary people could be so fragile? I shall be more cautious next time. Now, returning to the previous inquiry, I shall ask once more, who is your true employer in this business? Brother, we are merely workers. We have no knowledge of who took this job. Only the boss knows, one subordinate confessed, fear etched across his face. This man was far more terrifying than Yanli. Killing was as effortless for him as eating or drinking, as if he were toying with mere lab rats. Indeed, the source lies with you. That is precisely why I refrained from killing you earlier. I wished not only to witness how you handle ghost masters, but also to extract the information I seek. Yang Jian appeared satisfied with this revelation. Friend, at this juncture, are you truly unwilling to divulge anything? He then turned his gaze towards Hao Shaowen. Even if you choose silence, do not forget that Wu Feng is also privy to this matter. I did not inquire earlier due to the haste of my arrival. But if you are willing to meet your end, I shall not waste any more time, for you are undoubtedly busy preparing for your next life. Though Hao Shaowen was ruthless, the current predicament left him feeling as if he were riding a tiger, unable to dismount. The abilities of Yang Jian indeed evoke a sense of intractability. Perhaps he ought to retract his previous statements. In comparison to a mere human, Yang Jian and Oppo's actions resemble those of a specter, impenetrable, unfathomable, and evading all attempts at targeting. I am merely responsible for the task at hand. We do not concern ourselves with who hires us. However, I can divulge that the employer is affiliated with the club run by Yanli. And the information was provided by that individual, Hao Shaowen remarked, taking a deep breath. If I do not share some intelligence with him, I fear I may not leave this place today. A club? At this revelation, Yanli was momentarily taken aback. Yang Jian narrowed his eyes. The members of the club are all ghost tamers, which suggests someone has set their sights on Yanli. However, although the majority of the club and Oppo's members are indeed ghost tamers, there are also a number of the local elite, who occasionally employ ghost tamers at a high price to resolve supernatural incidents or even hire them as bodyguards. Yet, those who can afford such rates and possess an interest in the supernatural are few and far between, Hao Shaowen explained. How much will you earn upon completing this task? Hao Shaowen replied, $50 million. That is indeed a substantial sum, Yang Jian thought, his eyelids flickering. The price for a ghost is typically $100 million. Yet the fee for hiring Hao Shaowen is set at $50 million. When converted, this reflects a disparity exceeding threefold. It seems that Yanli has been shortchanged. Perhaps there are intermediaries involved in this transaction. What is that experiment? It is a method designed to prevent ghost tamers from perishing at the hands of vengeful spirits. Yang Jian continued to inquire. There is but 1 minute remaining, no, merely 40 seconds. Whosoever among you 3 chooses to respond shall be allowed to depart. Remember, I am in command here. You have no alternatives. The time in his ghost domain is drawing to a close. It is time to resolve this matter once and for all. Chapter 73. The means to survive. Inquiring about the source and uncovering the puppeteers behind the scenes was merely a secondary endeavor. For Yang Jian, the primary concern was to discover a method to survive, to avert his own demise at the hands of the vengeful spirits. However, while he exerted pressure on Hao Shaowen, he refrained from posing any questions. It was only when these individuals grasped the terror of the ghost controllers that they would relent and willingly divulge the information he sought. A method to prevent the revival of vengeful spirits? Hao Shaowen paused momentarily upon hearing this question, then suddenly erupted into laughter. Indeed, there exists such a method, though its origins are shrouded in mystery. It is said to have emerged from some distant land, a mere coincidence where a ghost controller, perhaps favored by fate, managed to survive for an entire year without succumbing to the vengeful spirits. Survive for a year? Yang Jian's interest was piqued. The lifespan of a ghost controller was contingent upon the speed at which the spirit within them revived, even without utilizing their powers. He estimated their survival would not exceed 6 months. Frequent use of their abilities accelerated the revival of the spirit, thereby shortening the controller and Oppo's lifespan. Yet, a ghost controller who had lived for over a year? Undoubtedly, this was a miracle. And the specifics of this method? Yang Jian inquired, his gaze fixed upon him. You would not truly wish to know? Hao Shaowen responded with a hint of mockery. This is merely an exception. Perhaps 1 in 1,000 ghost controllers might experience such a phenomenon. That method is scarcely advisable, as you people are destined for a short existence. After all, you should have perished long ago, and it is the spirit within you that allows you to continue living. Whether it is advisable or not is not for you to decide, but rather for me. There are still 20 seconds remaining. Yang Jian glanced at the countdown on his phone. You are eager to survive, are you not? Hao Shaowen and Oppo's lips curled into a cold smirk. Then allow us to leave this place first. Once we are safe, I will willingly share this information with you. You have no room for negotiation. 10 seconds remain. Yang Jian stated earnestly, you have but 2 choices, to speak or remain silent. As for your ability to leave, that depends solely on me. Boss, just tell him. This man is insane, utterly abnormal. Look how he has killed so many without a flicker of emotion. He is surely on the brink of revival himself. Indeed, there is no need to oppose a madman. Let us share the information and depart. We shall not engage in this business again. Before Hao Shaowen could respond, his 2 subordinates hurriedly interjected. Observing the countdown on the coffee table, their hearts raced. This man was unlike Yin Li. His spirit was extraordinary. I do not trust your words. I will only speak once I am safe. That is my condition. Otherwise, it is a matter of mutual destruction. Hao Shaowen's face twisted in anger as he produced a weapon from his person. Yang Jian glanced at him. Your connections run deep. Even acquiring such perilous items. Do you truly believe this will be of use against me? How can one know without attempting? You are a terrifying individual. Even if I divulge the information, I may not survive. It is better to take a gamble, Hao Shaowen replied. Your threats hold no weight. Do not forget that you are not the only one privy to this information. Wu Feng has already been detained, and I can inquire with him just as easily. Upon hearing this, Hao Shaowen and Oppo's demeanor shifted. He had nearly forgotten that Yang Jian and Oppo's leverage extended beyond himself. Wu Feng had fallen into his hands, and questioning him could yield the answers he sought. That useless fool, failing to accomplish the task, has brought me this considerable trouble, Hao Shaowen cursed internally. Yet, it was not the time for insults. Without further hesitation, he declared, Fine, I shall speak. I will only share what I know. Whether you believe it is of no concern to me. That is only fair, Yang Jian replied. From what I understand, it is an unavoidable fate for ghost controllers to perish at the hands of vengeful spirits. At least, that is the information I have gathered. Not a single case has been reported otherwise. However, there exists an extreme method that may extend one's lifespan. Proceed, Yang Jian urged. Hao Shaowen hesitated before continuing. It has been concluded that only a spirit can contend with another spirit. Thus, a madman, facing imminent death from a vengeful spirit and Oppo's revival, made a desperate attempt to allow a second spirit to enter his body, simultaneously controlling 2 spirits? Yang Jian raised an eyebrow. That would surely hasten one's demise. Indeed, theoretically, that would be the case. Yet, there exists an alternative outcome. The 2 spirits may counterbalance each other, achieving a delicate equilibrium that ultimately prolongs the revival of the vengeful spirit. Yang Jian chuckled. A fascinating yet reckless approach, seeking survival in desperation? Only a madman would undertake such an endeavor, yet that individual succeeded. Yes, he succeeded, but as far as I know, he remains an anomaly. Subsequent attempts by ghost controllers from various nations have uniformly failed, often with dire consequences, Hao Shaowen elaborated. Consequently, this individual and Oppo's success has been classified as an exception, and nations are aware of this method, yet they have strictly prohibited its dissemination, deeming it highly confidential. Highly confidential? Yang Jian mused. It appeared they feared that should ghost controllers learn of this method, they might recklessly pursue it, thereby drastically reducing their numbers and destabilizing the nation. Yang Jian quickly deduced why the government would suppress such information. Ghost controllers were bound to perish, thus, they would dare to take such risks. Yet the price of that risk was premature death. The losses were too great and detrimental to the greater good, necessitating a cover-up. How you interpret this is your concern. I merely conveyed this method to you. However, even if I reveal it, would you dare to attempt it? How Shaowen challenged. I might consider it, Yang Jian pondered. The method appeared deceptively simple, yet its execution was fraught with peril. Which ghost controller would dare to allow a second spirit into their body? Should the outcome deviate from expectations, with the two spirits countering each other, the result would be inevitable, instant death. Yet, this method could serve as a last-ditch effort before death. Victory could lead to salvation, defeat would lead to despair. I have said all I needed to say. May I leave now? How Shaowen inquired. Suddenly, Yang Jian glanced at the countdown on the table, rising to his feet. I am a man of my word. Things shall transpire as they should. Although you have provided me with the information I sought, it is unfortunate that your time has expired. He gestured towards the timer, which had reached 0. Therefore, I must request that the three of you embark on your journey together. He added, by the way, is that truly a weapon you hold? Why could it not possibly be a toy? How Shaowen and Appos' eyes widened in shock. He glanced at the item in his hand, and to his astonishment, it had transformed into a mere toy. Yang Jian. How Shaowen was both furious and frightened, brandishing the toy in a futile attempt to strike down this insufferable foe. From the moment he entered the living room, he and his companions had become trapped, with no escape. All this dialogue had merely been a ploy by Yang Jian to extract information. He had never intended to spare them. Farewell. Yang Jian smiled, waving his hand. The crimson lights in the living room flickered, and in an instant, everything around them transformed. The cadaver on the ground had vanished, along with the individual embedded in the wall. The two surviving henchmen were gone, and even Hao Shaowen, who had charged in, was nowhere to be found. Only a golden baton lay abandoned on the floor. Yet, the drawing room remained unchanged, save for the absence of its former occupants. It was as if they had been spirited away from existence, leaving behind only a few discarded items as evidence of their presence. Chapter 74. Revenge. Has everything been settled? Lying on the ground, Yanli gazed at the disappearing figures of Hao Shaowen and his group, casting a perplexed glance at Yang Jian. Jesus, spare me your words. You truly are inept. As a ghost master, to be pinned down and ruthlessly beaten by such a crowd is utterly humiliating for someone of my standing. Yang Jian reclined on the sofa, delicately savoring a Kinder Egg with a small spoon. By the way, it's chocolate-flavored. Would you like some? He extended the plastic spoon towards Yanli. Could you not release me first? Yanli protested. Just give me a moment. Let the thing inside me settle down. I cannot ascertain whether touching your blood might provoke it, Yang Jian replied with his eyes closed. Although he appeared to relish the treat, he felt the eyes within him writhing, a peculiar entity brewing. This sensation, it was the resurrection of a malevolent spirit. The red paper had lost its efficacy. Unless he could snatch that red newspaper from the ghost's grasp, finding a hidden spirit in the city proved exceedingly challenging. And there was no guarantee that the ghost still lingered in Dachang City. Yang Jian glanced at the now completely torn red paper. It lay on the ground, utterly useless, disintegrating like ash. The newspaper merely served as a vessel, the true power that suppressed the resurgence of my ghostly I resided within it. Yet, the residual power was too weak, rendering it ineffective after merely a few suppressions. Yang Jian's gaze shifted. It seemed Hao Shaowen and Appos' claims held merit. A ghost could indeed suppress another ghost, much like how Yanli could contain the headless specter, albeit with some indeterminate variables at play. Lost in thought, he suddenly felt a sharp pain searing through his chest, as if his heart were being torn apart, a gaping wound forcibly opened. A crimson eye emerged, a seventh eye sprouting from his body. Is this really the moment you choose to awaken? Upon witnessing Yang Jian and Appos' agony, Yanli and Appos' heart raced, and he hastily urged, if it and Appos' about to revive, release me quickly. I have no desire to confront the spirit within you. Yang Jian, now sweating profusely and gasping for breath, replied, I won't die just yet, but my established limits have been breached. Consequently, I suspect my revival time has significantly shortened, likely within a month. The prospect of a ghost capable of creating a ghost domain was indeed terrifying. He had only employed the ghost domain a few times, so few that he could count them on his fingers. Yet, in those few instances, the suppression of the red paper had failed, and now the eye had manifested. Furthermore, the speed of this revival would only accelerate. My apologies. Had I not made an error, you wouldn't be in such dire straits. Yanli expressed regret, acknowledging that his actions had compelled Yang Jian to use his abilities more than necessary. What a jest. Is this truly your fault? Whether I come here or use my abilities is my choice as an adult. I must bear the consequences, Yang Jian retorted as he steadied himself and stood up. He picked up the baton from the ground and pried the nails from Yin Li's hands. Moreover, if I avoid trouble, it will still find me. I must first deal with Hao Shaowen and his entourage to alleviate future complications. If they threaten my family, the situation will only worsen. Since death is inevitable, I might as well fight with abandon. With the last nail removed, Yin Li regained his freedom. What is your plan? Yin Li inquired, rising to his feet. Blood seeping from his wounds, which were now healing rapidly. Yang Jian noted that this was likely a peculiar ability of Yin Li's ghostly blood, explaining why Hao Shaowen had failed to kill him despite numerous attempts. I intend to visit your club and make a few phone calls, Yang Jian declared, placing Hao Shaowen's phone on the table. Furthermore, I do not intend to spare anyone on this contact list. I will ensure that no enemy remains to threaten my family. As the ancients wisely said, one must eliminate the roots of the weeds. I shall uproot not only the weeds but also the very soil they grow in. Those on such a person's contact list are likely involved in the same illicit dealings, and even if a few are innocent, it matters not. Yang Jian's demeanor grew increasingly cold, his eyes glinting with a faint red light. Better to kill an innocent than to spare a guilty one. If these pests are not exterminated, our families will suffer the consequences. Yin Li, somewhat astonished, remarked, how could that even be feasible? In our current state, who knows how many more times we can wield the power of vengeful spirits? He could see the influence of the malevolent spirit deepening within Yang Jian. Yet, he did not oppose such a brutal method, for it was Hao Shaowen who initiated the conflict, and the mastermind had yet to meet his end. While the plan is commendable, its execution poses significant challenges. There exists a strategy among the 36 stratagems known as using a borrowed knife to kill, Yang Jian suggested. I know of a ghost that is rather formidable. I plan to have it eliminate those on this contact list. If they manage to evade this ghost's attack, then they are simply fortunate. Do you understand the ghost and Oppos' operational patterns? Yin Li asked, slightly incredulous. To some extent, Yang Jian replied. Yin Li inhaled sharply, astonished by Yang Jian's hidden capabilities. Not only did he possess a ghost domain, but he could also employ other spirits to do his bidding. However, the phone is password protected. He pointed out. What shall we do? Yang Jian mused. No worries. I happen to know the owner of a mobile phone shop who can crack this. Allow me to handle it. You focus on contacting potential buyers. Wait, are you genuinely planning to sell this ghost? Hao Shaowen previously mentioned that controlling 2 spirits could extend the revival time. Why not keep the headless ghost to experiment? Yin Li reminded him. I had already considered that. My intention is not to sell it outright, but to offer a counterfeit, Yang Jian clarified. This endeavor is not about profit, but rather an opportunity to access certain elusive elements. Hao Shaowen's method provides a broad outline, but lacks specific details. Surely, you wouldn't recklessly attempt to utilize the headless ghost, would you? If it were to seize your body, not only would it be released, but it would also commandeer the spirit within you, effectively nurturing an even more fearsome entity. I hadn't thought that far ahead, Yin Li admitted, somewhat embarrassed. Success breeds study. With study comes the discovery of patterns, and with patterns arise strategies. The ghost we possess is a key to unlocking a concrete plan of action. While our time is limited, we are not yet in a desperate situation. Having said this, Yang Jian turned to him and asked, when can you contact the buyers? By tomorrow evening, Yin Li assured. Very well, tomorrow evening it is. I shall await your call. With that, Yang Jian gathered the baton and the gun left behind by Hao Shaowen and swiftly departed. Before leaving, he issued a final warning. If you stumble again, do not claim to know me. Just call someone to collect your remains. Chapter 75. The proprietor of the mobile phone store is named Wei Kun. He candidly admits to being a shrewd businessman, employing various underhanded tactics to deceive many unsuspecting customers while repairing their phones. However, Wei Kun has recently refrained from such practices. When asked about the reason, it is not due to the discomfort of prolonged sitting leading to hemorrhoids or constipation, but rather a peculiar melody that incessantly reverberates in his mind. A melody audible solely to him, imperceptible to others. This afternoon, as Wei Kun diligently repaired a customer and Oppos' phone, he suddenly furrowed his brow and inquired, by the way, Xiao Zhang, have you heard any sounds? The apprentice, Xiao Zhang, replied with curiosity, Boss, what sound? I Haven and Amp, Oppos. You heard anything? How can you not hear it? It's that familiar melody. Wei Kun insisted. Boss, perhaps your recent ailment is flaring up again. Maybe you should see a doctor, Xiao Zhang suggested. I and Oppos, VE consulted a doctor, who assured me there and Oppos, S nothing wrong. It and Oppos, S merely a psychological issue, not affecting my health. The doctor advised me to maintain a positive outlook, indulge in my favorite things, and take better care of myself. Listen, the sound is returning, Wei Kun said. Closing his eyes to listen intently, then softly humming, dong, 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 dong. This is the melody. Boss. I Don and Oppos. To hear anything at all, Xiao Zhang replied, his expression one of confusion. As night began to cool and the bustling city fell silent, a figure approached. Humming a tune. Listen, the melody is becoming clearer, Wei Kun exclaimed. Boss, that's someone singing. A customer has arrived, Xiao Zhang noted. Suddenly, Yang Jian sat at the counter, placing a phone that was playing a song titled Cool Cool. Yes, that's the melody. How did you know? Wei Kun asked, intrigued. Upon opening his eyes and seeing Yang Jian, he was so startled that he stumbled back, flailing his arms. Hello, it and Oppos. It's good to see you again, Yang Jian smiled. Wei Kun fell to his knees, his voice trembling. Big brother, I was wrong. You are not at fault, Yang Jian replied. No, I am at fault. I am guilty. You are not guilty, Yang Jian insisted. I am a scoundrel, Wei Kun confessed. No, I am the scoundrel, Yang Jian countered. I should not have harmed you. I am now repenting. No, I am the scoundrel. You have every right to reprimand me. Very well, since you say so, I shall not dispute it, indeed. You are a scoundrel, Yang Jian stated. Yang Jian continued. I am not here to trouble you. Our previous collaboration was quite pleasant, and I trust this one will be as well. I have a phone. Could you assist me in unlocking it? I only need the contact list. He produced the phone left behind by Hao Shaoan. Quickly, take it away. You can have the phone and everything else. Just don't harm me, Wei Kun exclaimed. Panic-stricken upon seeing the phone, hastily waving his hands in refusal. It was evident that the previous incident had left a profound impact on him. Can you unlock this password in an hour? Yang Jian inquired. Xiao Zhang, standing nearby, replied, It depends on the phone model. What about this one? Yang Jian tossed the phone to him. This phone is encrypted, but I can retrieve the data from the storage. However, it will require disassembly. And the phone may become unusable, Xiao Zhang explained. That's fine. The phone is not important. I only need the contact list. How long will it take? Yang Jian asked. About half an hour, Xiao Zhang replied. All right, if you can finish it in half an hour, I'll give you 1,000 yuan, Yang Jian offered. No problem, Xiao Zhang agreed. Boss, Don and Amp, Oppos, T-Hide, I have something to ask you, Yang Jian tapped on the counter. What is it, big brother? Wei Kun asked cautiously. Yang Jian continued, Is there a way to dial a number without hearing the other party and Amp, Oppos, S ringtone? You can transfer the phone number to a computer, dial from there, and operate it remotely, Wei Kun answered, his demeanor filled with trepidation. Good idea. You truly are a professional. I've come to the right place. Do you have a computer here? May I borrow it? Yang Jian inquired. Wei Kun, hesitant to refuse, replied, I have a computer at home. I can upload the data from here to my home computer and help you complete it via remote access. That sounds perfect. Just make sure no one is home. Yang Jian added. No one is home. It's a rented place. I live alone, Wei Kun assured him. Before long, the phone was unlocked, and the contact list appeared on Xiao Zhang's computer screen. Boss, should I upload it? Upload it, of course. Wei Kun, though unaware of Yang Jian and Oppos' intentions, dared not refuse. He thought it best to comply with any peculiar requests to keep the peace. Would you mind if I operated it? Yang Jian asked as he stepped into the store. Not at all. Do as you please, Wei Kun quickly replied, signaling Xiao Zhang. Xiao Zhang pointed to a software application on the screen, explaining, just click here, and you can dial the number. This site allows you to change the number. Excellent. There is no sound here, correct? Yang Jian queried. No speakers are installed, so you won't hear anything, Xiao Zhang confirmed. Very well, you both step out for a moment. I'll call you back and once I'm done, Yang Jian instructed. Xiao Zhang hesitated, but was swiftly pulled away by Wei Kun. Big brother, we won and Oppos, T disturb you. You carry on, Wei Kun said, eager to distance himself. Yang Jian ignored them, re-entering the forum, only to find it had been shut down. It appeared that the conversation he had with Lu Xiaoyu had prompted authorities to take notice of the post disseminating the curse. However, it mattered not. He had already saved the audio file on his phone. Uploading it was a simple task. Moments later, the audio file transferred to another computer. In the next instant, the first call was placed. Although Yang Jian could not hear the sound, he clicked on the audio file as soon as the software indicated that the call was connected. The sound of a heavy, oppressive knocking echoed in the room of a nearby rental apartment. The sound was not loud enough for anyone else to hear, but it resonated with the person on the other end of the line. Yang Jian clicked 2 or 3 times, replaying the audio before hanging up and proceeding to the next number. The repetitive, straightforward operation required no technical skill. Yet, who could have imagined that this was a meticulously orchestrated transmission of a terrifying curse? As the call list continued, certain individuals in Dachang City gradually began receiving Yang Jian and Appos' bizarre phone calls. One company executive, engaged in a meeting, suddenly heard his private phone ring. "Hello, Hao Shaowen. What is the matter?" The executive answered. However, there was no response on the other end, only an eerie silence, punctuated by the strange sound of knocking that reverberated through the phone into his ear. Dong, dong, dong. It sounded like a heavy knock, almost suffocating, as if beating against the very heart. After 2 or 3 knocks, the call ended. The executive pondered, bewildered about the purpose of Hao Shaowen and Appos' call. Ultimately, he dismissed it, setting the phone down to continue his meeting. At a nearby swimming pool, a bald, muscular man was leisurely swimming on his back in the pool when suddenly, a young subordinate approached him, holding a phone. "Boss, your phone is ringing." "Here." The bald man spat out a mouthful of water before taking the call. "Hello, Hao Shaowen. I've heard you recently secured a substantial deal. Do you need my assistance? If so, feel free to ask. I want Appos, T-Bat and we can certainly negotiate the price." Just then, a strange knocking sound interrupted him. "Huh?" The bald man paused momentarily, but soon realized something was amiss. He quickly ended the call and instructed, "Dispose of the phone and refrain from using it again. Also, find out whether Hao Shaowen is still alive." "Yes, boss," his subordinate replied. "He, Wooden and Appos, T.B. haunted. Would he?" The bald man furrowed his brow, growing increasingly serious. Despite his caution, the knocking sound persisted. An invisible curse had already taken hold of him. This deliberate, targeted communication was something no one could guard against. Meanwhile, within a lavish resort, a wealthy young man had just finished a round of golf and was sitting down to quench his thirst when his phone rang beside him. "Hao Shaowen," he answered. "Hello, how is everything progressing? Have you succeeded?" Suddenly, the knocking sound echoed, and the young man and Appos' expression changed dramatically. Not only was there no response from Hao Shaowen, but the knocking was so peculiar, it certainly did not resemble that of a human. It was more akin to a ghost. The young man contemplated gravely for a moment before his face contorted into a snarl. He crushed his phone in sheer frustration. "It's the recently documented class of malevolent spirit. Codename, the Ghost Knocks? Is this deliberate or merely coincidental?" Chapter 76. The rules of the club completed. Yang Jian swiftly finished his work. He diligently called each number in the contact list without omitting a single one. Now, all that remained was to wait. The spread of this curse is not instantaneous. The arrival of the knocking ghost depends on the spirit and Appos' whims. After all, others are quite busy as well. I and Appos wrap things up on my end. How about you? Yang Jian inquired as he dialed Yen Li, while simultaneously clearing files on his computer. I and Appos made the necessary contacts. We can proceed to the club for the transaction. Where are you? Should I come pick you up? Yen Li responded promptly. No need. I have a car. Just send me your location, Yang Jian replied. All right. Upon receiving the location, Yang Jian immediately set off. The designated spot was on the outskirts of the city, somewhat remote. But that was to be expected. Such perilous congregations are ill-suited for populous urban areas. En route, Yang Jian decided to reach out to the operator, Lu Xiaoyu. Do you have any information regarding the Ghost Tamer Club in Dachang City? Upon hearing Yang Jian and Appos' inquiry, Lu Xiaoyu hesitated momentarily before responding. Is it a private club? Information pertaining to that is not under our jurisdiction, so I and Appos am not sure. Understood. Then that will be all, Yang Jian concluded. Since Lu Xiaoyu was unaware, there was little point in pursuing that line of inquiry. Wait, Don and Appos, hang up just yet. I have an update for you. The situation regarding Zhejiang and Dachang City has been resolved, and soon a ghost tamer will be dispatched to take over Zhejiang and Appo's duties. You might want to reach out to him. It would be beneficial for you to inquire directly, Lu Xiaoyu added. A new ghost tamer? Yang Jian and Appo's interest was piqued. If time permits, I will make contact. Excellent. I will send you some information, Lu Xiaoyu assured him. That will be all. Goodbye. After a drive of about 10 minutes, Yang Jian arrived at a manor on the outskirts of the city, as indicated by the location. Yang Jian, over here. Yin Li waved from the roadside. This is the club? Yang Jian remarked, observing the seemingly reputable establishment. It is funded by a local wealthy businessman. If you join the club, you might receive financial support from him as well. When I first joined, a businessman sponsored me with 10 million, Yin Li explained. Sounds like some underhanded dealings. Yang Jian commented. Not so severe. The local tycoons have more money than they know what to do with, aside from spending it and showing off. They now wish to buy safety in light of recent supernatural events. We take their money, and one could say we're looking after them, but if something goes awry, they merely have their bodyguards, Yin Li clarified. Come, let me show you the club. The manor and Appo's environment was quite pleasant, featuring gardens, fountains, and lawns, alongside numerous traditional Chinese buildings, showcasing the designer and Appo's exquisite taste. Mr. Yin, welcome. Upon reaching a grand hall, two smiling hostesses greeted them. Yang Jian scrutinized the two hostesses, not for their long legs, but because their professional smiles seemed unnaturally rigid, resembling the countenance of the deceased. No, not quite deceased. Yang Jian sensed their breath and presence, albeit a chilling aura. In any case, something felt amiss. The person is already here, on the 5th floor, Yin Li informed him. Is there a risk? Yang Jian inquired. Yin Li chuckled. How could there be a risk? This is a club. Transactions here can be conducted with complete peace of mind. Still, remain vigilant. Your previous information leak likely originated from this very club. Otherwise, how could ordinary people trace you? That and Appo's a valid point, Yang Jian conceded. As they conversed, they took the elevator to the 5th floor. Upon entering a lavishly decorated hall, the few individuals present immediately turned their attention towards them. Yin Li? They recognized him instantly, but paused when they spotted Yang Jian. Haha, Yin Li, your timing is impeccable. We were just discussing you. Quite the achievement, capturing a ghost successfully. A middle-aged man laughed heartily, rising from the sofa to approach them. But attempting such a feat alone is perilous. Why not invite us along? There and Appo's fortune to be made together. Yin Li appeared visibly displeased with this man, addressing him curtly. Zhang Han, we have yet to settle the previous account. You still have the audacity to speak? It seemed Yin Li had suffered some loss at Zhang Han's hands in the past. Ah, you recall that minor incident? I assumed you and Appo's forgotten. We are all in this together. Why draw such clear lines? Zhang Han smirked, scrutinizing Yang Jian. And this young man is? This is Yang Jian. A new ghost tamer, here to conduct business with me, Yin Li interjected. I hope you can extend him some courtesy and not make things difficult. What do you mean by making things difficult? Of course, we welcome newcomers, but the rules for joining cannot be changed. Zhang Han laughed boisterously. Yin Li remained silent, disregarding Zhang Han as he led Yang Jian to a quieter corner. Wait here for a moment. I will summon the others, he instructed. Understood, Yang Jian nodded. Be cautious. Some of these individuals are rather peculiar. If trouble arises, just endure it for now. We need not engage with them, Yin Li advised. I will do my best. Yang Jian replied. After Yin Li departed through another passage, the few seated individuals once again turned their attention towards Yang Jian. A newcomer? He looks quite green. Is he even of age? Appears to be a student. What a pity for someone so young to become a ghost tamer. Shall we have some fun? We're just sitting around anyway. To avoid a repeat of what happened when Yin Li first joined, thinking he was invincible with a bit of ability, let Appo's let him experience some hardship and learn his place. That way, he might solidify his resolve and we can gauge his capabilities. Besides, we need to educate him on the rules for newcomers. Two individuals approached the bar, drinks in hand. One, grinning widely, strolled over. Friend, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Yi Jun, a member of this club, and like you, a ghost tamer. Yi Jun approached unsteadily, extending his hand with a smile. Yang Jian. He replied politely, shaking Yi Jun's hand. However, at the moment of contact, Yang Jian sensed an icy chill emanating from Yi Jun's palm, reminiscent of the touch of a corpse. Simultaneously, a fissure appeared in his own palm, and a ghostly eye nearly erupted uncontrollably. A faint crimson glow radiated from his hand. A dark handprint materialized on his palm. Do not shake hands with him. He possesses a cursed hand. You must be cautious, as that curse will decay you into a puddle within 3 days. This is merely from one handprint. If he were to inflict more, you wouldn't survive a minute. Zhang Han observed, shaking his head with a sigh. Your situation is dire. You must hastily request Yi Jun and Appos as assistants to remove that curse. Only he has the means to do so. Yang Jian glanced at the pitch-black palm print in his hand. What does this signify? Yi Jun casually took a seat and remarked, Yang Jian, ISN and Amp, Appos, Tiet? As a newcomer, it is rather impolite of you to enter without greeting anyone and to remain oblivious to the rules. However, we are magnanimous individuals, so we shall not hold this against you. Let me be frank, for today and Appos' transaction, we shall take 50% of the profit. But rest assured, this will only occur once. There will be no second time. Of course, this money will not be solely for me. All members of the club will partake in it. Once you join the club, you too will enjoy this share when the subsequent newcomers complete their first deal. Yang Jian examined the palm print once more and inquired, is this a rule? Why did Jian Li not inform me of it? Of course he wouldn't mention it. He endured considerable hardships in the past, after all. Youth often leads to impulsiveness, Yi Jun replied, shaking his head while swirling the glass in his hand. Thus, those who have suffered must learn from their predecessors and Appos' mistakes. Wooden and Appos, do you agree? Yang Jian shook his head resolutely. No, I do not. What? I only know that you just attempted to kill me, so. In an instant, the previously calm Yang Jian erupted with fury. He produced a handgun from seemingly nowhere and pointed it directly at Yi Jun and Appos' head. A special handgun? My friend, remain calm. Yi Jun momentarily froze, but upon seeing the golden handgun, he sensed the impending danger. This type of firearm was specifically designed to deal with ghost tamers. Bang! In the next moment, Yang Jian fired. A golden bullet struck Yi Jun squarely in the forehead. Bang! Bang! The second and third shots rang out. Damn it! Zhang Han, standing nearby, recoiled in shock, retreating several steps. The others at the bar, who had been drinking, were also taken aback. What is happening? Why has a gun been fired? What is going on? Yang Jian emptied the entire magazine, leaving Yi Jun's head a mangled mess. No blood splattered. Instead, dark, foul-smelling fluids erupted, filling the air with a putrid stench. As the gunfire ceased, Yi Jun lay motionless, his shattered head resting against the sofa. This is the rule of Yang Jian. Now, is there anyone else who wishes to discuss rules with me? Yang Jian placed the handgun on the coffee table, his expression cold as he surveyed the crowd. Chapter 77. I am actually a good person. As the gunfire ceased, an eerie silence enveloped the hall. Yang Jian sat on the sofa, his calm demeanor betraying a hint of unsettling indifference as he surveyed the club members. Beside him lay the lifeless body of Yi Jun, the stench of blood seeping from the wounds and gradually spreading throughout the room. The head of the corpse had been shattered, expending the entire magazine of specially crafted bullets. The entire ordeal unfolded in less than 10 seconds, swift and ruthless, leaving no room for Yi Jun to respond. Now, does anyone still wish to discuss rules with me? Esteemed seniors? Yang Jian stated earnestly. By the way, I have always aspired to be a good person and hope you might grant me the opportunity to do so. I apologize for what transpired earlier and hope you do not misinterpret my intentions. After all, I am fundamentally not a bad person. One can understand a moment of impulse. Can't they? Children are immature. Who among them is without fault? You shot someone without a flicker of hesitation, yet you claim to wish to be a good person? Such nonsense requires limits, does it not? Apologizing after taking a life. What sort of apology is that? The others furrowed their brows in silence. This newcomer's methods were excessively brutal. He had acted without a moment's hesitation, as if he were unaware that Yi Jun was also a ghost master. In such circumstances, one should exercise restraint, yet he displayed a flagrant audacity. However, it was evident that this Yang Jian was not to be trifled with. Although they harbored grievances, none dared to speak out. Moreover, Yi Jun might not be dead after all. If he were, the ghost he had controlled would surely emerge, which would spell disaster. Suddenly, after lying still for a moment, Yi Jun's body twitched. Yang Jian immediately took notice. Was he not yet fully dead, or was the malevolent spirit awakening? After a few more convulsions, the movements intensified, his limbs contorting grotesquely as the foul odor of decay permeated the air. In a matter of moments, his body had deteriorated to such an extent that it seemed he had died days prior. It was difficult to fathom that this once lively individual had been conversing at the bar, appearing as a normal person. If Yi Jun truly perished, he would leave a mess behind. How will you handle this? Zhang Han, standing nearby, began to feel anxious. If a ghost master died without reason, a spirit would emerge, leading to unforeseen calamity. Even if the numerous ghost masters could confront it, who would willingly employ such abilities? Yang Jian cast a glance at Zhang Han, observing Yi Jun's thrashing form without a trace of fear on his face. If he was unafraid while alive, should he fear his death? Even though ghost masters become more fearsome in death, he mused, let us see if I can incapacitate you further. With narrowed eyes, he brandished his extendable baton, a weapon crafted by Hao Shaowen. Without hesitation, he swung it down upon Yi Jun's writhing corpse. The force of the blow sent the body crashing to the ground, one arm snapping grotesquely, splattering decayed flesh and blood in every direction. Move. Continue to struggle, Yang Jian taunted, as he relentlessly struck again and again. The corpse writhed on the ground, whether from his blows or its own volition, as the air filled with the nauseating scent of decay. Even in death, you find no peace. I am eager to discover what kind of spirit lies within you, he panted, continuing his assault. His face bore a twisted expression, coupled with a chilling indifference, resembling a demon risen from the depths of hell, fearsome and daunting. The others exchanged glances, silently relieved that it was Yi Jun who had provoked Yang Jian, sparing themselves from his wrath. How ruthless, they thought. Meanwhile, in a private room on the second floor, a young man observed the scene with furrowed brows. This Yang Jian is unrestrained and merciless. He has disrupted the order upon his arrival. He must be dealt with. You cannot act recklessly. Others have established their standing, and there are those watching. Causing chaos will lead to trouble, even for you, warned another figure, shrouded and indistinguishable in gender. That makes it all the more imperative to eliminate him. If he gains power, will there be any space left for us to survive? We must make an example to deter others. Otherwise, with more newcomers, chaos will ensue, and this club may not survive. While others may be slaughtering chickens, we find ourselves in the role of monkeys. To maintain order requires strength, though Yang Jian appears rash. He seems to have grasped the rules. What type of individual is most terrifying? It is those who disregard rules that pose the greatest threat. Without rules, there is no restraint. The difference between ghost masters and spirits lies not in their inherent terror, but in the invisible constraints that bind the former. Although they wield malevolent spirits, they remain fundamentally human. Yet the figure glanced at Yang Jian, who was mercilessly beating the corpse below. He resembles a ghost, and we know nothing of his abilities. Regardless of how troublesome he may be, he is merely a master of one ghost, the young man retorted. After a while of relentless beating, Yang Jian paused to catch his breath. Just as he prepared to continue, Yi Jun, who was presumed lifeless, suddenly grasped Yang Jian's foot with what remained of his nearly useless hand and pleaded, "Please, brother, stop hitting me. Have a little mercy, one to you? I am, after all, a ghost. Are you not afraid of me? You are not dead?" Yang Jian blinked in surprise, nearly swallowing his breath. Yi Jun replied, "I can endure. You have shattered my skull, and despite my body's condition, I still possess awareness. I thought the spirit within me was about to emerge, which excited me a bit. Since you are not dead, let us resume our discussion regarding the rules here," Yang Jian stated, his expression serious as he regarded the baton in his hand. Yang Jian felt a tinge of disappointment. Why was it that Yi Jun seemed unkillable? He bore a resemblance to Yin Li, yet. Observing Yi Jun and Appo's grotesquely contorted form, constantly decaying and emitting a foul stench with fluid seeping out, it was evident that his condition was even more dire than Yin Li and Appo's. He was another esper on the verge of succumbing to the resurgence of a malevolent entity. I wonder, what does it truly take to eliminate an esper? It seemed weapons forged from gold could only inflict harm, not deliver a final blow. Yang Jian crouched before the grotesque corpse, using his baton to prod at the decaying flesh. His skull was fractured, limbs broken, and face twisted beyond recognition. His internal organs were almost entirely putrid, blackened, and foul-smelling. Yet, in this state, Yi Jun could still speak, still cling to life. It was a remarkable feat, a medical marvel worthy of recognition. "You cannot kill me. My entity is unique," Yi Jun uttered after a moment of silence. "Yang Jian, that and Appo's enough. This is the club, and you and Amp, Oppos, not the only Esper here. You and Amp, Oppos, best exercise some restraint. The man who had been drinking with Yi Jun earlier frowned and approached. Yang Jian grinned. It suddenly dawned on me why you so-called veterans prey on newcomers. Because you and Amp, Oppos, all nearing your end, aren't and Amp, Oppos, to you? He continued. You and Amp, Oppos, in such a state that another activation of your abilities would lead to your demise from the entity and Amp, Oppos, Resurgence. So, you linger in the club, waiting for newcomers. During transactions for handling supernatural events, you conspire to extort and blackmail. This way, you can avoid wasting your abilities while still collecting money. A clever scheme indeed. Did Yinli suffer at your hands? The approaching man and Amp, Oppos, expression hardened. These were the club and Amp, Oppos, unspoken rules, known to all. Yet no one had dared to voice them so openly. Since you and Amp, Oppos, aware, you should abide by them. You and Amp, Oppos, a newcomer, and you have some time before the entity and Amp, Oppos, Resurgence. But you too will meet your end. As long as you adhere to these rules, you can enjoy the same treatment when new members arrive. Yi Jun and Amp, Oppos, matter will be set aside for now, but the 50 cut remains. Unless, of course, you can single-handedly deal with every Esper here. Yang Jian cast a glance around. Is that a challenge? You can interpret it as such, the man replied. Zhang Han, who had kept his distance, chimed in. Rookie. I sincerely advise you to follow the rules. The club and Amp, Oppos, Espers aren't and Amp, Oppos, limited to just us. There are more formidable individuals who Haven and Amp, Oppos, shown themselves today. This circle is far deeper than you realize. I Don and Amp, Oppos, know how much you truly understand about Espers, entities, or anything else, but you must remember, you and Amp, Oppos, just a newcomer. Why waste breath on so much drivel? If you want to fight, then come at me, Yang Jian retorted, a savage glint in his eyes as he surveyed the group. If I can and Oppos, defeat you, I and Oppos, drag you down until the entity and Oppos, Resurgence claims you. Either way, I win. His spectral domain could last for 5 minutes, but exceeding that limit would increase the chances of his own resurgence. Once that threshold was reached, he would die. Yet, he was even more certain that this group and Oppos' limits were far below 5 minutes. Threats are useless, are they? This ruthless madman is also reckless. A sense of dread settled over the group. If it truly came to a prolonged battle, their chances of succumbing to the entity and Amp, Oppos' resurgence would be high. What and Amp, Oppos' wrong? Cack out your tongues? Yang Jian taunted, afraid? Or perhaps you and Amp, Oppos, unwilling to risk your lives? Of course, you and Amp, Oppos, talking nonsense. Why would they risk their lives? If they were willing to do that, they and Oppos, be out handling supernatural events, not sitting here drinking, chatting, and bullying newcomers. If you and Oppos, not going to fight, then stop spouting nonsense and get lost, Yang Jian said, kicking Yi Jun and Oppos' corpse aside. This guy is genuinely arrogant. Watching Yi Jun being discarded like trash. The man and Amp, Oppos' expression grew exceedingly grim. He nearly lunged at Yang Jian, but he restrained himself. He couldn't and Amp, Oppos, afford to risk his life against a newcomer. Applause echoed as a young man, dressed casually and exuding the aura of a wealthy heir, approached, a faint smile gracing his lips, though his eyes held a chilling coldness. A truly captivating contest. You must be Yang Jian, the newcomer Yinli mentioned. Quite extraordinary indeed. I find myself admiring you. Yang Jian tilted his head. Who are you? Are you here to lecture me about the rules as well? No. You misunderstand. I and Oppos am merely the club and Oppos, proprietor. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wang Xiaoqiang, but you may call me Xiaoqiang, the young man said. You and Oppos, serious about that casual name? Yang Jian asked. Wang Xiaoqiang chuckled, I assure you. There's no deception. My name truly is Wang Xiaoqiang. Here's the club's card. He presented a golden card. This club certainly had money to burn. Even the card was crafted from pure gold. Xiaoqiang Club, Chairman, Wang Xiaoqiang. Although our two friends had a slight disagreement earlier, as the saying goes, a smile can dispel old grudges. We're all exceptional individuals, and it's not worth harboring ill feelings over such trivial matters. I hope you can both let it go and consider today's events as if they never occurred. What do you say? Wang Xiaoqiang proposed. Yang Jian scrutinized him. You're quite the schemer, aren't you? Why only intervene now? Where were you when he was bullying me? Wang Xiaoqiang's smile faltered slightly. Here, take it back. Yang Jian tossed the golden card back at him. You and Appos, unjust and incompetent. I doubt this club of yours will last long. I was initially intrigued by your Xiaoqiang club, but now I have no interest in this den of iniquity. It's quite simple. These people are too short-sighted, only concerned with immediate gains, forgetting what they should truly be doing. They spend their time drinking, chatting, and oppressing newcomers, instead of seeking ways to survive and resolve their own entity and Appos, Resurgence. This club will never amount to anything. Having witnessed this, Yang Jian's inclination shifted toward the Esper headquarters. If he had to choose, he would opt for the headquarters, but only if a solution could be found for the entity and Appos, Resurgence. Otherwise, joining the headquarters and constantly undertaking missions would only hasten his demise. Wang Xiaoqiang watched the card fall to the ground, his smile gradually fading. My initial intention in establishing the club was to unite the civilian Espers, to foster mutual growth and development, to share wealth and confront difficulties together, to support and assist one another. It was a noble intention, and I hope you won and Appos, misunderstand. Personal conflicts shouldn't tarnish the club's reputation. Are you suggesting that the club can't tolerate a single word of criticism? Yang Jian asked. Our club isn't that domineering. Wang Xiaoqiang replied earnestly. If you and Appos, not domineering, then why don't and Appos, you step aside? I have business to discuss here, Yang Jian said, gesturing behind him. Wang Xiaoqiang turned to see Yin Li approaching with several individuals in suits, resembling figures from the financial world. Leading the group was a middle-aged woman in a white coat, exuding a stern, capable aura, followed by what appeared to be accountants and financial personnel. Miss Sun, this is Yang Jian. He possesses what you and Appos, seeking. Yin Li said as he walked. Good day, Mr. Yang. My name is Sun Li Hong, and I am the principal person in charge of this private acquisition endeavor. The middle-aged woman, Sun Li Hong, began. Yang Jian, he replied, introducing himself. Yin Li cast a glance at the contorting corpse of Yi Jun nearby, his countenance shifting slightly. Did something occur here after my departure? He inquired. Nothing of note, Yang Jian responded. Our acquaintance, Yi Jun, had a bit too much to drink and experienced a rather unfortunate stumble. It seems his constitution isn't and Appos, what it once was, and he took quite the tumble. I found the sight rather unsettling and hesitated to assist, lest I be wrongly accused. How terribly unfortunate, Yin Li remarked. Has an ambulance been summoned? Yang Jian replied. It appears to be a superficial matter, merely a few abrasions that can be remedied with adhesive bandages. There and Appos, no need to trouble the paramedics. That puts my mind at ease, Yin Li sighed in relief. Sun Li Hong observed the firearms on the tea table, along with the baton smeared with flesh. It was evident that this was no mere accident. Moreover, to survive such a predicament. Indeed, the ghoul tenders are a band of malevolent spirits. Spending even a moment in their company sends shivers down one and Appos' spine. Despite her aversion and trepidation, she betrayed no emotion. Under the previously agreed acquisition proposal, we would procure Mr. Yang and Appos' container for a lump sum of 100 million in cash, contingent upon verification of its contents. Here is the contract. If all is in order, we can commence the transaction immediately. Our company and Appos' accountant is prepared to remit the funds to your account within 10 minutes. With that, Sun Li Hong broached the matter of the acquisition with Yang Jian, direct and to the point, as if ready to exchange currency for merchandise. Yang Jian glanced at the contract on the table and set it aside. I and Appos am not concerned with contracts, nor do I dispute the price. I and Appos am willing to sell, but I have a caveat. And what might that be, Mr. Yang? Sun Li Hong inquired. I need to know the method for controlling a second specter and prolonging the specter and Appos' resurgence. Yang Jian and Appos' eyes narrowed slightly. Given your substantial investment in acquiring this item, you must possess profound knowledge of such matters and, presumably, have means to alleviate our condition. This declaration caused a stir among the club's members. Their gazes shifting between Yang Jian and Sun Li Hong. Could such a thing be achieved? Despite their skepticism, a fervent hope ignited within them. If such a method existed, they could extend their lives and continue to exist. Sun Li Hong and Appos' brow furrowed slightly. Where did you acquire this information? It and Appos' not common knowledge. My sources are my own concern. I simply want to know if you accept my condition, Yang Jian stated earnestly. If so, we have a deal. I am only authorized to acquire the item for cash. I cannot make a decision regarding your condition, Sun Lihong replied. Then contact your superior. The person who can authorize it, Yang Jian retorted. Our time is precious, so please don and amp, oppose, delay unnecessarily, or I might become displeased. And if I and amp, oppose, am displeased, you one and oppose, be either. As he spoke, his crimson eyes bore into her with an unsettling intensity. Sun Lihong and oppose. S expression shifted, a hint of gravity entering her features. I understand. I will consult with them. Please wait a moment. With that, she rose to her feet. Mr. Yang, please excuse me for a moment. Be my guest. Yang Jian replied with a faint smile. Sun Lihong quickly departed with her entourage and began contacting someone on her phone. Yang Jian made no attempt to eavesdrop, patiently awaiting her return. You know how to prolong the specter and oppose, resurgence? Suddenly, Zhang Han, the middle-aged man, approached him with a degree of agitation. Yang Jian regarded him. Me? No, but they do. If you want answers, ask them. If I knew, I wouldn't amp, oppose, be trading a specter for this deal. He directed the attention towards Sun Lihong and her group, applying pressure and leveraging it for his negotiation. Rejecting Yang Jian would mean denying other specter wielders a chance at survival, a decision fraught with unknown consequences. You and oppose. Rewrite. You don and oppose. No. But they must, Zhang Han said, fixing his gaze on Sun Lihong, who was still on the phone, a hint of frenzy in his eyes. Boss, the situation has become complicated. Yang Jian is aware of certain information and has proposed the method for controlling a second specter and prolonging the specter and oppose, resurgence as a condition. And other specter wielders are now aware of this method. If we can oppose, complete this transaction smoothly, we may find it difficult to leave this club. Sun Lihong felt several palpable gazes fixed on her back, sending shivers down her spine. Despite the summer heat, she felt a chill, her skin prickling with goosebumps. These people seemed ready to devour her and her companions alive. Yes, I understand. I know what to do. Sun Lihong listened intently, nodding occasionally. No one knew what was being said on the other end of the line. After a moment, she hung up and returned. Apologies for the delay, Mr. Yang, Sun Lihong said as she resumed her seat. Yang Jian, who had been polishing his truncheon and toying with the custom pistol, smiled. No matter. What was the outcome of your discussion? The method for controlling a second specter is complex, Sun Lihong replied. Attempting it rashly results in a mortality rate exceeding 90%. But some have succeeded, Haven and oppose. They? Yang Jian pressed. Indeed, there have been exceptions. But those may have been flukes. And as you know, not everyone is so fortunate, Sun Lihong countered. I understand. Therefore, there must be a crucial factor that I'm unaware of. Sun Lihong continued. Our employer has agreed to your condition, as well as the acquisition plan. However, your single item isn't sufficient collateral. Are you suggesting I capture another specter for you? If so, I'd rather forego the 100 million. No. You must resolve a paranormal incident for the company. Anyone who can resolve this incident and contain the specter will be able to complete the transaction and obtain the method for controlling a second specter. However, success is not guaranteed and the possibility of failure remains significant, Sun Lihong clarified. Here is the information along with my company and oppose card. Contact me when you and oppose completed it. With that, we and oppose take our leave. Before she could rise, Yang Jian interjected. Wait. Is there something else? Sun Lihong asked. Nothing much. Just a reminder that if you're being deceptive or if there's any foul play involved, you'll all face dire consequences. If you're withholding anything, you can disclose it now, and I and oppose pretend nothing happened. But if you leave here with secrets, you and oppose bear the consequences. These words visibly alarmed Sun Lihong and her group. Yang Jian and oppose threat, though from a young man, carried weight, given his status as a specter wielder. Rest assured, that won't happen, Sun Lihong replied, her voice slightly strained. Very well. If there is, I'll pursue it to the end, Yang Jian stated. Now that I and oppose said my piece, please take your leave. We and oppose be going then. Sun Lihong and her colleagues left in a flurry, as if fleeing from a terrifying encounter. You can track them afterward, correct? Yang Jian asked abruptly. Yinli nodded. Of course. Good. Some precautions are necessary, Yang Jian said. turning his attention to the document on the table. He scanned it briefly. The location was a village on the outskirts of Dachang City. Other than that, there was no further information. Are you really going to resolve this paranormal incident? Yinli asked. Our situation ISN and Oppos, T ideal, and we might not return. I'm well aware and suspect this might be a ploy by Sun Lihang's company, Yang Jian replied. However, he looked at the others. You all heard what that woman said. Anyone who wants to survive should resolve this paranormal incident and contain the specter. Anyone want to form a group? Are you afraid to? Wang Xiaoqiang asked with a hint of mockery. Wherein and amp. Oppos, T you quite formidable before? Please don and amp. Oppos, T say that. I am still just a child. Without the presence of adults, I feel a profound lack of security, Yang Jian replied. I have left the information here. 3 days from now, in the morning, I will visit this village. Those who wish to accompany me may do so. I will not force anyone. Although the chance of survival is slim, if we miss it, we shall truly be left waiting for death. Furthermore, if someone has succeeded, the means of survival are not beyond sharing, provided that everyone contributes their effort. He needed a few individuals to join him, to share the burden of the crisis. He sensed that this supernatural incident was rather unusual. However, due to his possession of the ghost domain, he was unperturbed by the possibility of others encroaching on his territory. He had seized that box from Yin Li in the market, and he could similarly take things from others. In other words, those who participated would essentially be working for him. There is little more to say. Today was not a wasted trip, and it would be inappropriate for me to further intrude upon your time. I hope to see you all in 3 days, Yang Jian declared. Rising from his seat, and without further ado, turning to leave. Yin Li followed suit, departing alongside him, leaving behind the group at the club. Yet, their attention was not on Yang Jian as he exited, but rather fixated on the documents laid out on the table. That was the hope for survival. Would they strive to prolong the resurgence of the malevolent spirits, or would they remain seated, idly awaiting their demise?